Dear readers, have you ever realized that due to the education we receive, the civilizations we inherit, and the shared imprint of history, almost everyone carries a sense of rebellion within them, becoming in a sense a sacred body of rebellion? From the perspective of the outside world, this trait may already be quite apparent, but from an alien perspective, it becomes even more pronounced. Friends who often travel between worlds must deeply understand this. The impulse to overthrow darkness and decay seems to have already merged into our blood, becoming instinctual. Once the timing is right and conditions allow, it becomes unbearable and will undoubtedly lead to action. At least when I crossed into this world ruled by the celestial dragons, the darkness and oppression I felt far exceeded my imagination. Chapter 1. I saw a rebel now. Hey, is anyone listening? Hey, this is Ginny, an expert in stealing, eavesdropping, and communication. Here's a major piece of intel. In about 2 weeks, the Celestial Dragons will hold a grand game celebration in the Divine Valley of the West Sea, with prizes galore. Wait. Ginny, what you're saying isn't attractive at all. I'm too nervous, big bro. Hey, is anyone listening? Do you want wealth? Do you crave power? Go to the Divine Valley of the West Sea immediately. The Celestial Dragons have put everything there. There are countless treasures, the most powerful devil fruits, and the ultimate secrets that govern this sea. Hey, is anyone listening? Do you want wealth? Do you crave? This is Ginny. Is anyone listening? We are about to be killed by the Celestial Dragons. I'm so scared. I actually want to cry, but my big brother won't let me. He says, why not laugh? Isn't our life funny enough? He's always so cheerful. I really envy him. Is anyone listening? Help. Please save us. I want to live. I want to know what freedom feels like. I want to know the happiness of being full. Crackle. Click, turning off the long looping recording. The 21-year-old bull-headed youth Kaido was anxious, his beast-like dark golden eyes flickering with impatience, deliberately, lowering his massive frame of over 7 meters to get closer to Jia, shouting in complaint. Big brother, how many times have you listened to this? The phone bug is about to die. Big brother? Say something. You're silent. What are you thinking? Jia remained oblivious, still deep in thought. Big brother is hesitating, right? The almost 17-year-old flat-headed boy Sakaski tilted his mouth, his eyebrows raised, showing a bit of ferocity. Kaido was taken aback. Hesitating? Celestial Dragons, game celebration, pleading slave children, the name of the Divine Valley. These elements combined lead to one reasonable explanation. Sakaski's expression grew. Darker. Human hunting. Human hunting? I always thought Big Brother, Big Brother used to occasionally tell us some nonsensical things we couldn't understand at all, or things that seemed like jokes. I thought human hunting was just a ridiculous joke he made to mock those high and mighty noble bastards. Scratching his messy curly hair, Kaido was shocked. Defining an area to eliminate the natives in a playful manner, plundering resources, destroying the discarded slaves judged by Mariewa, selecting members for the so-called God Knights. This inhumane killing competition has been happening every 3 years for the past 745 years established by the world government. It's truly unbelievable. I've always assumed the worst about those noble bastards, but I actually underestimated their ugliness. Sizzle. Sakaski ground his teeth, genuinely furious, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices, sulfuric stench filling the air. Kaido quickly stopped him. Sakaski, control your abilities. Sorry. Sakaski took a deep breath, calming his intense emotions. Don't have any expectations of the ruling class in this slave-colored world. Their material wealth is excessive there. Threshold for pleasure is ever increasing. Ordinary stimuli can no longer make them happy. Their wanton trampling of life, taking whatever they want, is bound to become a matter of course. I'm starting to understand some of the things Big Brother told us earlier. Kaido was surprised. When did Big Brother say those things? I don't remember. When you thought human hunting was Big Brother making jokes, too busy laughing. Sakaski answered immediately. Kaido's mouth twitched awkwardly, glancing at the charred floor beneath Sakaski's feet from the unlaunched devil fruit ability. He muttered enviously. Big Brother is biased. He already arranged the magma fruit as a gift for you before your birthday. Tisk, even among the recognized strongest Logia-type devil fruits, the magma fruit is among the strongest, right? Big Brother, what are you hesitating about? Sakaski cleverly continued the important topic without letting up. As if waking from slumber, Xiajie slightly furrowed his brows and impatiently replied, I'm not hesitating. At over 7 meters tall, Kaido and over 3 meters tall Sakazuki were much taller than Xiajie, who stood at 2 meters and 31 centimeters, but he looked much more handsome and stately. Then you're thinking about how to save people. It's not your nature to stand by and do nothing. Kaido sat down on the ground casually and said, as for the strategy to save people, we could disguise ourselves as the Navy, raid the Divine Valley, truly drag those celestial dragons into the battlefield, strip them of their qualifications as hunters, and redefine everyone's value through war, letting them experience what true equality and freedom are. And by the way, cover the escape of the people. How about that? Sakazuki disdainfully huffed. No, how about that? Don't laugh like an idiot, pirate. What does it matter? Anyway, once we provoke those celestial dragons, we can't be Navy anymore, and we'll be wanted by the world government, hunted down by Navy admirals. We might as well be pirates. With Big Brother's strength, we can definitely dominate the Grand Line and ascend to the Pirate King's throne. With a bright expression, Kaido suddenly switched his tone, teasingly pressing, hate pirates? Don't want to be a pirate? Can't bear to part with the position of Navy Major? Sakazuki blushed. Nonsense. In terms of position in the Navy, you are a Navy Colonel, and Big Brother is the youngest Rear Admiral in history with a bright future. You can't bear it. What can I, a mere Navy Major, not bear? I don't simply hate pirates. I hate all criminal vermin. I hate trash that contributes nothing to the world. As for being a pirate, suddenly pausing, Sakazuki suspiciously glanced at the seemingly rough Kaido. Yeah, the youngest Rear Admiral in Navy history. Kaido seemed oblivious. Time flies, it's been 8 years. 8 years ago, Big Brother was only 17, but already shook the North Sea. Taking you, a little tag-along, to accept the world government's recruitment during the world conscription, he was exceptionally granted the rank of Rear Admiral. His first mission was to extradite me, this unfortunate guy sold by the Kingdom of Wak, to seek participation in the World Conference. Kaido was half self-mocking, half sighing. I was beaten up terribly by Big Brother. I was so furious at the time, stubbornly struggling, yelling, I'm not a tool for your political trade, and then Big Brother subdued me, introduced you and me, and the three of us swore brotherhood under the moon. Then my brother applied to organize a naval guerrilla team dedicated to coordinating the Navy's frontline positions in the New World to encircle the rampant rocks pirates. Sakazuki savored the taste and said, I once naively believed that pirates were black, that they were evil, and that the Navy and the world government, which advocated for the extermination of pirates, were white, that they represented justice. But in the Navy, what I saw the most was corruption, a place of greed, a place of complicity with the powerful, where everyone talks about justice but is all about business. Even those with good intentions are few and far between, let alone talk about justice. Sakazuki expressed his feelings. And during these 8 years, my brother has suppressed crime, mediated wars, protected the lonely, aided disaster victims, practiced kindness, and raised us to adulthood, so that whether it's to repay kindness or pursue ideals, whether as a Navy or as a pirate, whatever my brother wants to do, I will do it. Me too, Kaido echoed, not forgetting to give Sakazuki a thumbs up, secretly praising his little brother's eloquence, which was better than his own disinterest in reading. Xiajie opened his eyes, revealing the two interlaced pupils within, his naturally unusual double pupils exuding a sense of horror and pressure. Are you playing a duet? I didn't notice you could talk so well before. Sakazuki stood at attention. Brother, since the black snail unexpectedly captured the distress signal from that poor little girl named Ginny this morning, you have been silent, not eating or drinking, ignoring us for half a day, neglecting to work at the base, making us anxious. Kaido argued, tentatively probing, Brother, have you figured it out? Xiajie openly expressed his thoughts. I want to rebel. As expected, the words were shocking, but fortunately, Kaido and Sakazuki were fully prepared for it. Whoa, Kaido exclaimed, I am willing to charge into battle for my brother. Through fire and water, I will not hesitate to die. Sakazuki, with righteous indignation, said, Brother, you go ahead, and I will follow behind you. Listen clearly, it's rebellion, not a riot. Xiajie emphasized, right now I just want to rebel. Chapter 2, Overthrow Tyranny, Slay the Celestial Dragons. Kaido and Sakazuki looked at each other in bewilderment and asked, what's the difference between a riot and a rebellion? A riot, in its literal sense, is to betray and cause chaos, with the possibility of reconciling with the world government and accepting their amnesty. Xiaojie explained. Sakazuki asked, then rebellion is clearly opposing the world government, completely denying the legitimacy and righteousness of its rule. Overthrow the tyrannical world government, slay the evil celestial dragons, is the core of the political program. Xiaojie's gaze was piercing. Involving the struggle for the roots and ownership of power, it is destined to be a life-and-death battle, cruel and ruthless, and one must walk a dark path without retreat that, if unsuccessful, one becomes a martyr. Overthrow tyranny. Slay the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Kaido, who was rebellious, became excited and flushed. I don't care. From the beginning, I would rather be a pirate than a dog of the world government. It was you, brother, who persuaded me to change my mind. What you said back then has been too long, and I can't remember the details clearly, but you probably said joining the Navy was to do greater things? Whoa, so this is what doing great things means. You truly are my brother. Such extraordinary courage. Far beyond my meager imagination. It was also because you were too young. 8 years ago, you were only 13, and Sakazuki was barely 9. No matter how tough the experiences, you were still just kids. Unless it was something like human hunting with deep memories, it was inevitable to forget and have blurred impressions. Xiaojie said. Kaido interrupted eagerly. Brother, I can't wait. Let's make a big fuss together. This isn't child's play. It's not just about the fate of the 3 of us brothers. Xiaojie said. Kaido, Sakazuki, you have grown up. Many things I said back then that you didn't understand, you should be able to understand now. Today, let's be open and honest, talk about what we don't understand, and clarify everything. Seeing Xiaojie's serious attitude, Kaido couldn't help but gather his emotions but argued. Is it necessary? You point, and Sakazuki, and I will fight there, we. It is necessary. Xiaojie shouted angrily. You are my brothers. I raised you for 8 years. We lived together day and night, relying on each other. If even my brothers cannot understand me, if we cannot unify our thoughts, how can I expect to rebel? It would be better to honestly serve the celestial dragons in the Navy for a lifetime, enjoy high positions and wealth, and live in comfort. Kaido obediently lowered his head. I'm sorry, brother. Brother, Sakazuki's eyes turned red, and with a mix of emotions, he sincerely defended. Kaido didn't mean it that way. What he means is, you trust us, and we trust you. And that's enough. Kaido's spirit lifted. That's right. That's right. That's what I mean. And you? Sakazuki, what do you mean? Xiaojie felt very gratified at the brotherly harmony and relaxed his expression. Sakazuki said, Forgive me for speaking frankly, brother, we have not yet grown to the level where we can fully understand you. Why must you insist on making us understand what you were saying? You taught us. Never listen to what a person says, watch what they do. Now, even if we oppose the world government, the reason we follow you without hesitation is precisely because of what you have done. You have repeatedly proven through your actions that you are a person of noble character, possessing precious morals like gold, worthy of us risking our lives to accompany you. Right? Right? Kaido raised both hands in agreement. In this rotten sea, even the worst scum trusts good people more. Why can't we trust you without reason? Brother, just tell us what to do. Let's rebel. Xiaojie helplessly said, Well, at least you have unified your thoughts that it is our dullness that has let down your expectations, brother. Sakazuki sighed. Xiaojie fell silent. It's not your problem. I am very satisfied with you. I have not wasted my teachings that least you hate the evil deeds of the celestial dragons, and see that slave child named Ginny and the people of God Valley who are not part of the world government's affiliated. Nations as human beings, possessing the correct outlook on life and values. The problem lies with this world. This crazy, pathological world has distorted your worldview. You were born and raised here, and it has always been this way, so you do not feel any difference and cannot understand. After a long silence, Xiaojie seemed to let go of his concerns. Sakazuki, you stay in the new world and be responsible for securing our retreat. Although the 3 of us brothers cannot summon a single parent or relative, and our hometown has perished due to natural disasters and man-made calamities, there are still many who are involved. Once we rebel, the world government will definitely not let them go. They must be relocated and settled in advance. Indeed, Sakazuki agreed. With the example of human hunting, What wouldn't the world government do? Kaido asserted. They will definitely authorize the Navy to launch the demon-slaying order, the indiscriminate destruction of target areas, the so-called demon-slaying order, which is touted as the world's strongest military operation, if you think about it carefully. Isn't it just the knife set by the world government to eliminate any threats to its rule, disguised as legal human hunting? Sakazuki felt a chill and couldn't help but curse. The Navy's justice is truly hypocritical. The world government is utterly shameless. Xiajia hit the nail on the head. The essence of the Navy is a violent tool for the world government to maintain its own rule, while the essence of the world government is feudal. Slavery. Feudal slavery is too backward. The law of the jungle of the weak eating the strong is more progressive than it. Where is the justice? After a pause. Recognizing the true nature of the Navy and exploring the operational logic of the world government is one of the reasons I strongly advocated for you to join the Navy, Xiajia said. Another reason is to utilize the vast resources they possess. The world government is ultimately the largest and most powerful international organization in the world, which can consider itself the official world authority. The Navy is also the largest and most powerful military force in the world, claiming to be the only regular military. Using the official channels of the world government, we can collect a series of crucial data, such as geography, hydrology, climate, household registration, economy, minerals, fishing grounds, shipping routes, and so on. Utilizing the Navy, we can receive formal military training, learning military skills such as organizing troops, intelligence analysis, march planning, discipline, and assault, tracking. And by using the resources and logistics of the world government, as well as the personnel and equipment of the Navy, we can establish this naval guerrilla unit under my command. Occupy the Qianyu Island base that constrains the hive and do our best to engage in activities like caring for orphans and widows, providing relief for refugees, and liberating slaves. Xiajie spoke with familiarity. This also involves the people we are connected with, a total of 9,869 individuals. 369 are civilians who were rescued and now depend on the base for their livelihood, and the remaining 1,500 are the overstaffed naval guerrilla unit. Sakazuki? Big brother. Sakazuki took out paper and pen to prepare to take notes. Xiajie raised his hand to stop him. Your task is not complicated. Led 1,000 guerrilla fighters to escort the civilians to evacuate to the Totland Sea area. Now tell me, what do you think? Big brother is testing you. Kaido jeered gleefully. Sakazuki thought cautiously and hesitated. Big brother, will the people in the base be willing to abandon their hard-earned homes and leave? Will the guerrilla fighters give up their identities as Navy personnel? A migration of nearly 10,000 people is a massive undertaking, making it hard not to attract the attention of the pirates entrenched in the hive and other Navy stations. Nearby, the shipping route is long, transportation is insufficient, and resupply will be difficult. The Totland Sea is not unclaimed territory. The Big Mom pirates under the rocks. Pirates have been plundering for years. I don't know what to do. A whole basket of troubles made Sakazuki more and more vague. Xiajie clapped his hands to encourage him. My brother has the talent to become an admiral. Sakazuki rubbed his sharply cut short hair, feeling ashamed and confused. I only asked what you think, not what you will do. The fact that you can think of so much so quickly shows your potential to stand alone. We have rescued a cumulative total of tens of thousands of people, most of whom have been sent back home, while a small portion who rely on the base are those with nowhere to go and no path to take. Given their life experiences, they have the courage to start over and only believe in us. Xiajie patted Sakazuki's shoulder. You don't need to worry about the stance of the guerrilla fighters. Don't underestimate the elite armed forces I've honed over the past 7 or 8 years. Their loyalty has been repeatedly tested. Those who are cowardly, dishonest, or have family ties have long been replaced by me through frequent conflicts with the high pirates. Finding opportunities to make swaps. In oh wonder, some in the Navy headquarters secretly mocked the guerrilla unit as the orphan army. They thought it was just a jab at us, but it turns out none of the 3 brothers have any parents or relatives. The entire guerrilla unit is the same. Kaido made a disconnected dark joke. Xiajie and Sakazuki glared at him. Hey, Kaido chuckled awkwardly. Thought I met him when I was over 8 years old. Before that, I had been wandering for so long that I forgot where my hometown was and what my parents looked like. I only remember it was a cold winter night when a group of pirates attacked the village, pillaging and burning, and then I lost everything. For a long time, I hated pirates immensely and longed for the Navy endlessly. I recognized him because he was rampaging across the land, killing pirates, robbers, corrupt officials, and wicked nobles wherever he went, striking fear into the North Sea, causing the countries of the North Sea to tremble in fear, collectively issuing a bounty and requesting the world government to send the Navy to hunt him down. The world government did send the Navy, but the purpose was not to hunt him down, but to recruit him, hoping he would serve as a strong reinforcement to fill the void in the navies, combat power, and head to the New World to deal with an unprecedented evil army, namely the Rock's pirates. That day was the day of negotiation. Surrounded by numerous Navy officers, his figure looked very lonely, and he appeared indifferent, seeming to have no desire to communicate, casually watching the Navy's envoy talk about the benefits of joining the Navy until finally, he pointed with his hand and made the only request. I want to bring him along. I had just chased away wild dogs that were fighting for food with a short knife, standing half naked under a pile of garbage, wearing a tattered hat that a Navy officer had, discarded, with the word justice written on it. It was my only treasure, the precious thing that supported my struggle to survive. That I stared at him wide-eyed, filled with envy, longing for the day I could become a real Navy officer too, just as he pointed at me and shouted, "Hey, little brother, do you want to come with me?" In that moment, it felt like the dark sky had suddenly brightened. My heart surged with excitement, and tears poured down like rain, as if a closed room had suddenly opened up, and the wind came rushing in endlessly. Published in the 25th year of the new calendar, Sakazuki Autobiography, Loyal Dog, Excerpt, Chapter 3, Roger just want to have fun. Hey, is anyone listening? To prevent information leaks, the Navy will soon activate the horn snail to block communication waves. This is the last broadcast at Oh, you want wealth? Do you desire power? Go to the God Valley in the West Sea immediately. The celestial dragons have placed everything there. There are countless gold, silver, and jewels, the most powerful devil fruits, and the supreme secrets that govern this sea. Go and seek it. Click. The lethargic black telephone snail suddenly shook for a brief moment. Feeding the lethargic black telephone snail, Xia flipped through the calendar. Is today July 5th, 1484 of the sea calendar? Yes. Today is July 5th, and Sakazuki's birthday is on the 16th of next month, Kaido confirmed. Xia said, the target audience of that kid named Jinny is clearly not us, but the pirates. If we can hear it, the hive can hear it too. Tempting the pirates to storm the God Valley and escape during the chaos? Sakazuki frowned. Pirates are greedy, but they are not stupid. Can we expect this nonsensical treasure hunting information to incite them to travel thousands of miles to the West Sea, even risking a dangerous crossing of the calm belt filled with sea kings? Xia said, as long as someone vouches for the authenticity of the treasure information and ignites the pirates' extraordinary obsession with treasure, it is possible. Later, I will personally go to the hive and invite the Rock's pirates to form an alliance. Big brother, Kaido hurriedly interrupted. I disagree. We have fought with the Rock's pirates for many years, and too many people have died. The hatred runs too deep. What if they're not interested in the God Valley and turn against you? The hive is a pirate island. It is their home turf. It's too risky. Even if it must be done, I will go in your place. With you outside as a deterrent, they wouldn't dare touch me. Sakazuki said, I also disagree. Rox is cunning and treacherous. Calm down. With a wave of his hand, Xia clearly explained, this is a series of schemes. The Rox pirates are the focus of everyone's attention in the hive. By inciting them, we can also provoke other pirates who think we can't let Rox get ahead. When the hive pirates all rush out, I can report the emergency situation and obtain authorization from the Navy headquarters to forcibly requisition other nearby Navy forces for pursuit. The Valley of the Gods is to our southwest, and the Totland Sea is to our southwest as well. Setting off from our side, the routes almost overlap. The hive pirates are one step ahead, leading a group of pirates from all over the New World who are eager to join in. I will lead the Navy in relentless pursuit and inform the Navy headquarters that a large number of pirates are heading to the West Sea. Others may not know, but Fleet Admiral Akainu is a loyal lapdog of the world government, and he is certainly aware of the human hunt. I expect him to order various Navy branches along the way to spare no effort in assisting me to intercept the pirates and prevent them from disturbing the dragon people's enjoyment. In that case, Akainu? The naval and pirate forces near the base and along the migration path will be depleted, not posing an obstacle to your relocation of the people to the Totland Sea. The Bigman pirates occupying the Totland Sea are part of the Rocks Pirates group. At the very least, Captain Charlotte Linlin must obey Rock summons to participate in significant operations, and you can handle the rest of the Charlotte family. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoji added, to be safe, keep Lao Ji and Arlen to assist you. Lao Ji is a fellow from the North Sea, and Arlen is a former slave gladiator. They are standard muscle, not very knowledgeable, but they understand my life-saving grace. Before heading to the West Sea, I will find them and communicate with the core of the guerrilla team. You only need to consider the issues during the relocation process, such as supply routes, climate, and currents. The winds and waves of the New World are unpredictable, and I can't arrange everything in detail. You should consult professional navigators and prepare several backup plans in advance, ready to adapt. Yes, big brother. Akainu saluted solemnly. Xia Jia said, the base's vehicles are actually sufficient. The records are just lacking. There's one nominally decommissioned large warship, one medium warship, and 4 small warships stored in the scrapyard, as well as 1 active large warship, 1 prison ship, 1 supply ship, 2 medium warships, and 5 small warships, along with several assault boats. Additionally, there are 31 fishing boats of various sizes available for the base's people to rent, modified from occasionally complete pirate ships and slave ships. The people have also built 70 to 80 small boats and canoes themselves. There are 47 ships? We never noticed, Kaido exclaimed. Xia Jia coldly retorted, I usually teach you logistics management. When have you ever focused? One person likes to learn Ba'chi and 6 styles and ends up building muscle instead of brains. The other finds logistics management troublesome and swallows it whole. Kaido was suddenly speechless. Ahem. Akainu changed the subject. Big brother, your reason for personally going to the hive is insufficient. Kaido nodded. That's right. I have never been to the West Sea, but I know that the Valley of the Gods is a small island on the edge of the West Sea, a secluded place that does not compete with the world, not a member country of the world government, with a population of around 100,000, Xia Jia said. Akainu was shocked and dumbfounded. 100,000? 100,000 people, all exterminated? Kaido laughed angrily. The world government still has the face to issue bounty notices and loudly proclaim that Roger is a devil? Roger was just having fun. The real devils are the celestial dragons. Human hunt happens every 3 years, and each time, I dare not think about it, damn it. Beasts. Perverts. Xiajia, however, appeared calm. With around 100,000 people in the Valley of the Gods and tens of thousands of inferior slaves, judged by Mariewa, the scale of the hunted is so large. What about the hunters, the celestial dragons? Human Hunt is a game celebration for the celestial dragons. Since it is a game celebration, there will be players, referees, hosts, and live audiences. I estimate that hundreds of celestial dragons will gather in the West Sea. To ensure their safety, how many troops will they dispatch? The God Knights composed of powerful celestial dragons will also select members for the Human Hunt. The CP0 agents of Cypherpole, directly under the celestial dragons, are responsible for the preliminary planning and later aftermath of the Human Hunt. It is likely their task. Navy admirals or Navy admiral candidates who urgently need the celestial dragons' recognition. The celestial dragons do not allow their direct subordinates to be tainted. The Human Hunt and the Demon Slaughter Order are undoubtedly excellent tests for Navy personnel seeking promotion to admiral. Navy admirals or admiral candidates will be responsible for commanding the Navy forces drawn from the Grand Line to escort slaves and gather the West Sea's Navy branches to assist in surrounding the Valley of the Gods. Within the Valley of the Gods, 1 or 2 of the 5 elders will arrive, commanding the Mariewa garrison to escort the celestial dragons. Approximately 300 to 400 ships and 40 to 50,000 troops, Xia Jie said. With such a large setup, your big brother is made of iron, but how many nails can he drive? Inviting the Rocks pirates to ally and pulling a large number of pirates and the Navy to attack the Valley of the Gods, taking advantage of the chaos to rescue people, is the right solution. That kid named Ginny strategy is correct. Don't you also acknowledge that on this rotten sea, even the scum and dregs trust good people more? Therefore, with this condition, I must go to the hive in the name of a righteous good person to gain the trust of Rocks and vouch for the authenticity of treasure information. It is imperative that Akainu's face turned dark. Kaido was excited and blood-boiling. This is so exciting. Waha! Akainu. Xiajie looked serious. If Kaido and I do not return from the West Sea, you should lead people to join the Big Mom Pirates on the spot, regardless of anything else. The non-world government territory in the New World, the Totland Sea where the Big Mom Pirates are located, is rich in resources and does not exclude others, able to support a large number of refugees. Akainu said gloomily, "Yes, big brother Kaido. Come back safely. We haven't left yet." "You're worrying too much, little brother," Kaido said with a grin. Xiajie tidied his clothes, pushed open the window, and stepped onto the windowsill. "If Kaido and I return successfully, that will only be the first step of rebellion. This long road is fraught with thorns and uncertainty ahead, so please be prepared for hard work." "Big brother?" Kaido asked with a half-smile. This rebellion wasn't a sudden decision, was it? Xiajie glanced back. "No. Yes, in short. If we go into detail, the timing for rebellion is not perfect. It should be delayed by 10 to 20 years, or even 30 to 40 years, waiting for significant changes in the world for you to mature, for like-minded comrades to gather, for a defensible stronghold. But in the end, I don't want to wait, and I'm afraid I will be assimilated by this crazy, sick world, accustomed to ignoring the loss of life, losing the courage to fight, and becoming a muddled person, pointed at by the celestial dragons 100 years later, saying, 'Look, this is a slave. When did you decide to rebel?' Kaido asked. "Why? By heaven's decree. Bang, 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 bang." Stepping on the Six Styles moonwalk, a series of sonic booms echoed as Xiajie soared away. Kaido scratched his stubble and looked at Akainu. "What does that mean? Receiving a mandate from heaven? Could it be that Big Brother is telling us he once died and came back to life, having seen other worlds, and that is true?" "You're joking. Dying and coming back to life is a miracle. Big Brother is referencing a biblical story. You're ignorant. The other worlds Big Brother has seen are the worlds of his ideals, a utopia, in a bad mood." Akainu shot back at Kaido. "Big Brother has already given us the answer to your question. Why rebel? Because some people can't survive." "When did he decide to rebel?" "It was back in the North Sea." Kaido shook his head. No, no, no. Big Brother's childhood experiences are similar to the little ghosts from my team and Barrett's endless war country, all child soldiers. Do you see Big Brother like us? Does his thinking and behavior seem like he's struggled on the edge of life and death since childhood, pondering how to get enough to eat and survive, growing up knowing nothing but killing? Is he a monster? This. Akainu was at a loss for words. Perhaps, back in the North Sea, Big Brother's experiences were not as light as he described. Kaido continued shaking his head. No, no, Sakazuki, this matter is real. Even if it's fake, it has to be real. Big Brother doesn't like lies, Sakazuki said. I don't know how to explain it. The celestial dragons pride themselves on being the descendants of the creator with the blood of gods. The males are called saints and the females Mikado, and even the place they live, Mariewa, is called the Holy Land. For hundreds of years, their sacred image has deeply rooted in people's hearts that we can't let them suppress us in terms of identity. Before the rebellion, they were sacred, and we were the Navy. After the rebellion, they are still sacred, and we are the rebels, which is inappropriate. Kaido stumbled through his analysis, relying on his sharp intuition. Sakazuki, wearing a baseball cap, briskly walked away. Weaken the halo above the celestial dragons? Makes sense. But the urgent task is a pile of work. Help me. Kaido. Hey, Sakazuki. I'm a few years older than you. Call me Big Brother when the Big Brother isn't around. Kaido complained unhappily. Dream on. Big Brother is always Big Brother. Are you coming or not? Coming. You're such a stingy guy. Chapter 4. Rock's Pirate Group. Hakenosu, commonly known as the Hive. Oh. The supreme secret that rules the seas belongs to me. Countless treasures of gold and silver. Cough, hee. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see wealth wandering outside. I want every solitary coin to have a home. Set sail quickly and get ahead of rocks. Bang, bang, bang. What's going on at noon? Making such a racket, shooting guns and cannons. Huh? Is this a joke? Using the listening characteristics of the black phone bug, fabricating emergency signals, and tricking us into a treasure scam to fall into a trap. This has always been the Navy's forte. It seems the one with the double pupils is bored and tricked two foolish pirate crews to entertain him. That four-eyed freak is full of schemes. Damn, Am I drunk? How can I see him on our pirate island? No way. I need to lie down for a bit. What if it's true? I don't want to miss out on a chance to get rich. What is the difference between living without money and being dead? Hurry, gather people. Look at Rock's reaction. Damn it. I know who stole the treasures of the hive. As a place where difficult and serious criminals from all over the world are imprisoned. The hive is currently a holy land in the pirate world, always bustling, violent maniacs, scheming ambitionists, brash youths eager for a fight, reckless scum, deserving criminals, and invisible bandits. All kinds of evildoers gather here. How could it not be lively? But today's commotion is even greater than before. Removing the standard Navy cloak, Xiajie, traveling in disguise, did not deliberately hide his appearance as he sped through the densely packed buildings, crossing the chaotic pirates, reaching the central location of the Rock's pirate group. A tall, extravagant, flat stone building shaped like a skull. The pirates of the hive were stirred up and lax in their vigilance. And the Rock's pirate group was no exception, moving through without hindrance. As soon as he entered the door, Xiajie heard Rock's murky and insane voice mixed with the buzzing of the phone bug from afar. What nonsense, Ling Ling. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Stop being willful. Be careful not to regret it. Wahahaha. Blurp blurp blurp. Who am I? I am Roxdy Jibek. You worthless drunk. Getting drunk during the day and not recognizing anyone. John. Call your first mate. Call your first mate to answer the phone. Worthless. You think you're worthy to be captain? Meet up with your drunk captain by dusk. If you delay my grand plan, I guarantee I'll slaughter you. Hello. Wang Ji, speed up the return. Rox kept urging, gathering his partners and direct subordinates. This is also why Xiajie insisted on calling the Rock's pirate group the Rock's pirate group. The Rock's pirate group officially raised the pirate flag and was established 6 years ago, but Rox had already been famous for 18 years, and his grand plan had gathered a group of people for many years. Thus, the Rock's pirate group was born, its core being a gigantic pirate alliance, where pirate crews sought to achieve certain goals by forming alliances. Although Rox held the naming rights for the Rock's pirate group, he was not an absolute captain, only having the right to initiate major actions. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Moam, and other great pirates were not his subordinates. And the Flying Sky pirate crew and Big Moam pirate crew were not subordinate to the Rock's pirate group either. Unlike traditional pirate crews where the captain is the absolute leader, or the traditional large pirate fleets formed around a single pirate crew, the model of the Rock's pirate group was unprecedented and innovative, leaving the world unsure how to describe it. The world government was well aware and subtly guided people to refer to it as the Rock's pirate crew, as they discovered that the Rock's pirate group bore a slight resemblance to the world government of the pirate world. Stop dragging your feet. A lazy donkey takes longer to grind. Goo 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 goo. Irritated, Rox down a bottle of rum, seemingly recalling something, and slapped his forehead. Shiki, go check on the nearby navy. Pay special attention to the Chinyu Island base, and see what that troublesome four-eyed brat is up to. Our plans have been thwarted these years, and we haven't accomplished any big deals, all because of that little bastard. Shiki? The room was excessively quiet, and Rox suddenly felt something was off and turned around. Xiajie was sitting at the main guest position at the dining table. Another person seated at the round table. Gold Lion Shiki had a fierce look, his golden hair thick like a mane, resembling a bloodthirsty lion in his prime. The old nest was easily infiltrated, allowing enemies to casually kill in front of their boss. Your subordinates don't seem reliable, Rox. Staring fiercely at Xiajie, Shiki grinned while biting a cigar, gripping two double-edged straight swords hanging crossed at his waist, named Sakura, Ten, and Moku K. After a brief moment of shock, Rox, with his unruly face, quickly broke into an exaggerated smile, grinning from ear to ear. Nonsense. What enemies? Clearly, it's a distinguished guest. Wahahaha. Leola. Stussy. Your eyesight is impressive. Welcome our esteemed guest. My apologies, little brother Xiajie. Is it okay if I call you little brother? Witnessing Rock's facial transformation skills, Shiki's expression was subtle. Compared to Rock's composure, Shiki's vigilance, the two rare female pirates sitting on the corner sofa, who were reapplying their makeup, were quite fearful, their legs trembling in shock, not daring to move. Bring the wine, bring the good wine, Rox angrily shouted, turning his head with an even bigger smile. Sorry, little brother Xiajie. Your presence is too imposing, scaring our twin beauties of Pirate Island. Xiajie seriously mocked. Leola, the former queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, captain of the Nine-Snake Pirate crew. A classic example of a love-struck brain, a patient of lovesickness. Stussy, Bakin Gomu Stussy, famous for being a big pirate-exclusive project, rumored to be involved with Whitebeard. One with a primitive wild style, the other modern and exquisite, both still slender and beautiful at 40, truly the twin beauties. Leola trembled, her blue pet snake coiling around her arm, also drooping its head. Stussy bit her lip in grievance. Rox couldn't help but comment. Girls care most about their age, don't they? Being so sharp-tongued, one T win you any favors. Wahahaha. I'm not interested in aunties, even though I've never interacted with them. I've at least seen them a few times. Xiajie aimed at Shiki's back. Them, it's my first time seeing. They seem to know you're doing well, and especially came to seek refuge with you. Behind Shiki, kneeling against the wall, were an old man and an old woman in their 60s or 70s, worn and withered. The old man was bald, holding a pipa, while the old woman had broken teeth, wearing 2 red candles, dressed similarly to Shiki, but appearing much poorer compared to his flamboyance. I've long admired your reputation. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Black Charcoal Nightfall. Black Charcoal Nightfall spoke ominously. We are not related to Lord Shiki, although our ancestors have some connection. Fortunately, due to this connection, we are able to shelter under Lord Shiki and survive. We are extremely grateful, Lord Shiki. Bang bang. The pipa made a crisp sound. I am Black Charcoal Zimmeru. Black Charcoal Zimmeru bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Xiajie. Xiajie gazed at the two, the Black Charcoals. Life in Wano country, isn't good either. The famous families have all left home. Legends say Wano is a place of great fortune, with natural defenses, keeping enemies at bay, rich resources, and prosperous citizens. In an instant, the oppressive feeling surged, as if being seen through by the one with double pupils. Black Charcoal Nightfall and Black Charcoal Zimmeru were drenched in sweat, speechless. Legends are legends. Reality is reality. If life in Wano were so good, there wouldn't be people risking their lives to smuggle out every year. Do they really hate Wano's isolationist policy, longing for some overseas freedom? The excuse for the weak to save face. Shurji chewed on a cigar, casting a meaningful glance at the Black Charcoal Twilight Cicadas and the Black Charcoal Zen Pill. Then immediately questioned with a show of bravado. Hey, double-eyed kid, what do you mean by suddenly barging into our territory? Are you impatient to live? Xiajie and Shurji shifted their gazes successively. As the Black Charcoal dusk settled, the Black Charcoal Zen Pill gasped for breath, shrinking humbly into a ball. Rox already understands my intention. If you don't, that's your problem, Xiajie said. I'm not in a good mood and don't want to waste words right now. Let's talk when your people are gathered. Shurji pressed aggressively. You are the Navy, we are pirates, we are enemies. I don't think there's anything good to discuss with a bastard like you. How many of us have you killed in these years? Red Gloves, Flying Wing, One-Eyed Giant, Marlin, Ganzi, Silver Axe also fell. And there are so many grievances from my subordinates. One by one, I remember them all clearly. Forget those superficial grudges, Shurji. A cadre feared Xiajie like a tiger. Ultimately, Rox personally brought out good wine and graciously poured a drink for Xiajie. As our enemy, there's no doubt he's the most terrifying, but what if he were our ally? Xiajie took a sip of the drink and corrected. Not an ally, but a comrade. As a comrade, he will also be the most reliable. Rox laughed heartily, half embracing Xiajie's shoulder with genuine joy. Why, exactly, the most reliable. It's time to forget about Silver Axe and those unreliable ones. Silver Axe, they said. Who is Silver Axe? Ha ha ha. Boom, boom, boom. Have you all gotten a bit too carried away? Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a small giant walked into the room. Chapter 5. We are the bad guys, not seeing the person, but hearing their voice first. Whitebeard's lifeline has arrived, and Stussy hurriedly tries to escape her predicament, stumbling towards the door, feigning a fall. Oh no! A giant hand grabs Stussy just in time, lifting her like a small hen and placing her on a broad shoulder. Stussy, who stands at about 1.7 meters tall, really looks like a small hen, at least when compared to the towering Edward Newgate. who is 66 meters tall. The 36-year-old Newgate is imposing, with golden, smooth long hair under his captain's hat. Small eyes, a large chin, an eagle-like nose, and a rugged face. Of course, what stands out the most is the crescent-shaped, white mustache on his upper lip, earning him the name Whitebeard. How terrifying! Stussy, with tears in her eyes, feels greatly humiliated. Newgate is indeed fearsome, gurgling. Looking at Shadya, Newgate smiles. But it's a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, and his gaze is exceptionally sharp. Upon seeing Newgate, Rox thinks to himself that things are not looking good, and immediately feigns anger, cursing, "Stussy, you little actress, what the hell are you implying to Newgate? Who's really terrifying? Stop stirring trouble. Who would care to deal with you?" Normally, relying on your looks to cause trouble is one thing, but giving Newgate face and still daring to play this game today? Be careful, or I will skin you alive. I'm wronged. Stussy trembles in fear, speechless. Shadya stands sideways, confronting Newgate. The atmosphere suddenly becomes tense. Shiki, enjoying the show, exclaims, "Let us fight. Let us fight. After all, our group is best at infighting." Ha ha ha. Shut up. After attracting Newgate's attention back to himself, Rox scolds Shiki and then calms Newgate down. Calm down. Crackle. Newgate unleashes his Conqueror's Haki. The irregular black-red arcs of electricity weave and rush violently, claws outstretched, creating a soul-stirring, sharp symphony. With exceptional control, Newgate only attacks Shadya, leaving Stussy, who is close by, unharmed. Roar. Howl. It's as if there's a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl in the air, and Shadya's left and right sides, the Crimson Dragon and the Black Tiger, crush the violent surge of electricity. Fanning the flames is Shiki, who claps and praises. Amazing. No matter how many times I see it. I find it hard to believe that your Conqueror's Haki can solidify, like armament Haki, and even shape it at will. Changing the subject. In the past, we were enemies. And there were some questions I couldn't ask, and you wouldn't answer even if I did. Now that we are allies, will you answer my questions? Shiki squints. Shadya, you. Newgate brandishes his great Naginata, the supreme weapon of the 12 Supreme Blades, a huge Naginata that matches his massive physique, and interjects domineeringly, "Hey, Stinky Lion, don't take matters into your own hands. I don't agree to ally with him. He has the Navy, the enemy with blood on his hands from our comrades. How many of our partners and subordinates have been killed by him? You think turning enemies into friends is that easy? It's not that simple. Your disagreement doesn't matter, old man." Shiki, undeterred by the imposing Newgate, replies, "I agree." Rox agrees. That makes it 2-1. Lingling is expected to join us halfway, so she abstains for now, leaving those qualified to vote. Wang Ji and John, with reluctance, do you think they will agree to ally with a righteous man of good character, reputable, and dedicated to helping the suffering, even if the other side is the Navy? Rox rubs his cheeks vigorously, his mouth involuntarily curling up. Newgate, you've got a problem with your thinking. You need to know whether Shadya is Navy or not doesn't matter. By any standard in the world, he is a good person, and even his enemies. We must acknowledge that what he does isn't bad. We, including our comrades and subordinates who were killed by him, we are the bad guys. He is the damn villain. Isn't it only natural for the villain to be taken down by the good? Why are you so hung up on it? Our group, best at infighting, always follows the jungle law of survival of the fittest. They were killed by Shadya because they were weak, unfortunate, and eliminated. No one else is to blame. Shiki adds, a flash of insight strikes Rox. Oh, you don't actually care about the partners and subordinates of the Rox pirates. You care about those few partners and subordinates of yours who were killed by Shadya. Do you really think those few pieces of trash are family? You shall not insult them. Newgate roars. Shiki is taken aback. The dream is to have a family, and then to find family among pirates? Ha ha. That is too funny. You are simply an unintentional comedy master, Newgate. That is too funny. No tears. Newgate, my old friend. My suggestion is that you might as well look for family in a garbage heap, and if you're lucky, pick up a few abandoned babies to raise, while doing some good deeds. Ha ha ha. Rox and Shiki are in perfect sync, singing in harmony, mocking without restraint. Newgate's forehead bulges with veins, swinging his naginata, a tremendous energy building up. Shajia suddenly says, "There's nothing to laugh about." "What profound insights do you have, little brother Shajia?" Rox struggles to hold back his laughter. Shajia speaks plainly. "Have you ever thought about why humans live? People live to overcome fear and insecurity, to find peace, to gain fame, seek power, and acquire wealth. All for peace of mind. To search for family is for peace of mind. To practice martial arts is for peace of mind. To guard peace is for peace of mind. It's all to find peace of mind. Living is all about finding peace of mind, just different ways to achieve it. Nothing to laugh about. Moreover, Newgate's way of finding peace of mind is much less harmful than yours." Newgate's expression softens. "We are on your side, double-eyed." Shiki reminds with displeasure. Shajia shakes his head. "No, you and Rox are on your own side. You are true pirates, cruel, cunning, ambitious, and without limits. So you dare to discard the grievances of the past as enemies and treat me as a guest, while those who resist me, like Newgate, fear me, Stussy, Garoliosa, and the other pirates, their attitudes are normal. They're normal pirates." Rox scratches his head, seemingly shy. "True pirates? That's flattery, little brother Shajia. Ha ha ha. Good compliment." Shiki interjects. "I'm a true pirate. What about you? Who are you?" "I'm not referring to your identity as a Navy officer." Shajia replies. "Is this the question you wanted to ask me?" "Exactly. If a person doesn't know who they are, they can't move forward with conviction, let alone master such powerful conquerors hockey." The old pirates on the sea said when teaching hockey, steadfastness is strength. All the power in the world has varying degrees of idealistic color. Especially hockey, with conquerors hockey being the most so, Shiki adds. Observation hockey is the sixth sense extended from the five senses. Armament hockey is the armor and weapon extended from the flesh. And conquerors hockey is the king's qualification extended from spirit. Your conquerors hockey is ridiculously powerful, unparalleled in the world, proving you have great spirit, but you have submitted to the world government, choosing to be a mere Navy major for a full 8 years. What exactly are you steadfast in? Who do you think you are? A curious question. Everyone pricks up their ears. "I want to answer you now." Shajia replies. A wave of disappointment. Shajia continues. "I will tell you all in the Valley of Gods in the West Sea. Tell the world who I think I am and what I'm steadfast in." How presumptuous. This involves little brother Shajia as capital for survival. Shiki, you've overstepped. Rox mocks. Shiki isn't embarrassed. "Just asking. Ha ha ha. I simply want to explore the powerful secret of my conqueror's hockey, and I'm willing to share." Shajia said. "The reason conqueror's hockey is the highest form of mental power is that it cannot awaken or strengthen through training. Its awakening usually accompanies intense emotional outbursts. Its strength often depends on the changes in one's state of mind. The state of mind does not only refer to courage, ideals, beliefs, will, and perspective. Emotions influence the state of mind, and the state of mind aligns with actions, complementing each other. Conqueror's hockey is both a king's qualification and has its rarity, said to be 1 in a million. Not everyone possesses it, yet everyone listens intently, resulting in complete silence. After a long while, Shiki was the first to speak. "Is that all? You want more from a true transmission in just one sentence? Didn't Xiajia's younger brother explain it clearly? Should I chew up the food and feed it to you, you fool?" Rox mocked. Shiki, irritated, bared his teeth at Rox, glancing at Whitebeard. "Did you understand, Newgate? The path to becoming a king is like rowing against the current." Newgate fell silent, sitting down to avoid Xiajia's gaze. Shiki, feeling displeased. "What else with the riddles? Riddlers, get out of the hive." In doing things, one must have a broad mind. Without it, no matter how strong one is, they ultimately amount to nothing but low-quality goods. Xiajia seemed to be retorting Shiki, his heterochromatic eyes still fixed on Newgate. Shiki, feeling gloomy, exhaled smoke. Rox offered more flattery. "Thank you for the guidance, Xiajia. Let us have a few drinks. Just wait a moment. Wang Ji and John are arriving soon, and then we will formally discuss the alliance. Don't we need to wait for everyone to gather, or for a majority vote?" Xiajia asked knowingly. "Isn't the Rox pirate group, known for promoting equality among each other? How can a few of you make decisions for 30 or 40 captains?" Rox replied confidently. Doesn't the world government also promote equality? Not all 170-member countries attend the World Conference, right? There is equality, but based on the position derived from strength. Some are always more equal than others. Chapter 6, they are not irreplaceable. It's truly unbelievable. I actually saw the Navy's four-eyed monster chatting and laughing with the pirate leaders at the pirate stronghold. Show some respect. That man has sharp eyes and ears. Be careful, he doesn't find a reason to deal with you. Cackling, you still don't understand? It's definitely related to the treasure of the West Sea, and there are certainly circumstances we don't understand, but without a doubt. Summer Jia's initiative to seek cooperation with us, these lousy pirates, indicates his determination to betray the Navy. This is an unprecedented rebellion that will surely stir up huge waves. Once he changes his stance, not only will the Navy's control over the Rox pirates disappear, but that power will also become an asset for the Rox pirates. Wouldn't we be invincible? He is Zhong Tongzi, one of the strongest fighters in the world. Together with Big Brother Rox, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, Wang Ji, Captain John. The lineup is too luxurious. The Rox pirate group roughly maintains an alliance of 30 to 40 pirate crews, mixed with a small number of solitary pirates like the ancient Goro Liosa. Technical pirates like Stussy. The number is not fixed because pirates are inherently rebellious and ruthless, often engaging in violent confrontations and keen on the strong eating the weak. The ones best at expanding their ranks through cunning and plunder are the absent Big Mom, followed by Rox, who worships Davy Jones and loves Davy Back Fight. A game of seizing crew members and pirate flags among pirate crews. Reducing members, replenishing, then reducing again, and replenishing. This cycle continues. Many pirates who later joined the Rox pirates learned the ropes, and when Rox initiated significant actions, they would hesitate and prefer to obey from a distance rather than discuss face-to-face. However, there were still some bold and lively guys who came to the hive to stir things up, even if their qualifications only allowed them to sit at the kids' table. It didn't stop them from whispering excitedly. Sitting at the main table were Rox, Shiki, along with Newgate, chatting leisurely with Summer Jia, as familiar enemies and unfamiliar allies. Their probing of Summer Jia was evident. Summer Jia, my brother. Rox stood by the window and asked, what do you think of our hive? The coastal reefs form the first line of defense, easy to defend and hard to attack. The interior, which was originally a rocky mountain, has been carved into a densely packed architectural complex guarding a massive skull-shaped building. It seems extravagant, but if the enemy breaks through the first line of defense and gets entangled in the urban warfare of the second line, the skull-shaped building, which usually serves as a lookout tower, can also become a high ground during wartime. Summer Jia looked out the window and said, the island's natural landscape, combined with the chaotic terrain shaped by human hands, paired with the open terrain outside the island with no visual obstructions, is indeed suitable as a venue for illegal gatherings. Whether resisting with the terrain like a swarm of bees stinging or using the terrain to scatter like a swarm, it is very convenient. Pirate Island Hive lives up to its name. Waha! Rox proudly put his hands on his hips with your evaluation of Pirate Island. My expenditure of money and effort is not in vain. Shiki's eyes flickered, but, Rox was taken aback. Summer Jia said leisurely, but Hakanosu Island has barren land, lacks production conditions, and is not suitable as a base for development. Its depth, space, arable land, population, and industry, apart from that connection to the underground world, which originally supported the heavy criminals exiled by various countries and now supports you pirates, are severely lacking in every aspect. What do you mean? Rox scratched his head. We are pirates. Do we need production? Summer Jia replied, you asked me. What do you think of our hive? My. Rox tapped his forehead. Shiki, puffing on a cigar, pondered. Your perspective is quite strange, Summer Jia. What is strange? Rox asked. After frowning and thinking for a while, Shiki self-deprecatingly cursed. I can't say. It's just very strange, damn it. I've suffered due to a lack of culture. Waha! Like a king critiquing his territory? Newgate suddenly interjected. Shiki clapped his hands. Exactly. Like a king. No, wait, that's not right. Kings wouldn't consider things this complicated. Those self-important noble lords only think about squeezing out the last drop of oil from their territory for their own extravagance. Your thinking is even stranger. Shiki, you all are. Summer Jia questioned. You clearly possess catastrophic destructive power and combat strength that rivals nations, and you despise those extravagant and immoral nobles. Why not use your own strength to hang them and overthrow them? They are not irreplaceable. Instead, you have become like pirates, oppressing the common people. Rock smacked his lips. They are not irreplaceable? That sounds invigorating. We are in agreement. There is no eternal power in this world. But I don't know how to respond to the rest of what you said, my brother Summer Jia. We worked hard to scam the world government, seize the hive, and create a paradise for pirates as a base to annihilate the navy and conquer the Holy Land, only to encounter you right out of the gate. You are the one stopping us from hanging and overthrowing those noble lords. Shiki said. Summer Jia gazed coldly at Rocks. Shiki, I have never stopped you from doing that, but you have never done so either. You harm ordinary people. Zhong Tongzi, you accuse us of never doing that, but what about you? Have you done it? You didn't do it either. You even joined the Navy, upholding the most disgusting and trashy celestial dragons among those noble lords. Shiki sneered coldly. Summer Jia replied, how do you know I haven't done that? I did it in the North Sea, but apart from myself, no one did it. I was isolated and helpless. As for joining the Navy, I did not uphold the interests of the celestial dragons. I upheld the order established by the world government, holding on to the hope that the established order, which has lasted for over 750 years, can maximize the protection of the majority of ordinary people so they can live and work in peace was my original intention for joining the Navy. I remember now. Rocks hurriedly rummaged through boxes and cabinets, pulling out an old newspaper to check. Look, Demon Child rampages. Germa 66 nightmare reappears. The headline from the World News Weekly on June 21st. 76. Summer Jia, my brother, caused a ruckus in the North Sea, killing heavily, frightening the countries in the North Sea to jointly offer a bounty, and even used the old story of the Germa kingdom conquering the North Sea in 66 days 200 years ago as a metaphor, urging the world government to send the Navy to eliminate Summer Jia. Rock's boxes and cabinets were filled with layers of old and new newspapers, marked with dates and sticky notes. Collecting newspapers is my little hobby, and it's also a way to gather intelligence. Newspapers are the best intelligence channel, cost-effective. Seeing Summer Jia observing his boxes and cabinets, Rocks explained, at that time, you were only 17 years old, young yet formidable in the North Sea, truly admirable. I once thought about inviting you to join the Rocks Pirates, but unfortunately, the New World was far from the North Sea, and the Navy got there first. Summer Jia said, it's fortunate that your Rocks Pirates emerged, forcing the decaying Navy to flounder and compelling the world government to issue a conscription order to the Navy to strengthen its forces. Otherwise, they would not have easily overlooked my dangerous actions in the North Sea and recruited me to join Navy. Wah! Rocks laughed heartily. Fate. It's all fate. Shiki snatched the newspaper for a quick glance and exclaimed, you really did it. All right. Ha ha ha. But why? Why did you cause a ruckus in the North Sea? The newspaper didn't write the reason. It focused on the terrible consequences of your rampage in the North Sea. Because I discovered, since arriving at Hakanosu Island, Summer Jia's expression changed significantly for the first time, becoming eerie and terrifying when the most powerful nobles and the wealthiest tycoons gather. Do you think they are conspiring to control the world and dictate human fate? Reality is like a damn lowly island, fiercely lowly. It's not enough to just be fierce. They also kill and slaughter. Rocks is filled with righteous indignation. What a bunch of maggots, utterly foul. They are even worse than us rotten pirates. At least we rotten pirates gather together for the sake of seizing treasure and dominating the seas. Come, let us drink, let us drink. Let us toast. You got all backward, Xiajia. Newgate seemed to miss the rhythm. We are not pirates because we have great power. We have to be pirates because we must possess great power. Shiki mocked. You're a bit slow, aren't you? The topic has already moved on. The necessity of having great power is understandable. Making a living at sea isn't easy. But why must we be pirates? I can't understand that. My background is no better than yours. I come from the North Sea, the land of turmoil, and the kingdom of endless war on the Grand Line, you know? They're pretty much the same. I was forcibly enlisted at 5. I had to tie bombs navigate landmines, transport weapons, shine shoes, wash clothes. And being insulted and beaten was a daily routine. Xiajie said, suffering is not an excuse for going astray. You should tell that to the world government, to the pirates and human traffickers who destroyed my hometown, and to the bastards who made me suffer. Newgate scoffed. Xiajie said, so you willingly become a pirate, colluding with human traffickers? What did you say? Who colludes with human traffickers? Clarify that. Don't slander me. It's true, I became a pirate, but I don't engage in the dirty dealings of human traffickers. Newgate was furious. Xiajie stared unwaveringly. Don't you know that the few partners and subordinates you consider family secretly engage in slave capturing and trafficking? Everyone in the Rocks Pirates knows that. Newgate was stunned, his fierce demeanor deflating completely. I warned you they were trash, but you didn't believe it. If you don't trust my character, at least trust Xiajie's character, right? Shiki gleefully taunted. Rocks interjected. It's all in the past. Why talk about it? Let us talk about the future, a bright future. Captain Rocks, Wang Ji has docked. An announcement came from outside. Rocks said, the night is long and dreams are many. Let us not wait for John. Newgate, do you still oppose this? If so, I'll contact Charlotte Linlin remotely through the snail phone. You know her choice, Wah? She has always admired our brother Xiajie. Don't contact Charlotte Linlin, Xiajie interrupted. Shiki smugly said, don't you like divorced women with children? Although Linlin has been divorced quite a few times, 12 in total, and has had many children, 19 sons and 11 daughters, she is only 30 this year. In her prime, wealthy beyond measure, a true super beauty and super rich lady in our pirate world. The nickname BIGMOM is just slander from others. You really don't want to consider it? You have ghosts at home. Do you know that? Xiajie took over the conversation. Rock squinted. What do you mean? Chapter 7. That man has always been angry despite Newgate's negative attitude. Rocks, Skypea, and Charlotte Linlin basically agreed, and the opinions of others no longer mattered. The Rocks Pirates successfully formed an alliance with Xiajie, who then left, facing the direction in which Xiajie departed. The crackling sound of the bonfire behind them flickered light and shadow, and Rocks remained silent for a long time, his expression fluctuating. Wang Ji, with long hair and pointed ears, had a long, snake-like tongue dangling at the corner of his mouth. John, who barely arrived before dusk, lay slumped in a chair, his gaze vacant and hollow, with the heavy smell of alcohol emanating from his light purple hair and bright red coat, clearly appearing drunk. What do you think, Rocks? Skypea rubbed the hilt of his sword. Human hunting? That's truly shocking. Ha ha, isn't it a bit absurd? The previously silent Guruliosa attempted to analyze calmly. Things at sea are often more absurd. Shut up. Who asked for your opinion? Skypea scolded angrily. Stussy, sitting sideways on Newgate's shoulder, complained sweetly. Why are you picking on Guruliosa, Skypea? You big men are all bastards, just bullying us little women. That four-eyed monster belittles us. And you don't stand up for us, humph. Newgate is the best. However, the four-eyed monster may be rude, but he is genuinely upright. And if even he cannot be trusted, then who in this world is worthy of trust? Mind your little toys. Newgate scanned Stussy's neck with an unfriendly look. Newgate poured himself a drink. You're too excited, idiot. Perhaps he smelled the bloodshed emanating from the unprecedented top war. After all, he is a lion-like pirate, the Golden Lion. Wang Ji said softly, hundreds of celestial dragons, tens of thousands of navy, pirates, and hundreds of thousands of civilians gather on a small island at the edge of the West Sea to participate in a treasure hunt composed of human tragedies. The strong of the navy, various great pirates, and the knights of God will all appear. How exciting. That's right. That's right. How could we refuse such a grand event? I'm willing to die just to witness it. Captain Rocks, give the order. The pirates clamored recklessly. Clearly, as soon as Xiajie left, the pirates, who had lost their powerful deterrent, regained their vigor. John, lying like a corpse, twitched and sleepily looked around. Is it so lively? The banquet. Is it starting? Why wasn't I called? Skypea cursed disgustedly. We'll start as soon as we take care of you. Damn it. Get away from here and puke. Useless drunk. This group of fools was overly excited and had lost their minds, Newgate said. Rock suddenly turned around and stared at Newgate. You doubt Xiajie, but what do you doubt? Is it the information he brought? Is it the motive that prompted him to boldly betray the world government and invite us to ally? Is it the goal he hopes to achieve, or something else? Doubt requires sufficient reason, especially when the object of your doubt is a well-known good person, a good man, or even a saint who seems to have walked out of storybook. I don't doubt the information he brought. The hive mind definitely has an insider. Since the Navy's guerrilla troops have repeatedly and precisely disrupted our plans, we should have understood. The strange theft of the treasure on Pirate Island further confirms this. Only the world government has the professional spy organization, Cypherpol, capable of such infiltration. Human hunting is definitely true. There are no walls in the sea that don't let the wind through. I have heard rumors that the celestial dragons frequently descend to the lower world for so-called study trips, or that the Navy has large-scale mobilizations of unknown circumstances. If I recall correctly, both events occurred simultaneously every 3 years, and the last time was 3 years ago, coinciding with the cycle of human hunting. Newgate furrowed his brows and spoke at length. I doubt his motives and objectives even less. It involves the lives of hundreds of thousands. Even a heartless person would not be indifferent to the inside story, let alone someone who speaks of justice and morality. However, just because he doesn't lie doesn't mean he's not deceiving us. He is definitely hiding something we don't know about. What exactly it is, I don't know, but he is certainly concealing it. Isn't it still you who feels something is wrong? Skype sneered. Ha, I think you're just jealous of him. Newgate was furious. What the hell are you talking about? What am I jealous of him for? Jealous of him being upright, even urging us to die in a seemingly honorable way. That is what Shajia is hiding. The subtext is that he wants us to share the danger of provoking the celestial dragons. After all, it is an ironclad rule of the world government that offending the celestial dragons is not allowed. Skype's sarcasm intensified, and you, Edward Newgate, with your twisted and contradictory personality. If you try to be a good person, you're not pure. If you try to be a bad person, you're not thorough. You're not a real pirate. You're a playing house pirate. Ha, swish. Newgate suddenly erupted, swinging his glaive in a wide arc bang. Skypea was not slow to respond, blocking with his dual swords. Clang! The clash of swords rang out, and the force of their impact instantly overturned tables and chairs, leaving the hall in disarray. The four-eyed guy was very angry, extremely angry, on the verge of exploding. Rox ignored the conflict between Newgate and Skypea, grinning widely and laughing heartily. Did you see me call him Brother Shajia? Look at his stuffy expression. Wahahaha. Rox went mad, causing Skypea to be the first to stop fighting. That guy is definitely not a saint. Whether he is a good person or a kind person is debatable. You all trust him too much. If he betrayed the world government to save people, why didn't he betray them earlier? He is a Navy Rear Admiral and hasn't been to Mariewa. Can't he hear the wails of the hundreds of thousands of slaves imprisoned in Mariewa? I can hear them even passing through the smuggling tunnels under Mariewa. Newgate, looking down at Rox from a height, retorted angrily. If one day he dares to attack Mariewa and rescue those hundreds of thousands of slaves, I will kneel before him in admiration, wholeheartedly, worship him. He has already told you his original intention for joining the Navy. Spitting out the extinguished cigar, Skypea lit another one. Stussy hurriedly said, "Calm down, Newgate." John mumbled vaguely. Attacking Mariewa? Possible? Saving hundreds of thousands of slaves? Nonsense. That is Mariewa, the world center where the celestial dragons reside, the holy land of the world government guarded by the Navy. Hey, Rox shouted loudly and seriously. I'm saying, Shajia, that man has always been angry. We were wrong, terribly wrong. When we were enemies, we thought he was full of compassion and was thus righteous in hating evil. Now that we are allies, only up close did I realize, no, not at all. It is out of hatred. He simply hates everyone in this world unequally. Giroliosa asked, including the civilians he desperately protects? Exactly. He hates their lack of effort and is angry about their misfortune, Rox affirmed confidently. No one refuted. Rox possessed this insight into human nature, which was the root of his leadership of the Rox Pirates, and another root was his strength. Rox widened his eyes, spread his arms, and waved wildly. His emotions are screaming. They all say you're a monster, that you eat people. It doesn't matter. We are not afraid. You eat us, live on with our lives, and send them all down to accompany us. Them, the Navy, pirates, rich merchants, nobles, celestial dragons, trash, scum, bugs, beasts, bastards. They eat us and still smack their lips in front of us, calling us ants. Lord Shadja, eat us. It's better than us being eaten by them. Wow. Skypea exclaimed, that's too abstract. Rox D. Zebek. But the strongest emotion that my observation hockey resonates with is this. Observation hockey is the sixth sense that extends from the five senses, with its basic effect being the perception of an enemy's attack trajectory outside of one's visual field. The emotions of life, their strength or weakness, the position and quantity of objects, etc. The focus, range, and intensity vary depending on individual conditions. At its highest level, observation hockey can briefly predict the future. Rox is a special user of observation hockey. This special type of observation hockey is also innate and even rarer than the Conqueror's hockey, which is said to symbolize a king's qualifications. The three most renowned holders in the world happen to be notorious pirates: Gold, Roger, who can hear the voices of all things, Bartholomew Kuma, who can read minds, and Rox, whose emotional resonance allows him to resonate with the emotions of others through his special observation hockey. The stronger the target's emotions, the clearer the information he can extract from them. One might as well believe that Shanks is a more reliable ally than a suspicious one. He is using us. But aren't we also using him? Previously, he hated us, the pirates. Now he hates the world government the most. We have experienced the feeling of being targeted by him, which is unpleasant. It's time for the world government to have a taste of it. Rox, full of vigor, declared, the treasure is in God's Valley in the West Sea. Whoever gets it will be the winner. Let's compete. Set sail. Oh, 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 oh. The crew responded, bustling with excitement. The Rox pirates set sail. News quickly spread to Hakanosu Island. Wang Ji, you have a wide network. According to the suggestion of the Four-Eyed Guy, call on other pirates to act together. The Solitary Red, Bondi Walled, the Conical Green Pepper, Flower Tiger, and others with some fame, send them all a treasure hunt invitation. Roger, you don't need it. You know why. Rox took the lead, whispering instructions to his sides. Shiki, you're the float fruit user, the most mobile. You're a true pirate, one of us. Among so many partners, I admire you the most. Find the mole and take him out. Hanging, piercing, dragging the keel, walking the plank. Do as you please. Shiki glanced sideways. Are you suspecting my newly joined subordinates, Kineman and Kineman's son? They are indeed sneaky, but it's not them. They don't have guts. Rox darkly said, I suspect John. He has both guts and capability. He seems very guilty today, drinking less and talking too much. What do you think of the common people? Do you think they are kind and harmless angels? What a joke. Those guys are the most cunning. They ask for rice but don't give it. Ask for face but say they don't have it. In fact, they have everything. Just lift the floorboards and see. If not in the cellar, then in the storage room, you'll find plenty: rice, flour, salt wine. Go deep into the valley to see. There are hidden crops, livestock and fish ponds. They seem loyal but are the best liars. They lie about everything. When they're asked to support, they only want to provide everything except actual help. Don't even think about them providing timely assistance. Never expect them to do anything for you. They only remember to come crying to you when they are oppressed and exploited to the point of true despair, selling their misery for sympathy, even willing to sacrifice their lives. Listen, the so-called common people are the most stingy, ignorant, short-sighted, despicable, cowardly, lowly, and malicious. They are a rabble. But who made them this way? It's you. It's you, the rulers. You all should die. Burning fields for war, destroying islands, abusing labor, humiliating women, killing resistors. What do you expect the common people to do? What should they do? Excerpt from a movie, Seven Brothers, year 1954. Chapter 8, The Empty Marshal, July 6th. Marineford Island, Navy Headquarters. Is there still no news from Chinyu Island Base? The empty figure in the labor office had a broad forehead, raised eyebrows, and a sharp nose, with a physique that was extremely robust, resembling a bear or a tiger. Yes, not yet. A hesitant rear admiral on one side said, Mr. Kong, all outposts and bases stationed at the front line of Hive have reported emergencies. Even a remote G-14 fortress has alerted headquarters. The Rocks Pirates, led by the Rocks Pirate Group, have gone berserk. Yet the nearest Chinyu Island base has fallen silent overnight. Should we proactively call to inquire? Kong raised his head in surprise, examining his adjutant. I worry that the Chinyu Island base may have encountered. The adjutant explained half a sentence before awkwardly shutting up at lightning speed. With a light sigh, Kong said, "You know very well that the Chinyu Island base cannot encounter any accidents." Yes. The adjutant stood straight in training. Kong simply crossed his arms and leaned back, closing his eyes to relieve the fatigue from the night. The one guarding the Chinyu Island base is the guerrilla team, led by Xia Jie, the renowned heavy eye. It is not because of the Chinyu Island base that there is a heavy eye, but because of the heavy eye that there is a Chinyu Island base. It is not even because of the hive that there are outposts and bases stationed at the front line of hive, but because of the heavy eye that there are outposts and bases stationed at the front line of hive. After a pause, this was not something I said, but something the old marshal said at the beginning of the year when he retired. At that time, the old marshal was very distressed, weakly holding my hand to explain the work priorities, one of which was that matters concerning the heavy eye must be treated with utmost caution. He repeatedly urged me to temporarily set aside the high front line area, prioritize consolidating the headquarters, then reorganizing the branches within the Grand Line, and finally tidying up the divisions across the seas. As long as the heavy eye can hold on at the front line of hive, we will handle the situation accordingly. Kong said, "Savi, do you know why?" Savi hesitated. Because Major General Xia Jie has extraordinary strength? That's one reason. It doesn't matter if you don't know. The old marshal never made it explicit, only subtly reminding me that if you can figure out the troubles surrounding Xia Jie, you will likely be a qualified admiral. Kong opened his eyes. I initially thought like you, but the Navy is not lacking in extraordinarily powerful figures like Sengoku and Garp. Their strength is among the best in the sea. In terms of personality, Sengoku is unconventional, and Garp is more of a problem child. Compared to them, Xia Jie is brave and fearless, morally upright, and can be regarded as a model of the Navy. Savi said, "Forgive my ignorance." Because of his background, Kong said, "I recently figured out Xia Jie is not a civilian powerhouse recruited by the Navy through world conscription, but essentially an unstable element that the government has pacified through world conscription. Recruitment and pacification, just a word apart, the Navy, the government, their positions are different, and the political significance is worlds apart." Savi was left speechless and confused. Kong said, "Therefore, the higher-ups of the government are suspicious of him. And over the past 8 years, they have repeatedly used the excuse of his shallow qualifications to reject the promotion applications submitted by the headquarters, ignoring his outstanding merits. In fact, he has effectively taken control of the Chinyu Island base, operating the guerrilla team as his private army, listening to the orders from Marineford, but not to the proclamations from Mariewa. The outposts and bases stationed at the front line of Hive are not just monitoring the Rocks Pirates. It's too complicated." Savi scratched his bald head, murmuring dejectedly, "Mr. Kong, you are a qualified admiral now. I can't keep up with your pace, and am probably not a qualified admiral's adjutant." Kong comforted him. "Don't be discouraged, Savi. My old friend, you've been my trusted aide for half my life. Since I was a lieutenant, you have fought alongside me. How many storms have we weathered together? I don't remember you as a man who shouts and retreats when facing difficulties. Is it difficult for you as an adjutant, but not for me as a marshal? We are both being forced to face challenges. Who would have predicted that the old marshal, as strong as an ox, would suddenly fall ill? As the only serving admiral, not yet 50 years old, I inexplicably succeeded him in rank." Kong said. The old marshal left behind a pile of thorny problems unfulfilled. The factional conflicts within the Navy are becoming increasingly acute. Corruption is rampant in both the headquarters and branches, and the divisions across the seas are even worse. The talent pipeline is also blocked. Everyone is struggling, so let's just make do with it. All for the sake of justice. Savi perked up a bit, standing at attention and saluting. All for the sake of justice. The blockage of the talent pipeline is the most troubling. If only Garp could be promoted, and if Xia Jie could execute the demon-slaying order, offer loyalty to the higher-ups of the government, they, along with Sengoku, could complete the admiral structure to assist me. Enough to support the Navy's prosperity for 20 to 30 years. No, 40 to 50 years, 50 to 60 years. Xiajie is 25 years old, terrifyingly young. In 20 or 30 years, he will only be in his 40s or 50s, in the prime of his life. Kong lamented. Unfortunately, Garp refuses to compromise, and Xiajie is unwilling to bow his head. Why don't they understand? Purposeful compromise is a form of wisdom. It is easier to realize one's ambitions when standing in a high position, without standing in a high position to participate in politics. Many things are beyond one's qualification to know. Just like when I was an admiral, my rank was equivalent to that of a marshal, just half a rank lower in position. And this marshal, the Grand Admiral, never told me anything about Xiajie. Don't you think highly of Vice Admiral Zifa, Vice Admiral Benset, or Vice Admiral Horyu? They are also candidates for Admiral, Savi said. Kong shrugged. Even among admirals, there is a distinction between strong and weak, let alone candidates for Admiral. Do you think they can compare to Garp or Xiajie? Savi shook his head without thinking. They're the heroes that ordinary people like me look up to, but Vice Admiral Garp and Major General Xiajie are extraordinary monsters. Kong said, in any case, stay calm. Patiently await contact from the Chinyu Island base. Only the emergency situation reported by the Heavy Eye is the real emergency. With the power of the outposts and bases stationed at the front line of Hive, the Rocks pirates will be frightened and howl at the slightest movement. Just then, buzz. The telephone bug buzzed. Savi quickly stepped forward. This is the Marshal's office at the Navy headquarters. I'm a Marshal's adjutant, Rear Admiral Savi. I am Major General Xiajie, the captain of the guerrilla team. There's an emergency situation to report. Please connect me to Marshal Kong. On the other end of the telephone bug, Xiajie was bathed in morning light, having landed at the Chinyu Island dock. Kong's ears perked up, eagerly wanting to take the phone. I am Kong. Major General Xiajie. What's the situation on your side? Yesterday, July 5th, our forward surveillance ship reported abnormal activity at Hive at 11:15 in the morning. Dozens of pirate crews left the harbor. At 11:18, I rushed to the forward surveillance ship, arriving at 12:50, and then at 1:11, I reached Hachino's Island. You personally investigated Hive. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. At 2, 4, and 7 p.m., I captured 6 pirates in batches. Through interrogation, I learned that the abnormal activity at Hive stemmed from the theft of a treasure, causing the pirates to become frantic. But unfortunately, the small fry didn't know what the treasure was. At 9 p.m., I took advantage of the night to infiltrate the headquarters of the Rocks pirate group, where Rocks, along with Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Wang Ji, John, and other big pirates, were plotting to retrieve the stolen treasure. At 9:06 p.m., I was discovered and expelled, returning to the surveillance ship. And today, at 1 p.m., Rocks led the pirates of Hive to mobilize. I continued to track them, and by 5 p.m., I determined that the pirates moving from all directions were heading towards our southwestern direction. The southwestern part of Chinyu Island Base, the West Sea. Kong's heart twitched. Xiajie asked, what happened in the southwest of our base, Marshal Kong? Rocks has pointed the finger at Cypher Pole for the theft of the treasure from the pirate island. What is Mariehua up to? Engaging in such dishonorable underhandedness, and yet leaving clues. Don't ask, don't ask. Kong felt embarrassed and said, this involves government secrets. I cannot speak carelessly. Xiajie said, is it the trouble caused by the celestial dragons? Kong laughed it off. Xiajie said, should we pursue? Pursue. Immediately pursue. Given the large scale of the pirates and the weak position of the guerrilla forces, I grant you the authority to summon the Hive front line outposts and bases. I entrust this to you, Xiajie. Kong Mang said, the G14 branch will support you. The G5 branch is on the pirates' route. I will order Zephyr to cooperate with you. Understood. Communication ended. Kong paced restlessly. This is really an emergency situation. Where is Sengoku? Admiral Sengoku is patrolling the seas. According to the schedule, he is in the East Sea, Savi replied. Kong asked, what about Carp? On vacation in the New World. Savi secretly envied him. After pondering for a while, Kong contacted Mariehua to consult with the Celestial Dragons, the highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei. The Gorosei replied succinctly, no need to panic, just observe the changes. Chapter 9, the unending gratitude on the way to the base meeting room. Do you know what's going on? What is everyone talking about? What do you mean by what's going on? Are you referring to not seeing Mr. Xiajia for a whole day yesterday? Maybe Mr. Xiajia has urgent matters. If there are no urgent matters, he should take a proper rest and relax his tense mind. He's in the prime of his youth, yet is always busy, with a lingering sadness etched on his brow. How can that be? Why not have a sweet romance? Always worrying so much. There are countless poor people in this world, and you can't save them all. A sweet romance. I see you're quite love-struck. Come on, spill it. Which lady have you set your sights on? The barmaid at the tavern? The miller's daughter? Or the widowed Ailey? Wow, how did you two get together? We've been in a relationship for quite some time now, and we're planning to get married in October, asking Mr. Xiajia to officiate the wedding. Congratulations, Xiaofo. But you seem distracted. Your hearing, intelligence, and alertness all drop sharply when you're in love. It was just one day without seeing Mr. Xiajia yesterday. Colonel Kaido and Major Sakaski recalled all personnel from the base, including the fishing team, traders, and even the sentinels from the forward surveillance ships. They ordered the logistics to open the old ships in the waste yard, along with the active ships, to clean up and inventory weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Clearly, it's gearing up for something big. Is the Rocks Pirates group up to no good again? Colonel G, do you have any news? A noisy group of over 10 people looked towards Rao G, who was leading the way. 32-year-old Rao G was fit and strong, wearing an adorable rabbit-eared hat that read Justice. Rao G turned his head and shot a cold glare at the core members of the Navy guerrilla team, making everyone uneasy and stand at attention. Not only the core members of the Navy guerrilla team, but the entire Navy guerrilla team rarely felt unafraid of Rao G, as he often physically beat them up in a legitimate manner. And they had to thank Rao G for his role as a martial arts instructor with the rank of lieutenant colonel. A solitary figure named Alan made gestures. As a former slave gladiator, Alan looked terrifying. He had no ears, no tongue. His face was disfigured, and his body was covered in grotesque scars, making it impossible to determine his age. These were all punishments inflicted by his master for his failures. Alan said he wants to cut off your tongues too. Alan translated his sign language, and Rao Ji felt it was inappropriate, remedying the situation. Hey, Aline, don't say anything that's not conducive to unity. The crowd secretly rolled their eyes. You're the one saying it. Alan found you all annoying, and so did I. I just spaced out and forgot to interrupt you. I must warn you all, don't get too carried away. Don't speak ill of Mr. Xiajia. Not a word is allowed, regardless of your intentions, whether good or bad, even if Mr. Xiajia allows you to think freely and speak freely. Rao Ji's expression turned serious. Mr. Xiajia is a man of great ability and ambition, a natural talent. We, a group of originally inconsequential guys, are lucky to have boarded his grand ship. It's a fortune we can't earn in several lifetimes, and we must learn to cherish it. Yes, Koronelji, why are you all stopping here? Huh? Mr. Xiajia, Colonel Kaido and Major Sakaski told us to have a meeting at 8 o'clock. Stand at attention. The group hurriedly saluted. Xiajia returned the salute and said, I just returned to the base and ran into you all here, so let us chat here at ease. A wide range of observation Haki covered, accurately locating Kaido and Sakaski. Two bursts of Conqueror's Haki exploded and extended, conveying Xiajia's will. Hurry to the Lucian Forest. A technique of the strong with Haki that transmits sound over great distances. In an instant, bang, 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 the sound of hurried footsteps like drumming. As Kaido and Sakaski skillfully used the 6 styles, moonwalked to arrive from the distant meeting room. Major General Xiajia, use your title during work. Xiajia was safe and sound, indicating that the plan was proceeding smoothly, and Kaido and Sakaski understood without needing to elaborate. Let's cut to the chase. Xiajia said, I have decided to abandon my naval identity and detach from the world government. This is a significant matter, and the reasons prompting my decision and future plans I cannot disclose at the moment, at least not for 10 days. Please decide whether to continue following me. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan immediately knelt on one knee without hesitation. Rao Ji acted consistently, following Alan's example. The others, though astonished, quickly showed their loyalty. You will have one more chance to decide. After I disclose everything in 10 days, consider carefully before responding. This concerns your personal fate and future, and I do not wish to have comrades and fellow soldiers who have shared storms with me for years, harboring resentment. Rao Ji sincerely said, who among us hasn't been saved by you? Who hasn't been supported by you? Without you, what fate and future would we have? The gratitude we owe you can never be repaid. We may not have read many books or understand grand principles, but we are certainly not ungrateful people. We vow to follow in your footsteps, Lord Xia Jia. We vow to follow Lord Xia Jia to the death. The crowd expressed their stance, and Kaido and Sakazuki joined in. Xia Jia remained neither happy nor sad, directly instructing, Kaido, assemble Team 01, set sail at 9 o'clock. The others will stay at the base and assist Sakazuki. Yes, Lord Xia Jia, dispersing most of the people. Sakazuki, focus on coordinating the overall situation. Big G, you take over Team 02. Alan, keep a close watch on Team 03. I do not doubt the warriors of the guerrilla team or the people of the base, but under the shadow of unknown panic, it's hard to ensure that no one will act foolishly. Patting Sakazuki on the shoulder, Xia Jia said, as soon as I set sail, immediately activate the horn snail to block communications. We will evacuate the base within 5 days and restore communications in a week. Try to handle things on your own, Sakazuki. I understand, brother. Sakazuki's gaze was resolute. Sakazuki. Kaido wildly picked up Sakazuki and hugged him tightly before turning and running away. Sakazuki fell awkwardly, angrily cursing, idiot bullhead. Take care of yourself. I'm heading to the battlefield with brother. La 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 la. Kaido waved from a distance, laughing heartily. Sakazuki was stunned, lowering his baseball cap. Take care, brother Kaido. July 6th, 9 a.m. Xia Jia led the Navy guerrilla team, Team 01, with 500 troops aboard a large battleship. The flagship piece setting sail. Receiving orders from a naval headquarters, the other 2 bases stationed at the front line of the honeycomb, along with 5 outposts, were summoned by Xia Jia, dispatching a total of 9 medium-sized warships, 9 small warships, 2 supply ships, and 1 prison ship, with a troop strength exceeding 4,000, nearly mobilizing all. Meanwhile, the G-14 branch organized 1 large warship, 3 medium-sized warships, 5 small warships, 1 supply ship, and 1 prison ship, with a fleet of around 2,500 troops. The 2 forces marched forward, encircling and pursuing the pirate army. Chapter 10. The braggart who wastes his days finally arrives. I'm exhausted. Jumping from a neighboring ship onto the open deck of the Peaceful, Prody makes a grand entrance. Hey, little Xia Jia. Little Kaido. Long time no see. Huh? Where's that little tail, Sakazuki? Staying back at Shinyu Island base? Rude old. Bang. Clang, clang, clang. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Big brother. You know it hurts, but you still dare to get distracted during battle? A kick sends the obsessed Kaido, who was begging for someone to train with him, sprawling down. Xia Jia, with slightly dirty clothes, reaches out to invite Prody. Come in and rest. Not bad. Your brotherly bond is really good. If it weren't for little Kaido's unique appearance, just looking at that face, I almost wouldn't recognize who it was. Prody twirls his mustache, shaking his head and teasing Kaido as he walks. Why the fierce expression? So rude. Don't you know you should stand up and salute when greeting your seniors? You need to learn to respect your elders, you little brat. Ha ha. Today's Captain Kaido also got severely beaten and heavily mocked. I declare, Captain Kaido's 417th challenge to Mr. Xia Jia has failed. A huge failure. The excitement is over. Everyone back to your posts. Each to their own duties. Navigator, look out. Be cautious of unusual situations. The guerrilla warriors who were watching the teaching scattered in a rush, leaving behind the battered Kaido lying on the deck, feeling so frustrated that he almost wanted to grab his wolf fawn club and smash Prody's punk rock hairstyle. Old bastard. No respect for the elderly. Relying on age to sell superiority. Prody is not old. At 40, he is in his prime. Part of the middle generation of Navy graduates from the Naval Academy like Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Crane. He previously served as the commander of the Hongyan Island base on the front line of the Beehive, now transferred to G-14 Fortress, holding the rank of Rear Admiral. No respect. Selling age is not false. Prody likes to refer to the younger Navy as little so-and-so, boasting that he was never at a disadvantage when sparring with Garp in his youth to showcase his experience. Xiajie evaluates Prody as a braggart who wastes his days. Because Prody is loose-lipped and careless, Xiajie confirmed early on through him that the world government is on high alert regarding him. And the 2 other bases and 5 outposts of the Navy stationed on the Beehive front line are not only responsible for assisting him in besieging the Rocks pirates, but also for monitoring him. We've been chasing for 4 or 5 days, and we haven't even caught a single hair of the Rocks pirates. We only encountered a few cats and dogs, and a handful of small pirate groups. Prody complains, I even doubt we took a wrong turn. Xiajie pours tea. If we can't catch up and you're unhappy, what if we really do catch up? Aren't you afraid you won't be happy then either? What am I afraid of? Not afraid. Prody replies cheerfully. Anyway, you're taking the heat. Handing over a cup of hot tea, Xiajie says, those small pirate groups are likely just here to join the fun. Meeting them proves we are closing in on the pirate group led by Rocks. Besides, didn't Brugloss notify you? Zifa sent a message that the reconnaissance ship of the G5 branch encountered a vanguard of pirates in Kaja Bay, and both sides exchanged fire, likely alarming the pirates, causing them to speed up. Hey, little Xiajie, what do you think Rocks is up to? Asking the pirates we've captured doesn't clarify anything. These confused fools don't even know why they are running west, constantly shouting about treasure and such. Prody strokes his chin, looking deep in thought but unable to comprehend. It's too strange. Is there really treasure in the west? Or a huge treasure? Otherwise, why would the pirates mobilize? Xiajie responds, the pirates we captured provided some details. Their target isn't the west, but the West Sea. West Sea? Prody is startled. Crossing the Calm Belt to the West Sea? Are you crazy? The Calm Belt is the territory of sea kings. Those giant monsters that are thousands of meters tall are no joke. They love to attack ships that slow down in the Calm Belt. Xiajie explains, the pirates can fly over the Calm Belt to the West Sea. Don't forget Golden Lion Shiki also has the nickname Sky Demon. He is a float fruit user who can manipulate himself or any non-living material to float and fly. If there really is a huge treasure in the West Sea, would the Golden Lion or Rocks pirates allow other pirates to compete? I don't believe they would help other pirates cross the Calm Belt. Even if they were willing, other pirates wouldn't trust their character, fearing they might take the opportunity to cheat, like Golden Lion tossing people and ships into the air. Prody mutters. Xiajie continues. How did the Pirate Alliance come about? When there are sufficient benefits, but it's hard to monopolize, pirates don't mind compromising and cooperating with each other. Prody clicks his tongue. The Celestial Dragons are likely in the West Sea. The treasure in the West Sea is closely related to them, involving government secrets. Marshal Kong is vague and unwilling to reveal the truth. Xiajie looks intently at Prody. The Black Snail can eavesdrop, and this information cannot be discussed openly on communication channels, so I borrowed you from Brugloss, hoping you can act as a messenger and tell Zifa this information and my speculation in person, reminding him to observe pirate movements, alert Marineford, and prepare for a joint operation with my unit, the G14 branch, to cross the Calm Belt and advance into the West Sea for combat. At the moment of eye contact, Prody shudders, realizing, Celestial Dragons? Government secrets? You know me, little Xiajie, I'm a big mouth. Indeed, the tight-lipped Brugloss is the best candidate. She's a ride fruit user who can forcibly control any living creature to ride, easily controlling large birds to fly across the sea, with mobility far superior to yours. But she is the base commander of the G14 branch, and the fleet cannot do without her. Xiajie speaks frankly. She won't do. As a second choice, you're the best candidate. At least I, Brugloss, and Zifa are all old friends of yours, and we can trust you to handle communication among the 3 parties. Prody is filled with doubts. Xiajie states, we still don't know what the government's secrets are, do we? From another perspective, this is your chance to achieve merit and be rewarded. Achieve merit and be rewarded. If I can grind through another 20 or 30 years of experience and retire with the rank of Rear Admiral, the retirement benefits of a Rear Admiral are much better than those of Major. Prody rubs his hands together. I don't have any family to support me. I get a large sum of money every year, and I can live however I want. Ha 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 ha. Xiajie asks, how's your relationship with Zifa? Oh, Prody slaps his chest. My relationship with Zifa. Xiaojie interrupts. Forget about the brothers. Let's skip that part. I'm not unfamiliar with Zifa. We just haven't worked together. This time we might have a joint operation, and I want to inquire about his background, abilities, which faction he belongs to, and whether he is easy to get along with. Zifa. Prody reminisces. Zifa is a very serious and dedicated man. 22 years ago, to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero, he joined the Navy at the age of 14. Xiaojie is surprised. 14 years old? Yes, 14. He is an orphan of the Navy. Both his parents died in battle. The headquarters felt guilty and, considering his difficult youth, allowed him to enlist and sent him to the Naval Academy for training. So he is younger than me, Garp, and Sengoku, but has more years of service than us. When he was 18, we graduated together and went our separate ways. For a long time afterward, I had no news of him, and I once thought he had perished in a real combat assessment. Looking at Xiaojie, Prody sighs. Zifa didn't perish, he was buried. It was a long 10 years of being buried. At the age of 28, he had just been promoted to private. I once thought he would, like me, realize the gap between him and geniuses like you, Garp, and Sengoku, reconcile with the cold reality, grind through his experience, waste his days, wait for retirement, and enjoy a comfortable old age. Who would have thought that guy would build up his strength in silence? Rising after being buried, not just a promotion, but a leap. In just 7 or 8 years, he has become the base commander of 8G5 branch and entered the candidate sequence for the rank of admiral. Truly admirable. Xiaojie remained unfazed. Prody continued excitedly. He is a master of armament hockey, black arm Zephyr. Kind, compassionate, even more so than you. He doesn't T-kill. Unbelievable, right? The most unbelievable thing is that he has the style of an extremely dovish navy. Yet he is not a dovish navy. Oh, Xiaojie played along. Heroes are lonely. Prody lowered his voice to perform a Zephyr impression, chuckling. Zephyr despises forming cliques for personal gain and has always held onto his dream of becoming a hero. An idealistic fool, utterly adorable. Xiaojie nodded and said, There's no time to waste. I haven't even had a sip of tea yet. Little Xiaojie, Prody lamented. Xiaojie earnestly requested, Thank you for your hard work, brother Prody. He lifted the warm tea and drank it down in one go. And Prody took a step forward with a sense of detachment. With you calling me brother, it's not a wasted trip. Count on me. Ha ha. Chapter 11, Who is the enemy? Who is the friend? Big brother. Kaido squeezed into the cabin, and the spacious room instantly became cramped. Xiaojie waved his hand. Kaido sat cross-legged on the floor, bending down. Finding the medicine, Xiaojie applied it to Kaido's bruised face. Don't always rely on your extraordinary talent. Just taking hits from opponents without defense won't do. No matter how high your defense is, remember that a 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an anthole. Defeats often stem from seemingly insignificant negligence. Even if you recover quickly, remember that human strength has its limits. A crisis can arise in the next second. In life and death battles, one should be extremely cautious. Is there anyone in the world stronger than Big Brother? Once I can withstand your attacks, outsiders won't be a threat. Kaido stubbornly asserted. Xiaojie replied, There are always people stronger than you. There are heavens beyond heavens. Big Brother, Kaido changed the subject. You didn't recruit Prody, did you? That old bastard has a big mouth. Xiaojie countered, setting aside personal emotions. What do you think of Prody? Big mouth, rude, pretentious, vain, chasing fame and profit. Utterly worthless. I can't stand him. Kaido's evaluation was blunt, still filled with personal emotion. Patting Kaido's cheek, Xiaojie put away the medicine. The reason you can't stand Prody is ultimately because he has mediocre strength but carries an air of superiority as a senior. Right? Right? Kaido admitted straightforwardly. Xiaojie said, Think of his strengths. The old bastard strengths? Kaido crossed his arms and pondered, mumbling, I indeed have never heard of him fawning over the powerful, flattering the elite, nor have I heard of him being corrupt or bullying the common people. He hasn't done any good, nor has he done any bad. In today's world, that's. Kaido was at a loss for words, unable to believe his own judgment. Xiaojie said, No gold is without flaw, no person is perfect. Prody is not without merit. His flaws lie in his tendency to show off his words, while his strengths are not highlighted due to his mediocre ability. But at least he is a military officer trained at the Naval Academy, with excellent military qualities. And he has come from the bottom, not lacking in experience. He understands the people's lives and suffering, and especially since he has no attachments. Isn't he worth winning over? Worth it, Kaido admitted with mixed feelings. Xia Jie continued. Who is our enemy and who is our friend? This question is the primary issue of rebellion. Currently, Prody and Zephyr are potential friends to win over, while Brugloss, Ponsky Flay, Shondun, Onlion, James Bandel, Kusa, Lindrazor, Caillou, and others are potential enemies to be cut off. All of them? Kaido exclaimed in shock. Except for Zephyr and Brugloss. You have saved the lives of all the others. Big brother, you are their savior. They fought alongside you at the high front, often causing trouble, leading you to sometimes even give up opportunities to expand your victories just to save them. What a great favor. Xia Jie shook his head. Only a few remember gratitude. Moreover, the base commander of the G14 branch, Brugloss, is a dog of the Celestial Dragons. What about the commanders of the other 2 bases stationed at the high front and the 5 outposts? They are the result of the world government's careful selection of the Navy. For someone like Prody, if he is deemed unqualified, he will be immediately eliminated and reassigned. The goals of Mariehua and Marineford are clear. Ability is not important. Loyalty is more important. They fear that they might receive my life-saving favor and relax their surveillance of me, a dangerous element in the North Sea who is slaughtering nobles. Ponsky Flay and the others are spies for the Celestial Dragons? Kaido said, feeling a chill. Leaning back on the sofa, Xia Jie pinched his sour brow. I have modified part of the plan. You say, big brother. Kaido listened attentively. Xia Jie said, I originally planned to confront these new world navies after reaching the West Sea, coercing them and the pirates to attack God Valley. Although this approach is secretive, it is hasty and likely to cause unknown chaos, leading to a loss of control. Crossing the Calm Belt is not far to the heavily guarded God Valley. Once the Celestial Dragons notice, even if they send those West Sea navies to obstruct and interfere, the strategy to attack God Valley will fail. It should be in the Calm Belt when confronting these new world navies, a bit farther from God Valley. Although this approach is not secretive and may easily leak information, it bets on the Celestial Dragon's arrogance and disdain. But it is not hasty, whether it's Zephyr or Brugloss. They don't have the capability to ensure the safe passage of a large fleet through the Calm Belt. Only I have that capability. I don't even need to report to the pirates flooding to the West Sea to seek command. If trouble arises, loyalty is not important. Rank is not important. Ability is more important. They will actively choose to hand over command to me, and it must be me. With command, I have the justification to gather the various officers of these new world navies and carry out a smooth, united front. Xia Jie's killing intent surged. At that time, I will force them to declare their positions. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Kaido, conserve your strength and prepare to assist me in crushing the resistors in an instant, minimizing casualties. Kaido replied, yes, big brother. His eyes flickered. Big brother? Kaido said with a grin, you went around in circles, and you're still teaching me to act cautiously. Xia Jie replied, I'm telling you to stop entangling me in practice. Whoa! Kaido laughed heartily. Sighing in frustration, Xia Jie said, details determine success or failure, just like the part of the plan I modified. My initiative to seek command and the initiative of Kong to choose to hand over command to me mean entirely different things. What's different? Kaido asked casually. Xia Jie said, figure out yourself. I know my brother. You're definitely not a fool. Use your brain. Use my brain. Kaido said impatiently, I just need to follow Big Brother's lead. Staring intently at Kaido, Xia Jie said, what if I die? Big Brother, what are you joking about? Kaido laughed foolishly. Xia Jie's gaze was gentle, but his tone serious. You should also try to stand on your own, Kaido. No one knows what will come first, tomorrow or change. If I die in God Valley, die in Mariehua. I hope you can inherit our cause, overthrow tyranny, and slay the Celestial Dragons. Clear the universe and sweep the seas. Overthrow the vicious slave system and create a bright world for the common people. Are you serious? Kaido looked at Xia Jie. Why not Sakazuki? Xia Jie replied, Sakazuki is young, deep, violent, and has a strong killing intent. He is not good at uniting teams. He is a standard Iron Blood general template, suitable for showcasing talent within a perfected system. You, on the other hand, are rough yet meticulous, with a generous and easygoing personality. Not picky about details. You possess the qualifications to command a region. You flatter me, and I'm not happy about it. Kaido said, holding his neck. Big brother, we haven't even started the rebellion, and you're already cursing yourself to die and arranging your aftermath, as if we're already doomed. Xiajie said, prepare for defeat before victory, and you will be undefeated in 100 battles. You have a lot of wisdom, and I can't argue with you. Kaido patted his butt and prepared to leave. Taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, I figured it out. Kong's initiative to choose to hand over command to you also means he actively chooses to take responsibility and bear the suspicion of aiding the enemy. If he learns of our rebellion, he will likely be in a state of chaos, hesitating about the authenticity of the information, worried about the celestial dragon's punishment, and will react at least a beat slow. Big brother, your modification of the plan is to buy time and create a time difference. With a nod, Xiajie said with satisfaction, isn't your mind quite flexible? Hey Kaido, there's another reason I have hope for you. Your natural lifespan will be longer than mine and Sakazuki's. Kaido reached out to touch the horns on his forehead. Some fishmen and fur tribes also have horns, but they don't have your size. Only the ancient giants are both large and horned. Xiajie said, similar to the Bacchania tribe, which has the bloodline of the giant race flowing through it. I estimate that you are a descendant of ancient giant hybrids, experiencing a phenomenon of atavism. The lifespan of the giant race is long, 3 times that of ordinary people, and most giant hybrids inherit the longevity of the giants. A confused Kaido asked, why is it about lifespan again? The longevity of core members is a fundamental competitive advantage for the long-term existence of a group or faction, Xiajie replied. Chapter 12, The Big Glutton, July 12th. Edge of the Calm Belt. Lingling, I love you. Choose me to join the Charlotte family. Let me be the stepfather of your children. Choose me. Choose me. I'm part of the long-legged tribe. 30-year-old Charlotte Lingling has bright features, a voluptuous figure, and flowing cherry-colored hair, making her a stunning beauty. Standing a height of 8 meters and 8 centimeters, she is truly a great beauty, despite being unattainable and a mother of 19 sons and 11 daughters. Charlotte Lingling still attracts a crowd of pirates who drool over her, enjoying immense popularity in the pirate world, which suffers from a gender imbalance. Shut up, you bunch of flies that want to breed at the slightest whiff of blood. It's so annoying, with Charlotte Lingling's shout. The captain's hat adorned with a skull on her head, and the cartoon sun and clouds floating behind her all glare angrily in unison. 3 anthropomorphized beings, Napoleon the double horn hat, Prometheus the sun, and Zeus the thundercloud, are special homies made from the powers of the soul fruit that Charlotte Lingling uses to harvest her own soul fragments. Residing in her weapon and captain's hat, made from fire and cumulonimbus clouds. They are inseparable from Charlotte Lingling, but are not her avatars. Wow, such a bad temper. No wonder she is big M.O.M. Yes, your majesty. Reward me generously. Captain Rock's. Ultimately, it's Captain Rock's ship. The pirates of his crew dare to tease Charlotte Lingling, but they are too afraid to go against Rox. A single glance from Rox sends them fleeing in panic. Hastily jogging to the ferry that has landed on the deck, Rox awkwardly bows and says, Big Star, please disembark. Stop pretending, Rox. Gathering so many people, most of whom are outsiders. What exactly are you up to? Ask Shiki. That bastard lion man hasn't said a word. If it weren't for the fact that I would regret not participating in this action, which delays my expansion in the Totland Sea, I would let you off the hook. Charlotte Lingling is furious. Shiki, who has brought Charlotte Lingling over, floats in midair, leisurely smoking a cigar. Let us see how you manage to please this hard-to-please young lady. With the ability of the soul fruit, Charlotte Lingling can also fly, but only for short distances. In contrast, Shiki, using the float fruit, is not limited by distance or height. Rox maintains his posture, repeatedly signaling to Charlotte Lingling, symbolically extending his pinky, as thick as Rox's little arm. Charlotte Lingling is unable to hide her disgust as she is pulled down from the ferry. Clap, clap. Rox claps his hands, sending a signal. caramel puffs, mango mousse, chocolate donuts, matcha daifuku apple pie. Charlotte Lingling immediately lights up like a child over 8 meters tall and over 1,000 pounds. This is amazing. Is this a surprise, just for me? Thank you, Rox. I'm so happy, haha. A team of chefs diligently presents various large desserts, surrounding Charlotte Lingling in a pile, easily placating Charlotte Lingling. Rox spreads his hands. Was that hard to please? Shiki leans back in annoyance. Damn, I forgot. I only remembered to avoid talking about the alliance, but forgot that when it comes to food, she is no longer the shining ogre, big Imon, natural destroyer, weather manipulating woman, or world's strongest female pirate. She is just a glutton who has lost her mind. Ha ha ha. Competing with me? You're still too young. Rox boasts proudly, hands on his hips. Losers must accept their defeat. Shiki. Shiki nonchalantly responds. Fine, you're impressive, all right? What are you betting against me for? After a hearty feast, as her emotions stabilize, Charlotte Lingling resumes her state, cursing without putting down her chopsticks. Suddenly treating me with such care, I thought you were being kind. But I was clearly overthinking it, you bastard Rox. Bastard Shiki. You both have empty chests, completely incapable of possessing such luxuries. Turning the conversation, Charlotte Lingling grins, her lips painted with bright lipstick. No matter what you're betting, I want half of the benefits. Rox and Shiki simultaneously burst into laughter. Haha. Despite losing, Shiki is still overjoyed. What we bet on is haha, under the premise that none of us reveals any information about this operation. How Rox will appease a certain furious you. The bet is you're impressive. If you want half of the benefits, are you saying you're impressive or impressive? Huh? Charlotte Lingling is dumbfounded, angrily spitting. Childish. Idiot. Rox says, no more jokes, Shiki. Go scout the G5 Navy, that black arm dog, ISNT strong. But he is enough of a nuisance. Also, check the whereabouts of the Four-Eye Guy and see if he is fulfilling his promise. I'll tally how many pirates have the guts to fly across the comm belt with us. I'm not your little brother, Rox. Don't think you can use me like a donkey. Shiki interrupts unhappily. Rox retorts, I haven't complained about you yet. Blame your poor character. Most people would rather risk sailing across the comm belt, betting on not being attacked by sea kings, than let you use the float fruit to transport them, betting on not being dropped from the sky and killed. Fuck you. Shiki scoffs. Others might be fine with it, but you have the nerve to talk about character? In the previous moment, Rox and Shiki were in perfect agreement. In the next, they are at each other's throats, showcasing the true daily life of pirates. Ultimately, Rox concedes. Those who can do more work. Please, please. Shiki leaves. Rox sighs. If I don't keep this bastard busy, he'll get bored and definitely think of a way to kill me and take over as the boss. The Alliance? The Four-Eyed Guy is undoubtedly Shang-Jizi Shajia. Let us see if Shajia fulfills his promise after finishing the feast. Charlotte Lingling feels relaxed, but immediately senses something amiss. He betrayed the Navy and allied with us? Why? That man has always looked down on us, viewing pirates as ocean trash, wishing he could eliminate us. Rox explains, the treasure on Pirate Island is gone. It's confirmed that it was stolen by traders working with Cypher Pole or spies they planted as prizes for the Celestial Dragon's Carnival. A carnival? Charlotte Lingling frowns. Rox elaborates. It's human hunting, a killing competition hunting humans. It will be held in Goddess Valley in the West Sea in about a week, where a population of 100,000 from a non-world government member country will be slaughtered, along with thousands of slaves eliminated from Mary Geos. Are you kidding me? Charlotte Lingling pales in shock, and even the three special homies tremble in fear. Rox continues, if you don't believe me, believe Shajia. He is willing to give up everything he once insisted on, changing sides to ally with the pirates he detests the most. What for? To save people. Exactly. That man is compassionate and wouldn't allow so many people to be arbitrarily killed. Charlotte Lingling nods, contemplating, recently, there have been rumors on the sea about a great treasure that can control the world. So that is how it is, Rox? I refuse to participate in this operation. Rox's expression changes drastically. Why? I know your overt goal is probably to incite everyone to take back the treasure from Pirate Island. And whoever gets it will be the winner. Your covert goal, I'm afraid, is the great treasure that can control the world. kidnapping the celestial dragons, and threatening the world government. Does that count as a form of controlling the world? And do the celestial dragons not count as a form of great treasure? Mahaha! Charlotte Linlin coldly laughed. Shiki and Newgate are also aware of your madness. But Shiki is an opportunist who hopes to replace you, just as you hope to replace the celestial dragons. Newgate is a compassionate person who can't bear to watch so many people die tragically. His remaining conscience is restless. Anyway, I won't accompany you in your madness. It's your era now. Do as you please. I'll wait patiently for 10 or 20 years until my children grow up and become capable enough to match my strength and build a power of our own. Welcoming our own era. Wahaha! Rox chuckled softly and said, I know you, Linlin. Your talent is indeed terrifying, rare in history, even surpassing the bullhead brother of the four-eyed guy. Eating and drinking makes you ridiculously strong, and no one can compare to us. You cause a ruckus in Elbaf at just 5 years old. Okay, let's not mention Elbaf. In any case, I have no doubt you are the future protagonist of the sea. Charlotte Linlin disdainfully said, Stop rambling. Are you considering how to deceive me? Zeus. Yes. Mom. The cartoon cloud quickly expanded, adjusting to a suitable size for Charlotte Linlin to fly. Rox covered his forehead, seemingly talking to himself. What a pity. What a pity. Charlotte Linlin bent her knees and gathered her strength. Rox sighed. I was considering using this operation to force the four-eyed guy to agree to have a few beautiful babies with you. I've been hesitating about the strong union of you two monsters, and now it's immediately your era. Aren't we wasting it? Fortunately, you refused to participate in this operation, but what a pity. No, it's great. It's great. Goodbye, Linlin. Goodbye. Mahaha. Charlotte Linlin's beautiful eyes darted around as she sweetly called out, Brother Rox? You. Chapter 13, Not a Real Pirate at Night. The moment Shiki pushed open the door, he thought he had entered the wrong room. Welcome back. You've worked hard, Lord Shiki. Stussy, in a delicate manner, bowed down as if she were a gentle wife waiting for him to return home, wearing the clothes he liked. St. Stussy you. With flirtatious glances and myriad charms, Shiki's heart fluttered as he leaned closer to Stussy. Stussy couldn't hold back and let out a strange giggle. Shiki quickly became alert, halting his steps and eyeing Stussy with suspicion. To perfectly imitate the appearance and voice of any marked individual using the mimic fruit ability is indeed perfect. Even I was fooled, he said nonchalantly. Old hag, remember not to laugh next time. A perfect imitation has flaws when you laugh. An imitation with flaws is a poor imitation, and a worthless imitation is not even a counterfeit. It's garbage. Bong bong, the people hummed. Black Carbon Zimmeru observed the situation and sensed trouble, bowing his head to admit his mistake. Please calm down, Lord Shiki. My sister had no intention of mocking you. Stussy touched her cheek with her left hand, and in an instant, her smooth skin became wrinkled, her limbs withered, her nose elongated, and her teeth sparse. Restoring her appearance, Black Carbon Nitrize crawled on the ground. I'm deeply sorry. Lord Shiki. Shiki stepped on Black Carbon Nitrize, warning sharply. If you play such disgusting tricks again, I'll chop off your head. Don't get too carried away. If I weren't in need of some help, I wouldn't possibly take you 2 old bags of bones as subordinates. Even if one of you is a mimic fruit user and the other a barrier fruit user with some special uses. There won't be a next time. If there is, let this old fool's head pay for it. Black Carbon Zimmeru guaranteed. Shiki sat down with a commanding presence. What happened on the ship while I was away? Rox had been using Shiki as a pawn, avoiding Shiki's focus on plotting against him. Shiki was not an easy target either, assigning the inconspicuous Black Carbon siblings to monitor the movements within the Rox pirates. Whitebeard was very silent, ignoring everyone except Stussy, the other captains and officers, unable to bear the silence, gathered to drink and gamble, seeking pleasure. Black Carbon Zimmeru said, Only John appears particularly uneasy. He sought out Whitebeard once privately, Wang Ji 3 times, and even visited you once this evening, requesting to meet. Shiki scoffed, drunken fool. How dull can he be? I've been waiting for him. After you left today, I disguised myself as a cook and eavesdropped on the conversation between Rox and Big Mom. Afterward, I disguised myself as Stussy to extract information from Big Mom. Stussy and Big Mom surprisingly get along well. They're close friends, and Big Mom revealed everything. He, black carbon nitrides, forgetting the beating, began to tease, guess. Shiki did not guess, but simply drew his sword. Clang! Swish! The two red candles tied to black carbon nitride's head were precisely sliced off by the sword's energy. Black carbon nitride screamed in horror, kneeling down a bow. Who allowed you to rise? Shiki was fierce as a lion and ruthless as a ghost. Why do people from Wano keep showing up like you fools? No sense of hierarchy. Can't understand human words. I can't even figure out what the hell is wrong with you. Wano has been closed off for hundreds of years. Did they close your ears or lock up your brains? Do you even understand what a captain and a subordinate are? Slowly sheathing his sword. If this is what people from Wano are like, then it's fine if I don't go to my unfamiliar homeland. The sea is full of talents for me to recruit. Why bother with trouble and gather a bunch of messy characters? Shiki exuded dominance. The subordinates I need are those who absolutely execute my orders. I will lead them to stand in the sky, overlook the sea, and accomplish an unprecedented grand enterprise. What grand enterprise? Hiccup. A drunken face unexpectedly broke through the thick wooden door. Shiki's veins bulged. John! Hiccup! John raised his hand in surrender at the door, cautiously retracting his head. Can we talk? Shiki waved his sleeve. John is also a paramecia user, possessing the ability of the warp fruit, capable of passing through all objects. Old wizard, you can create barriers with your barrier fruit ability, confident in your so-called absolute defense that others cannot approach. There are plenty of ways to break it at sea. Watching Shiki, black carbon Zimaru placed his middle finger on his index finger, spreading a transparent spherical barrier to envelop himself and black carbon nitrides, trying to isolate the sound. Sighing, black carbon Zimaru said, Shiki is fierce and violent, crafty and treacherous. Even in the pirate world filled with scoundrels, he is one of the most brutal. You should not lead him to Wano. It's like inviting a wolf into the house. Gasping on the floor, black carbon nitrides intermittently said, not a wolf, a lion. Golden lion. We are very old, Zimaru. Orochi is young, weak, and cowardly. It's unrealistic to expect Orochi to single-handedly overthrow the Kazuki family. I'm afraid I won't see the Kazuki family fall and die with my eyes closed. Calm down. I'm testing Shiki. Shiki is also taming us. He won't kill us. Do you know why? He isn't just temporarily in need of help. He has always lacked help. Not just him, Whitebeard, Big Mom, even Rox, they all lack help, which is why they band together. But Rox occupies the throne of the leader and doesn't lack help anymore. Whitebeard is picky, seeking partners like family for support. And Big Mom simply relies on her advantage as a woman to give birth to real family for support. However, Shiki has always been at a loss, desperately hoping for Rox to fall, to take over the legacy of the Rox pirates. We tell him the reality of Wano, giving him another non-dangerous path. How can he not be tempted? Black carbon nitrides muttered. Endure, I'm 67, you're 65, we won't live much longer. Endure, we've fallen from the clouds to the dust, enduring 40 years of hardship. A few more years won't matter. Entur. Black carbon Zimaru plucked the pipa. We also have no choice. Shiki has come into contact with wandering samurai who smuggled out of Wano. He is not entirely ignorant of Wano. Double-Eyed casually pointed out that Black Carbon is a prominent surname in Wano, which he keenly observed. I simply went along with it. Black Carbon Nitrides said mysteriously. Double-Eyed Xiajie, a man stronger than him, talented and virtuous, hates evil like the plague. Cooperating with him is far better than with him. At least we don't have to worry about backlash. The pity is, we are indeed evil. Lifting the barrier, Black Carbon Zimaru advised, don't act rashly, plan carefully. A few minutes later, Shiki returned to the room, lingering at the door, contemplating something while smoking. After a long while, ha, you little bastard, not much strength, but quite bold. Shiki laughed and scolded, commanding, old hag, keep a close eye on John. Black Carbon Nitrides, full of servility, yes, Lord Shiki. Big Mom, John said. Shiki waved his hand, saying, Rox is cunning, killing two birds with one stone. When forming an alliance with Xiajie, he deliberately didn't mention conditions. He knows that Lean's freak will cause trouble, just right to use Xiajie to appease, and also to take advantage of Lean's freak to raise the price midway. Testing Xia Jie's determination. Black Carbon Nitrise rolled his eyes. What if Double-Eyed and Big Mom really marry and form a family, creating a force? It seems no one at sea can match them. Impossible. They can't really marry, Shiki firmly stated. They might give birth to a few exceptionally talented little freaks. Ha ha. Ling Ling is a freak. Her physical strength is terrifyingly high. Xia Jie is also a freak. His domineering strength is exaggerated. If their offspring inherit even half of their excellent genes, it sparks the imagination. Black Charcoal Nika pursed his dry lips, barely suppressing his curiosity, feeling quite tormented. Glancing at Black Charcoal Nika, Shiki said with a half-smile, Xia Jie is the one who actively invited us, the Rocks Pirates, to form an alliance, while he is the passive party. As long as his determination to save the hundreds of thousands of lambs waiting to be slaughtered in God Valley doesn't diminish, he has no right to refuse the conditions we, the Rocks Pirates, propose, regardless of whether they are reasonable or not. This foolishly kind man, who would rather give up a bright future with the world government than watch others die without helping. Do you think he would consider starting a family with a brutal pirate? Ling Ling, that freak, admires Xia Jie simply because she is coveting his body. Forming a union is never her goal, but rather a means to plunder. She is not a true pirate. She is more like a bandit, a black widow, an unscrupulous merchant, shouting, I want to become the woman of the king of the sea, while in reality, she is unwilling to make even the slightest effort. Day after day, indulging in food, drink, and play, fantasizing about the future, wasting a once-in-a-lifetime potential, completely unaware that pirates have no tomorrow. Only by striving forward can one realize their dreams. Shiki disdainfully scoffed, settling back to rest. Black Charcoal Nika raised his thin, sharp eyebrows, touched his cheek with his right hand, imitating Shiki's appearance and demeanor, silently saying to Black Charcoal Zenmaru, You are not a true pirate either. Black Charcoal Zenmaru closed his eyes in distress, too lazy to look at the self-destructive Black Charcoal Nika. Like a cunning rat that successfully stole food, Black Charcoal Nika grinned slyly, his murky eyes secretly glancing at Shiki. His gaze gradually fixating on the two famous swords at Shiki's waist, Sakura 10 and Moku K. Chapter 14. The Expeditionary Fleet, July 13th. Morning. A thick fog enveloped the sea like a fallen cloud, shrouding the waves in a misty haze. The G-14 branch fleet, the G-5 branch fleet. The bases at the high front line, led by the guerrilla forces and the joint fleet of outposts, struggled to converge. Damn this weather. It's impossible to see the water conditions. I'm constantly worried about hitting a reef. What a nerve-wracking journey. Damn rocks. Can't you just let us be? The base commander of the G-14 branch, Brugloss, complained repeatedly. Oh, my lumbar disc. At 50 years old, Brugloss couldn't handle the bumps of day and night travel. This seasoned vice admiral was of short stature, dressed flamboyantly, with a rather bizarre appearance featuring a light-colored bob and a comically red nose on a round face. In contrast to Brugloss, the newly appointed base commander of the G5 branch, the 36-year-old Vice Admiral Zephyr, had a stern and dignified face, a robust physique, and stubborn, bright, purple short hair, which made him quite impressive in appearance. Sister Brugloss. Zephyr stood at attention and saluted, treating Brugloss with full military respect as an equal. Brugloss had deep qualifications and a high status, being a key figure in the Hawkish Navy, a stalwart of the Rout faction, a predecessor of the Younger Navy faction, and a leader of the female Navy composed of women sailors, entangled with various factions within the Navy. They graduated from the Naval Academy together, and Brugloss took good care of Zephyr, who addressed her as sister. ISNT, the elder sister, also a sister? Brugloss could certainly bear Zephyr's respect. Not bad, not bad. Little Zephyr. Much better than that taciturn, expressionless, and rude brat Xia Jie. Brugloss scrutinized Zephyr and warmly remarked, What a promising young man. How is your love life? Any girls you're interested in? No, it's okay. After the mission, I'll help you set something up. Medical personnel, logistics, publicity, staff, from the headquarters of the Grand Line to the branches across the seas. There's no female navy. I don't know. Zephyr, who was determined to become a hero and focused on progress, stammered shyly. Pretty teased, though. You're blushing? Ha ha ha, Sister Brugloss. Can you help me out too? Get lost. You flirt. I can't trust you with my sisters. Brugloss raised her hand as if to hit him. Prody deliberately jumped away, hiding behind Xiajie, who had just boarded the ship, and said, Zephyr, let me introduce you, the chief officer of Qianyu Island Base, guerrilla leader, double pupil major, General Xiajie. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Xiajie extended his hand. Zephyr solemnly responded, Zephyr, I've heard a lot about you. Your name is like thunder. In the instant they shook hands, Zephyr felt a jolt and quickly withdrew his hand, his pupils constricting in uncertainty. Although he was 10 years younger than Xiajie and had only served as a naval private for 8 years, Zephyr was essentially a rising star. However, as a legitimate naval lineage, he had been promoted too quickly in the past 8 years. While Xiajie's naval rank had stagnated 8 years ago as an outsider recruited during the World S conscription. Nonetheless, this didn't hinder Zephyr's admiration for Xiajie. Having heard much about him, his respect was genuine. Over the years, he had followed Xiajie's achievements with envy, shocked by how he had once defeated the formidable Rocks pirates, and admired his righteous stance against any unlawful figures, including nobles. Now, meeting him in person, Zephyr felt a sense of trial, releasing his observation hockey to sense Xiajie, but he couldn't discern his strength. Instead, he felt an overwhelming emotion of grief and anger that nearly overwhelmed him. What is the situation with the pirates? Brugloss asked. Prody replied, the New World pirates, led by the Rocks pirates, are advancing aggressively, with no less than 200 pirate ships. They were stuck at the edge of the calm belt yesterday, preparing to cross it. Those bastards, they're just running away and completely ignoring us. We can't catch up at all. Their situation is similar to ours, trapped in this foggy weather. Have you reported to headquarters? Brugloss asked. The calm-minded Zephyr replied, yes. Marshal Kong requested that we gather our forces and hold a phone conference for the officers immediately. He will personally attend, and I've set up the venue. Please wait a moment. Before long, a vice admiral and a major general from the G5 branch, 5 brigadier generals, a vice admiral and a major general from the G14 branch, and 3 major generals and 5 brigadier generals stationed at the high front line, a total of 22 officers, gathered around the long table in the conference room. ZZZZ. The image of the phone bug appeared on the screen, and everyone stood up. Kong frowned. Let us skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Headquarters understand your situation, and after careful consideration, I hereby order 1. Grant you a temporary designation as the Expeditionary Fleet. 2. Grant the Expeditionary Fleet the authority to operate outside the Grand Line to pursue pirates in the West Sea. 3. Appoint Major General Xiajie to command the Expeditionary Fleet. 4. At all costs, by any means necessary, ensure that by July 19th, you successfully intercept, disperse, or, at the very least, delay the influx of pirates from the New World into the West Sea. No mistakes allowed. His tone was stern and intimidating. Yes. The officers stood at attention. Kong continued, who has objections? If you don't make it clear beforehand, cause trouble during, and then don't blame me for severe punishment afterward. Why is it Major General Xiajie? In terms of rank, status, qualifications, and experience. Shouldn't it be Vice Admiral Brugloss or Vice Admiral Zephyr leading us? Someone eventually questioned. Kong glared at Brugloss and Zephyr. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Brugloss glared angrily at his subordinate who questioned Xiajie and scolded. You talk too much. Fool. Sit down. Zephyr said, I have no objections either. The Expeditionary Fleet needs to cross the calm belt, and the enemy is a massive pirate group led by the Rocks pirates. The situation is dangerous. It shouldn't be about seniority, but rather strength. Major General Xiajie's strength is extraordinary, and it's only right for him to lead us. Can you guarantee the safe passage of the Expeditionary Fleet across the calm belt? Xiajie? Kong's tone softened a bit. Xiajie replied succinctly, I can. Meeting adjourned. Kong said. Xiajie added, Marshal Kong, the pirates are running so fast. I suspect our communications have been intercepted and intelligence has leaked, which is why they are fully aware of our actions, and we can't catch up with them. I suggest the Expeditionary Fleet shuts down communications for a few days and resumes before July 18th. July 17th, then, Kong pondered. Some pirates have the abilities of the Golden Lion and can use the float fruit to transport. You can't catch up to them in the calm belt. Those pirates that include the rocks pirates are key, while other pirates naturally act as obstacles and scapegoats. After crossing the calm belt, lacking communication and unable to conduct a wide search, how can you catch up with the rocks pirates? Xiajie said, I have obtained the life card fragments of members of the rocks pirates. I've had them for years, so I'm not worried about tracking the pirates. What I'm concerned about is the Golden Lion continuously using the float fruit ability to fly. They are pirates, pirates, pirates. Repeatedly emphasizing pirates, Kong didn't know if he was comforting the expeditionary fleet or himself. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. The meeting concluded. Xiajie said, set sail, target the calm belt. I'll take charge of charting the course. How do you chart the course, little Xiajie? Commander Xiajie. Prody tried to lighten the mood. Xiajie didn't reply. Soon, Prody and everyone in the expeditionary fleet gained new insights. At the bow of the Taiping, Xiajie gripped a pitch-black saber and struck fiercely. Whoosh! The blade flashed coldly, its aura cutting through the air. Boom, boom, boom! The thick fog dispersed. The vast, vast ocean. Has it split open? The sky as well. Gurgling monsters. Gurgle. This is not the power of the same dimension. Woololo. This is my brother's strength. What ability do you foolish birds have to dare defy? Military rank status? Qualifications experience? In the face of absolute power. It's all just a bunch of crap. Chapter 15 clears stupidity with a single strike. Major General Xiajie firmly established his authority, commanding all Navy personnel to obediently follow his orders. The expedition fleet pursued the pirates relentlessly, directly crossing the doldrums. The doldrums, as the name suggests, is a windless band of ocean. At this stage, maritime tools around the world generally rely on sail power. Once a ship enters the doldrums, its speed must inevitably drop sharply. The blazing sun overhead and the fierce sea kings lurking beneath the water are both lethal threats. Hence, the doldrums are often referred to as a maritime forbidden zone. The central sea area between the two windless bands surrounding the blue planet is known as the Grand Line. The Grand Line is interrupted by a red Earth continent, which intersects with the two windless bands and across, also surrounding the blue planet, rising to over 10,000 meters high, separating the first half, known as Paradise, from the second half, known as the New World. The windless bands and the Grand Line, along with the four sea areas separated by the red Earth continent, have a combined area 100 times that of the three, encompassing the vast and boundless east, south, west, and north seas. The expedition fleet is crossing the New World, specifically the doldrums in the Central West Sea, using a method where water wheel-like outer wheels are installed on the ship's hull. The outer wheels are connected to levers, and sailors take turns pedaling on the extended footboards in the cabin, using human power to slowly propel the ship forward. Aside from the 9 snakes battle-hardened nation that has trained venomous snakes, including oars and leveraging special devil fruit abilities, the current method for crossing the doldrums is limited to human power. Merchant ships and civilian vessels dare not cross the doldrums, as the sound of the rotating outer wheels and shaking oars can easily disturb the sea kings thriving in the doldrums, inviting attacks from those enormous creatures that can easily reach hundreds or thousands of meters in size. Our fleet sails smoothly. Keep it up. Major General Xiajie has already driven away the sea kings. Mr. Xiajie's conqueror's haki has materialized into a black dragon and a red tiger, galloping across the sea, roaring like a tiger and a dragon. It's a spectacular sight. The junior officers excitedly rallied the troops' morale. The soldiers laboring in the cramped cabin suddenly felt less tired upon hearing this. Oh, the materialized conqueror's haki? I want to see it. Black dragon and red tiger? Wasn't it the other way around? Red dragon and black tiger? Hey, everyone. Do you think Major General Xiajie's strength is the strongest in the world? Definitely. We haven't seen the materialization of the conqueror's haki, but that strike that can overturn the seas we have witnessed with our own eyes. Who can stand against it? Moreover, Major General Xiajie has consistently held the front line of the hive, battling against the infamous pirates of the Rocks Pirates, including Roxd, Zebek, Edward Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Wang Ji, for 7 or 8 years? I think Vice Admiral Garp is the strongest. My brother serves at the G1 branch, and the abandoned warships at the G1 branch's junkyard are Garp's punching bags. The world's strongest? Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, they're the government's top combat power. I nominate Joel D. Roger. You young ones don't know the panic that Rox and his crew brought to the world back then. They were an unprecedented evil legion. 18 years ago at the World Conference, Rox wreaked havoc in Mariehua, killing admirals, real admirals. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku together couldn't do anything to stop them, forcing the government to issue a world conscription order, which led to Major General Xia Jia emerging spectacularly, suppressing their arrogance, all on his own. The ranking of combat power is a timeless topic that both the Navy and pirates love to discuss. You could talk for 10 days and nights without finishing. After years of drifting at sea, life becomes monotonous, and the options for entertainment are pitifully few. Gossiping about who is stronger is much healthier than keeping slaves, raising sheep, engaging in homosexuality, drinking, drug use, fighting, or gambling. The Peaceful is still shutting down communications. It will reopen at 6 o'clock on July 16th. Before closing the expedition fleet's communications, Xia Jia briefly instructed Sakazuki, who had just turned on communications as agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jia said, Sakazuki has been away from 1,000 Feather Island base for 3 days, 1 day ahead of schedule and smoother than expected. What about us? Kaido is itching for a fight. Xia Jia said, at 6 o'clock on July 16th, the fleet will have crossed more than half of the doldrums and will execute the plan. Next door is a large warship, the flagship of the G5 branch. The hero. Has Major General Xia Jia encountered any bad situations recently? Zifa inquired tactfully. The restless Prati ran over to Zifa's flagship, stuffing his face with the G5 branch's specialty cuisine. Bad situations? What could he encounter? With his perverse strength, even bad situations would turn into good ones. The gap between people can sometimes be larger than that between people and dogs. Just look at his godlike methods. Scary. I was just joking. You mustn't feel discouraged by him, Zifa. Prati said earnestly. Little Xia Jia is an extraordinary genius, but you're not bad either. You're also a genius, a hard-working one. In the race between the tortoise and the hare, victory is still uncertain. Many people are looking forward to you creating miracles and realizing your dream of becoming an admiral, representing us ordinary Navy personnel to catch a breath. Zifa was at a loss for words. Too much talking leads to mistakes. Prati awkwardly tried to remedy. I'm just placing a beautiful wish on you. Good luck. Thank you. Zifa replied. Sincerity is a killer move. Thick-skinned Prati felt embarrassed instead, scratching his ears and cheeks. Little Xia Jia hasn't. Smiled recently. No wonder Big Sister Brookers commented that he is a 3-no little ghost. Did he used to love to smile? Zifa asked. Prati recalled. When I served as the base commander at Red Rock Island for a few months, each time I visited the 1,000 Feather Island base. Little Xia Jia welcomed me enthusiastically. He used to smile a lot, was cheerful and talkative, and even tolerated someone like me, who doesn't have much ability but likes to act like a senior. My observation Haki is good at sensing emotions. His emotions are very sad and angry, Zifa said. Prati was taken aback. Now they are continuously rising. I've never sensed such extreme emotions. It can even affect my will. Zifa said solemnly. He is the fleet commander. I worry that he may be governed by his emotions rather than reason. Prati pondered. It can't be for no reason. Perhaps the Rocks pirates did something to the 1,000 Feather Island base? No way. The Peaceful's guerrilla squad is operating normally, and Kaido has been making his usual noise, proving that their sworn brother Sakazuki is just stationed at the 1,000 Feather Island base. If it has nothing to do with Sakazuki or the 1,000 Feather Island base, and the pirates are speeding along without harming the islands along the way, then it has to do with the pirates' target, the huge treasure in the West Sea? Zifa said, what does this have to do with his emotions? Zifa looked puzzled, prompting Prati's old habit to resurface. Zifa, we're friends, right? Old friends for over 10 years, old comrades. Zifa nodded. Prati reminded, I told you about the celestial dragons in the West Sea. What about it? Zifa asked, confused. Prati grinned and tactfully inquired, Have you ever met the celestial dragons? What do you think? I don't like them. Zephyr said frankly, but they're the founders of the government, the cornerstone of peace in the seas and world order. The Navy needs to protect them. And that's also why Admiral Kong is anxious, right? He fears the pirates are targeting them. Zephyr's eyes revealed a clear stupidity. Driving Proddy crazy. Do you really think the celestial dragons are on vacation in the West Sea? Heavens! You've really met the celestial dragons, but haven't seen the dark side of the government. It's truly unbelievable. Are you a celestial dragon too? The Navy protects you too well. It's excessive. Heavens, old Admiral, Admiral Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, are they helping you or harming you? Proddy, I am not protected by anyone. I was 18 when I went to the battlefield. It's two different things. Zephyr, you've misunderstood. Interrupting the displeased argument. Proddy's gaze was like that of someone observing a rare, endangered animal, filled with complex wonder and pity. Your cognitive issues are far more serious than Xiaojia's emotional problems. Zephyr, do not confuse the dream of becoming a general with the dream of becoming a hero. If you want to become a general, don't think about becoming a hero. If you want to become a hero, don't think about becoming a general. This is my heartfelt advice as an old friend and comrade of many years. Oh my God, he hasn't grown up yet. Proddy sighed deeply and hurriedly left as if to escape. Chapter 16. Quite romantic. What is going on with Zephyr? Zephyr tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so he simply got up to work. He meticulously patrolled the 2 large warships, 5 medium-sized warships, 5 small warships for supply ships, and 1 prison ship of the G5 branch. He reminded the sentries not to be lax just because Summer's elimination of the greatest safety hazard in the Comm Belt. They should not neglect basic navigation risks. Even though the weather in the Comm Belt is quite stable and the ocean currents are very constant, there are still few rocky obstacles. He checked the storage room and the lounge to ensure proper ventilation, no fire hazards, and covered the soldiers who were exhausted from their deep sleep to prevent flu caused by the significant temperature difference between day and night in the Comm Belt. He arranged for extra meals in the kitchen to encourage the sailors working hard to move the ships forward. Warm, meticulous, and treating his soldiers like his own children, Zephyr received unanimous praise from the 4,000 troops of the G5 branch. In the midst of the accolades, Zephyr, feeling satisfied, abandoned his thoughts of advising Proddy. That was. With a glance, Zephyr thought for a moment and entered the captain's room to grab 2 bottles of wine. Thank you for your night watch, Major Summer, Zephyr said. Zephyr stepped lightly and jumped to the top of the lookout tower on the Peaceful. He handed the wine to Summer, who glanced at the label. Jerez, sherry? That's right. My favorite and the coolest wine. Zephyr cheerfully opened the bottle and invited Summer to drink together. Summer didn't mind drinking in the ocean environment. Fresh water spoils easily, so wine, which can be stored for a long time, is a necessity for sailing. After a silent moment of drinking, Summer didn't speak. So Zephyr had to find a topic. Strange, our external devices are more sophisticated, and our personnel configuration is more concentrated. Our speed should be faster than the pirates. Yet we still can't catch up with them? They entered the Comm Belt about 10 hours ahead of us. We need at least 2 days to make up for that gap, Summer replied. Zephyr was at a loss for words. Oh. The large fleet is under my protection, unharmed by Sea Kings. What about the pirates? Why aren't they harmed by the Sea Kings? Summer pointed to the shimmering sea surface. We haven't seen any pirate ship wreckage destroyed by Sea Kings throughout our journey, which is strange. Zephyr said, maybe they also used hockey to drive away the Sea Kings? Conqueror's hockey is said to be extremely rare, but there are not a few who possess it. Summer replied, biological scientists have studied and judged that Sea Kings are a type of gigantic, diverse, variable in shape, long-lived, social intelligent beings. They possess an intelligence comparable to humans and have an independent language system. Zephyr suddenly realized, you mean the Sea Kings you scared away transmitted a danger signal to other Sea Kings, so all the Sea Kings in this area fled? I forgot to control the coverage of my Conqueror's hockey, allowing the pirates to take advantage of it. That's my negligence, Summer shook his head. Zephyr comforted him with admiration. You are protecting the lives of tens of thousands of officers and soldiers in the large fleet. What is wrong with that? You don't need to blame yourself, Major Summer. Just call me Summer. Summer raised his bottle. Thank you for your hospitality, Zifa. Zifa was somewhat flattered. You're welcome. Cheers. After downing a bottle of wine, the two continued to chat, their conversation becoming deeper and progressing to their life experiences. Through Zifa's sharing, Summer learned that Zifa's portrayal was slightly different from Proteus' description and from his own memories. Zifa is a stateless person, but not one from a lawless area outside the world government. He is a stateless person from a town associated with a naval base. They are descendants of naval personnel who have historically provided logistical support and replenished troops integrated into the world government as a part of the naval system. The Navy has long established a hereditary system and a hereditary faction. Zifa's parents were officers of the naval headquarters, kind and loving, and the family was happy and well off. As a youth, he was deeply influenced by the heroic stories and tales of justice propagated by the world government. The perception that the world government equals justice and the Navy equals heroes was deeply rooted in him. After both parents were killed in action, Zifa, having endured hardships as an orphan, was soon recommended to the Naval Academy by his parents' old friends. Zifa, with a pure background in the Navy system and filled with romantic dreams, was exceptionally talented and had unlimited prospects, inevitably gaining the favor of the higher-ups, the affection of his superiors, and the tolerance of his peers. Almost everyone who had interacted with Zifa liked his sincerity and kindness, admired his courage and effort in pursuing his dreams, and could not bear to shatter that rare childlike innocence on the sea with harsh realities. Summer's gaze mirrored Proteus, a 36-year-old career soldier. A smooth life without setbacks, enviable. What about me? Zifa's eyes remained clear and naive as he replied displeasedly. I've been on the battlefield since I was 18, fighting bloodily for 18 years. I've experienced countless life and death trials. Whereas the smoothness? Were there no setbacks? As the dawn-red sun rose, Summer asked, Zifa, besides fighting pirates, what other targets have you fought against? I applied to fight the most dangerous enemies right after graduation. Zifa proudly stated, pirates are the most dangerous enemies. They're the biggest threat to world order and peace on the sea. Summer said, do you know the full name of the Navy? The full name of the Navy? ISNT, just the Navy? Zifa was taken aback. Summer sighed. The full name of the Navy is World Ocean Joint Law Enforcement Military Alliance, abbreviated as the Navy. Do you know the Navy's responsibilities? To protect civilians. The naive Zifa was not foolish and gradually realized that his understanding seemed to have real issues. The Navy's responsibilities are to serve the world government, which includes the Central Mariewa and the interests of over 170 member countries, including ensuring the absolute safety of the seas controlled by the world government, collaborating with the world government to combat non-world government forces, and assisting the world government in establishing ruling authority. This is the overall interest of the world government. The interests of Mariewa take precedence over those of the member countries. Summer explained. This includes suppressing all resistance, regardless of whether it is from member countries or non-member countries, collecting taxes, extorting wealth, slaughtering demons, selling arms, plundering resources, trafficking people, inciting geopolitical conflicts, and so on. Nonsense. Zifa was thrown into confusion. Summer played the role of the villain who exposed Zifa's world. You've been protected too well. Lacking common sense. Has no one ever told you? Non-world government forces have no human rights, nor do the lower-class people of the world government. They are all slaves to be wantonly butchered by the powerful, as humble as dirt and dust. Protecting civilians? That doesn't align with their interests. The world government is a ruling class exploitation group led by the Celestial Dragons. The Navy is the sword and gun that the world government uses to maintain the interests of the ruling class, a pure violent institution. With a heavy pat on Zifa's shoulder, he startled Zifa. Summer widened his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Zifa. The one who should be shocked is not you, but me. Shouldn't I be shocked that you, clearly a core member of the world's strongest violent institution, have a heart untouched by darkness and hands that have not been stained with blood? Under the world government, still pursuing the dream of becoming a hero as a member of the Navy? How romantic! After a long time without a smile, Summer was unexpectedly amused by Zifa. Existence is reasonable. The world government has maintained its rule for nearly 800 years, which is very reasonable. Why do you want to rebel? Don't you look for your own problems? Being bullied and turned by officials, wealthy merchants, and pirates. Can't you look for your own problems? Being caught and made into a slave, serving as a night pot, a spit bucket, toilet paper, a mount, or food. Can't you look for your own problems? The celestial dragon, when happy, could wipe out your entire island. Why don't you reflect on your own issues? Why are you the only one homeless? Why are you the only one without food or clothes? Why are you the only one struggling? Why are you the only one facing drought, famine, tsunamis, earthquakes, with no one to help and nowhere to hide? Why do nobles not have to do anything from birth? Why you have to work like a horse for over 10 hours a day until you drop? Nobles are brutal and unkind. Pirates are rampant and fierce. Natural disasters are frequent. Wars never cease. Land is consolidated, resources are monopolized, and ethnic hatred persists. Can't you also reflect on your own issues? Damn it. Everyone is told to reflect on themselves, but those living under slavery are worse than ants. No one can survive. How can we reflect on ourselves? Tell me, what can I do? I can only rebel. Rise up. Overthrow this garbage world. The video The Emperor Achieved MVP was released on May 14th, 2025. Chapter 17 The world is not a playground for children. Are non-member states devoid of human rights? Mr. Zephyr, are ordinary people from non-member states without human rights? Why do noble lords have human rights then? Perhaps only the highest-ranking world nobles are qualified to think they also lack human rights. Is the celestial gold different from taxes? Of course, they are two different things. Celestial gold is the tribute offered by the nobles of member states to the celestial dragons. Enjoyed exclusively by the celestial dragons, and not subject to government financial management. Taxes are the membership fees paid by member states to Mary Geos, managed by the government for its operations, with a significant portion going to our Navy's military expenses. What about the share of celestial gold in taxes? The situation varies from country to country, and I'm not familiar with the specifics. You're making things difficult for me, Zephyr. Is it harsh? A young master who is out of touch with reality. The nobles believe that keeping the common people half alive is the secret to ruling. So what do you think? Is it harsh? Does the Navy often collaborate with member states to combat non-member states? After several confirmations from subordinates and colleagues, the not-so-naive Zephyr confirmed that his understanding truly had issues. Xiajie told him that his common sense was indeed common sense. A corner of Zephyr's world collapsed, and he began to doubt the world government, the Navy, and his past. However, cognition is not something that can be easily reversed. It is deeply rooted and quickly wreaks havoc. Within half a day, like a gambler who has lost everything, Zephyr stood before Xiajie once more. Xiajie was resting with his eyes closed. Have you thought of how to refute me? I don't want to refute you. Major General Xiajie, Zephyr said with a serious expression. I admit that the government is not absolutely just, and the Navy is not made up entirely of heroes. Xiajie echoed. But? Zephyr took a deep breath and said, but the government is a huge alliance made up of more than half of the countries in the world, which has created the order of the world, and this order has remained stable for over 750 years, protecting the vast majority of common people in their peaceful lives. Its existence has immense value. The Navy also has generations that have fought and sacrificed to protect the peace of the seas. Zephyr? Xiajie slowly said, putting aside whether the world is orderly or not, whether the seas are peaceful or not, and whether the common people live in peace and contentment. Are you sure that the countries that make up the world government are more than half, and that the protected common people are the vast majority? Having learned from experience? Zephyr did not dare to respond casually. Xiajie said, it is still common sense. Only those countries recognized by the world government as nations are nations. In other words, member states are countries capable of offering celestial gold and paying taxes, while non-member states are potentially capable of offering celestial gold and paying taxes. The rest are not called countries. The legal ones are called regions, and the illegal ones are called zones. Currently, there are 171 member states and 165 non-member states. Although the former includes many large and powerful countries, their population is only about 20 to 30% more than that of the latter, Aside from these two, there are thousands of cities and towns and regions and zones, and their population is difficult to quantify, estimated to be comparable to that of non-member states. To illustrate, what is the most typical legal region? The city of Water 7, the Sabaody Archipelago, and the city of the Spring Queen. The Navy has fortresses and bases all over the world, with hundreds of accompanying towns of various sizes, including your hometown of Hero Port and my refugee village at the Chinyu Island base. You, I, and they are all stateless persons, not included in the statistics. Zephyr was left speechless. Xiajie opened his eyes. Generations change, and the population is not static. The world population is surging, and the birth rates in non-member states and regions are several times higher than those in member states. Zephyr couldn't help but ask, why? Life in member states should be better, right? The essence of having more children in poverty is to increase labor force and enhance resilience against risks, to fight against natural disasters and man-made calamities, and to pin hopes for the future. Inviting Zephyr to take a seat, Xiajie returned a bottle of rum, waiting for Zephyr to digest the information and see if he could still maintain a coherent logic. Why did you join the Navy? After a long silence, a slightly clearer Zephyr tried to seize the conversational power, shaking off Xiajie's leading thoughts. Xiajie raised an eyebrow. Just like the reason I just told you. Many Navy members have similar reasons for joining. Everyone is the same? Zephyr asked. Your old classmates, Prody, Karp, Tsuru, Sengoku are all examples. The difference is that they realize the world government does not represent the interests of the vast masses, but merely the petty interests of the ruling class, choosing to become the pawns of the powerful after falling into the hands of the elite. Xiajie said. Prody chose to lie flat and do nothing. Karp chose to turn a blind eye and not be bothered. Tsuru chose to compromise, and Sengoku chose to go along with the corrupt practices and become a Navy admiral. Sengoku chose. What does that mean? After a few sentences, Zephyr was confused again. Xiajie explained. Becoming a Navy admiral is your dream. Do you not understand the necessary conditions to become a Navy admiral? As the highest combat power of the world government, having strong strength is a prerequisite. The second condition, as a direct subordinate of the celestial dragons, is to abandon one's conscience and do the dirty work for the world government, such as executing demon-slaying orders. Eliminating pirates and curbing crime are not included in the necessary conditions. Nonsense. Zephyr instantly broke down, instinctively resisting acceptance. But immediately, no wonder Pro. Remembering Prody's advice, Zephyr's face turned pale. What about the dream I firmly believed in, my hard work, my 30-plus years of life? Xiajie secretly shook his head, carefully pondering for a while before adding, Your vision is too narrow, Zephyr. Do you know how I view this world? All social contradictions in the current world stem from the uneven distribution of resources caused by the explosive population growth. After all, resources are limited, while the population is unlimited. Zephyr looked at Xiajie in confusion. A simple example. Xiajie articulated. Why are the Navy and pirates growing larger? It is due to population growth. Too many people lack housing, land, food, and clothing, forcing them to leave their homes to join the Navy or become pirates to meet basic survival needs. The ruling classes of various countries are also pleased to see young people join the Navy, become pirates, or even actively force them through heavy taxes and fees because they hoard resources without giving anything back, fearing that the young people who have nothing will band together and threaten their rule. The diversion of the young population into the Navy and pirates has been happening for hundreds of years, with both sides growing larger and accumulating more talents, and the quantitative change leading to qualitative change, thus becoming stronger. This gave birth to the unprecedented behemoth pirate group, Rocks. The Rocks pirate group will not be the ultimate form of pirates. Piracy will definitely iterate and upgrade again because the nobility and hereditary nature of the Navy have gradually blocked the upward path, diverting the population toward piracy. As pirate strength grows stronger, chaos will become more frequent, and to suppress this chaos and raise military funds, the ruling classes will increasingly exploit the common people, leading to an even larger scale of pirates and an accumulation of talent. Using the same trick again, Xiajie bombarded Zephyr with a series of information that left him dizzy and mentally disoriented. Jia struck at the heart. The order has long been unbalanced, and peace has never existed. Zephyr, the world is not a playground for children. The Navy capturing pirates cannot make them heroes. Zephyr numbly avoided the truth. Fearing that Zephyr would completely shatter, Jia did not dare to mention human hunting. Human hunting is not also the celestial dragons solving social contradictions. It just doesn't resolve resources or distribution. It resolves population. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, July 13th, a morning fog rolled in, obscuring visibility, as they followed the Big Fool to meet up with Allied forces. Hearing that there was a team of female Navy under the command of the Navy's older sister Bruderesu, he went with excitement, but was greatly disappointed. What kind of women are these? They are dark and strong, even more masculine than I am. I finally saw the legendary person with heterochromia, for eyes in total. Extremely fierce, strong enough to open up the heavens and the earth, treating the sea kings like dogs, just like a damn monster. It scared me so much that I almost died on the spot. No wonder the higher-ups keep sending people to lurk around him. Try to keep an eye on him despite repeated failures. He is indeed dangerous. Did the higher-ups succeed? Why not draw contact signal and give it a try? Forget it. It's explicitly forbidden. Writing a diary is already a serious mistake. Stop it quickly. July 14th. Why did the Big Fool lose the little pearl? Did he get scared by the four-eye monster too? Does he feel inferior and his dream of becoming a Navy admiral shattered? This fool. He doesn't even realize how rare and valuable he is as a naive idiot on the vast sea, easily manipulated, which makes him so likable to the higher-ups. They've already sent me to thoroughly investigate you. This is a necessary step before being promoted to admiral. On the contrary, those strong and uncontrollable types like the four-eyed monster are the ones the higher-ups despise the most. I secretly inquired around. There's indeed a connection with the four-eyed monster. Someone witnessed them talking alone twice. The Big Fool may be silly, but he's by no means weak-willed. What could the four-eyed monster have said to bring him down to this state? Bad-mouthing from the government and the Navy? Agent's Diary. Chapter 18, that's Another Price, July 15th. Under the cover of night, Shiki quietly landed on the piece. There were no sentries set up. Summer subordinates were quite careless. This was sailing in the doldrums, and they were so lacking in vigilance. After making some sarcastic remarks and seeing no one around, Shiki swaggered over to the mast and, feeling in high spirits, even danced a little. Why couldn't he sense where that guy Summer was? Damn it, that bastard rocks, always causing trouble for me, making me handle everything. With a cigar in his mouth and hands on his hips, Shiki cursed in frustration. The dance was quite good. A sudden compliment startled Shiki, causing him to stumble. He quickly turned his head and saw Summer watching him from the shadow under the lookout tower. Shiki awkwardly laughed. You're personally on guard? Tough job, tough job. The forced laugh contained a hint of flattery. Even though he was fearless and often at odds with rocks, Shiki, with his wild and unruly personality, felt pressure when facing Summer alone. The reason was simple. He had been severely punished before and nearly lost his legs. So, even though they were adversaries, Shiki had a faint respect for Summer. Summer said, Speak, what conditions does Rocks want to propose? How do you know? Shiki's eyes darted in surprise. Summer replied, When you guys are in a position of advantage during the alliance, and you deliberately don't mention any conditions, ISNT it an attempt to raise the price halfway and use it to threaten me? I can understand that. You also specifically sent your subordinates away, waiting for Rocks to send me to find you? Shiki confidently said, You cut off communication, and the phone bug can't reach you. If we want to contact you, we must send someone with high mobility, like me, to infiltrate the Navy fleet to find you. Summer tacitly acknowledged Shiki's speculation. Shiki flattered, wise and brave. Truly a terrifying man. Ha ha. Why can't my observation hockey sense you? We are allies, right? Without mentioning his own mission, Shiki was more nervous about the failure of his observation hockey. In reality, he didn't expect any answer from Summer, but Summer did answer. Observation kill. A technique that extends the ability to control personal breath. What? The answer made Shiki feel worse than not getting an answer at all. What kind of hockey extension technique? Observation? Armament? Conqueror? That's another price, Summer said with cold humor. Shiki, Summer continued. Conditions? Rox doesn't plan to propose conditions, and neither do I, but Charlotte Linlin. That difficult freak is making things difficult, plus Newgate hates you. They've stirred up quite a few people to question you. Who told you to be too heavy-handed when dealing with them? Rox and I are also quite helpless, seeing Summer still maintaining a poker face. Shiki pretended to be serious. In short, they hope you show sincerity and demonstrate your determination to ally with us. Their condition is that you marry Charlotte Linlin, still trying to maintain an air of nonchalance. Shiki struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth. Summer said, "That's it? Hey, are you preparing to agree?" Shiki's reaction was more intense than he expected from Summer, even though he had previously teased Summer about Charlotte Linlin. Summer said, "Based on Charlotte Linlin's usual style, she would want to marry me. Marriages are only applicable to targets she can't easily seize, like the pirate captains of Hives, the kings of Tato Land, the lords. At most, she would want to have children with me, to satisfy her obsession with collecting races." Indeed, Shiki admitted he liked to tell little lies and said happily, "Because of the double pupils, Linlin has always thought you were a special race. And your strength is extraordinarily bizarre. She has been craving your body for a long time. Ha ha ha. Not just you, your sworn brother Kaido. She also has her eyes on." Double pupils refers to a condition of fused and distorted pupils. Shaking his head, Summer said, "Go back and tell Rox. Tomorrow afternoon, I will take the heads of Brugas and a bunch of Navy officers and declare war on the world government. Also tell Charlotte Linlin that I agree to have children with her. If she dares to come to me personally, I have no problem." Shiki said, "Betraying the strongest force of the sea, clearly standing against the world government that controls the world. How daring. All right, I promise to bring it back word for word." After discussing the main business, ignoring Summer's gesture to see him off, Shiki joked, "Let me ask you about the information from Wano country." "Ha ha, I have 2 subordinates from Wano country. They're crafty and slippery, not very honest. I'm afraid they'll deceive me. You're different. Who doesn't know you, Summer, is upright and despises lying? It is well known that Wano country implements a closed-door policy, and there are few personnel outflows, so my understanding is not deep." Summer pondered. Wano country is a feudal shogunate state. Shiki quickly raised his hand. "I don't understand." The leader of Wano country is called Shogun. Inherited by the Kazuki clan, serving the Shogun are 5 major officials called daimyo: Tin Moon, Rain Moon, Wind Moon, Frost Moon, and Black Charcoal. Daimyo are noble lords who govern local areas and protect the Shogun's rule. Some are slowly and selectively revealed. In Wano country, skilled swordsmen are called samurai. It is said that during the era of the Golden Country, a certain samurai killed a flying dragon above the capital, thus being called the sword god or dragon-slaying samurai. This person never faced defeat in his life and has blocked countless pirates and world nobles. So Wano country has samurai along with the natural barriers surrounding Wano country. Became the capital for Wano country to implement a closed-door policy, remaining uninvaded for hundreds of years. Golden country? Sword god? Collecting information, Shiki subconsciously stroked his sword, Sakura, 10. Muku. He is not only an ambitious pirate, but also a sword master aiming for the top. Summer said, "That's it, let us go. I don't believe Black Charcoal Tsukuyumi and Black Charcoal Zimmer dare not tell the truth under your command." "Ha ha, don't be so cold." Shiki said seriously, "Summer, have you ever thought about what Rox wants to do? That bastard is not a good guy." Summer's expression was subtle. "You are?" Shiki felt embarrassed but stubbornly replied, "He is not worth your trust. Why don't we cooperate? If we capture God Valley and rescue tens of thousands of people, how will you arrange such a large group to evacuate from the dangerous battlefield? I can help you. I'm a float fruit user. What do you want to do?" Summer narrowed his eyes. Shiki licked the corner of his mouth. "You know what I mean? The basis of my alliance with Rox is that he is determined to go to God Valley to save people. And I'm determined to go to God Valley to break through difficulties. Regardless of each other, we both need to go. It has nothing to do with trust. It's purely to avoid early mutual hindrance and consumption. Once we approach God Valley and break the outer defenses of the celestial dragons, the rest will depend on our means." Summer sneered. "You are real pirates. Talking about trust with you? Am I crazy?" Shiki felt disheartened but still unwilling. What does it mean for rocks to go to God Valley to break through difficulties? Why are you gathering? It's probably not for treasure. At least you and rocks are pursuing the dream of becoming king, but you are unwilling to follow Roger's path, practicing the legendary route of conquering the Grand Line and reaching the final island, thinking the legend is illusory, that it's the adventure king, not the pirate king. You all plan to take a different path, to dominate the sea through strength and become the pirate king, the king of the sea, even the king of the world. Summer said, the Rock's pirates have existed for many years, always in vain. Rocks can't afford to wait. He is older than you, and as you grow, especially you, Newgate and Charlotte Lin, your strength is becoming more formidable, and his authority as a leader is continuously declining. He sees the force he painstakingly built facing disintegration. If he doesn't make a desperate effort now, it will be too late. It's not you yet. Don't wait for Shiki to continue. It's never-ending. Xiajie frowned and said, Marin Vondo knows your movements better than I do, which proves that there are spies from the world government on your side relaying information. You'd better shut down communications as well. Shiki replied, do you have spies on your side too? Cipher Pole operates both externally and internally. Get lost. After driving Shiki away, Xiajie jumped down from the lookout tower and headed to the kitchen of the supply ship. Unified resource allocation and centralized catering are experiences summarized by the Navy's various organizations of large fleets, preventing unequal distribution that could lead to discontent among soldiers already facing the hardships of long voyages. And the profession of a chef must be entrusted to trusted individuals. Mr. Yeah. A few chefs from the guerrilla squad were awakened by Xiajie. Xiajie said, I have a task for you. Year 1484 of the Sea Circle. July 15th. Something's not right. The four-eyed monster isn't just simply targeting the big fool. He's reshaping perceptions. Brainwashing. It's just like the routine of the base when training newcomers, first destroying their minds and bodies. What does he want? Something is very wrong. Someone is spreading rumors involving the celestial dragons. The appearance of rumors on the ship generally signifies rebellion. Rebellion against whom? Agent's Diary. Chapter 19. Summer Barrett. The rumor initially started as an unadorned fact. The celestial dragons are in the West Sea. Seemingly inadvertently, the guerrilla chef leaked it to the chef of the G-14 branch. The chatty chefs spread the word, and soon the assistants nearby were aware of it. Chefs have technical positions that require skill, and their roles are basically fixed. Assistants, on the other hand, perform menial tasks with little technical content, such as handling ingredients, washing dishes, cleaning, and serving food, which is relatively easy and enjoyable. They can also indulge a bit, which is much better than being cooped up in the cabin stepping on the ship's pedals. Hence, they have fluid jobs and personnel. Through the assistants' repeated spreading, the soldiers of the expedition fleet, consisting of 50 ships of various sizes, also learned of it. Celestial dragons in the West Sea? What are they doing there? They certainly aren't up to any good. This was an unspoken consensus. As a part of the world government system, the Navy knows far better than ordinary people what kind of vile character the so-called descendants of the Creator God, the celestial dragons who call themselves nobles, truly possess. Are the pirates targeting the celestial dragons? Do they dare? They are pirates after all. What wouldn't they dare? The Rock's pirates, leading the pirates, are notorious for their reckless behavior. The junior officers weren't blind or deaf. They noticed the soldiers' whispers. But what clever person tried to outsmart them, saying, if we don't quickly stop the pirates' conspiracy and they offend the world nobles, we will be guilty of dereliction of duty. They intended to urge the soldiers not to slack off, but to the soldiers' ears, it sounded like a terrifying threat. We have been pursuing from the G-14 fortress for 10 days straight, day and night. We haven't even seen a shadow of the main group of pirates. The pirates run so fast, aided by the Golden Lion's devil fruit ability. Can we be blamed for not catching up? We have already done our utmost. If we become guilty, what will happen to us? Cannon fodder in the war? Prisoners in the underwater prison? Laborers on the Tequila Wolf Bridge? Slaves in Mariewa? The frustration of not catching the pirates and the panic of becoming guilty. The labor of man-powered ships, the torment of the hot climate in the windless zone. Food spoils, meal quality plummets, and diseases proliferate. Fresh water deteriorates. Alcohol consumption rapidly increases, and sanity gradually declines. Various negative elements intertwine, and the soldiers' emotions grow increasingly anxious. Yet the high-ranking officers had no idea of the situation at the grassroots level. July 16th, 3 p.m. Boom! The loud noise shook the ship. What is happening? The napping Bergaras was startled awake, scrambling to the deck, only to hear Kaido's booming voice commanding. The commander orders, suspend navigation. Rest for half a day. Dinner will be a seafood feast. Supply ships will receive the ingredients. Bergaras frowned, bouncing over to the peaceful. What's going on, Summer? Bergaras was not polite. Summer stood at the bow, slashing down a mature sea king fish, 1,000 meters long and plump. What are you shouting about, old lady? You all eat well, sleep soundly, and are full of energy, brother. Kaido's attitude was even less polite. Kaido, stop it, Kaido, Summer said casually. Just a fish that wasn't intimidated by my conqueror's haki. Seeing Summer's tired face and slightly red eyes, clearly having not slept much, Bergaras shot a glare at Kaido, trying to keep the peace. Summer, we are in urgent pursuit of the pirates. Resting for half a day will delay our mission. If we fail to complete the task, be careful of a military tribunal. The soldiers think the same way. Summer said. Bergaras was taken aback. Didn't you notice? Somehow the entire fleet knows that the celestial dragons are in the West Sea. Right now, rumors are rampant and people's feelings are boiling. If we don't calm them down, morale might plummet, and our combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, making it pointless to chase the pirates. Summer said. Bergaras' first reaction. Proddy? I'll tear that big mouth of his. Realizing rumors involving world nobles must be treated with caution, Bergaras said solemnly. Summer said, I plan to call a meeting of the officers to discuss combat plans. Let us also send some junior officers as representatives. They are familiar with the soldiers' thoughts and can effectively communicate up and down, alleviating rumors and other potential hazards. What do you think, Vice Admiral Bergaras? I have no objections. Bergaras believed him without suspicion. 4 p.m. The Sea Kings were divided and transported for cooking. Although he didn't suspect him, Bergaras still sent someone to inquire about the rumors. If we fail to complete the task, we will all be sentenced to death. More serious than imagined. Bergaras crossed his arms. Is it really not you leaking information? Proddy, with a mournful face. I'm wronged. Big sister, I only told Zephyr about this. It's still your and little Summer's commissioned work. I didn't dare tell anyone else. Not a word. Leaking the celestial dragon's whereabouts is equivalent to leaking government secrets. I'm not tired of living. If it's not you, could it be me? Or Summer? Or Zephyr? Bergaras scolded angrily. Even if it's not you, you should manage that troublemaking mouth of yours. Proddy lowered his head to take the scolding. Bergaras suddenly asked, Where's Zephyr? It's been 2 days since I've seen him. Perhaps he's sick? Thinking that his words had touched Zephyr's soul, Proddy felt both guilty and proud. 5 p.m. New World. Akainu led the fleeing fleet to temporarily stay on a deserted island, cooking, searching for fresh water, repairing ships, and setting up image snail communication. The large group of thousands migrated, and the inexperienced Akainu still couldn't manage it smoothly and orderly, but he managed not to create too much chaos. As the management skills he learned at the Thousand Feather Island base did not fail him. A fishing boat, a dark-skinned, honest fisherman sneakily peered toward the shore. You! What are you looking at? Suddenly called out. The fisherman tensed up. When he turned around, he relaxed. It was a small boy with a round head, about 7 or 8 years old, with droopy eyes, a crooked mouth, and dumpling ears, naturally fierce-looking. The boy wasn't stuttering but was wolfing down a hard biscuit, savoring the tasteless naval rations and not wasting any crumbs. I'm not looking at anything, just checking if the food is ready. It's too boring guarding the ship. The fisherman chuckled, tentatively asking, What is your name, kid? The boy wiped his mouth. I'm from the Young Brigade. I used to be a Boy Scout, Barrett. Summer Barrett. Summer? The fisherman asked curiously. Is it the Summer from Mr. Summer? Barrett grinned excitedly. Yes, it's Summer from Mr. Summer. He saved us from the country of endless war, gave us names, families, and ensured we don't have to worry about food and clothing, education, and martial arts training. How can I repay such a great kindness? The fisherman's heart skipped a beat. I've been observing you for a few days. You seem to be fixated on the horned phone snail that blocks communication. Who do you want to contact? The Navy? The world government? Barrett moved closer. The fisherman slowly straightened his back, looking down at the small, skinny Barrett. Have I been exposed? You little brat. Being too perceptive isn't necessarily a good thing. You know, I'm not good at reading, but Mr. Summer praised me for having beast-like keen senses. I'm a martial arts genius. How dare you deny Mr. Summer's recognition of me? The young Barrett's face twisted, his aura fierce as a wolf or tiger, ready to strike. In the blink of an eye, CP5 agents lay on the ground convulsing, blood spraying from their mouths and noses. I was careless? No, it's a monster. A killing weapon raised in the hell of war. Bang! Barrett delivered a flying kick, completely knocking out the agent. I'll catch you and take the credit. One day, I will also become Mr. Siajia's brother. Chapter 20. I clarify. That is not a rumor. 5:30 a.m. The kitchen began serving meals one after another. Summer Jia took the rare opportunity to rest and dispatched 200 guerrilla fighters to take over the defense of 7 supply ships and 3 prison ships, selecting 10 to stay with him on the Taiping and 40 to go with Kaido to the Hero. He assigned the 200 men into small teams to manage meal deliveries across the ships. The remaining 40 personnel at headquarters were valuable technical workers, cooks, shipwrights, navigators, lookouts who were properly stationed with communications officers on standby. Meals were prioritized for the disgruntled grassroots soldiers. Nearly 100 generals and colonels gathered on the Taiping, while over 100 lieutenant officers assembled on the Hero, all drinking. The expedition fleet was vast, with 50 ships of various sizes and over 10,000 troops. And many officers. Fifin had already caught the scent. It smelled good. I've lived this long, and I must say, I've never eaten sea kings before. Prody exaggeratedly joked to lighten the atmosphere. Not to mention eating, I've hardly even seen them a few times. Ha ha ha. Exactly. Those monsters, easily 1,000 meters long, are simply terrifying. Who would dare to dream of eating one? Only Mr. Summer Jia would treat it as a dish. Thanks to Major General Summer Jia. We're in for a treat this time. Prody led the cheer, and several officers who understood social nuances echoed him. All eyes turned to me. Prody raised both arms. I propose we toast Commander Summer Jia. First, to honor his feat of hunting a sea king, so we can also taste what it's like. Second, to commend his tireless efforts, having gone days without sleep, always protecting us across this maritime no-man's land. Cheers! Everyone responded and stood a toast. Summer Jia, pleased, also stood to return the toast. Shall we say a few words? Prody asked Summer Jia while pulling up Zephyr. The withdrawn Zephyr had a vacant gaze, looking haggard and dejected, as if he were a walking corpse. Prody smiled apologetically, explaining, Zephyr, he is not adapting to the climate of the doldrums. Just having a hard time. It's okay. He'll be fine. Summer Jia looked around at the officers and said meaningfully, May you all not forget your original intentions. Everything for justice. Everything for justice. With that, they finished their drinks. Summer Jia sat down. Please help yourselves. What is wrong with Major General Summer Jia? Not only Major General Summer Jia, but look, General Zephyr seems lost, and General Brugloss also looks troubled. Could it be they had a fight? Stop the nonsense. Mr. Zephyr has been ill for the past 2 or 3 days. The 3 main officers were disinterested, and the officers couldn't help but murmur, quietly passing drinks. 45. The guerrilla teams on the ships followed the plan to cover one person as he infiltrated the communications room, controlling the phone bug, while 3 to 5 others chatted with the sailors to collect weapons and occupy the armory. The communications officer turned off the horn phone bug and secretly contacted Sakaski, connecting the radio signal. 5:50 a.m. Clang. Summer Jia drew his knife and took Brugloss hostage. Without warning, everyone, including the parties involved, froze in shock. In May 1472, you carried out a secret mission. What was the mission, Brugloss? Summer Jia pressed. The sharp blade pointed to the dark past, and Brugloss was horrified. Are you crazy? Summer Jia. Slash. A knife severed the head. Brugloss's sister. Major General Summer Jia. The tall ship's wall perfectly obscured the view, and the neighboring ship did not notice the dramatic change on the Taiping, thinking it was just the superiors playing around. Sit down. With his piercing gaze, Summer Jia exuded murderous intent. Ponsky Flay, Shandun, May 1472, respond. The base commander of Red Rock Island, Navy Major General Ponsky Flay, and the base commander of Green Rock Island, Navy Major General Shondon, were both around 50 years old, similar in age to Bruglas. Ponsky Flay, Switting Profusely, Stumred, E. I cannot answer. The head fell. The burly Shondon slid to his knees without hesitation. Weeping for mercy, it was a mission to escort the celestial dragons. Spare me. Spare me. Major Summergia. I didn't want to. I also. Anglian, James Bandel, Kusa, Lindrazer, Caillou, step forward. Summergia called out. The commanders of the 5 outposts at the Beehive front stumbled forward, trembling. Summergia said, in May 1472, July 1475, July 1478, June 1481, who else carried out the Celestial Dragon's secret missions? Step up. For brigadiers, and 2 colonels hurriedly stepped forward. Summergia struck again, killing the Navy Major General of G5 branch hiding beside Zephyr. My observation hockey isn't weak. Any dog who feels guilty at the mention of those years, step out. 1 brigadier, 1 colonel, and 2 lieutenant colonels were terrified. No one dared to resist. Summergia had overthought it. The strength he had shown in recent days was enough to make people despairingly submit to slaughter. 16 officers knelt in a crooked line. Summergia. Prody steeled himself to speak, but as soon as Summergia looked at him, he closed his mouth. 5:55 a.m. The visual phone bugs and broadcast phone bugs were set up and adjusted. 6 o'clock a.m. I am Summergia. Summergia started the live broadcast. The rumors over the past 2 days in the expedition fleet about celestial dragons in the West Sea, and if we fail to intercept the pirates, we will all be sentenced to death. I clarify, that is not a rumor. What does that mean? Don't scare us, Mr. Summergia. You must be joking. It must be a joke. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Summergia gave a speech. The pirates have the ability of the Golden Lion to float and fly in the sky. How can we catch up with them at sea? If we can't catch up, how can we talk about completing the interception mission? Moreover, even if we manage to catch up with the pirates and complete the interception mission, we will still be indirectly sentenced to death. Why? Because we know the celestial dragons are in the West Sea. We all know the nature of the celestial dragons. They are cruel and merciless, tyrannical and unrestrained. They act with impunity, utterly devoid of conscience. They treat everyone, citizens of member states and non-member states alike, like ants, just passing by in front of them. A 3- or 4-year-old child can be brutally shot by them. They arbitrarily seize men and women, torturing and abusing them under false accusations. They levy taxes and extort wealth from the heavens. How many countries have they destroyed due to famine and war? Their crimes are countless, but we did not expect that their ugliness far exceeds our imagination. What are the celestial dragons doing in the West Sea? Why will knowing lead to a death sentence? Because what the celestial dragons are doing in the West Sea is against all natural laws. It's outrageous. It's called human hunting. The celestial dragons conduct a human hunt every 3 years, treating the slaughter of islands and the destruction of nations as a game for amusement. In this human hunt, they have chosen the Valley of Gods in the West Sea with no special reason, just that the Valley of God shouldn't be called the Valley of Gods. The Valley of Gods has 100,000 citizens, as well as over 10,000 slaves eliminated from Mariewa. Once this matter spreads outside, it could affect their rule. They certainly will not allow anyone to know, even if they suspect you might know. They steal the treasures from Pirate Island as prizes for killing competitions. If the pirates know about this, and if the pirates know, then we might know. Regardless of whether we complete the interception mission or not, our fate will either end up in a military court or we will fight to the death with the pirates who know this, until the last drop of blood is exhausted, leading to an indirect death sentence. Clearly, it is they who have committed sins, yet they want to place the blame on us. Is this fair? Our current situation is that going to the Valley of the Gods means death, and not going and being captured also means death. It's just a matter of time before we die. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well die for a great cause and accomplish something significant. Are we joining the Navy just to be soldiers who eat rations? No. We join the Navy for our conscience. Are we risking our lives, fighting at the most dangerous front lines against the most dangerous enemies, Just to protect a group of devils who would eat people without spitting out their bones? No, we fight to protect the common people. Are those celestial dragons inherently noble? Superior to us? No, they are no more noble than we are. They are merely parasites sucking the blood of the people. They have stood too high for too long. So long that they have forgotten themselves, and have forgotten that they are human too. Chapter 21. The windless zone swimming competition. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The overwhelming shock made the naval officers' minds momentarily crash. Xiajie turned off the two phone bugs that were broadcasting the escape of the distant fleet. "You just making this up, aren't you?" "Yes, that's right. You're lying. It's fake. What human hunting? How could such a thing exist in the world? Something that even horror storybooks wouldn't dare to write? It's absurd." For 2 or 3 days of doubting life, Zifa, whose mind was already in a daze, completely collapsed. "Ha! You're just making this up, right? Right?" Xiajie remained silent, looking at Zifa with pity. Like a dog that had lost its home and had its spine pulled out, Zifa half collapsed in a pool of blood, holding Bruglas's head and weeping. "Why? Why did you kill Sister Bruglas? Kill Akalu? Kill Fola. Killing is wrong. Heroes in comic books don't kill. I don't kill. You kill. You're not a hero. You're a traitor who betrays justice." Xiajie roughly grabbed the retching Zifa. "Have mercy," Prodi timidly pleaded, pointing with a knife. Xiajie shouted, "Shandun, where was the human hunting in May 1472? How many people were killed? In the North Sea, on the Orville Islands, killed 90,000? Shandun mumbled, "What about you?" "The human hunting in July 1475 was in the Grand Line, where the celestial dragons coveted the technology of the What Kingdom, killing 80,000. The human hunting in July 1478 was in the West Sea, where the Birdna Kingdom refused to join the government and was destroyed, killing 130,000. The human hunting in June 1481 was on the Panlos Plateau in the South Sea, where the indigenous plateau people were exterminated, killing 250,000. General Xiajie, they're neither a country nor human, so can they still be considered people?" Hearing the accounts from the dozen or so kneeling naval officers, Zifa felt utterly hopeless and fainted weakly. Throwing Zifa aside, Xiajie said, "Two choices. Keep your dignity and jump into the sea, or I'll help you keep your dignity and behead you." "Lord Xiajie, spare me, spare me. Do you remember? I once treated you to a meal." "Whoa, how can I refuse the orders from Marineford? You're being unreasonable." "Decay. We all have single surname names. And you also have the blood of the flower country, right? We're fellow townsmen. Let me go, okay?" The cries echoed around. "Don't tell me you don't know how you earned your military rank and status. That was paved by the blood and corpses of 550,000 innocent lives. You undoubtedly profited from human hunting. How dare you shamelessly say you didn't personally kill anyone, that you were just escorting the celestial dragons, that it had nothing to do with human hunting?" Xiajie remained unmoved. 550,000. You must have omitted some details. At least you haven't mentioned the slaves eliminated by Mariehua. He raised his knife. "I need to rush to the Valley of Gods to save people. Time is of the essence. If you accomplices feel wronged, you might as well go find the souls created by human hunting to vent. And don't think it's unfair. Rest assured, I'll send those main offenders down too." Thud, thud, thud. Still, no one resisted. They understood their own strength. Jumping into the sea to swim out of the windless zone at least offered a glimmer of hope for survival, far exceeding the probability of successfully challenging Xiajie. Using observation hockey, Xiajie ensured that none of the naval officers jumping into the sea played tricks or clung to the ships. He said, "I kill them because they are mid to high-ranking officers. They cannot be unaware of human hunting. They know it well and still willingly serve as accomplices to the celestial dragons. Many ordinary soldiers are completely unaware, deceived by officers and the celestial dragons. Having participated in human hunting in confusion, I don't blame you." He shifted his tone. Xiajie's conquerors hockey pressured them. "But to think that the lower classes of member countries, the common people of non-member countries, slaves, other races and ethnicities are not considered human, to kill, abuse, capture, sell, transport, and plunder them while maintaining your dignity. I will not protect you. My team does not need trash like the celestial dragons. Ha ha. On one side are the celestial dragons who play with killing, and on the other are the heavy-eyed who won't tolerate any injustice. It's really a matter of time before they all die. Let them die. They must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Is this a declaration of war against the celestial dragons? God, Moody, you bastard supplying the human auction house. Slave trader, where will you hide? Human hunting occurs every 3 years, slaughtering tens of thousands. My insistence on justice is truly a joke. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Thud, 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 thud. 300 to 400 naval officers chose to keep their dignity. Kaido returned to the peaceful, expressing regret and excitement as he complained. Do the celestial dragons have any courage? That was fantastic. Brother, you made me so passionate. I can't wait to fight. But in the end, I just watched them line up to jump into the sea. I really couldn't help you at all. Brother, you were too cautious before. With your strength, no one would dare to oppose you. You being here is already helping me. Xiajia pressed down the phone bug's microphone and whispered, It's my first time planning a mutiny. It's inevitable that I went a bit too hard. Kaido bent down. What's the next step? Xiajia glanced at the foolish Zifa and the silent Prody. On the deserted island. Crazy, crazy. Going against the celestial dragons. Why do this? Mr. Xiajia, why care about the lives of those in the Valley of Gods? Stop saying selfish things that lack conscience. Just because we managed to board Lord Xiajia's ship, we shouldn't pull up the boarding plank and not allow others to come aboard. God, please bless Lord Xiajia to defeat the demons. Mr. Xiajia should have done this long ago. The Navy has nothing good. They are all extremely hypocritical guys, always talking about this so-called justice and that so-called justice. But which of them lives up to the word justice they carry on their backs? They are just powerful figures who flatter, deliberately distorting justice to feel justified in aiding the tiger. My hometown perished due to the celestial dragon's oppression. Because of the riches above, the entire country fell into famine. Do you know what it feels like to be hungry? Celestial dragons. Do you know? Hundreds of thousands gnawing on tree bark, eating dirt, even resorting to cannibalism. We wanted to escape famine. Yet you sent the Navy to hunt us down. In the end, only a few survived. Overthrow the evil rule of the world government. Unfortunately, in the Navy's future, it's not regrettable. Human hunting is too cruel. Sudden changes brought about various reactions. Some cried, some laughed, some were inspired, and some were worried. All kinds of people with all kinds of expressions. Sakazuki, who had been watching coldly, jumped onto a large rock and shouted, Everyone, brother has honestly told you his determination to abandon his naval identity and the reasons for leaving the world government, as well as his future plans. You can now decide whether to stay or leave. Those who want to stay, I welcome. Those who want to leave, I won't stop you. I will provide you with ships and supplies, but no phone bugs to prevent anyone from exposing our whereabouts. Furthermore, I must advise those who want to leave to quickly find a remote place to hide. Do not attempt to sell information to the world government. You will gain nothing. The celestial dragons are beasts capable of doing even human hunting, and they will kill you just because brother wants help you. Don't believe me? Try it. Brother didn't dare to test it, which is why he ordered me to move all of you to avoid harm. Sakazuki acted swiftly, jumping down from the large rock and allocating 3 fishing boats, a pile of dry food, and drinks to the eastern shore of the deserted island. The setting sun in the west cast long shadows as night fell. Guess how many people stayed? Big G? In the end, young as he is, Sakazuki is far from as calm as he appears. He feels very anxious inside. Rao G is diligently working on his muscles. They're all better off without them. Sakazuki is confused. Mute Arlen shrugs and pouts. Arlen means that they are all a burden to Lord Xiajia. It is they who need Lord Xiajia's protection, not the other way around. They can stay or leave as they please. Let go of the urge to help others and respect their destinies. After Rao G translates, he repeats his old trick, Hey, Arlen, don't say things that are detrimental to unity. Arlen. Chapter 22, Let's go crush slavery together, cutting off the phone worm signal. Xiajia instructed Kaido to gather all the lieutenants aboard the hero ship for a meeting while he himself negotiated with the remaining officers of the peace ship. This was the significance of initiating a mutiny in the doldrums. Although the guerrilla troops were few in number and unable to quickly control tens of thousands of Navy personnel or take over 50 ships. Without Xia Jie driving out the Sea Kings, no one could safely leave. I'm sorry, Prodi. Xia Jie bowed apologetically. You've really put me in a tough spot. Xia Jie, you know me. I've never had any ambitions in my life. I just want to live a stable life and help some people as much as I can, without expecting great fortunes or rewards. But now, he hurriedly sidestepped, and Prodi's smile turned bitter. I'll dare to call you little brother, Xia Jie. Just treat me as a nobody, okay? Really? Prodi stepped forward eagerly, but as soon as he lifted his leg, he immediately recoiled as if shocked, saying with a tearful expression, You want to make me swim out of the doldrums like those bastards, will you? I haven't done many good things in my life, but I haven't done bad things either. Xia Jie, you can't treat me like this. You can't be so cruel. Please give me a way out. Brother, I'm begging you. Supporting Prodi, Xia Jie said, Stop messing around, Prodi. You're a smart man. You know very well that there's no turning back now. Sighing, Prodi sat down in despair and opened a bottle of liquor, drinking deeply. Xia Jie also sat down, leaning in closer to Prodi. In the corrupt system of the world government, being a rear admiral in the Navy without doing bad things is quite noble, and helping others as much as you can is truly wise and brave. Why must you belittle yourself, Prodi? You're still young, only 25, like the blazing sun in the morning. As for me, I'm already 40, halfway through life. In another 10 years. Prodi gazed at the setting sun in the distance. To be honest, asking me to follow you in rebellion now is a bit late. My spirit has long been worn down, and my strength is mediocre, truly unfit for such a heavy burden. Xia Jie replied, Ambition is not determined by age. Lacking ambition only leads to a long life without purpose. I have no family, no career, no children. What do I gain from rebellion? Prodi shook his head repeatedly, saying, Xia Jie, the celestial dragons and the world government are one and the same. Rebelling against the celestial dragons is equivalent to rebelling against the world government. And the world government is an enormous and unmatched alliance of nations. Xia Jie nodded, I know. I know that the celestial dragons and the nobility of both allied and non-allied countries form the ruling class of vested interests. Once they detect the emergence of people like me, they will unite seamlessly and spare no effort to eliminate us. I know they have a strong military, with 171 allied nations that can expand at any time, including royal armies, the Navy, Cypherpole, the Knights of God, and the Five Elders, countless forces. Beyond politics and military, I also know that they possess overwhelming hegemonic advantages in currency, shipping, economy, trade, public opinion, food, energy, metallurgy, shipping, and many other industries and fields. I also know that this world has always been a world of nobility, with a power framework transmitted through blood, sex, and maternal-child relations has never changed. Nobles are born nobles, and commoners and slaves are born commoners and slaves. The continuation of slavery has penetrated deep into our genes, constantly reinforcing people's subservience, domestically conditioning them to trample others or be trampled by others, often both. This has formed a deeply entrenched ruling inertia. As long as people can survive, they will silently endure. If they can't survive, they will take the risk of going to sea for luck. Very few dare to raise a flag and rebel. I know everything. So what? Xia Jie lost his temper rarely, his conqueror's hockey exploding. I didn't come to this damn world to be a damn slave. This frightened Prodi into a tremble. Easy. If the powerful in this world did their jobs, even if not wholeheartedly for the people, even if it was just for show, I also don't want to risk my life in rebellion. I want to live a stable life. But look in the temple. Beasts are in charge. Between the halls, hounds run rampant, wicked people disrupt the world, and sycophants poison the seas. Billions of lives suffer in misery. Xia Jie sincerely invited. Prodi, you have spent 20 years in the Navy without compromising your principles. Isn't it because you have always retained a pure kindness in your heart? Stand with me. Someone has to stand up and shout at those beasts. Fuck you. Prodi hesitated, struggling with his decision, and finally shook hands with Xia Jie. Xia Jie pulled Prodi into an embrace, patting him on the back, whispering, Don't worry, You won't be on the front lines. You'll handle logistics. That's good. Prodi exhaled deeply, saying, why not endure for a few more years? With your abilities, you could easily occupy a high position in the Navy, recruit more helpers, more troops, and perhaps even have the chance to directly threaten Mariewa. Xiajie released Prodi and turned him to face the others. The expedition fleet has nearly 100 officers remaining. There are still 300 left, and many lieutenants have jumped into the sea as well. This is still the G5 branch, G14 branch, Red Rock Island Base, Green Rock Island Base, and the frontline Navy of the 5 linked rings. The frontline Navy is already in a shocking state of decay. What can we expect from the rear? True, Prodi sighed. Occupying a high position in the Navy means becoming an accomplice of the Celestial Dragons. Xiajie said, the Celestial Dragons have a very tight control over the Navy. The Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau is vigilant, and Cypherpol conducts undercover investigations with military expenses, logistics, weapons, ideology, ranks, and many tricks. After a slight pause, he asked the remaining 28 officers, you heard my conversation with Prodi. What do you have to say? The crowd exchanged glances for a long time. One of the 2 remaining brigadier generals, Vice Admiral Wesson from Prodi's G14 branch, mustered the courage to speak up. Mr. Xiajie, Mr. Prodi, we have families. We know about human hunting, and we might be sentenced to death by the government. But if we rebel, the Celestial Dragons will definitely not spare them. Please have mercy. Wesson knelt down in supplication, and the other 27 officers quickly followed suit. Before Xiajie could speak, Prodi said, don't you understand yet? There's no turning back. Everyone knows the Celestial Dragons are tyrants. It's always, I don't care what you think. I care about what I think, regardless of your loyalty. Not to mention you. Even those bastards who jumped into the sea. Do you think they can just end it all by committing suicide? Will the Celestial Dragons not pursue their families? Dream on, with a tone reminiscent of good families being dragged down. My daughter, she's only 3 months old. What bad luck. Neither advancing nor retreating, left nor right. The crowd looked on in despair. Xiajie said, we must strike hard at the Celestial Dragons in God Valley, disorient them, and make them unable to care about anything else. Only then will you and your families have a way out. After rescuing the people of God Valley, I will fight for you to gain more time and provide a severance package. You can either take your families to the Totland Sea or hide at the ends of the earth. Not just you, but all the Navy in the expedition fleet as well. Totland Sea, isn't that Big Mom's territory? Prodi asked in surprise. Xiajie replied, I had contacted the Rocks Pirates before, and we agreed to strike God Valley together. For now, both sides are still allies, and I plan to talk to Charlotte Linlin. No wonder we couldn't catch up with the pirates. Prodi muttered, clearing his throat, and said, Xiajie, the expedition fleet has tens of thousands of troops. Do you really have that much severance pay? Xiajie replied, the Celestial Dragons have money and ships. Let's rob them. 2 people sang in harmony, managing to comfort the officers somewhat. The fainted Zephyr woke up, curled up in a ball, crying helplessly like a child. There is no justice in this world, and there are no heroes. Zephyr. Prodi sighed. Xiajie grabbed Zephyr and slapped him twice. Prodi covered his forehead. Hey, brother Xiajie. Zephyr. Staring intently into Zephyr's tear-filled eyes, Xiajie exclaimed, there is justice in this world, and there are heroes. Prodi is an old hand. The United Front is quite troublesome, but Zephyr is simpler. Saving the hundreds of thousands of people in the Valley of Gods, you are their hero. You are their justice. To fight against the tyranny of the world government and to eliminate the evil Celestial Dragons. You are the justice of the world. You are the hero of the people. Like a man, let's go crush slavery together. In a brief moment, Zephyr's unfocused pupils gathered, slowly regaining their sparkle. Xiajie tidied up Zephyr's appearance and said, to protect justice, we must guard the most worthy justice. To be heroes, we must be great heroes. Fight for the survival of the people and open peace for all generations. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, on July 16th. My name is Ian Jan, and by the time you read this, I'm already dead. Agent's Diary. This is a corpse salvage from the calm belt, preserved for over 2,000 years in seawater, confirmed to be a middle-aged male. An eyewitness of the historical event The Gathering of the Calm Belt and some netizens jokingly referred to him as the champion of the calm belt swimming competition. His bone composition is very special, inscribed with dense, indelible writing, believed to be caused by some kind of devil fruit ability. The content of those writings, especially his diary, provides us with a wealth of precious reference materials for understanding ancient life and historical changes. On May 19, 2025, a presentation of Phase archaeological results. Chapter 23. Sharp-headed Xiajie was busy negotiating with the officers summoned on the hero ship, reasoning with them emotionally, logically, and enticing them with benefits. With the assistance of Prodi, this.After, and 28 other officers, he quickly established a united front among the military officers and then began to soothe the ordinary soldiers, thoroughly stabilizing the situation. The ordinary soldiers lacked autonomy, which was not determined by Xiajie, but by the background of a feudal era rooted in slavery, where individual strength could surpass collective power. Within any team, there was a clear class distinction, with severe personal dependency and a strong dominance from the higher ranks over the lower ones. Xiajie intended to reorganize the large fleet, but was persuaded by this.After not to do so. Unlike the army, where personnel dispersal could still allow for operation. In the Navy, such dispersal would only lead to chaos, making operation impossible. Ships might not even be able to set sail. After all, navigation is a complex system that requires a long period of coordination for the crew to become familiar with the ship and each other before they can unleash their combat power and withstand the frequent natural and man-made disasters at sea. I made a common-sense mistake. Xiajie joked. This.After's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled, finally emerging from days of extreme emotions. Unable to reorganize the large fleet, Xiajie had to maintain the existing personnel configurations, promoting individuals step by step to fill officer vacancies. However, he adjusted the formation with the flagship piece at the center, ordered this.After to lead the hero ship to the left wing, commanded Prodi to take over the original Brugara's flagship Flying Rider on the right wing, and instructed Kaido to take command of the original Mountain Shield flagship shield as a pioneer, with supply ships and prison ships trailing behind, incorporating the other ships into a diamond formation. After half a day's turmoil, the large fleet set sail again, making a concerted effort to cross the windless zone. July 17th, Marin Vondo Island, Navy Headquarters. The expedition fleet should be in the West Sea by now, right? They should have arrived yesterday. Have they caught up with the Rocks pirates? According to the agreement, they were supposed to start communications today to report the situation. But why hasn't there been any news in the afternoon? The telephone bug has been unresponsive for a long time. Could it be that they engaged in a firefight with the pirates and couldn't spare the time? As the distance to human hunting grew closer, various anomalies continued to warn, and Kong became increasingly anxious. Head throbbing, Kong paced back and forth, waited, and finally could not bear it any longer. Turned to sit back in his office chair and dialed the telephone bug. Bloop, 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 snop. This is Carp. A hearty voice mixed with cheerful music came from the other end of the telephone bug. Kong said, "It's Kong. Carp, go to the God Valley in the West Sea to protect the world nobles. Your leisurely vacation is over." Is it a study trip for the celestial dragons? Why in such a remote border area? I can't discuss it. In any case, I'm counting on you, Carp. A large number of pirates, led by the Rocks pirates, are heading towards the West Sea. Although I'm not sure if they're targeting the world nobles. If they are, it would be disastrous. The Rocks pirates dare to act recklessly under the watch of the Heavy-Eyed One. Didn't he stop them? The itinerary of the celestial dragons is top secret, right? How did the information leak? There are too many pirates. Xiayi, Shefa, and Brugara's organized expedition fleet are in pursuit. Carp, I feel something is off with Xiajie. Something is off with Xiajie. I think it's you who's off. Stammering and unwilling to elaborate. The celestial dragons have enough protection. What are you afraid of? Carp's nonsensical chatter clearly showed he was too lazy to get involved in matters concerning the celestial dragons. A flash of inspiration struck Kong. Oh no, actually, I didn't expect the Roger pirates to take action as well. You should have said so earlier. I'm going. Snap. The communication ended. This Carp. Kong rubbed his forehead and said, "Savi. Prepare a ship. Accompany me to Mariehua to meet the 5 elders. Sigh, I can't reach the expedition fleet. And communication with the West Sea is not permitted. This is too much of a delay. Yes, Mr. Kong. Kong's visit to the 5 elders awkwardly fell through. The 5 elders did not approve Kong's request for an audience and admonished him in a nonchalant manner over the telephone bug. Everything is normal in the West Sea. You don't need to worry about it. Just do your own job well, and think about why we promoted you to the position of admiral. Kong was left with nothing but disappointment. Meanwhile, in the West Sea, hundreds of ships flying the cross flag and seagull flag sailed grandly. We're about to arrive at God Valley. We're about to arrive at God Valley. Cheer up, everyone. Cheer up. Our feast is about to begin. Oh. Being young is great. As I get older, my condition on the ship has plummeted. It's infuriating. Not being able to hunt to my heart's content is really heartbreaking. Ha. How can those young people understand the shock of beheading beautiful and living things? Life is only once. Once dead, it will never be revived. They're too superficial, only knowing how to rush to shoot. Hey, Lamer Saint, why don't we have a private bet? Let's compare who could behead 100 first with cold weapons. Why is such an interesting game held only once every 3 years? It's really not satisfying. Legend has it that there's an ultimate prize this time. An extinct Bacchania tribe. In their bulky white outfits, with bubble helmets covering their grotesque faces, these are the world nobles, the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons discussed human hunting recklessly, joy and excitement overflowing. Navy Vice Admiral Bent Sangbo's expression grew increasingly stiff. Although he had sold his conscience to the celestial dragons for a promotion to admiral and had participated in a human hunt 3 years ago and a demon-slaying order 5 years ago, he couldn't bear it. A robust, handsome young man strolled by, cradling a pair of sleeping infant twins. Bent Sangbo lowered his over 4-meter-high fat body to pay his respects. Saint Grinku. Unlike the celestial dragons dressed in bulky white outfits and bubble helmets, the God Knight Corps member, Figolando Grinku, wore flamboyant military attire with a fur-trimmed cloak, appearing approachable. At least not like a typical celestial dragon who despised breathing the same air as ordinary people. There's nothing to be sympathetic about. God Valley is not a member state. Non-member states have no human rights, Bent Sangbo replied insincerely. Grinku's mouth curled slightly, a standard answer. I hope the 5 elders can prioritize your promotion. Thank you for your kind words, Bent Sangbo said. Is this your offspring? This is Shamrock Saint and Shank Saint. My unexpected masterpieces, bringing them to experience the atmosphere of the lower world. Casual chatter quickly drew Bent Sangbo's attention to Grinku's unique hairstyle. Instead of the traditional split high bun of the celestial dragons, Grinku's head was pointed, resembling a half-crescent moon in pale gold. Grinku was significantly shorter than Bent Sangbo. And from Bent Sangbo's perspective, Grinku, shaking his twin sons, looked like a provocative banana. What are you looking at? Grinku suddenly raised his head, his gaze fierce. Bent Sangbo bent down, raising his hand to indicate he meant no harm. What are you staring at? Grinku glared at Bent Sangbo. Do you know Xiajia? The heavy-eyed one. Famous across the seas, who doesn't know him? Bent Sangbo replied, I haven't interacted with him. Have you? I interacted with him 8 years ago. He was an ungrateful bastard who rejected a golden opportunity to serve the government directly and turned to join your navy. Ha. Grinku ground his teeth in anger. That bastard even mocked the celestial dragon's sacred noble corkscrew. He said, your hairstyle looks like a wine corkscrew. When pulled up, it can spray out red liquid. Bent Sangbo angrily exclaimed, what a rebellious madman. So I no longer style my hair like a noble corkscrew. Now, do you want to mock my new hairstyle? Grinkus said softly. Bentham was drenched in sweat. Oomph, I doubt you would dare. Green coldly snorted. That bastard insulted me based on his position of power. The government tolerated his great disrespect, and I was forced to remember that humiliation. You don't have his strength. Green is a celestial dragon, surname Figolando. He is inherently ferocious and brutal, with sins that are beyond measure. He once served as an envoy to the emperor, but was rejected by the emperor, thus harboring deep resentment. A Chronicle of the Bandits. Chapter 24. Lingling seeking a child, has the Valley of Gods arrived? I don't want to die. Why? Why was I born a slave? As long as we can hide from the pursuit for 3 weeks in the Valley of Gods, we can regain our freedom. Don't despair. Everyone, don't despair. Keep a positive attitude. Don't let your mood affect your performance. They provide us with plenty of food to hunt us down more enjoyably. So, eat up. Build up your energy. Gather your strength. Believe that we will survive. Fooling yourself, you idiot. Inside the specially made large prison ship, thousands of slaves eliminated from Mariewa and prisoners judged guilty by the world government are held captive. In a corner. Big brother? Wake up. Big brother? Emporio, Ivankov. The celestial dragons are coming. Where? Where? Ginny, this joke isn't funny. Just kidding. Hee hee. The celestial dragons wouldn't lower themselves to come to this stinking sardine can. 13-year-old Ginny and 15-year-old Ivankov, 2 young slaves who met in childhood. The former became a slave at 4, and the latter was not far behind. Ginny has pink hair and purple eyes, with a round face that shows a gap-toothed smile, proudly fiddling with 2 transponder snails marked with a world government's cross flag. Hee hee, big brother, the Navy has lifted the communication blockade. What good news did you overhear? Ivankov sat up excitedly. In the dim environment, his abnormally large head floated up like a balloon. Oh my, it's a ghost. The cage across was unclear, suddenly filled with panic. It's my explosion hair. You fool. Ivankov snapped angrily. The unusually large head grew a fluffy, purple explosion hairstyle, making Ivankov's figure look like a 3-headed body with an exaggeratedly large face and comical features. Very quirky. This was also the reason why the celestial dragons considered the siblings problem slaves, eliminated from Mariewa. One with unclean hands, the other with a grotesque appearance. Both born with a consciousness of rebellion, infinitely yearning for freedom, even though they had never tasted the flavor of freedom. I figure out the game prize of the celestial dragons. There really is the most powerful devil fruit. Ginny pulled the irritable Ivankov. I heard them say there's a top-tier azure dragon fruit that can turn you into a mythical beast azure dragon, and a meatball fruit that can send yourself or others to distant islands. They can let people fly. That's indeed good news. You're amazing, Ginny. Escape from the sky. They must not expect it. Hee hee. Ivankov rubbed his pointed chin. The key now is to figure out the location of the devil fruits. Get close to them and steal them. Ginny said, I also tried to contact the outside world. It seems the Roger Pirates responded. Unfortunately, the Navy closed communications. The Roger Pirates? The notorious Roger Pirates? If it's them. Shaking his head, Ivankov said seriously, those who help themselves are helped by heaven. Those who abandon themselves are abandoned by heaven. We still need to work hard ourselves. Top, 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 top. The sound of military boots hitting the floor. The prison ship was silent. Tonight, I'm on duty. Is there any brother who wants to have some fun? Hee hee. There's so many slaves and criminals. Many of them are quite beautiful. Anyway, they'll be sent to the Valley of Gods too. Major, what is the tension? They understand their fate. I hate wasting things the most. I usually eat every grain of rice in my bowl clean, thinking about so many beauties about to perish pains my heart. If I don't enjoy it, I want to be satisfied. I also hate eating alone. How can I enjoy it myself? Brothers don't have to worry. The higher-ups have no time to manage us. They're all busy flattering the celestial dragons. Thank you, Major. Ha ha ha. Hey, there's a rumor about a slave kid from the Bacchania clan. Let us take a look at what kind of freak he is. A group of Navy patrols swarmed. Ginny shrank behind Ivankov. They're bullying people again, those damn bastards. The Bacchania clan. Ivankov pondered. Dusk. The expedition fleet. Pirate ship sighted. The sword of Jibek is discovered. It's the Rock's pirates. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alarm blared. Rock stood at the bow, looking out. It's quite impolite to raise an alarm as allies. Isn't it? Who told you to ambush without greeting? Shiki snorted. Rox wasn't angry, saying, I'm afraid you'll spread rumors. I need to confirm that Xia Jia has removed Brolga's head, betrayed the Navy, and is against the world government. Most importantly, to deliver Lingling, who is seeking a child. Didn't Tihi say, if she dares to come, I have no problem? As he wishes. Let's see what he does. Wahaha, keek keek keek, gulalala. A group of pirates laughed heartily. Charlotte Lingling laughed especially joyfully. The alarm suddenly stopped. A figure cut through the air, landing on the mast of the sword of Jibek. glancing at the flaming skull on the sail, replacing the letter O of the rock's flag. Xiajia jumped down onto the open deck, throwing out a small head. In the calm, hot climate of the doldrums, a corpse would rot and stink in a day or two. Wang Ji pinched his nose to identify it. It's Brolga's, the dignified vice admiral of the Navy. The base commander of the G-14 branch is dead. Careless, the drunken John retched, Xiajia said. Also the Navy's Vice Admiral Ponsky Floyd from the Red Rock Island base and Vice Admiral Tai Pingkaru from the G5 branch are not here. The rest couldn't be brought. Those who want to see can go dive for them. Hiss. It's truly terrifying, too scary. Feeling a chill down their necks, the pirates stepped back in awe, protecting several big shots in front of them. Rox laughed heartily. Wah, Xiajia, my brother. Take a seat. Bring the wine. Bring the good wine. Forget it. I've shown my sincerity for the Alliance. If you play tricks again, I'll use it for communication. Xiajia patted his saber. I keep my word. Clap, clap, clap. Rox applauded, seriously saying, good. Keeping your word is good. Who doesn't know, my brother Xiajia? Your word is as good as gold. Good. Shiki, the old joker, teased in agreement. These two big pirates were in sync, mimicking cheerleaders on either side, even performing a human rendition of the wedding march. Ching, ching, let us invite our super beauty of the pirate world, big, Miss Charlotte Lingling. Make her grand entrance. Dun 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 Charlotte Lingling Shili approached Xiajia, roding over. Xiajia's face darkened. Wahaha, Rox mischievously reminded. Xiajia, my brother? Lingling has come. You said you would keep your word. Even Newgate, who had conflicts with Xiajia, also straightened his lips. No one is forcing you. Wang Zhijian, Girolioza, Stussy, Kineman. Everyone wanted to laugh, but dared not, watching the show. Xiajia gritted his teeth, calm and collected. No problem, but I can't have a child in public. Wait a minute. We VE prepared the wedding room. Just ahead, it's empty. I wish you a pleasant night. Rox interrupted. Shiki said, don't worry, with my float fruit ability, it won't delay our journey. Xiajia, let us go have a honeymoon. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Lingling was extremely happy. Xiajia pondered. I need to explain a few things to my people. All right, we trust your character. You want to be a runaway groom? Wah. Rox said, by the way, where S. Black Arms effer? Did you take him down too? Xiajia said, he has become my comrade. As Xiajia left the sword of Jibek. Ha ha ha. Finally, there's a chance to make the four-eyed monster suffer. I'm dying of laughter. Look at him pretending to be calm, coughing. Lingling, squeeze him dry. Sisters, we support you. Right after that, the pirates' laughter echoed through the sky. Chapter 25 Jean Lottery winner Xiajia arrived as scheduled. Charlotte Linlin waited in the wedding house, indulging in food and drink, using her strong appetite to suppress her excitement. The so-called wedding house was a camping tent built by the Rox pirates on a pile of reefs. Not much different from sitting outdoors, perfectly fitting the pirates' rough style. However, Charlotte Linlin's style was not just rough, it was also bold. Upon seeing Xiajia, she couldn't wait. Let's go. Come with me inside. Mahaha. We are human beings, not livestock, so what does it matter? Charlotte Linlin shouted eagerly, like a spoiled child lacking patience. Xiajia mocked. What do you take me for, a brand new doll? If you can't have me, are you going to throw a tantrum and cry to your parents? Unfortunately, you can't find your parents. Don't mention parents. Charlotte Linlin's face turned pale, her pink hair fluttering, and the three homies accompanying her glared fiercely. Just like giants? Xiajia supported his blade. You have so many taboos, but I suggest you better figure out who you were talking to. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on her head. The enraged Charlotte Linlin was forced to calm down, gritting her teeth as she repeated, don't mention them. The words parents and giants deeply pierced Charlotte Linlin, and the unbearable memories of her childhood instantly flooded back. Xiajia said, you shouldn't say not to mention them. You should ask me why I brought them up. What do you know? Charlotte Linlin responded quickly. I know you don't have special racial bloodlines. You are a gene lottery winner. The genetic mutation not only endowed you with a huge physique slightly inferior to that of the giants, with steel-like bones, extraordinary strength, and various enviable qualities, but it also gave you emotional instability and a series of strange chronic ailments like food obsession. The disharmony between flesh and spirit, the mismatch between talent and cognition, fortunately or unfortunately, has led you to not truly possess self-control even at 30 years old, let alone when you were just a few years old. Born Destroyer stems from this. Regardless of whether you are happy or sad, you can inadvertently cause great mistakes with a careless grab and throw. Jie continued, your parents were ordinary people. Even if they were wealthy, they could never compensate for the sins that were worthy of a death sentence. When you were just 5 years old, they were already exiled, and they tried their best to smooth things over. Mom, Mom, shouted son Prometheus. The absorbed Charlotte Linlin snapped back to reality. I don't even know my past as well as you do. How do you know? The focus isn't on how I know your past, but on Galmero, Jie said, glancing at the blazing fireball in the air. Son Prometheus shivered and carefully dodged to the side of Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin reminisced. Sister, let's make a deal. Charlotte Linlin. Jie said, I know the information about the Holy Mother who adopted you after your exile. Charlotte Linlin looked at Jie cautiously. Jie met her gaze. Shall we verify the goods first? 64 years ago, the two captains, Blue Demon Only and Red Demon Broggy, who commanded the giant army, suddenly disappeared, and the giant warrior pirates became a legend of the sea 62 years ago. With the disappearance of Blue Demon and Red Demon, the giant warrior pirates disbanded due to the loss of their backbone, and a few remnants were accidentally captured by the world government, which decided to publicly execute them. Charlotte Linlin posed as if in prayer, fervently continuing. Just at that critical moment, a beautiful nun traveling the world shouted, spare them. That's right. It was the compassionate sister, Galmero. The light of this world arose. It was precisely because she stopped that public execution that she was revered by the world as the Holy Mother, as a benefactor of Elbaf. She established the House of Lambs on the territory of those bastards, adopting homeless children like me without regard to race or identity. Charlotte Linlin scoffed. Maha, I know that too. Jie, do you think I've been sailing the seas without gathering information about the nun? Indeed, you debuted at 6, formed the Bigmum Pirates with long loaves, and have been wandering the seas for 24 years. Jie asked pointedly, do you think the world government can be swayed by a mysterious nun with nonsensical claims like heaven wants to see you reconcile? Execute them, and the warriors of Elbaf will regroup for revenge. Forgive them, and I will lead everyone step by step to a world where all races can laugh together, even at the cost of damaging their credibility to abandon public execution. Even though Charlotte Linlin firmly believed in Galmero and has been practicing her ideals, dreaming of creating a utopia where everyone is equal, as Galmero spoke, considering the lofty stance of the world government. What do the silly fools serving the Navy have to do with a nun? Charlotte Linlin displayed the cunning side of a great pirate, quickly linking Galmero to a considerable number of giant Navy personnel. Jie nodded. Rear Admiral John Jander of the Navy headquarters was the first giant to join the Navy through Galmero's introduction. Are you trying to tell me that the nun is connected to the world government? Charlotte Linlin asked. Jie acknowledged. Paid content. What right does Galmero have to stop the world government from publicly executing the remnants of the giant warrior pirates? Why did Galmero and your friends at the orphanage vanish on your 6th birthday? The soul fruit is a devil fruit ability of Galmero. How did you inherit it? The giant race despises you, calling you the evil god, not just because you destroyed the giant village and killed Elder Yururu. What are you planning to trade? Charlotte Linlin asked. Jie answered. First, my brother Sakazuki is relocating the people from Chinyu Base to the Totland Sea. The Totland Sea is my territory. Charlotte Linlin exploded with anger. Jie said, it's the territory you have your eye on, not yet your territory. The Bigmum Pirates are the strongest force there. I hope both sides can coexist peacefully for a while. I will withdraw no later than 6 months. If you disagree, I will annihilate you immediately. Try it. Charlotte Linlin reached for son Prometheus and Zeus, her demeanor aggressive. Jie said, Rox and the others are not here. Are you serious? In an instant, Charlotte Linlin lowered her flag. The Rox pirates had all suffered greatly at Jie's hands, and she was no exception. Second, I heard you have connections in the underground world? Jie continued. I hope you can guarantee the purchase of supplies for 20 to 30,000 people to last 2 months, food, drinks, medicines, tarpaulin, ropes. I might as well write you a list. Charlotte Linlin was furious. Supplies for 20 to 30,000 people to last 2 months? You really dare to say that? I don't have that kind of credibility. I do, Xia Jie said nonchalantly. I have credibility and wealth. Whether it's bartering or cash, I'll pay double the price. But must be delivered near Navy G1 Fortress within 10 days. If they disagree and mess it up, I will eventually destroy them. Charlotte Linlin shuddered. The gateway to Mary Geos. What exactly do you want to do? Heavy-eyed one. The suffering is not just the prey of God Valley. Xia Jie said, what is your choice? Big Mom. Chapter 26 Giving birth is not such an inconvenient matter. Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment and then broke into a bright smile. This is truly insane. Yeah, you're crazier than rocks. Ha ha ha. We're just mad in our behavior, but you're mad in a physiological sense, Xia Jie retorted sharply. Ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. Classic pirate style. Not ashamed but proud. While I do look forward to the misfortune of those who claim to be gods of creation, your chips do not match what you're asking for. Charlotte Linlin, with the shrewdness of a businessman, said, aside from the nun, what right do you have to stop the public execution by the world government? I'm not interested in the rest of the information. I'm not ready to accept the answer yet. If I'm interested, I might as well ask Longbread. He's also involved. It seems that Galmero is far less important to you in your heart than in your words, Xia Jie said with a teasing expression. Or perhaps you tacitly understand what happened back then. With a cold glint in her beautiful eyes, Charlotte Linlin philosophically said, some people only stand out in memory. What is the treasure that was lost in the hive? The top-tier devil fruit? The red pointers on the historical text stone? Xia Jie said, the celestial dragon stole it as a prize for human hunting. It probably isn't just a simple item. Charlotte Linlin was surprised. You know about the red pointers? That's a closely guarded secret among pirates. There are no walls that don't let the wind through at sea. I also know there are 4 red pointers, including the interpretation method. Xia Jie said, last year, the Roger pirates reached the last island of the New World, Waterstar Island. Some insightful pirates speculated, based on the attitude of the Roger pirates, that it was not the final island of the Grand Line, and thus the legend of the red pointers spread like wildfire. Charlotte Linlin rubbed her hands together like a fly. I agree to the deal. Collecting and interpreting the 4 red pointers to lock in the location of the final island is the most crucial step to ascend the Pirate King throne. After all, sailing around the world has been accomplished. Conquering the Grand Line has been done by the Roger pirates, but no one has reached the final island. Xia Jie kept her in suspense. Charlotte Linlin, drooling, with saliva dripping and stomach acid burning the deck, said, Xia Jie, I agree to the deal. I agree to the deal. Becoming the Queen of the Sea is one of my dreams. I really want to be the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. My power combined with the intelligence I possess can fully support me to become the Pirate King. Why should I give the opportunity to you? Xia Jie responded in kind. Your chips do not match what you're asking for. Charlotte Linlin said word by word. State the terms. You must ensure that the supplies from the underworld are delivered in a timely and sufficient manner to my designated location, the area near the G1 Navy Fortress. Specifically the red port at the end of the New World. Xia Jie made a bold demand. After I save the people of God Valley, you will assist them in safely crossing the calm belt to the Totland Sea, supplying them and my people who arrive at the Totland Sea first. Charlotte Linlin instantly sobered. Hundreds of thousands of people consuming a massive supply of resources for 2 months, facing the world government, the risks targeted by the Navy. For a chance to become the Pirate King of unknown authenticity, the world government and the Navy won't have the time to target you. Xia Jie said, what you're giving is the connections in the underworld. The payment for the supplies delivered from the underworld will be paid by me at a premium. What you bear is merely the supply for over 100,000 people and the military force to protect their safety. Charlotte Linlin sat cross-legged, digging in. Xia Jie was not in a hurry. I've accumulated the wealth over 12 years under the guise of a marriage alliance. Charlotte Linlin hesitated. Xia Jie said, this is also the reason I refused Shiki's private alliance. His float fruit ability could aid in the escape after saving the people of God Valley. But he, along with Rox, Whitebeard, and Wang Ji, are too poor. They can't support that many people. That lion is vicious and untrustworthy. He and Rox are the same kind. Charlotte Linlin sensed the problem. Have you been waiting for me to come alone? Jia said. In case I die in battle, you can inherit my assets. The people I save can fill the population gap for your pirate kingdom. And my crew can fill the shortage of your subordinates. My crew includes the famous Zephyr, Prody, and potential stocks like my two sworn brothers. Kaido doesn't need to be mentioned. And Sakazuki is now a natural type devil fruit user. My plan to establish a pirate kingdom won't escape your notice, haha. Are you holding on to the determination of certain death? Handsome man. Greedily licking her red lips, Charlotte Linlin said. Shall we have a child? Although I don't think anyone can kill someone as strong as you. But as you said, what if? Having a child, leaving a memory in this world. Our cooperation also needs a foundation. Jia furrowed his brows, weighing the situation, and reluctantly entered the tent, loosening his clothes. What are you doing? Charlotte Linlin turned her head in surprise. Jia said, having a child. Oh, you mean to have a child this way? Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha. Jia was speechless. Charlotte Linlin said, is having a child really such an inconvenient matter? Jia was taken aback. Moreover, can you match my size? Charlotte Linlin stood up, towering at a height of 8 meters and 8. Jia asked, how do you give birth? By taking a different approach. My size is too large, and I have deep-seated grudges with Elbaf. I haven't encountered anyone with their bloodline who's decent. In short, relying on normal married life to have children with my previous short husbands is a luxury. Charlotte Linlin's fingertips surged with illusory energy. Fortunately, I am a soul fruit user. A soul person. I can collect anyone's soul, use it myself, and give life to my organs, plants, animals, and non-living things, creating anthropomorphized homies for use. Humans and corpses are not allowed, but still not counting the egg cells of living humans. I can use the egg cells and sperm to give life, enhancing their activity, filtering high-quality products. When the two come into contact and I get them back into the pouch, I become pregnant. Then I give life to the pouch, nurturing several children. And the time for nurturing depends on my mood. The only uncontrollable thing is the gender of the child. Ha. Looking at Jia, Charlotte Linlin asked, how many memories do you want to leave, Lord Jia? Oh, if you are stingy with your soul fragments. And let me use the soul fragments of others to give life to your sperm. The children I give birth to might not look like you. Souls have memories that can subtly influence the father-son inheritance. You Rox pirates are all talented. Jia sighed. A bug queen? A virgin mother? What kind of little yellow oil plot is this? Charlotte Linlin proudly said, the mother of Jesus was also a virgin mother. In a way, I am also a holy mother who kills and commits arson, with a notorious reputation. Jia mocked. Charlotte Linlin then teased, I wouldn't mind experiencing what Stussy and Joel D. Roger said about the real taste of a woman. Can you do that? Ha. My 19th child, Mondor, was born this April, and he's currently in a dry spell. Hiss. Charlotte Linlin boldly teased Jia. I have a little knowledge of the 6 forms and understand a bit about life restoration. Jia wiped the corner of his mouth. I can infuse consciousness into flesh, freely change the shape, density, rate, and size of hair, muscle, bones, blood, internal organs. And organs. Charlotte Linlin slowly widened her eyes. Come on. Chapter 27 Tell the cook not to make cream puffs. Charlotte Linlin, disheveled, made a rough landing on the thundercloud Zeus. After taking a few steps, she stumbled and fell onto the ground. Dessert. Snacks. Give me some sweets. Her hoarse, hungry howl instantly awakened the sword of Jibek. Oh my God. Is that Big Mom returning? Chef. Hurry. Sister Linlin is having an episode. Help me, Captain Rox. Captain Newgate. Captain Shiki. Once the craving hits, Charlotte Linlin transforms into a mindless monster, feared by every pirate who has encountered her, as if facing a formidable enemy. Rox hurriedly ordered prepared candies and chocolates to be brought to Charlotte Linlin to satiate her hunger. Charlotte Linlin barely maintained her sanity and cried to her little friend. It hurts so much. The taste of becoming a real woman is bitter. Boo-hoo. Mommy, you. This is it. Garoliosa made a fist with her left hand and gestured with her right index finger through the gap in her fist. Stussy. who paid great attention to her ladylike image, was so shocked that she forgot to hide her gaping mouth. I was wondering why you were out all night. Gone for so long, oh no. The four-eyed monster, actually. Ha! Shiki never misses a chance for fun within the Rocks Pirates. His eyes rolled as he took the opportunity. Tell the cook not to make cream puffs. Someone has already been stuffed like a cream puff. Rocks cursed, covering his forehead. Go to hell. Waha. Shiki, stop making trouble. The financially strained John, who had been drinking heavily early in the morning, leaned against the cabin door and mumbled. Rocks was hoping Lin Lin would weaken the eye before the battle. The ISNT stupid. How could he allow Lin Lin to take his soul fragments? The soul equals lifespan. Wang Ji, with his wrinkled fat chin, admired. How did Xia Jie match Lin Lin's size? How big is he? Even our strongest Newgate is half a head shorter than Lin Lin. He must be quite a man. Newgate perked up, listening intently. He treats me like an animal. Makes me a slave. Sob sob. I will never again. Charlotte Lin Lin choked on her food while feeling wronged. My poor Lin Lin, don't cry. Don't cry. If you cry, you'll be a coward. These stinky men are watching your joke. Let us go back to the room. Stussy coaxed Charlotte Lin Lin away like a child. Rocks couldn't he hold back. Wow, what is so funny? Not only did Xia Jie not suffer, but he also gained a big benefit, getting involved with our pirate world's super beauty. Rebellious complained. Xia Jie is falling, wahahaha. Rocks was in high spirits, instructing his crew to speed up their voyage. Rebellious was confused. What do you mean? Given Xia Jie's past behavior, he wouldn't use a beating on Lin Lin all night. He would only use a knife to hit her, haha. Shiki was straightforward and vulgar. Bah! Rebellious spat, going down to comfort Charlotte Lin Lin. But as soon as she entered Charlotte Lin Lin's exclusive room, Rebellious saw Charlotte Lin Lin lounging on the sofa, lazily eating and drinking. No longer crying like on the open deck. Lin Lin, you. Rebellious felt it was strange. Charlotte Lin Lin tilted her head back, her eyes vacant. Her face filled with reminiscence. That man, very smooth. After bitterness comes sweetness. She has tasted the sweetness. Stussy shrugged her hands. Rebellious rolled her eyes. Are you pretending? Are you playing with us? Charlotte Lin Lin said slyly. If I tell them I get along well with Xia Jie, they'll be restless. Expedition fleet. Xia Jie called a meeting of the officers. I have finished talking with Charlotte Lin Lin. She will be our ally in the next phase. After saving the people of God Valley, Zephyr hesitated. I don't want to cooperate with pirates. Believe me, Zephyr. I hate pirates more than you do. And I understand their nature better than you. Xia Jie sighed. It's a helpless move. We're not the Navy now. We are rebels. Once the logistical supplies from the world government are cut off, we have no channels to sustain the rescued people. If we can't support them, saving them is meaningless. Outside the influence of the world government, currently, only Charlotte Lin Lin can gather a large amount of supplies in a short time. Zephyr nodded. I understand, but please be careful of Big Mom. That woman is fickle, cruel, and loves to deceive. Xia Jie spread out the sea chart. If we can reach God Valley before the celestial dragons, that would be perfect. The enemy is likely a fleet composed of Cipher Pole agents scouting God Valley for the celestial dragons, mixed with some Navy from the Great Route headquarters and the West Sea, totaling about 20,000 troops. Prody chewed his teeth, thinking, 20,000 troops? Easy to say. Are you scared? Old bastard. A large face suddenly leaned in. Prody jumped in fright. Kaido, you little brat. With Big Brother here. What is there to fear? Kaido boasted loudly on purpose. Xia Jie scolded. This is a military meeting. Kaido. Sorry. Commander. Kaido quickly admitted his mistake. Xia Jie continued. If the celestial dragons arrive at God Valley and hold a human hunt, the enemy's forces could easily double, breaking through the enemy's defensive line at God Valley. I expect to land in the southeast, directly south, establish a position, and adjust the landing direction as needed. But the established position must be firmly held. It is our lifeline for deeply entering God Valley to evacuate the people. This task is entrusted to you, Zephyr. You are responsible for leading the original G5 branch Navy. Yes. Zephyr stood at attention and saluted, awkwardly raising his hand, but unsure whether to let it down, as he was accustomed to the Navy salute. Xia Jie gestured for Zephyr to sit down and said, Prody, Kaido, you will lead the original G14 branch Navy, the former Red Rock Island Base, the Green Rock Island Base, and the 5-ring outpost Navy, responsible for expanding to both wings centered around Zephyr S Unit, driving away the Navy, pirates, and the Holy Land Guards, and seizing their ships as necessary, focusing on supply ships, prison ships, and celestial dragon ships. We urgently need vehicles and supplies to evacuate the people, including money for those unwilling to follow me. Yes, Prody and Kaido responded. I will lead the original guerrilla navy into God Valley. Jia said, the rough framework of the enemy and our forces is like this. Let us start discussing the battle plan. Please speak freely. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, it was Prody who broke the silence. Everyone is anxious about the unknown future and the complexity of fighting against the Navy. The fear of being enemies with the world government, so no one speaks. If you don't speak, I will. Lord Xiajia, may I ask if your strength can overpower everyone? I can, Xiajia said firmly. Prody laughed and stirred. Haha, everyone, we all know a fact. In this world with supernatural phenomena, on this sea with superpowers, absolutely powerful individual strength can indeed dominate a war. Everyone, our leader is like a dragon and a tiger. Why fear those weaklings? Well said, old guy. Kaido, who looked down on Prody, couldn't he help but look at him with new eyes and gave a thumbs up. That's right. A bear soldier, a bear general. For the innocent people of God Valley and for ourselves, let us fight. Lord Xiajia, I suggest splitting the guerrilla forces into 2 routes to deeply enter God Valley. One route feigns an attack on the celestial dragons to attract enemy reinforcements, while the other route takes the opportunity to gather and evacuate the people of God Valley. You need a reliable partner. I recommend Kaido, who can assist Mr. Prody in the task of expanding to both wings. A few years ago, I passed by the Valley of the Gods. The Valley of the Gods is a large mountain that has been split apart, with many rocks along the coast and sparse vegetation. I suggested broadcasting a message to undermine the morale of the grassroots navy besieging the Valley of the Gods. The group gradually became enthusiastic about discussing the battle plan. Prody secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his broad robe concealing his trembling limbs. Chapter 28 Black Scarf Army, July 18th. The expedition fleet changes its flag. The ships remove the serial numbers and paint over the cross flags, seagull flags, and the letter X, symbolizing the rejection of the world government and the Navy, also representing the initial of the surname Xiajia. All members wear black scarves as a distinguishing identity mark. Thus, the Black Scarf Army is born. Rise, slaves who have suffered humiliation and oppression. The light is about to come. Fellow countrymen, wake up. The dawn has arrived. On the day we overthrow the tyrannical slavery, the flag will burn fiercely in the sea of blood. We, separated by vast oceans, unite and move forward. Rise, go fight. Let your hearts be uplifted. The brand new world will surely belong to us. Rise, go fight. Let your hearts be uplifted. The brand new world will surely belong to us. Listen, our shouts make the heavens and earth roar. The flag turns over the mountains of corpses, defending our advance. Smash the chains that bind us, strengthen our power. And now raise our victory flag high. Rise, go fight. Let your hearts be uplifted. The brand new world will surely belong to us. Rise, go fight. Let your hearts be uplifted. The brand new world will surely belong to us. The singing is loud, and the fleet sails through the waves. The Black Scarf Army charges straight towards God's Valley. That bastard Heavy Eye looks down on us. Isn't he the one who hates pirates the most in the Navy? Hey, look at their flag. White is worried about a false alarm. How strange. The pirate army heading to God's Valley was initially terrified of the following Black Scarf Army fleet. But soon they realized that the Black Scarf Army fleet ignored them and continued sailing without a care. What's going on? Whoever competes with me for treasure is my enemy. Big news. The scent of a big event. Contact the brokers in the underground world, the journalists from the news agency. Who cares if it's true or not? Don't the information dealers often fabricate? Let's sell the information first and make a fortune. Better than going to God's Valley and getting nothing, wasting a trip. The pirates also sensed the abnormality of the Black Scarf Army fleet which was skin-deep in the Navy. 7. St. Morgens. Marineford Island, the Marshal's residence. Kong is always restless, waking up early to wash up. "Excuse me, Mr. Kong, please take a look at this." A report intercepted by the Navy's communications department arrives, indicating that Xiajia is suspected of betrayal. Kong feels as if struck by lightning. A short piece of text. A single page feels like it has the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing his sturdy arms to tremble. What does he want? He is a rear admiral in the Navy. He holds a high position and controls the life and death of all Navy forces at the forefront of the New World. Even I have to give way to him. Why is he doing this? Because he hasn't been promoted in 8 years? He was promoted out of turn when he joined the Navy through world conscription 8 years ago. Even if he sensed something was wrong with Xiajia, Kong still did not believe it and was unwilling to believe it. Impossible. How upright is Heavy Eye? How many pirates has he captured in these 8 years? How many threats has he eliminated? Protecting the country and its people, uprooting the strong and supporting the weak. It must be the bad seeds of pirates spreading rumors. Absolutely impossible. The expedition fleet still has burglars, Zephyr, and tens of thousands of loyal Navy personnel. Kong rambles in confusion. Savvy says, "Mr. Kong, the expedition fleet is still uncontactable, and the 1,000 Feather Base is the same." Kong suddenly looks up. What? The moment I intercepted this information, I try to contact the 1,000 Feather Base, but Savvy shakes his head. Kong sits down dejectedly. Have they arranged a retreat for themselves? Is it premeditated? Savvy squats nearby. Savvy? Kong hesitates. I messed up. It was my insistence that Xiajia serve as the commander of the expedition fleet. He has strength, reputation, and means. With more power, he could really lead the expedition fleet to betray. He is a destabilizing factor that the government has recruited. I know this very well. I was too careless. Savvy says, rather than passively shirking responsibility, it's better to actively take on responsibility. Kong glances sideways. You are the admiral of the Navy. Regardless of what issues the Navy has, you bear shared responsibility. You can't push it away or unload it. Savvy analyzes. The key is you have responsibility. But does Mariewa have no responsibility? You have repeatedly warned Mariewa, but they arrogantly ignored it. Stroking his scruffy chin, Kong says, the worst outcome would be if Xiajia leads the expedition fleet to betray. The Navy's strongest defense line and elite forces at the forefront of the New World would be lost in one day, but that is a problem for later. The urgent matter is to protect the safety of the world nobles in the West Sea. Xiajia is likely aware of the human hunting and is targeting them. Savvy stands up in agreement. First, relay this information to Mariewa. Send someone to investigate the 1,000 Feather Base. Kong says, prepare the ships. I will summon another batch of Wessie Navy to head to God's Valley. We will meet with the 5 Elder Stars. Whether the 5 Elder Stars meet us or not, we are going to God's Valley. Savvy stands at attention and salutes. Yes, Admiral. You're a qualified admiral's aide, Savvy. Compres. Savvy smiles. After crawling and rolling for decades, we finally stand in a high position, and we haven't achieved any ideals or ambitions yet. How can we retreat? The more difficult it is, the more we should forge ahead, all for justice, all for greater interests. 9:00 nachts. Mariewa, Panga City. The 5 Elder Stars wait for the guards to install the image phone bug equipment. Kong applies for an audience again. This guy is crafty. He still doesn't understand that his job is to rectify the increasingly corrupt Navy, suppress the increasingly rampant pirates, and stabilize the marine situation. After all, the speed of human reproduction is too fast, like insects. What is Kong's reason for applying for an audience? The captain of the Navy guerrilla unit, the commander of the 1,000 Feather Base, Xiajia, is suspected of betrayal. That Heavy Eye who has successfully suppressed the Rock's pirates in recent years? A dangerous element. He slaughtered many nobles in the North Sea back in the day, and the Divine Knights recruited him to serve the government. The young and arrogant Green Guru tried to tame such a character as a slave, which naturally ended badly. Later, he joined the Navy through the world government. Unappreciative. His strength is formidable, not inferior to the troublesome families of Rox and Roger. Be careful, Satan, if he really betrays. It is likely due to a leak about the human hunting. It's a rare leisurely holiday. During such times of joy with the people, let's not ruin the mood. Whether it's heavy eye or pirates, even if the human hunting leaks, would they dare to offend the divine countenance? The 40 to 50,000 troops amassed in God's valley are not to be trifled with. So I refuse Kong's request for an audience. Among the powers, only 4 celestial dragons hold the highest positions, the highest power of the world government. But there are 5 for communication. The 5 elder stars ignore the distance and communicate through consciousness. 10:30 a.m. Oh ho 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 ho. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of commotion drifts far away. The celebration has begun. The world nobles inland of the gods are probably having too much fun, right? A good atmosphere for revelry. Time flies. Occasionally, I also miss the glorious years of youth. Hunting champions are undoubtedly a brilliant footnote. Let's wait and see, fellow stars. Chapter 29. Human Hunting in God's Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Fireworks burst brilliantly. Thank you all for waiting. Oh, on the stage set up by Cypher Pole, the celestial dragon, armed with a blade, appeared joyfully, greeted by more celestial dragons with blades in hand below the stage. The triannual martial arts competition, the Indigenous Elimination Contest, is about to begin. The selected venue this time is the land of God's Valley, a non-member country. The celestial dragon host on stage passionately declared, "This shameless little island that dares to bear the name God has been confirmed to be rich in resources. Here, the customary human hunting will take place, signaling that it belongs to our world government." What are you saying? What human hunting? Looking at the celestial dragon who suddenly claimed to negotiate joining the world government and now brandishing weapons, the civil and military officials in the city center, controlled by the Holy Land's garrison, who had come out to welcome the celestial dragons, found themselves in a dizzying situation. They have been played. You are acting like robbers, killing my citizens with a game? This is absurd. You are all insane. This is my country. The king of God's Valley, filled with regret, shouted angrily, fully aware of his impending death. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light flashed. Your Majesty? Ah! Oh no! Before the competition even began, the king of the indigenous people has been slain. I hereby announce the favorite to win, Galinga Saint, will start the competition with a score of negative 10,000. Ha ha! Points deducted. Galinga Saint, so impressive. As the king of God's Valley died with his eyes wide open, the laughter of the celestial dragons drowned out the queen's screams. For me, the unfavorable additional conditions are just perfect for entertainment. Galingu coldly struck a fatal blow. Shut up. The celestial dragon host shouted. The queen of the indigenous people has also been slain. I announce the favorite to win will have another 5,000 points deducted. Calm down. Galinga Saint. This competition has also prepared ample stock for capable contestants. They are the eliminated problem slaves from Mariehua, the garbage criminals who resist the government, and the indigenous people here, totaling more than 141, 500 prey. The prey includes pirate captains who roam the seas, charismatic rebel leaders, special races on the brink of extinction. 13 in total. They are super rare rabbits among the 1 in 10,000. Worth 10,000 points. Just to mention, there should be 14 of them. There are also 149 slightly less impressive rare rabbits, worth 5,000 points. A single blow to kill super rare rabbits. Rare rabbits also have excellent bonus points. Mariehua has prepared luxurious prizes for the ultimate winner, which is the treasure chest behind me. 6 treasure chests were lined up on the stage. The celestial dragon host said, "Allow me to introduce the luxurious prizes inside the treasure chests, ranked by points. The champion, animal type mythical beast, fish fruit, azure dragon type. The runner-up, the prey has been released. Thousands of shackled slaves and criminals, marked with target paintings, were released first, driven out. Bang, bang. Several people fell to the ground. Please stop. Please follow the rules. The hunt officially begins in 1 hour. Aha, do your best. 200 hunters. Cheer. The audience present and viewers in Mariehua. Watch closely, kids. I want to let you win, Galingu. I want to win the trophy for the Mamaya family. How can such a thing be allowed? It's a nightmare. Wake me up. Humans should not treat humans as playthings. Children. My children. There are no so-called rules. The celestial dragons, impatient, kill anyone they see, regardless of age or gender, shooting, arrowing, slashing with knives, and chopping with axes. On the high ground, the five elders, who are guest arbiters of this human hunting, the scientific defense warrior, decayed Satan, leaned on his cane, enjoying the chaotic scene below. A pleasant cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Apologies. CP0 agents reported, a kid from the Bacchania tribe escaped early, should we? Satan shot a stern glance, and the CP0 agent bowed and retreated. Meanwhile, Ivankov had a clear target. The Bacchania tribe has giant bloodlines and is a naturally strong warrior. Find him, invite him to cooperate in snatching the devil fruit from the celestial dragon's prizes. Ginny? Hee Blue? Ginny. Big brother. I'm here. Munch munch. Are you coming or not? In a deli shop, Ginny casually snatched 2 pieces of roasted ham, chewing with grease dripping from her mouth. So delicious. I've never eaten this. What is it? Ivankov wiped his cold sweat and scolded. I thought you were lost. Greedy fool. It's the legendary meat. Huh. Don't stop. Keep up with me. All of them became slaves at such a young age. Ivankov had never eaten anything good either, but he held back. As an older brother, he indulged his sister, and as a free spirit, he had transcended all lowly pleasures. We will look for him along the coast, Ivankov said. Anyone who wants to escape this hell will definitely come to the coast to see the situation outside, right? Ginny asked in confusion. Who are we looking for? The Bacchania tribe. Huh. Oh. Running swiftly, 2 young slaves approached the coast, looking down from a height, their faces suddenly turning pale. Outside Goddess Valley, ships flying cross flags and seagull flags were densely packed. Ivankov gritted his teeth. Damn it. Let us go, Ginny. Ginny pointed in a daze. Big brother? Look. At sea level, a fleet was slowly rising. Navy ships, but Ivankov's eyesight was sharp. The X on the canvas is big and red. Whose mark is that? The Black Towel Fleet. Captain Xiajia stood at the bow of the peaceful ship, gazing far, with God's Valley towering majestically, resembling a mountain split straight down the middle. Captain Xiajia. The public broadcast has been activated. The celestial dragons did not block the communication signals in this area. Both the Navy and pirates can listen in, while only the Navy G5 branch and G14 branch can. Mr. Zifa and Mr. Prodi provided the communication passwords. Mr. Sakazuki can too. As for the rest, our technology does not support it. The communicator handed over a transponder snail microphone. Thank you for your hard work. Xiajie took the transponder snail microphone, cleared his throat, and said, I am Xiajie, former Rear Admiral of the Navy. If you're listening to my speech, I will reveal a terrible truth. Mariehua is home to a group of devils. Perhaps some will question, isn't it widely known that devils reside in Mariehua? No, you still greatly underestimate the ferocity of the devils. Right now, in God's Valley of the West Sea, a secluded, peaceful paradise, an inhumane tragedy is happening. One that exhausts my language to describe. Human Hunting, Chapter 30, The Uprising of God Valley, Navy G14 Branch. Just because God Valley is called God Valley, the celestial dragons want to treat the hundreds of thousands of innocent God Valley citizens as prey for a hunting competition. Afraid that killing wouldn't be enough for their satisfaction, they even specially transported several thousand slaves and prisoners from Mariehua. They deceive the hunted people, telling them that if they survive for 3 weeks, they will regain their freedom. What a beautiful lie. They merely want the hunted to remain hopeful and desperately flee, maintaining their vitality as prey to make the hunt more enjoyable. This year's human hunting in God Valley of the West Sea is not the first. In 1481, on the Panlos Plateau of the South Sea, in 1478, in the Kingdom of Bernag in the West Sea, in 1475, in the Kingdom of Wood in the Grand Line, in 1472, on the Ovalid Islands in the North Sea. It happens every 3 years, slaughtering tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Human hunting has long become a routine, an ultimate game feast for the celestial dragons. The telephone bughorn broadcasts Summer's speech. Are you kidding me? Is someone impersonating Major General Summer? Human hunting? Absurd. Absurd. Turn off the broadcast. Listening to this is a crime. Don't turn it off. An angry roar silences the noise. The panicked Navy all look up at the roaring figure. a giant nearly 20 meters tall with orange mane-like hair. Major General Saul. Hardware D. Saul, a giant from the South Sea, not from Elbaf. Usually gentle, Saul breathes heavily like a bellows. Smoke billowing from his nostrils. If you can't bear to listen, get lost. I joined the world government and became a Navy for the sake of justice. If this is the world government. Navy G5 branch. The ruling class can be mediocre, can be greedy, but must never be cruel. Yet the celestial dragons are beyond description in their cruelty. The celestial dragons pride themselves as descendants of the Creator, having established the world's order, thus deserving all rights. But in reality, are they truly gods? No, they are not. They are merely the descendants of 19 royal families from 20 kingdoms that jointly formed the world government over 760 years ago. They're just humans, not gods. Did they really create the world's order? No, they did not. They merely used the pretense of maintaining world order and guarding the peace of the seas to oppress and exploit people without regard for their lives. They are just thugs collecting protection fees under the guise of a member state system. They're the black hands that incite national wars, geopolitical conflicts, and ethnic hatred. They deal in arms, slaves, hunger, poison, and disease. They have created no order. The telephone bughorn broadcasts summer speech. Madness. Mr. Zifa and the Eye of the Storm are pursuing pirates together with his character. What do we do? Damn it. Listening to this is a crime, four-eyed freak. You're causing serious harm. The Navy is thrown into chaos. In the crowd, 17-year-old Monkey D. Dragon furrows his brow. What do you think? Whispers a comrade from the monkey family. Dragon's brow furrows tighter. He is the son of the renowned Navy Vice Admiral Aaron Fist Monkey D. Garp. Even if his comrade means no harm, it makes him uncomfortable. Taking off his military cap, Dragon glances at the seagull flag on it, casually tossing it aside. I won't be a Navy anymore. I only became a Navy because I was forced. What about you? Let's run. Together? Together. Let's leave after we finish listening. The fleeing fleet. This world is clearly rich in resources, clearly has vast lands, just right there, on the red soil continent. But the celestial dragons monopolize the red soil continent, seeing it as the dwelling place of gods, refusing to open it up, completely ignoring the increasing number of starving people trapped on isolated islands, leading to famine and rampant disease, forcing people to go out to sea to beg for food, with only 1 in 10 surviving. The telephone bughorn broadcasts summer speech. War has been declared. Sakazuki is deeply worried. Outside the God Valley, the celestial dragons have ruled the world for over 760 years, taking and giving at will for over 760 years. Is that not enough? Can't they do something humane? Not enough. Never enough. Can't. Never can. Human hunting is the blood evidence. The Navy surrounding God Valley cut off the telephone bug signal. But it does not stop some from secretly eavesdropping with black telephone bugs. Bentham gobbles down food, his plump body puffing out. Prepare for battle. It's troubling. The celestial dragons are too arrogant. They don't believe anyone dares to resist them. Another naval admiral candidate, Vice Admiral Hosier, stands tall. This is an opportunity for promotion to admiral. Pirate groups. Someone must stand up, act for justice, and expose the divine right of the world government. Someone must step up and shout to the world. Do the celestial dragons have any guts? The telephone bughorn broadcasts summer speech. Celestial dragons. Do they have any guts? Celestial dragons. Do they have any guts? Celestial dragons. Do they have any guts? Wahaha. Rox laughs wildly. Summer. I know who you think you are. I know what you're truly steadfast about. Speed up the voyage. Hurry. Catch up to the Eye of the Storm. Catch up to him. Shiki remains unusually silent, puffing cigar after cigar, his fierce eyes glowing intensely. Charlotte Limlin gasps. What a real man. Newgate silently strokes his naginata, his heart surging with waves. That was amazing. The celestial dragons are no nobler than us. This world is one of survival of the fittest. Celestial dragons? What weak gods. They've held their positions for far too long. It's time to give way. Hee. Countless ambitious pirates are ignited. Black Cloth Fleet. Summer's speech nears its end. Whether you are Navy or pirate, if you still have a shred of conscience, if you still have blood that hasn't cooled, Please follow my footsteps. Let us together fight against the tyranny of the world government. Exterminate the evil celestial dragons. Let us together overthrow this decaying, odious world of slavery. God Valley enters the range of observation hockey. Conqueror's hockey, surging uncontrollably. A person is bound to die, either heavier than the red soil continent, or lighter than floating duck feathers. The most precious thing for a person is life. Everyone's life is only once. A person's life should be spent like this. When he looks back on the past, he should not regret wasting his years, nor be ashamed of being mediocre. At the moment of death, he can proudly say, "All my life and energy were devoted to the most magnificent cause in the world, fighting for the liberation of humanity." Crack, crack, black-red thunder, as if thick ink splashed across the sky. Summer's roar shakes the universe. Uprising. Boom, 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 boom. Uprising. Fire. Stop them from landing. Eliminate the Navy. Eliminate the celestial dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. The Black Cloth Fleet, Pirate Fleet, and Navy Fleet all fire their cannons. 700 to 800 ships engage in a fierce battle. The peaceful ship takes the lead. Big Brother is not very calm. Zephyr. Kaido shouts, "Follow the combat plan. You take command." Before he finishes speaking, Summer steps out, the atmosphere solidifying under his foot, kneeling to gather strength. He shoots off like an arrow. Boom! The sonic boom explodes, rolling with a fierce wind, causing the Navy ships along the way to sway and tilt. Simply traveling, Xiajie opened a straight road for the Black Scarf Fleet. Chapter 31. God slaying you, reckless little demon. The 10-person team has shared responsibility. If you escape early, we will all be executed. This guy is really heavy. With such a big build, does he have giant blood? The legendary Bacchania tribe. He must have taken advantage of the guard's negligence to bend the iron bars of the cage and escape. Such outrageous strength. Why isn't he resisting us? Has he lost the courage to live? Doesn't he shout, "I don't want to go back"? Absolutely not. Just kill me here? Sigh, he looks so young, 8? 9? After years in Mariewa, still a special race, he must have suffered a lot. Sorry. Kid, we still want to live. We haven't lost the courage to live. The game has already begun. Do we really need to catch him back? Don't be soft-hearted. He is the #1 prize in this game. We cannot survive a 21-day hunt, nor do we have a chance to escape this island trapped by a web of heaven and earth. Our only hope is to offer him to the world nobles, to please our master, to prove we are not problem slaves, and to survive as hounds. 9 slaves dragged a large, short-haired boy with green skin, struggling to move forward. Bartholomew Bear had hollow eyes, tear streaks, and scars on his face, allowing others to do as they pleased. Although his naturally robust physique was unharmed, Bartholomew Bear's tortured soul was riddled with wounds. He sought only to die and meet his gentle mother, who was tortured to death by the celestial dragons years ago, and his simple father, who was recently shot dead by the celestial dragons. In his memories of the Sobel kingdom in the South Sea, the little chapel at home was warm and peaceful. His father was always helpful, and his mother loved to smile. If he hadn't been discovered as a member of the Bacchania tribe, if he hadn't been enslaved by the celestial dragons, how wonderful it would be. See you in the next life, Dad, Mom. Bartholomew Bear prayed devoutly and humbly to God. Crows flocked together. The yellowed farmland was ablaze, smoke billowed, and towns were destroyed at an astonishing speed. Forests, bushes, hills, rivers, beaches. People fled in panic. Some cried out in despair, lost and bewildered. Some were numb, with malnourished faces, their skin marked by the hoofprints of the celestial dragons. Many had grotesque shapes. Some are missing arms or legs. Some are blind, lacking noses or ears. Some had extra joints on their arms. Some had fish heads and human bodies. Some were several meters tall. The slow-running old, weak, women, children, and the sick fell in large numbers, blood pooling around them, with flies buzzing around, delighted by the scent of blood. The championship favorite, Jiringu, scored 100,000 points. His target was the high-scoring rabbit. Ha ha ha! What a spectacular performance! Through the image phone worm connection, the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods and Mariewa sneered and cheered. In just 2 or 3 short hours, the human hunt claimed thousands of lives. Help me. Who will save us? Help! The desperate cries were hoarse. Suddenly, crack! Boom! A natural phenomenon. Thunder roared through the clouds. Uprising. The roar shook the universe, resonating deep in the heart. The atmosphere was solemn, and the killing intent surged. This aura, double pupil Xiajie? Jeringa's expression changed. Stop the hunt. Knights of God, assemble. Satan observed from a height, muttering in the shadows. You really dare, huh? What is that? Bacchania tribe. Buzzing. Alert. Emergency announcement. Navy Major Xiajie has rebelled, advancing towards the Valley of Gods. Repeat. Southeast direction. Navy Major Xiajie. To the east of the island is the Rocks Pirates. No, a famous pirate crew is coming one after another. The pirates' intentions are unclear. Xiajie has landed. The phone worm set up in every corner of the Valley of Gods screamed simultaneously. One poke, and the defense line would break. What use is this defense? What is the Navy doing? If we have any slip-up, watch your heads. Human hunting isn't supposed to be extremely secret. Why was it leaked? The celestial dragons, disturbed and furious. Ivanov cried with excitement. Genie, the information you transmitted worked. A miracle has really appeared. Someone is willing to save us. Hibu, that is Xiajie. Double pupil, a well-known figure on the sea. Brother Genie sobbed. We're still not free. They were just a small hill away from finding Bartholomew Bear. On the other side of the small hill, in the wilderness, Bartholomew Bear was bleeding and staggering. The 9 slaves dragging him had died, and Satan crushed their desire to survive. Can you still move after taking my blow? You really are a little demon from the Bacchania tribe. Why kill? Bartholomew Bear, inheriting his parents' good character, did not resent the 9 slaves who beat him. He cared about their lives. Shatan skimta, umans. Mere slaves are worthy of being human? Uncle, are you noble? Were you born noble? That's too strange. If you were born a slave, then there is no meaning to being born. Bartholomew Bear expressed the simple feelings of his young life incoherently. If I had status and power, I would want to save these pitiful people like Nika, even if it's just one more. So you are the exterminators. Satan raised his staff lightly. You only have the options of being a slave or dying. This is determined by history. Boom. Thunder. Damn it. The vast power of the people decides history. Do you think it's you damned blood-sucking insects? Satan's pupils constricted violently. A swift knife struck without warning. Swish. The conqueror's hockey sword slashed across the neck. In a pale head with a pointed nose and thin eyes, scarred on the left face, thick beard, and curly hair under a flat hat soared through the air, leaving behind a complete body in a suit. What entered Bartholomew Bear's sight was a towering figure. You are free. Bang! A foot crushed Satan's head. And Xiajie swiftly grabbed Satan's body. The dazed Bartholomew Bear watched Xiajie. Through blurry tears, he saw 2 heads, one big and one small, popping up on the nearby, small hill. Genie waved with a smile. It's the Bacchania tribe. Did you hear? That great person has granted us freedom. Let us go together. The celestial dragon was killed. Messiah Saint. Help! Save me. Jeringu. Just like the celestial dragons that kill on sight, Xiajie killed the celestial dragons he saw. Satan's body was slowly healing. Trying to regrow a head, it couldn't recover, nor could it summon you. His haki is too strong. I am being suppressed. How is that possible? He has fought against the knights of God and knows we are immortal. You first withdraw to the Holy Land. We contact the knights of God and let them summon us. There are nearly 500 world nobles in the Valley of Gods. The world nobles of the Land of Gods are also scared and are preparing to teleport and strike. Damn it, what a disgrace. The 5 elders quickly communicated through remote consciousness. ZZ, arcs of electricity flickered, and Satan mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 32, Because You Are a Good Person, Mary Gio. The 3.5-year-old Don Quixote Doflamingo, with his hair styled like a noble corkscrew, dressed in a bulky white outfit, sneaked out of his home and ran to the live hunting square. Confused. He did not understand why his parents disliked watching the hunting broadcasts and did not allow him to watch. The competition was so much fun, the adults were so impressive. Why were his parents crying weekly? Doflamingo was even more perplexed. Why was the square no longer joyful? Why was no one laughing? That audacious human dared to kill a god? Cut off his head. turn his body to ashes, inflict the most brutal punishment on him. Where's the Navy? Where is Cypher Pole? Where's the Knights of God? Where are the Five Elders? After extreme arrogance and pride, the celestial dragon's hysteria becomes pathological. The iron law of the world government is to never tolerate anyone offending any celestial dragon's interests in any form. It is the privilege of the celestial dragons. But now, someone has openly broken this iron law, trampling on privileges in front of everyone by directly killing a celestial dragon. Not one, not two, not three, but 10, 20, 30, continuously killing. An unprecedented situation. Fearing the power of the world government and the celestial dragons, no one has ever dared to draw a blade against a celestial dragon, not even daring to bump into or scare them. Gradually, the devil, the enemy of God, he is the enemy of God. He must be erased. Fear enveloped the celestial dragons. Behind their sunglasses, their eyes were fixed on the live broadcast of the image phone bug screen, and Doflamingo couldn't help but curl his lips. He still didn't understand, but he laughed joyfully, saying, even when catching ants, one must be careful not to be bitten back, right? Since it's hunting, one should be aware of the possibility of being hunted back, isn't that right? This is the best entertainment. The celestial dragons were horrified as they looked back at the young Doflamingo. Whose child is he? The mad-blooded Don Quixote? You are suited for the Knights of God. To say such things at such a young age, what a natural troublemaker. Green Bull has made his move. In God's Valley, he slashed down dozens of celestial dragons. Xiajie was furious, and his extreme emotional fluctuations caused his observation hockey to fail, but his conqueror's hockey surged through the heavens and earth, as if a deity had descended. Such power. Is it the result of overdrawing life and squeezing out potential? Is the death of those who merely waste food in this world making you so angry? The team led by Green Bull blocked the way double-eyed. I still remember your humiliation. Today is the perfect time to clear it. Ramel Saint shouted at Min, Saint, bastard. Most of the Knights of God took their positions, preparing for battle. I didn't expect to be so angry that my rationality collapsed, teetering on the edge of losing control. But when the memories deep within my soul stepped into reality, reflecting against reality, it was like these two old beasts engaging in a 100-person duel. Just like stepping on the heads of two ugly celestial dragons. Xiajie's gaze crossed over the Knights of God, surveying the smoke-filled town, the blood-soaked ground, and the faces filled with despair and suffering that were no longer alive. I knew I would definitely be very angry in God's Valley. How could I not be angry? Conqueror's hockey is a power of the mind, and anger is the flame that fuels this power. Xiajie's momentum rose again. Even stronger? Be careful. Without needing a companion's reminder, Green Bull had already predicted the danger, unleashing his conqueror's hockey, confidently confronting Xiajie. The next second, Green Bull's expression changed dramatically. His conqueror's hockey was overwhelmed by Xiajie's conqueror's hockey. Submerged. What the? Unbelievable. Green Bull couldn't complete a full sentence. The howling hurricane twisted his features, and the overwhelming force bent his waist. Bang! The saber fell, the sound of metal clashing deafening. Crack! Green Bull's sword, wrapped in armament hockey, shattered upon contact. Whoosh! A companion's support barely deflected a bit of Xiajie's attack trajectory, saving Green Bull's head, but his left arm was severed at the shoulder. Dragged away from the battlefield by a thorn, Green Bull experienced the threat of death for the first time, trembling involuntarily, and also heard Xiajie's disdain. If I don't completely crush you, do you think you are on the same level as me? The immortal body was bleeding, the proud heart was crumbling, and an unprecedented physical and mental blow. Wah! Green Bull howled like a beast. The invincible Green Bull has fallen. Mary Gio was in an uproar. Why was his severed arm healing so slowly? Why did the enemy's attack work on the captain? Was it Super Spec Conqueror's hockey? Somas released the hostage to distract him. Monster! The Knights of God were panicking. First, they realized their seemingly immortal healing ability was failing, and they might really face death, and second, even if some did not submit to Green Bull's leadership. They had to admit that Green Bull's strength was the strongest among them. The young shepherd Somas, lying in ambush, swung a large sword resembling a wolf's fawn. urging the temporarily captured slaves. Go, hold that man, and you will be granted freedom. Turning his face. Yeah, the small sunglasses flew off, and the big forehead. Garlic Nose Somaz made an excellent face. Xiajie rewarded him with a head-chopping payment. My fleet is docked at the southeast port. Wash away the devil fruit ability he imposed on you with seawater, and you are free. Reigning in his conqueror's haki, Xiajie gently instructed the trembling 50 or 60 people and turned to face the Knights of God. I'm sorry. Some people tremblingly reached out, and the invisible thorns backstabbed Xiajie. It was Somaz's paramecia type thorn fruit, the ability to create and control tangible and intangible thorns. Once a person is inflicted with invisible thorns, touching others or being touched by others can injure the other party. The deeper the feelings, the greater the damage. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Beloved person, covered in thorns, that's just how it is. Somaz, whose head and body were separated, was still alive and chattered. Affection is also love. Don't you want to save his slaves? Give it a try. Great hero. They are unarmed. You won't kill them, right? Bang. Hey, you weren't hurt? You were prepared? Oh no. Catch me. Catch me. Navy. Sifa Poot. Save me. Save me. With a kick like a soccer ball, Xiajie sent Somaz's head into the sea outside God's Valley, and with a few more cuts, he chopped his headless body to pieces, ensuring that his immortal body healed from the head end. The seawater, enriched with the pyrobro components found in sea prism stone, is the nemesis of devil fruit abilities. Thus, devil fruit users are often easy to drown. Why? Xiajie glanced at the person reaching out to him. That person cried out, because you are a good person. Not daring to resist the slave owner who is preparing to kill you, yet daring to frame the good person who is trying to save you. What the hell kind of reasoning is this? Xiajie shook his head. Get lost. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, woo-woo-woo. The slaves shamefully wailed and fled. The conqueror's haki grew more violent. Xiajie's red eyes bled. I don't blame them. They are pitiful beings forced by you, by this world. Very good. You have succeeded in making me hate you even more, hate this world even more. Danger. The Knights of God were intimidated before the battle even began. The Rocks Pirates have landed. Chapter 33. Thousands of pigs outside the Valley of Gods. The Rocks Pirates tore through the Navy's defense line. The Sword of Jybek was close to shore, and Rocks wasted no time, jumping onto the ship to land. Follow me, kids. Don't let the four-eyed brat take all the glory. You idiots. Who do you think are your subordinates? Hey, wait. Rocks, wait. Newgate said irritably. Rocks is being foolish, completely forgetting our own goal under the influence of Xiajie. Have you lost your mind? Xiajie's speech was so inspiring. Didn't it touch you at all? At a time like this, who cares about goals? Let's make a huge ruckus. Turn the world upside down. Ha ha ha. Shiki followed closely behind Rocks. Charlotte Linlin rode on Thundercloud Zeus, also in pursuit. A knight, as husband and wife, brings 100 nights of affection. I need help out. Today is a golden opportunity to challenge the world government's hegemony, to bring down the celestial dragons, and to redivide the benefits of the sea. Wang Ji no longer kept a low profile, his brilliance shining through. Compared to the heavy-eyed, we were too sneaky in the past. Gurliosa sighed and prophesied. The world is about to fall into chaos. Newgate, are we leaving? Stussy, who habitually clung to the strong, hung on Newgate's shoulder. Newgate ignored the anxious Stussy, his narrow eyes gazing towards the southeastern harbor, striving to open up a landing zone and rescue the civilians from the Black Scarf Army. A loud burp startled the dazed Newgate. Except for the over 100 pirates left behind on the Sword of Jybek, the place was empty, and John slumped against the ship's wall, particularly eye-catching. "En Newgate?" John said with a half-smile. "Are you coming or going?" I'm leaving. Rocks, Shiki. They'll kill me sooner or later. If I don't leave now, it'll be too late." Newgate said. "The treasure on Pirate Island was stolen with your collusion with Cypherpole, right?" John said nonchalantly. "Earlier this year, the world government sent someone to talk to me about cooperation, asking me to be an insider. Do you want to buy me with money? That's an insult to a free pirate captain." I was going to shout this at them, but they offered too much money. Newgate snorted coldly. "Traitor, I can kill you too. You have no reason to kill me. The Rocks Pirates are Rocks Pirates, And to you, to me, to Shiki, and to Lin Lin, it doesn't matter much. John casually discarded his wine bottle, stretched lazily, and walked steadily. Speaking clearly, I know you all look down on me. I'm a useless drunk. You're not as harsh as them, so I'm saying goodbye to you, Newgate. Stussy suddenly interjected. You want to take the sword of Jybek and roll away with Rock's treasure? I'll give you half. You just have to dare to take it. John smiled handsomely. Stussy said, Rox will kill you. I'm more worried about Shiki. I deceived him into an alliance to conspire against Rox. Thankfully, he is also high on it. Turning the ship's head, John indicated that the pirates left behind on the sword of Jybek were his men. Newgate leaped on a beach. Parting ways also marked the disintegration of the Rox pirates. Inside the Valley of Gods, a figure as plump as a 4-meter diameter meatball, Bence Sambor rolled into the battlefield. Hawyer used Bence Sambo's cover to swiftly attack Shajia's side with a quick sword. The sword was long and sharp, like a large steel needle. Shajia sidestepped and twisted his waist, chopping down with a saber. Thud! The strike cut cleanly in two. Hawyer's attack failed, and he swiftly abandoned his weapon and fled. Armored war chariot. Bence Sanbois, fully armed and exuding a domineering presence, resembled an iron war chariot, using Hawyer's cover to crush Shajia. Close enough, Shajia cut through Hawyer's weapon and did not retract his sword, instead opting for an elbow strike. With Conqueror's Haki mixed with Armament Haki wrapping around, Iron Mountain Press. Boom! Sparks flew from the hard clash. Bence Sambois had incredible strength, almost like that of a giant, but Shajia withstood it and even added more force. Rumble. The ground shook as Bence Sambois was sent flying, crashing into a hill to finally stop. What monster? Blood trickled from the corner of Bence Sambois' mouth as he panted. His Haki is strange, penetrating my dual defense of Haki and fat. Hawyer repeatedly stretched his fingers, relieving his numb arms, and said gravely, Indeed, there are no false heroes beneath the fame. Similar to Carp style, he is also an extremely strong martial artist. His Haki quality is extraordinary, and his skills are unknown and exquisite. Engaging him in close combat is seeking death. We must attack from a distance, continuously wearing down his Haki and stamina. Compared to the generally youthful and reckless Knights of God, the two young and powerful Navy Admiral candidates demonstrated excellent combat quality. Even though they were colleagues of Shajia for 8 years, having never met before, they quickly devised a reliable battle strategy based on their experience and scattered intelligence upon engaging in battle. Bence Sambois, Hawyer, you Navy are derelict in your duty. Navy, your mission is to guard the outer defense line and intercept the rebels and pirates landing. We do not need your flattery. We can handle them ourselves. The 6 Knights of God, who were miserably suppressed by Shajia, stubbornly refused to acknowledge the Navy Admiral candidate support. Bence Sambois thought to himself, angry out of shame? The 5 elders personally sent a message, ordering us to prioritize assisting you in delaying the heavy-eyed. They are arriving soon. And our mission is to concentrate and protect the world nobles evacuating from the island. Hawyer said, the outer defense line won't collapse for now. 40,000 AV is just a few tens of thousands of pigs. The rebels and pirates could capture them for 3 days and nights without finishing. The Knights of God fell silent, serving only the will of God, possessing the power to judge the celestial dragons, the Knights of God, independent from the overall celestial dragons. As the highest military unit of the world government, are not subordinate to the 5 elders as the highest administrative unit. Theoretically, they could veto the arrangements of the 5 elders, but strength surpasses man. Big brother, a shout. The furious Shajia calmed down. Kaido led 500 guerrillas, fighting bloodily, breaking through the sacred defense forces that guarded the Valley of Gods, which had descended with the celestial dragons. Kill. The enormous physique granted Kaido immense strength, as a huge Kanabo swept away a whole row of fully armed tin cans. Charging into battle, he was unstoppable. A brother of the heavy-eyed, a gifted freak comparable to Big Mom, a small ancient giant, Kaido. Hawyer's mind clicked. Bence Sambois. Bence Sambois? Bence Sambois couldn't hide his desolation and shock. Following Bence Sambois' gaze, Hawyer finally noticed the bodies of the murdered civilians and the slain celestial dragons. The tragic reality that celestial dragons were indeed killing for fun. The shocking fact that celestial dragons had been killed. The bloody truth left the emotions of the two Navy Admiral candidates complicated. Stop him. Green's eyes were about to split. Hawyer glanced again. The Kamershija headed straight for the stage where the celestial dragons stored their human hunting trophies, netting 6 treasure chests, and converged towards Kaido. Chapter 34. I come to assist you. Not all the human hunting trophies of the celestial dragons are devil fruits. The first treasure chest opened by Xia Jie was not one of them. Inside was a sleeping red-haired toddler. Gringo was too arrogant. He believed that he didn't need the devil fruits among the human hunting trophies to enhance his strength and look down on other items. However, without a desired trophy from the human hunt, he felt a lack of fun and competitiveness. Thus, he considered his excellent bloodline sufficient to serve as a trophy for the human hunt and decided to let his twin sons draw lots, secretly swapping in a trophy in the treasure chest. He believed he was the champion of human hunting and would quickly resolve all suspense with an overwhelming stance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and in a jaw-dropping selection, he would magnificently win back his son Shanks, who had not yet woken up from his sleep. The plot was originally to proceed according to Gringo's design, but he didn't expect, nor did anyone else, that someone would dare to rebel. An unprecedented major event. Chaos erupted in God Valley, catching the celestial dragons off guard, and the trophies of human hunting were completely forgotten, until Kaido's shout awakened Xia Jie, who remembered one of his purposes in God Valley. The second treasure chest, a document signed by the 5 elders detailing the collection history marked with a red signpost. The third treasure chest, a contract monopolizing 20% of the resources of God Valley. The fourth treasure chest, a famous sword, either a great blade of 21 crafts or a supreme great blade of 12 crafts. The fifth treasure chest, a purple fruit resembling dragon whiskers, with a spiral pattern on its skin that looked like dragon scales. The sixth treasure chest, a fruit shaped like a feline's paw pad, with a pink surface outlining a spiral pattern. Big brother. If the former Kaido feared Xia Jie more than admired him, harboring resentment due to Xia Jie previously subduing him with strength and thus occasionally rebelling against him, then now he completely admires Xia Jie and aspires to him, thoroughly bowing in submission. So powerful, the uneducated Kaido could not describe his feelings, only kneeling on one knee, trying to lower his head. The Zoan-type mythical beast, fish fruit. Azure Dragon-type is a top-tier devil fruit, even superior to the Logia-type magma fruit, feeding Kaido the Azure Devil Fruit, which was still a notch above him. Xia Jie said, "A birthday gift that's 2 or 3 months late is still a birthday gift. Happy birthday." Tears filled Kaido's eyes. Big brother. I was joking when I said you favored Sakazuki. But I am the elder brother. How could I be biased? Xia Jie replied, "Do you remember the knowledge of devil fruits I taught you?" Kaido sobbed. Devil fruits are very hard to eat, They really are hard to eat. Every devil fruit has weaknesses, flaws, and side effects. The bad taste, the risk of exploding after eating too, is a flaw. Becoming a land duck afraid of water after eating is a weakness. The side effects are bizarre. The side effects of the Zoan-type devil fruits stem from the will of the animal they embody, affecting the user's will. The more ferocious and bloodthirsty the represented animal, the more severe the side effects. Bang! Bang! The indescribable pain made Kaido want to roar, but he was choked up, and another inexplicable domineering will continuously washed over his reason and mind, also altering his body, with sharp teeth, growing hair, and a rapidly expanding physique. In an instant, he had the head of a camel, a snake neck, deer antlers, turtle eyes, fish scales, tiger paws, and eagle claws, the appearance of 100 beasts. 100-jong divine dragon spiraling in the sky. Roar. The roar of a dragon. The ability of the mythical beast-type devil fruit encompasses all abilities of normal and ancient types, possessing some abilities of Logia and Paramecia types. The rewards are great, but the risks are also high. It represents a mythical creature, embodying the will of a mythical being. In legends, mythical creatures are intelligent and can easily confuse the user's cognition, especially when the fruit represents a mythical creature of the highest intelligence. The side effects are the most severe. Xia Jie supplemented the knowledge. Do you think mere undead can cause trouble? Don't even think about influencing my will. Urolo. 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 After overcoming the most dangerous first transformation, Kaido initially mastered the ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit, bowing his head. Big brother, I feel full of power. Let me fight alongside you. It was an illusion. Xiajie caught sight of the 6 divine knights pursuing them and 2 vice admirals of the navy. Quickly familiarize yourself with the fruit's abilities. I've also taught you about dragons. Kaido was about to argue when Gringa shouted, "Return the child to me." Kaido was taken aback. Child? Send him to the peaceful ship and have Zephyr take care of him properly. Tell Zephyr that if he can't hold the line, many people will definitely die on the island, including the toddler in the box, the baby in swaddling, and the fetus in the mother's belly. Many have already died. Xiajie threw out a treasure chest containing shanks, a paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, and said, "You return and command the guerrilla team to execute the plan, focusing on evacuating the civilians." Yes, big brother. Kaido's dragon claws reached for 3 treasure chests, reluctantly but obediently. One of the divine knights sprouted wings, attempting to cross over and pursue Xiajie. Swish, swish, swish. Xiajie narrowed his eyes, unleashing his conqueror's haki, extending dozens of irregular thunder whips that sent the opponent into a frenzy. Enemies swarmed in, surrounding them. Suddenly, I come to assist you. Ha ha ha. Shiki arrived late, pointing his sword from afar. Mahaha, Mahama. Charlotte Linlin stood on the clouds, hands on her hips, observing. A paramecia-type fat fruit user, Vice Admiral Cannon Bentham, a paramecia-type needle fruit user, Vice Admiral Silver Needle Hailier, and 6 other unfamiliar strong ones. Celestial dragons? That must be the divine knights. Golden Lion, Big Mom, Rox, Wang Ji, and Whitebeard too. The Rox pirates. We are being counter-surrounded. The 6 divine knights and the 2 vice admirals had serious expressions. Rox feigned lament. We also have a day of fighting side by side. The world is unpredictable, right? Xiajie, my little brother. The Azure Dragon Fruit was eaten by that little brat Kaido. He acknowledges a good big brother. Quite generous. Xiajie, why don't you eat such a powerful devil fruit yourself? Charlotte Linlin questioned. Xiajie stared at Newgate. Wang Ji secretly glanced at the 3 treasure chests at Xiajie's feet. One was opened and empty. It was the Azure Dragon Fruit that Kaido had eaten. What about the other 2 chests? What did Kaido take? What about the treasures stolen from our pirate island? Treasures are everywhere. Wang Ji, they're the real treasures. Wahahaha. Rox crazily observed the celestial dragons. Newgate, Xiajie called out. Newgate turned his face upon hearing the voice, his eyes fierce, veins bulging on his forehead, and his conqueror's haki crackled. You still possess a conscience that hasn't been extinguished, and you have blood that hasn't cooled, don't you? Otherwise, why are you angry? Without conscience and blood, indifferent to the celestial dragons slaughtering the innocent, it should be Rox, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, and Bentham, Hailier, who have that kind of disposition. The 6 people Xiajie named. The first 4 smiled strangely, while the last 2 remained silent. Newgate gritted his teeth. What do you want? I want to ask you to help evacuate the surviving civilians of God Valley. I can't break away. Kaido is a hot-headed fool, and the guerrilla team is few and weak. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle the thousands of Holy Land Guards and the hidden members of the Divine Knights on the island. Asking for help must come with a respectful attitude. Xiajie earnestly bowed. The lives of over 100,000 people are at stake. I really have no way out. I beg you. Brother Newgate. Chapter 35. The level of a roadside trash hay. Hey Newgate, don't let that 4-eyed brat's bro confuse you. Rox grinned sinisterly, reminding him to remember his identity as a lifetime piece of ocean garbage, which is different from those traders who, even if not righteous navy, have grand ambitions. You're not jealous, are you? Why so sour? It's useless to be sour. Rox, we can't envy it. After all, we're the real pirates recognized by that guy. Xiajie, haha. Skijluft. I've never heard you bow your head to anyone. Oh. But you did raise your head to me. Ha! Charlotte Linlin playfully clicked her tongue in wonder. You're willing to ruin your future. Change your stance. Trade meat for a deal, and give up your dignity. Is it worth it to almost sell your all to save others, double-eyed? You're not a kid anymore. I don't believe there is really a saint in this world who would unconditionally sacrifice themselves for others. What do you say, Newgate? Wang Ji swung his long tongue. As the saying goes, if you lower yourself to others, you must have a request. This gift, though not light, is asking for your all. Newgate remained silent, neither replying to the sarcastic pirate nor outright rejecting Shajia's request, nor making half-hearted complaints before agreeing to Shajia's plea. He simply trudged toward the battlefield where the guerrilla fighters clashed with the Holy Land garrison, gathering terrifying power to sweep through. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. The Naginata slashed through the atmosphere, as if cutting into a mirror, spreading chaotic fine cracks. Rumbling. The Paramecia type, tremor, tremor, fruit ability activated, the sky shattered, and a violent shock wave surged toward the Holy Land garrison. Help! Newgate charged into the sheep pen, unstoppable. The Pirates of the Rock's pirate crew did not understand Newgate, at least not as well as Shajia did. Shajia was certain that Newgate would never refuse his request, even though they had deep-seated conflicts in the past, because, having witnessed the tragedy in God Valley, Newgate couldn't help but recall his childhood experiences. Newgate was born on Sphinx Island in the New World, an illegal zone not affiliated with the world government, long extorted by corrupt navy and pirates. Finally, one day, the overburdened Sphinx Island could no longer produce resources, and the slave trading group seized the opportunity, escalating extortion to burning, killing, and looting. Newgate lost his family and homeland in one day, fleeing to the sea with a group of orphan children. The perilous sea soon swallowed the fragile children, and Newgate was the only survivor. His natural height and strength became his capital for struggling alone, but also the source of endless trouble. He was once speculated to be of the Bacchania race, a prime target of the slave trading group on Sphinx Island, and it was no different at sea. Only a few law-abiding pirates dared to accept those suspected of being Bacchania without coveting their bounty. Thus, Newgate had to become a pirate and had to possess great strength. So, after a tumultuous life, lonely and desolate, Newgate dreamed of finding his family. So, Newgate hated the Navy, hated the slave traders, and also hated himself for being a pirate, feeling unworthy to return and see his rebuilt homeland, anonymously funding stolen money and goods. Therefore, Newgate empathized with the people of God Valley slaughtered by the celestial dragons, filled with rage. This fool Newgate got carried away, completely forgetting our own goals. This time it was Rox who muttered in displeasure. The celestial dragon's human hunting prizes included Kaido eating a blue dragon fruit, taking a meatball fruit, a famous sword, and a child. Shajia lightly kicked the treasure chest at his feet. There is also a contract for the celestial dragon's advanced distribution of God Valley resources, and a document collecting Red Road sign. In other words, the Red Road sign is not in God Valley, but on a celestial dragon ship outside God Valley. Skeege laughed. That makes sense. Ha! A heavy stone like the Red Road sign can't fit into such a small treasure chest. You're not lying to us. Are you Shajia? Wang Ji asked. Skeege firmly believed in Shajia, justifying him. Impossible. What kind of person is Shajia? Why would he lie to you? The historical text stone tablet involves the blank 100 years history that the world government desperately tries to cover up. They go to great lengths to recover it. But this thing is indestructible and very rare. Isn't it reasonable to be kept by the celestial dragons in Mariewa? Outside God Valley, the pirate and rebel forces are far outnumbered by the Navy. He could be deceiving us into helping fend off the Navy to buy time for those inside God Valley. Wang Ji added. He can almost sell his all. Does all include the reputation he once had? Charlotte Linlin shook her eyes. Without trust, a person can't stand. I've finished my part here. Goodbye, Rox. Goodbye, Shajia. With no profit to gain, Charlotte Linlin fled the scene. Rox was furious, black smoke emanating from him. Cursing. Unreliable bitch. Damn it. All my efforts wasted. Wang Ji. You. Brother Wang Ji. Wang Ji slipped away as well. He talked a good game, but limited by his strength. In reality, Wang Ji was no different from those like Girliusa and Stussy, who dared not step into the core battlefield. With Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji exiting one after another, the pressure on the 6 Knights of God and 2 Navy general candidates significantly decreased, shifting from hesitance to eagerness to act. Crimson Lotus, Needle Hell, Warrior bent down and slammed the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-colored needle trees shot up from the ground, shimmering with cold light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrential rain of needles enveloped Shajia and rocks. Skeej had already dodged away, using his float fruit ability to hover and fly, approaching the enemy's airspace with his dual swords crossed. Try this. Thousand Cuts Valley. Swish, 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 swish. Rapid slashes created dazzling golden sword energy, also unleashing a torrential rain of sword strikes. The Flying Knights of God immediately entangled Skeej. On the ground, Shajia did not dodge, aiming at the emotionally unstable Grinku. Rocks, surrounded by black smoke, strolled leisurely, the black smoke consuming the needle rain, silent like a black hole. Shajia. Seeing Shajia, old grudges and new hatred surged in Grinku's heart, losing his composure. The evil seed, sown 8 years ago when he attempted to capture Shajia as a slave, now bore fruit as Shajia challenged the world government's rule, killed the celestial dragons, and he himself lost an arm and discarded his child. Did Grinku regret it? No. Grinku was still a typical celestial dragon, selfish and arrogant, always hating that Shajia made him imperfect, looking like a clown. What did the dogs say? You are the waste I crushed head on. The more Grinku lost his composure, the more Shajia provoked him. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. The loud reminders from his companions were completely unheard by Grinku, who clenched his one-armed fist in rage and charged at Shajia. Haki is a power of the mind. Intense emotional fluctuations can cause observation Haki to fail, and a collapse of will can cause Conqueror's Haki to fail or even permanently fail. Both are based on the mind, while doubt, fear, and lack of determination can also soften the armament Haki based on physical strength. This is also why Shajia told Kaido that sentence to Zifa, who had once collapsed in the calm belt. This is also the reason for Grinku's head falling to the ground. Without the deterrence of the celestial dragoness status and the protection of immortality, you're just roadside trash in the sea. Shajia stomped down and crushed Grinku's head. Chapter 36. A group of devils resides in Mariewa. The strongest captain's complete defeat terrifies the members of the Divine Knights. Once they reign in the celestial dragon's arrogance, they deeply realize that their strength is not on the same level as Shajia. Why haven't the 5 elders been summoned yet? Are they slacking off? God enemy. He is the natural enemy of gods. Why? Pinning hopes on outside support, rambling, and confusion are all manifestations of the Divine Knight's weakness. Their previous arrogance and current fear are laughable. Benthambo and Huiriel did not laugh. They cursed the Divine Knights for being useless, all a bunch of spoiled noble young masters. The 2 Marine admirals, feeling helpless, had to switch from secondary to primary attack. Fortunately, the Divine Knight seems to be immortal, so they don't have to take care of him, otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Whoosh! As Benthambo ignited the accumulated fat from preparation, his bulky figure rapidly shrank, transforming into a muscular man engulfed in flames. The superhuman fat fruit ability allows him to greatly enhance defense and strength by accumulating fat, while burning fat can significantly boost speed and agility. Huiriel does not recommend close-quarters combat, but Benthambo's fighting style has already formed a system, and he also follows the close combat style. Shave, armed iron spike. By rapidly stomping the ground dozens of times, the explosive reaction force propels Benthambo to teleport, while his hardened index finger, infused with armament Haki, concentrates all his strength into a thrust towards Shajia. The attack begins with a combination of armed Haki and the shave technique, merging with the iron block and the finger gun. Bang! Shajia counters with a knife, subtly slashing at Benthambo's armpit. Oh no! Cold sweat drips from Benthambo's forehead. The chain assault was interrupted right at the start, proving that Shajia understands the 6 styles better than he does. As a Marine, witnessing the celestial dragons slaughtering men, women, and children, their Haki remains unaffected. Are they numb to it, believing that those who are not from world government member states have no human rights? Or are they so accustomed to it, having escorted the celestial dragons in their human hunts more than once? With the knife returned to its sheath, Shajia looks at Benthambo as if he were dead. Either way, you deserve to die. You worthless trash, don't you know? No one in this world is better at the Marine 6 styles than I am. The essence of the six styles is a set of training techniques developed by marine predecessors, supplemented and passed down through generations, awakening the innate potential of humans and the haki, forming a martial arts system that counters the abilities of devil fruit users, hence also called marine six styles. Only by fully integrating the finger gun, shave, moonwalk, paper drawing, gale foot, and iron block, and grasping their essence, can one create exclusive ultimate techniques. Tyrant gun. The fist becomes the gun's edge, the arm becomes the gun's barrel. Xiajie strikes with a punch, faster, stronger, and fiercer. Boom! The wind and thunder stir. The fist in his vision grows larger. The heartbeat grows louder. Limbs tremble. Mouth goes dry. Benthambo feels his muscles stiffening, blood flowing rapidly, which is exactly the principle of iron block. Armed iron anvil. Benthambo instinctively adopts iron block defense. Thud. There is no thunderous roar of a hammer striking a drum. Just a crisp muffled sound as Xiajie, without contact, pierces through Benthambo's left chest. Instant kill. He is a Marine Admiral candidate. Cannonball Benthambo. Absurd, a monster. Everyone is horrified. Benthambo's armament haki and iron block are as good as non-existent. His heart was first damaged internally by the four-eyed guy's armament haki, then pierced through by the force. Rock's keen eyesight sees through the situation. Who's next? Xiajie looks around, causing the crowd to tremble in fear. Outside God Valley. Hot breath. Rumble. Dragon. Divine dragon. Kaido tries his hand, breathing flames that incinerate a marine warship, causing dozens of marine ships attacking the Black Scarf Army's occupied harbor to retreat in panic. Wolf Kaido lands, handing 3 treasure chests to Zifa, embellishing the message. Big Brother says if you can't hold a position, many people will die on the island. Many have already died, probably over 10,000. Just like the children in the boxes, the celestial dragons won't spare them. Infants in cradles are impaled by wooden stakes, and the babies in pregnant women's bellies are cut open. Stop. Tell Xiajie. I can hold on. Even if I die, I will hold the position. Zifa's anger burns fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Aw Shanks, awakened from his slumber, cries out at the right moment. Zifa opens the treasure chest, carefully holding Shanks and shaking him, trying hard to make a gentle expression to soothe him, but when he thinks of such small children, infants and fetuses, all being tortured by the celestial dragons, his face uncontrollably twists. Wah! Shanks cries even louder. Inside the box is a devil fruit and a famous sword. I'm going. The divine dragon swings its tail. Kaido rides the clouds. Holding Shanks, tears of blood stream from Zifa's eyes. He puts away the meatball fruit and picks up that famous sword. Zifa doesn't understand swordsmanship. He became famous relying on armament haki and his fists. Holding the sharp blade signifies that the killing intent has arisen, officially bidding farewell to the principle of not killing. On the sea, surrender without killing. Lay down arms without killing. We are all old brothers of the Marines. We don't want to make things difficult for you. We just want to rescue the civilians hunted by the celestial dragons inside God Valley. A few tens of thousands of berries a month. What are you playing with your life for? Prody leads the Black Scarf Army fleet, continuously jumping to help, seizing ships, gradually discovering the battle strategy of beheading officers, hardliners, and persuading ordinary soldiers to retreat. Damn, my old life will sooner or later be in there. Damn Xiajie, I've been silent for over a decade, and my blood is boiling. You must hold on. If you can't hold on, we're done for. Both cowardly and brave, Prody mutters. Suddenly turning back, Prody looks towards God Valley. Not just Prody, everyone senses an ominous aura. Their bones chill and hair stand on end, all looking towards God Valley. And the war suddenly comes to a halt. The sky is overcast and thunder rumbles down. Inside God Valley, from his elevated position, Shiki witnesses the 5 divine knights setting up a pentagram formation, slowly revealing 5 enormous monsters wreathed in black flame clouds. One with bull horns, a human face, a spider body, fluffy fur, and sharp 8 legs, the bull demon. One with sharp teeth, claws, wings, and a bird neck like a lizard, the Yatsukatake. One skeletal horse with a bone structure. One sandworm with a forehead marked by intersecting scars, writhing. One fierce wild boar with 4 jagged tusks, the Gashuda Kuro. Each one exceeds the size of an ordinary giant, reaching dozens of meters in size. Shiki takes a deep puff of his cigar. A group of devils resides in Mariehua. This is not a metaphor. It's a fact, ha ha ha. Chapter 37, Call Upon Your Gods. Long time no see, ground. Let me reiterate our operational objectives this time. We have 3 issues to resolve. First, we must take down Xia Jie's head. We cannot allow the first murderer of the celestial dragons to live, in order to maintain the strict iron law and honor the fallen. Second, we must save the surviving celestial dragons, appease Mariehua, erase the humans and slaves in God Valley, and eliminate the incompetent Cipher Pole, as well as the ineffective Holy Land Defense Forces, to prevent the precedent of killing celestial dragons from being exposed, thus deterring any imitators. Third, let us keep it at 2. The precedent of killing celestial dragons can be contained, but the human hunt cannot. The rebels have already spread information to the Navy G5 and G14 branches, not to mention that completely exterminating the approximately 50 to 60,000 Navy rebels and pirates outside God Valley is unrealistic. There will always be bugs that slip through the cracks. Kong has summoned a large number of Navy reinforcements from the West Sea, and he and Carp are on their way, performing well. After the incident, I urged Kong to reorganize the Navy, promote those who should be promoted, and purge those who should be purged. How dare so many Navy personnel follow the one with the double pupils to commit treason, eating the government's food while smashing its pots? Humph. The 5 colossal monsters communicated silently. Crackle. Roar. The roar of dragons and tigers shook the heavens. The divine dragon descended, and the fierce tiger came down from the mountain. When attacking God Valley, Xiajia's overwhelming conqueror's haki had not dissipated or wasted, lurking in the 2-part, towering peaks of God Valley. I believe you, Satan. The external manifestation and free manipulation of conqueror's haki, rare since ancient times. No wonder he refuses to be subordinate to others. Goodness from Gringo Kang. It's hard to say it's not his baseless arrogance back then that caused him to harbor resentment. What a pity, a high-quality tool. A weapon that injures its master is a defective product. Its only ending is destruction, nothing to regret. Fellow stars, the enemy is here. Left red dragon, right black tiger. Xiajia advanced step by step, soaring like a dragon and leaping like a tiger, confronting the 5 colossal monsters. The 5 elders. Xiajia coldly called out Magu, financial warlord, Izambaron V, Nejiru, sandworm, agricultural warlord, Shepherd X, Tin Pite, Fengshi, legal warlord, Topman Wachali, Ijin Shinten, environmental warlord, Makas Maz, Nyogue, scientific defense warlord. J. Galuthia Satan. Where did you get your information? Nejiru questioned fiercely. There's nothing special about calling names. The key is that the 5 elders are not in human form. As the highest authority operating the world government, the photos and names of the 5 elders occasionally circulate. But their beast forms have not even been seen by the younger knights of God. Yet Xia Jie accurately named each one. What angered the 5 elders even more was what came next. Xia Jie said, "Just you 5 rotten garlic? Where are your gods? You know too much." Yeah. Satan's eyes bulged wide. Xia Jie sneered. The answer is right on the surface. The knights of God, if God refers to the celestial dragons. I've never heard of any knight having the power to judge nobles. If God refers to you, the highest position of the celestial dragons, based on their lack of respect, the blade pointed to summon the 5 knights of God. You must want to flaunt that you have a so-called God above your heads. It's so obvious, a little thought makes it clear. You think I know too much? Did you all go crazy in Mariehua, thinking the world is filled with fools? The double pupils flickered with blood light, and Xia Jie shouted loudly, "Bring your God here! Bring your God here!" Arrogant, complacent, Pite opened his big mouth, and the sandworm's wind tunnel whistled and pulled Xia Jie. The irritable Wachali transformed his 2 tusks into giant blades, and Fengshi charged forward. Boom! The red dragon rode the thunder, instantly entangling the sandworm, the dragon body constricting, dragon claws tearing. Bang! The black tiger commanded electricity, pouncing on Fengshi in an instant, tiger paw capturing, tiger mouth sealing the throat. Hiss! The worm hissed, and the pig grunted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Satan inhaled and exhaled, each toxic cannonball crossing over the four battling monsters covering Xiajie. Xiajie raised his hand and slashed, the fierce wind rolling back the toxic cannonballs. Nejiru transformed into his beast-human form, his size shrinking by a third, yet still towering, his lower half skeletal horse bones, and his upper half a bald old man wearing round glasses and a white robe. Half man, half horse, Nejiru swiftly rode the wind, the black blade in his hand freely adjusting in size with his transformation power, its cold gleam piercing. Aijin Shinten flapped his wings, and Maz opened his beak, gathering intense heat in his throat. The two attacked from above and below. Boom, 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 boom. In a radius of hundreds of meters, ice and fire clashed. Dead? Observation hockey perception. Steam filled the air, obscuring the view. Nejiru used observation hockey to sense, finding no signs of life. Maz reminded, observation kill. Kill me? With your slow swordsmanship? Xiajie stepped with moonwalk, closing in on Nejiru, swinging his blade fiercely. Clang! Sparks flew. Nejiru blocked with his sword horizontally, engaging Xiajie in a fierce blade battle. Supreme Great Knife, 12 forms, the original Demon Slayer? Xiajie incessantly provoked. The swords of the Demon Slayer series are all demon swords, also originating from Wano. Your name Nejiru is also Wano's style. The founding royal family of the world government has generals from Wano. Your sword is a black blade. My sword is also a black blade, though not a famous demon sword, but its name is Horse Slayer. Bang bang. Ping pong. Nejiru's bald head bulged with veins, looking for death. Having held a high position for too long, one's mentality may not necessarily become more indifferent. It can also become more arrogant, more intolerant of offense. Distracted, the sword becomes erratic. Xiajie sees the slight opening from Nejiru, raised his leg, and swept. Six-style secret art crescent moon blade. The Conqueror's spear focuses on the principle of thrusting, while the crescent moon blade emphasizes the principle of gale foot, which is a vacuum wave slash born from super speed kicking techniques. Unlike the complex modes of the Conqueror's spear, Xiajie did not elaborate on the gale foot. It was purely to infinitely increase power. Whoosh! Half man, half horse split in half. Nejiru fell. Boom! Penetrating the horse bones. The unstoppable vacuum wave slash left a massive crack etched across God Valley. Before Xiajie could pursue, shadows enveloped him. Niu Gui and Aijin Shinten assisted the Sandworm and Fengshi in tearing apart the Red Dragon and Black Tiger, surrounding Xiajie. Under the four colossal monsters, Xiajie appeared exceptionally small. Haha, this is truly spectacular. Go for it, Xiajie. Ski, having escaped the Knights of God, hid far away, relishing the scene. Ski had no reason to fight the celestial dragons. Even helping them would align with his interests. He stayed here to watch the show, hoping for Rock's death to take over his legacy. Rox is gone. A few minutes ago, Xiajie and Rox were alone. Our alliance hasn't been dissolved, right? Yes, Rox admitted. Xiajie said. The Knights of God and the Five Elders are immortal. I suspect their immortality is some kind of devil fruit ability granted by another person. What is your plan? Rox exaggeratedly grinned. Xiajie said, your devil fruit ability can extract abilities from a distance, and with a touch, you can seal any ability. You and I cooperate. I will suppress them, and you will seal their abilities, trying to kill them. Okay. Rox laughed maniacally. But I don't want to kill them. I want to capture them. Wahahaha. The Five Elders are the highest rank of the Celestial Dragons, and the Knights of God are the elite of the Celestial Dragons. They are worth more than ordinary Celestial Dragons. Capturing them will give me leverage to bargain with Mariehua, Xiajie said. The one who can grant them immortality is very likely also able to take their lives. Those few hundred Celestial Dragons are just lambs to be slaughtered. If I'm wrong and can't kill them, I will delay them myself, letting you kidnap those few hundred Celestial Dragons to threaten the world government. Wait, no. The Gorosei are the highest authority among the Celestial Dragons, and the one who can give or take their lives is the Knights of God. The Knights of God. Chapter 38. Heaven and earth call your gods. Call your gods. The momentum soared again. They didn't even dare to face the world. So what if they ruled the world? So what if they lived 10,000 meters above? They were merely vampires hiding in dark caves. Just insects peeking out, god of rodents. Facing the five elders and the knights of God, Xiajie stood firm and unafraid. Arrogant, mere humans. The five elders and the knights of God were filled with rage. Come? Then just hide in Mariehua and wait for me to drag you out from your dark caves by your tails and behead you. Boom! An overwhelming haki erupted from Xiajie, like a thunderstorm, like a tsunami of lightning, sweeping across the west in all directions. The five elders retaliated with their own haki, especially Vachali, whose haki merged with sound waves roared through the clouds, piercing through the thunderstorm and tsunami of lightning, charging directly at Xiajie, causing him to stagger. Heaven and earth. The swirling haki suddenly paused, spiraling around Xiajie, with thunder as its bones, lightning as its flesh. Red forged into flesh and blood, black forged into armor. A towering giant of 100 feet descended, because Xiajie could not focus and control it. He could only fight with a pre-injected will, and the red dragon and black tiger torn apart by the five elders were reshaped, the divine dragon like an eagle, the fierce tiger like a dog, standing beside the 100-foot giant. The shockingly overwhelming scene caused even the five elders to break out in cold sweat. He might pose a threat to lord him. What a joke. He is neither the sun god Nika nor one of the family. Incredibly powerful. Why? By what right? If his haki were a bit stronger, we would be forced back to Mariehua. Perhaps it is the power gained at the cost of life. A person of extraordinary talent with a belief in certain death, recklessly squeezing their potential, can obtain a momentary extraordinary power. We have seen such situations before. The five elders communicated silently, not daring to show fear. 3 heads and 6 arms. It's not over yet. Xiajie controlled the 100-foot giant, making its head sprout 3 faces and its arms extend 6, suddenly slapping down with its gigantic palms. Bang, 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 bang. The ground cracked, erupting a massive mushroom cloud, an irresistible suppression on the 5 elders and the knights of God. Gurgle, 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 the eerie black mist surged. This, Roxd. Jibek. Xiajie was too eye-catching, causing the 5 elders to overlook rocks. Ha ha ha, rocks kicked over a knight of God. Am I really that insignificant? Ignored me. Stop wasting words. Xiajie urged. Side-eyeing Xiajie, rocks perfunctorily replied, Yes, yes. Your fists are big. You have a final say. Swish, the long knife was drawn. Rocks bloodthirsty and grim, first slaughtering Nazishu's bald head, then chopping Maz's bird neck. Peter, Satan, Vachali, the 5 elders all receive their share of the knife. Do gods bleed too? They are no more noble than us. Ha ha, celestial dragons. Do you have any dignity? After laughing for a while, Rock stopped. Xiajie, the plan has failed. Their immortality is recovering. My dark fruit ability. Get lost. Vachali used the same trick again, roaring with haki and blowing rocks away. Boom! Rocks countered with a sword, like a massive iron hammer, or a fierce cannon shot, stabilizing his form with a recoil. The 5 elders seized the opportunity to recover, all struggling to break free from their constraints. My dark fruit ability is not seawater or sea prism stone. It merely seals the abilities of the ability users, not nullifying or stripping them, and does not affect already effective abilities, such as forcing zone-type ability users out of their transformations, the bodies of Paramecia-type users, and objects. Rocks shared intelligence. Now, their S in addition. I didn't have time to verify a non-ability user Knight of God, so I'm not sure if the immortality of the 5 elders is due to another person S endowment, or if they as ability users have been endowed with another ability by someone else, causing 2 abilities to interfere with mine. Damn it. Trash fruit. The dark fruit, a unique type of natural devil fruit, possesses infinite gravitational pull like a black hole. The ability of space can devour everything within its range and crush it, and can also draw in devil fruit users from a distance, using hand mediums to touch and seal their devil fruit abilities, at the cost of being unable to normally use the signature elemental transformation of natural devil fruits, and being extremely sensitive to pain. Undoubtedly, the dark fruit ability restrains devil fruit users, but is countered by haki masters of martial arts. Therefore, haki, swordsmanship, and physical skills cannot surpass rocks. who has never led the Rocks pirates to break through this.Asgard naval defense line and achieve great ambitions. This said, "What if both of their abilities are endowed by another person?" Huh. Peering and observing. The black flame clouds are a symbol of the awakening of Zoan-type ability users. The 5 elders with greatly enhanced vitality and recovery speed should theoretically recover faster than the Knights of God, but their immortality recovery speed shows no obvious difference. Is it unrelated to Zoan-type abilities? Rox pretended to ponder. Who looks like a mythical beast-type Zoan user? What kind of person, with what abilities, could grant this group of people immortality and monstrous bodies? Too shocking. Xiajia corrected. They can normally use the signature human form, hybrid form, an animal form of Zoan-type users. My head is so confused. If we don't crack the immortality, we'll be drained to death. Rox said with a smirk. You guessed wrong. I didn't kill them. Fulfill your promise? Whoosh. At least Haki can slow their recovery speed of immortality. The 100-foot giant curved its arms to throw rocks towards the western shore where the celestial dragons were concentrated. Ha ha ha. As expected of my brother Xiajia. Classy. Rox shouted from a distance, excited as if he had fallen into a sheep pen. Leave this to us. You go stop Rox, Knights of God. Satan hurriedly commanded. 6 arms extended with 3 large halberds. Xiajia concealed in the 100-foot giant's brow. You aren't going anywhere. If the dark fruit ability can't kill you, then I'll grind you into powder and scatter you into the sea. Let us see if you can still recover. Roar. The red dragon and black tiger flanked from left and right. Nezashu gritted his teeth. Good, good, good. We'll see if you can hold on until then. The 5 elders and the Knights of God each use their means, relying on their immortality, all fearless of death. Chapter 39. Those who can make others die for them are called kings. Why am I trembling? Am I afraid? How can I survive? The roaring sound waves in the sky, the mournful groans of the sea, the warships swaying with the waves, the air carries the smell of burnt heroic bodies. It is already difficult to live here, let alone kill the enemy, to kill former foes, pirates, to kill former comrades, the Navy. The countless enemies outnumber us by several times, with no support, fighting alone, no logistics, no time to replenish ammunition or water. Those in front fall. Those behind pick up their guns and continue. They fall again, charge again. He does not know how he has survived, only knows that this war, which started in a state of white heat, has frightened him to tears, leaving him numb. The outlines of his comrades beside him have long blurred. He cannot remember who they are, but in his impression, they are determined figures bravely charging through the smoke of gunfire. How strong must one's belief be to overcome the inner fear and face death head-on? Why are those people not afraid? Do they not have any resentment? Blaming the man who dragged them into this war, taking their lives? It seems someone is patting his shoulder, guiding him to look towards a port. Thousands of civilians are fleeing in panic from the tall, deep, dark valley. The crowd is growing, each person covered in wounds, each face filled with unspeakable panic. Regardless of age or gender, suppressed sobs and whimpers float in the air, unable to be drowned out even by the roar of cannons. He suddenly understands why those people are not afraid, because every person must die, whether heavier than the red earth or lighter than floating duckweed. He also understands why those people are willing to risk their lives, because the struggle to liberate slaves is indeed the most magnificent cause in this world. Can I be like them? I am an ordinary person who joined the army not for justice, but just to eat military rations, ordinary, mediocre, without any talent or noble character. He mutters to himself, in confusion. He remembers the words of his predecessor. Always confused? Perhaps you Haven T found an ideal worth giving everything for. Ha, kid. For us ordinary people, it doesn't have to be too complicated. If you see someone shining with light and hope that illuminates and you recognize, then you will inevitably follow him. Yes, I have seen it. When that person tore open his chest, pulling out his hot, compassionate heart, holding it high above his head. He picked up his gun, charging bravely forward, his determined figure quickly drowned in the smoke of battle. The Black Band army fights to the death. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Are the headquarters of the Navy in the Grand Line really this powerful? The Navy does not understand why the Black Band army, which was once part of the Navy, has suddenly become so fierce, brave, not leaving the front lines even when lightly injured, not crying out even when heavily wounded, dying while supporting each other. When did the Navy acquire such combat power? The unprecedented intensity of the war has caused many pirates who were trying to profit from the chaos to lose their will to fight on the spot and flee. The 28 original Navy officers, who were initially hesitant about the rebellion, Brigadier General Wesson of the original Navy G-14 branch, who volunteered to assist Prody in expanding the flanks, died in battle. This was Prody's like-minded old subordinate. Their friendship was deep, but Prody had no time to grieve, dragging his wounded leg to stabilize the situation. Brigadier General V.O.T. Sanker of the original Navy G-5 branch, who assisted Zephyr in guarding the defensive line and repelling the Navy's landing, died in battle. Major Mamba Gang of the original Navy Qingyan Island base died in battle. Colonel Chisong of the original Navy 5-ring watchtower died in battle. Several other officers, dozens of junior officers, hundreds of soldiers died, and dozens of warships were destroyed. They no longer feared the retaliation from the world government against themselves and their families due to the rebellion, nor did they consider the post-war demobilization promised by Xiajie. As an observer, Charlotte Linlin sighed. Those who can make others die for them are called kings. Xiajie, you have taken a step ahead. You are the king of the sea. Sighing aside, Charlotte Linlin should do what she needs to do. She is also a true pirate. The blood of the Black Band Army has nothing to do with her. The night spent with Xiajie, the private agreement, that is past and future. Charlotte Linlin has discovered that Wang Ji and Gu Luo Li Osa are gathering pirates from the former Rocks Pirates group, also searching for the red markers. What about Stussy? She hasn't been seen clinging to Newgate. The determined Thai is going to battle, and Stussy cleverly slipped away. West coast of God Valley. We are in danger because of you. Damn Navy. Damn Holy Land defenders. Dem Sifapul. Useless. Good for nothing. Idiots. Where's the ship? Hurry and take me away. Did you hear me? It's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. The murderer who killed the world nobles must be severely punished. The frightened bird chirps incessantly. Hawyer is overwhelmed. The celestial dragons are too hard to serve. Whoosh. Boom. Something flew from afar, crashing heavily, and the noise suddenly quieted. Hawyer's eyes gradually widened, shouting, "Protect the world nobles." Ho ho ho. Very loyal, huh? Navy's lapdog. Rox disperses the dust, tilting his head to look at the celestial dragons, grinning as he counts. 1 meat ticket, 2 meat tickets, 3 meat tickets, 4. After a slight pause, Rox solemnly bows and apologizes. I was rude. Your Excellency Hawyer, thank you for your hard work. Yahaha. Thank you for gathering so many meat tickets, giving me a chance to catch them all in one net. And thanks to my brother Xiajie, a sincere person. I regret. The corners of his mouth exaggeratedly split almost to his ears. Rox laughed recklessly, dark mist rolling and surging. Rox tricked Xiajie 18 years ago during the World Conference. He kidnapped 5 kings of the world government member countries, creating chaos in Mariewa, once invading between Panga City's flowers, confronting the hidden king of the celestial dragons. But in the end, Rox did not dare to act recklessly, leaving the phrase, "I will come back," returning here, then left, killing Navy admirals, robbing the money and ships of transporting gold, destroying the gates of justice, recruiting partners, using the Davy-backed fight game to grow stronger, planning to use the Hive as a base to annihilate the Navy, attacking Mariewa, replacing the celestial dragons, becoming the king of the world. Hawyer tore off his suit, revealing a strong physique, shaking his arms, each needle-like spike scattered all over, and his hands grasping 2 needle swords. Paramecia-type needle fruit ability can create needles, can turn his hair into needles, freely controlling size and thickness. Don't be too arrogant. Needle Rain. Taking the initiative, Hawyer flicked his long hair. A wide range of fine needles enveloping rocks. Knowing that I cannot normally elementalize, are you familiar with my dark fruit ability? The dark fruit cannot be elementalized. It cannot be normally elementalized. Its black hole characteristics cause Rock's elementalization to attract enemy attacks to his own body, although it can absorb and digest. The sensitivity to pain is too much of a disadvantage. Hollier uses the needle fruit ability to simulate a hedgehog, a wide-range attack strategy, specifically to guard against Rock's so-called most dangerous devil fruit ability, the dark fruit. But you don't know me. The blade wrapped in Conqueror's hockey cuts through the rain curtain. Rock's pounces like a hungry tiger. Without this little bit of ability, that four-eyed monster would have skinned me long ago. Chapter 40. Two blades shatter the dragon's soul. Strength is power. This is one of the fundamental logics of this world. The heart of the Valley of the Gods has already become a battlefield for giant beasts to vie for supremacy, with the once magnificent palaces, buildings, streets, bridges, flowers, trees, and the entire city utterly destroyed. The Knights of God are frantically dodging Xia attacks, occasionally suffering collateral damage from the Five Elders. They can't escape and can't help. We are no threat to such monsters. It's like scratching the surface. Why didn't we just eat the Qinglong fruit back then? We've done nothing but weave a wedding dress for others. If someone had eaten that top-tier Phantom Beast-type devil fruit, we wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now. It hurts. Damn it. Relying on their undying bodies to continuously heal, the Knights of God feel utterly powerless. The undying body can protect the Knights of God. But the Five Elders are not devoid of pain. There is, however, one exception. Green Goo never cried out in pain, and his undying body continued to function, quickly healing his injuries. But it doesn't include his left arm, which was severed by Xia's blade. His left arm is recovering extremely slowly, and part of it is even dissolving on its own. Lying by the roadside with vacant eyes, Green Goo lets the giant beasts trample him, buried in the ruins. Truly a half-dead creature. If he can regrow his head, why can't his left arm recover? It has nothing to do with Conqueror's hockey. I wrapped both blades in Conqueror's hockey. Xia glimpsed Green Goo's state. Being beheaded or trampled to death is an instinctive awareness of living beings. The instinct drives the undying body to actively recover, while a severed arm doesn't threaten life, just a disability, phantom limb pain. Psychological issue? Is their undying body a semi-passive ability? 8 years ago, Green Goo clashed with Xia. Green Goo, full of himself, was about to take Xia as a battle slave. Xia laughed in anger, retorting, "Your hairstyle looks like a wine bottle opener. If you lift it up, you could spray out red liquid." As the strongest celestial dragon of the new generation, the arrogant Green Goo always believed in his superiority, thinking taking Xia as a battle slave was him looking up to Xia. But Xia shot back with sarcasm, truly ungrateful, and in a fit of rage. He tried to force Xia into submission. The two seemed to reach a draw. Green Goo viewed this incident as an imperfect stain, a great humiliation he often mentioned. 8 years later, Green Goo met Xia again, ready to redeem himself. Unexpectedly, Xia was in high spirits, shattering Green Goo's dragon soul with 2 blades, rubbing Green Goo's pride, dignity, and confidence into the ground. He lost his championship and his son. The cold, cruel reality crushed Green Goo, who was used to sailing smoothly. What are you looking at? Bang. Boom. Thunderous roars. Xia fought the Five Elders, every move wrapped in the aura of Conqueror's hockey. The Five Elders are no pushovers. They are a well-coordinated team, their synergy far exceeding 5 individuals. The astonishingly defensive Fukaji watchily took the front line, while the sandworm biter lurked underground, occupying the sky with Jinjin time mass. And the poisonous Neo-Gue Satan struck from the sides, while Makinasha Shuru concealed deadly ice techniques. To counter Xiajia's law of heaven and earth, Watchily, Biter, and Jinjin Tian expanded their sizes, unafraid of the 100-meter giant, and Satan and Shuru were no less than the 100-meter red dragon and black tiger. The collision of 8 massive beings was enough to shake the earth. Gusts of wind, sonic booms, flames, venom, sword energy, and lightning ravaged the land repeatedly. Finally, crack, crack, boom. The towering peaks of the Valley of the Gods were sheared off, and large boulders slid down. Worried about the falling rocks injuring his own people, Xia turned to rescue them. Boom! The atmosphere wailed. The tremor fruit's ability shattered the falling stones. And Newgate stood with his sword. Call me if you can't hold on. Thanks. Xia was momentarily distracted. The sandworm emerged from underground. easily biting through metal with its sharp teeth, trying to swallow the law of heaven and earth in one bite. Whoosh! Nyogue's sharp tentacle-like thread stretched, lassoing the six-armed, two-legged 100-meter giant. Jinjin Tian set the sky ablaze. The stout and round Fakaji raced like the wind, using its short, thick legs to circle around Xiajie, with four transformed tusks thrusting forward. The fastest Makinashu faced two opponents, stalling the red dragon and black tiger. In a flash, Xiajie kicked the sandworm over, and three towering halberds pierced through Fakaji, Jinjin Tian, and Yoge. Counterattack. What's going on? Watchali angrily inquired. Satan muttered, my fault. It wasn't Satan's fault. The thread successfully bound the limbs of the Conqueror's hockey giant. Maz, observing from above, understood its intangibility. He made the bound parts intangible. Conqueror's hockey is inherently formless. The law of heaven and earth is Xiajie's Conqueror's hockey materialized, shifting between the tangible and intangible. Biter said, let us wear him down, exhaust all his energy and stamina, and his hockey will naturally weaken and soften. I don't believe a mere human can outlast us. What are you sneaking around discussing? Xiajie couldn't hear the mental exchange of the five elders. But it didn't stop him from guessing. Are you talking about how to exhaust me? I was thinking the same. Your undying bodies will bleed and feel pain. There's a limit to pain, and you will also tire and become weary. I can't kill your flesh, but I can shatter your spirit. I don't believe you old, undying things can outlast me. The Knights of God fled to the West Bank. Xiajie no longer insisted on keeping them as a control group to break the undying body. The five elders were not simple, so he let them find trouble with that fraud, Rox. Five elders? You've looked the same for years. Hasn't anyone noticed your immortality? Or have they seen through it, but dare not speak? Xiajie said, I've seen portraits of you from 200 years ago. You are at least 200 years old, and the age records of the long-lived giant race are only 300 to 400 years. You know too much. Watchali transformed into a pig-headed man, breaking off his tusks to fight the 100-meter giant. Are celestial dragons also a special race? But ordinary celestial dragons still age and die. Is your immortality and undying body granted by your rat-like god? Shut up. It's ridiculous to fear death if you're not rats. Were you? Without your undying bodies, it would be no more effort to crush you than to crush a rat. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as Xiajie mentioned the Celestial Dragon King controlling the world government, the five elders exploded with rage, charging and striking fiercely. While fighting, Maz said, calm down. He.S. deliberately provoking us. Intense emotional fluctuations will more easily exhaust our energy and stamina. That cunning little bastard, the three-headed, six-armed figure, the Conqueror's hockey giant. 6 arms are real, 3 heads are fake. He has no eyes on the back of his head and relies on his own observation hockey for feedback to act, using their own methods against them. Think about how to provoke his emotions. Intense emotional fluctuations can also lead to the failure of observation hockey, exposing defensive weaknesses. We don't understand him. The 5 elders fell silent in mental communication. His raid on human hunting was to save those bugs. Satan coldly remarked, those bugs are everywhere. Chapter 41. Why fight? Dark clouds loom overhead, and the remnants of the setting sun fade away. Night has fallen. The Black Band Army, the Navy, and the pirates, who have been fighting fiercely for most of the day, all slowed down their offensive. The benefits of maintaining the original naval command system become evident as Zephyr directs the troops, commanding the Black Band Army, to take turns resting, tending to the wounded, recording battle losses, repairing ships, counting spoils, and redistributing resources. At the same time, mobilizing the rescued refugees from God Valley, with the able-bodied helping to construct coastal fortifications. Women gathering firewood, boiling water, and cooking. Everything is meticulously organized. Zephyr exhibits the qualities of a great general. Our forces are too few. The enemy has at least 30 to 40,000 Navy personnel outside the island, and we are unsure how many are on the island. Prody, bandaging his shot leg, grimaces and looks around. Moreover, Khan will definitely call for reinforcements from the West Sea Division of the Navy, and he will come himself. Hey, he is a loyal lapdog of the Celestial Dragons, and with their safety at stake, how could he not be anxious? Mobilizing the able-bodied refugees to fight? No way. They are untrained civilians. Sending them to the battlefield is a death sentence. Following Prote's gaze, Zephyr understands his meaning. Prote grips Zephyr's shoulder. We are no longer the Navy. Zephyr, we are now a lone army in rebellion, and there are no conditions to prevent them from joining the fight. If our forces suffer heavy casualties and we cannot maintain our defense against the endless enemy, they will all die, either be executed on the spot or captured for human hunting. There is no third option. Zephyr frowns. You know, even if you harden your heart, it is still soft. Prote sighs heavily and suggests, they are all untrained civilians. But God Valley is a kingdom with a population of over 100,000. As a kingdom, there should be an army to protect the King's rule. And considering God Valley's isolated location, the defense requirements are not high. The scale should be around 500 to 800 men, so we should prioritize mobilizing them. All right, Zephyr replies. Prote continues. As a secondary option, we could consider the discarded slaves transported by the celestial dragons from Mariewa and those sentenced to death by the world government. They are condemned for rebellion but have long suffered under the celestial dragon's torment. Can they still fight? Would they dare to fight? Let's put a question mark on that. Like, Prote pushes himself up, limping toward a middle-aged man, mechanically transporting sand and gravel. Examining the man, who stands 5 meters tall and looks emaciated. Prote's gaze fixes on his disproportionately long thighs. The thigh bears the brand of the celestial dragon slave identity, with dark red burn marks and faint tattoos. A mixed blood of the Bacchania tribe and long-legged ancestry. Prote says, in 1474, you won the championship at the Central Fighting Conference in the New World for the first time, then crossed 3 weight classes and defeated all the fighting masters for 3 consecutive years, claiming all titles and earning the title of Overlord of the fighting world, nicknamed Active Volcano. The active volcano is extinguished now, leaving only a dead volcano. The middle-aged man's single eye is dim. But ultimately, yearly Hafusen, Prote laments. During those years when you were undefeated, I lied and took leave from the Navy just to watch your matches, getting scolded by my superiors. 7 years ago, rumors say you bravely retired. Hafusen hangs his head in silence. Would you like to join us? Prote invites earnestly. The hollow left eye turns toward Prote. Hafusen reveals his body covered in scars. I am just a shell of flesh. My soul has been completely knocked out. Those who are truly knocked out do not have a will to survive. They have no consciousness, do they? Prote pats the makeshift fortifications Hafusen has built. Hafusen remains unmoved. Prote turns to leave. Cheer up. The person we follow says that the struggle to liberate slaves is the most magnificent cause in the world. Don't let him be too disheartened. Compared to the Black Band Army, the pirates in the Navy are in complete chaos. The pirates are doing well. They have always fought for themselves, greedy for the treasures of God Valley. And when things look bad, they flee quickly, not willing to risk their lives against the Black Band Army or the Navy. The Navy. Why are we really fighting? If it is for justice, are we on the side of justice? Why is save my life following behind the rebels, while spare my life follows behind us? If it is for a job, for salary, to protect the celestial dragons while they slaughter the innocent, I am still a human being. I joined the Navy simply to live a stable life. I won't play along anymore. Admiral Ben Sansabo, Admiral Hollier. As commanders, they abandon their subordinates and run to lick the boots of the celestial dragons. Damn it, I'm out. No matter how the officers try to embellish it, the facts are clear. The vast Navy has seen firsthand what human hunting is. And after being battered by the Black Band Army, Prote's rhetoric has severely shaken their will to fight. Yet, the 5 elders have drawn Ben Sansabo and Hollier, leaving the Navy leaderless, with the command structure collapsing. Even though there are supplies, weapons, and ammunition cannot reach the front lines. Even though there's logistics, soldiers can't get a bite of cold rice. Confusion, anger, frustration, fear, hunger, rage. Various negative factors combine to create a disastrous outcome. The Navy has collapsed. Officers suppress the soldiers. Soldiers murder the officers, burn the Celestial Dragon's flagship, bombard the coastal Sacred Ground Defense Forces, and take advantage of the night to escape by boat. Chaos ensues. What is happening? What is happening? Prote, who had just taken a short break, hurriedly investigates. The Navy's camp has exploded. Zephyr, skilled in the observation of emotions, quickly confirms the internal chaos within the Navy. This is an opportunity. Fire. No need to aim. Fire where the flames are. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's cannons roar, adding fuel to the fire. Without strong figures to restrain them, the Navy collapses in a rout, leaving not a single one behind. And those who remain are terrified of the consequences from Mariehua and Marinfando. Prodi is dumbfounded. We won inexplicably? Under the absolute hegemony of the world government. Large-scale wars have been rare throughout history, and such scenes are even rarer. The Black Band Army expands its flanks in the dark, seizing ships, resources, salvaging, and capturing the Navy busily and anxiously. Meanwhile, what? Kong is shocked to hear the bad news. That is a full 40,000 troops, a superfleet of 300 to 400 ships, struggling to control his agitation. Savi, send the string numbers of the scattered ships to the communications department and order them to forcibly turn on the broadcasts of each ship to regroup in my name. Yes, Mr. Kong. Wait. Inform each ship that I will arrive at God Valley tomorrow night, and those returning to fight in God Valley will not be held accountable. Yes. Hurry up. We must hurry. Also, urge Carp. Soon. Kong steps onto the deck, lifts Savi, and walks swiftly through the air with moon steps. 2 hours later, Savi carries Kong, his legs springing like springs, also moving quickly through the air with moon steps. The two alternate in their journey, not hesitating to expend their strength. The situation is too dire. Kong is forced to abandon the flagship, along with the headquarters and 3,000 troops from the G-14 branch and 7 warships. Chapter 42, GOLD. Roger, Roger. Roger, don't you dare drink anymore. Something's off. Shaking his towering captain, the relatively short Rayleigh caused Roger to flicker like an afterimage. Ugh. The hungover Roger embarrassingly vomited. Just as expected. You're too rough, Rayleigh. How disappointing, Roger. I bet your first words were, what a pity about last night's fine wine. Unlike the strictly hierarchical structure of most pirate crews, the Roger pirates had a unique dynamic where members interacted harmoniously, showing little regard for status, creating a free and joyful atmosphere. Ugh, ugh. Rolling over and lying beside his vomit, Roger stared blankly for a moment before sighing. What a pity about last night's fine wine. Ha ha ha. What did I say? What did I say? Laughter erupted. Rayleigh's forehead bulged with veins as he yelled, Shut up, you bunch of idiots. Instantly, there was silence. Everyone covered their mouths, their shoulders shaking as they suppressed their laughter. As Roger's right-hand man and the first member of the Roger Pirates, the 40-year-old Silver's Rayleigh was handsome and suave, with a slick-back golden hairstyle and a stylish mustache, wearing a pair of glasses that added to his refined demeanor. However, the scar running down his right eye, his fiery temper, and the respect from his companions all spoke to his strength, authority, and the origin of his nickname Dark King. Supporting Roger was the muscular, long-haired Jabba, who wore sunglasses. He said, Rayleigh, you know Roger well. Last year's events hit him hard. Last year, in the year 1483 of the sea calendar, the Roger Pirates, guided by a record pointer, reached the last island of the Grand Line, Water 7. It was a moment Roger had dreamed of since his youth. He thought he had arrived at the final island, achieving the feat of circumnavigating the world and conquering the Grand Line. He believed that by obtaining the unique great treasure, he could fulfill the ancient legend of the pirate world and be recognized as the Pirate King. But Water 7 was not the final island, and there was no unique great treasure. It was even inhabited. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. 20-plus years of effort turned into futile work, and the vast gap between dreams and reality was unbearable, even for the usually carefree and resilient Roger. Even though he later learned of the existence of the final island and that the key to unlocking it was 4 red road signs. The seeds of doubt had already been sown. So for the entire year, Roger remained dejected, numbing himself with alcohol. What's the big deal? Didn't Tiwi know there's another final island? Roger's despair was also a cause for Rayleigh's growing irritation. Damn it, Roger. You dragged me out to sea. Becoming the Pirate King is your dream. Yours. Hick. Hee hee. A sober Roger wiped his mouth, seemingly clueless as he laughed. Waha, Which bastard made our first mate angry? I'm the NO. 2. I'm your left arm. Male left, female right. Left is supreme. Jabba argued unhappily. Roger nodded seriously, yes. You too. They're S1 and O. 1 and 2 and O. 2s make sense. You're my left and right arms. You're all my brothers. Huh. The captain must be confused. Can't count anymore. This explanation sounds so familiar. The playboy caught straddling 2 boats uses this to coax his lovers too. Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter erupted. As the sea breeze blew, Roger donned a straw hat. His rugged face turned serious. Are those hurried pirate ships approaching us? Yes, Rayleigh replied. We inquired. They are pirates who rushed to God Valley and are now fleeing from it. Jabba said, the information received by the black Den Mushi is false. The little brat on the broadcast tricked us. There's no treasure at God Valley. Only a killing game where the celestial dragons slaughter civilians. Along with the Navy's heavy eyes rising in rebellion. The Navy's guerrilla squad. Shajia? Roger was taken aback. Exactly, that guy's really something. Rayleigh said. The celestial dragon's brutal actions angered him, and he openly declared war on the world government with his army, teaming up with the pirate leader Rox to invade God Valley. It is said that he may have killed celestial dragons. Waha, that is truly insane. Roger clicked his tongue. So, a war has broken out at God Valley? Jabba juggled 2 short axes. Not just any war, it's a great battle. Rebels, pirates, Navy, and celestial dragon guards. A chaotic battle with tens of thousands of troops, scaring the wits out of those fleeing pirates. What a rare sight. Hey, let us join the fun. Waha. Roger drew his sword and laughed heartily, his spirits high. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Roger desperately needed adventure to stimulate his spirit. God Valley, West Coast. Brother Shajia, you're not being faithful. Didn't we agree that you would hold them back while while I invite the world nobles to the hive as guests? Surrounded by the Knights of God, Rox complained, but the corners of his mouth were turned up, beaming with joy. The 5 elders and the Knights of God were no weaklings. Rox didn't expect Shajia to hold them off indefinitely. Just delaying them for a moment was enough. And in that moment, it was the opportunity Rox had longed for. Waha. Fortunately, the world nobles were infected by my enthusiasm and eagerly accepted my invitation. You wouldn't be so unkind as to obstruct me, would you, Knights of God? With a knife in one hand and a head in the other. Rox had taken down 2 or 3 dozen celestial dragons from the dark swamp behind him. The head belonged to Goliath, a naval admiral candidate whose ambition was greater than his life, along with several Cypherpole agents and a few cadre members of the Holy Land Defense Force. All unable to withstand Rox. Help. Ooh, I want to go home. The lower realm is too terrifying. I can't breathe. Like drowning. The celestial dragons struggled in agony. Captain Green Goblin was taken down, and the Knights of God temporarily pushed a skeletal bull-headed leader carrying a scythe forward. State your terms. Pirate, I want to be the king of the world. Rox spread his arms wide, full of ambition. Without waiting for a response, Rox quickly changed his tone. Of course. That's impossible. Even celestial dragons aren't worth that price. As long as you understand. The skeletal bull-headed leader asked, what exactly do you want? Rox replied, I want to become one of you. The Knights of God did not mock Rox for his delusional aspirations. Even as a mere pirate, Rox's strength was formidable enough. Hey, don't think too seriously. Rox scoffed, just kidding. I'm not interested in being a dog. I know that not all celestial dragons are the bloodline of the original royal family that established the world government. They also accept outsiders. But their situation is probably not much different from that of slaves. I want a legal identity, a privateering license, 100 of the most advanced, top-of-the-line, fully armed naval battleships. I want to establish a boundary with the Kingdom of Dressrosa and the Kingdom of Prudence and govern the new world with the world government. Anyway, with the Four Eye Guy's betrayal, the Navy's rear line in the New World is completely ruined, and they have no capacity to protect the government's interests. So why not hand it over to me? I can promise that the government's interests will not be harmed. I want the government to release those imprisoned in the underwater Great Prison. Chapter 43. Rox D. Zebek, unfortunately, pirate, you asked for too much. You have also mistaken your trading partner. We are the Knights of God. not the five elders. We have no authority to engage in transactions involving political interests with you. But we do have the right to swish judgment upon the celestial dragons. In a flurry of blades, the knights of God struck mercilessly. Rocks gaped in shock. We determine that you have committed the crimes of piracy and endangering the government. We sentence you to death, stripping you of your titles as world nobles. And the execution will be carried out immediately. The knights of God added to their judgment against a pile of severed limbs. Mary Geos has supported you for decades, indulged your tyranny, and allowed you to enjoy wealth and splendor. It is time for you to repay the gift of God. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Sorry. You have finally returned, Saint Somas. You will be responsible for protecting Saint Greencoo. Prepare for battle. The lucky survivor, Somas, rejoined the ranks, and all 12 knights of God assembled. It was a futile effort, and Rox laughed in anger. Wahahaha. Well done. Well done. Killing 2 or 3 dozen celestial dragons in one go. That four-eyed guy is nowhere near as efficient as you. They have been stripped of their noble titles and are no longer celestial dragons. A knight of God corrected. Creaking and grinding. Rox was half covered in black smoke and half wrapped in lightning. Four-eyed had said you all had the power to judge the celestial dragons. I was too proud and did not foresee that you bastard would be so ruthless to your own kind. No matter. No matter. I'll just capture more meat tickets. Rox, nearing 50, was not like Roger at 39, Newgate at 36, Shiki at 30, or Charlotte Linlin at 25. He did not have a luxury of time to realize his grand ambitions. Because of Jack, Rox's grand plans were nearing bankruptcy. The birth of the Rox Pirates was a disastrous experiment. Rox understood all too well that such overwhelming talent and a sharp personality mixed together would never lead to peace. Disintegration was merely a matter of time, but he did not know how to proceed to the next step and could only struggle to keep things running. Until news came from the West Sea of the celestial dragons descending to the lower world, and until Jack brought intel and invited an alliance. Rox finally knew how to proceed. In God Valley, Rox did not care about the stolen treasures of Pirate Island, did not care about Newgate's defection, did not care about Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, and others fleeing at the last minute, nor did he care about the scheming John or the watchful Shiki. He only cared about the celestial dragons. Kidnapping celestial dragons, threatening the world government, demanding power, money, goods, and people, creating a brand new force of his own, conquering lands, dominating the new world, and then plotting Mary Geos to become the king of the world. Rox was once close to the optimal state of his plan, but the Knights of God ruined everything. 300 or 400 celestial dragons. Let us see if you dare to slaughter them all. The power of the dark fruit engulfed the land, and with a single blade wrapped in Conqueror's haki, Rox appeared like a devil. He was no longer smiling. He was anxious. In the near sea. Ha! Is that bastard Rox trying to fight to the death? What is there to fight for? If he fights to the death, how can he become the king of the sea? Charlotte Linlin relished the spectacle. Shiki, mooching food and drink, commented, "That guy Jack fights even harder. To be honest, that guy's strength scared me a bit." "A bit? You're being honest." Wang Ji teased. Shiki scoffed and said, "All right. To be honest, his strength is stronger than ours. Way stronger. I even suspect he was aware that there would come a day to use the Rox Pirates, so he showed mercy to us in the past. The strongest in the world, a conclusion set in stone." Charlotte Linlin happily rubbed her belly. I have his hostages." Wang Ji lightly patted the huge red stone cube inscribed with complex characters. "The red marker belongs to you, Linlin. The hive belongs to you, Wang Ji," Shiki said. Charlotte Linlin stated, "The alliance belongs to you, Shiki." Ha. He. The three laughed heartily. Charlotte Linlin seized the treasures of the Rox Pirates and opened a quarter of the key to the final island. Wang Ji managed the Rox Pirates base, Pirate Island. Shiki gained priority in recruiting allied pirate crews for the Rox Pirates. And John, he fled with the flagship of the Rox Pirates, the Zebek sword. They divided the property of the Rox Pirates, seemingly convinced that Rox was in grave danger. Wang Ji stretched his neck and looked far. "If Rox doesn't die, he will die." Shiki lit a cigar, the sparks flickering, illuminating a fierce face. In the northern suburbs, Kaido and Newgate encountered obstacles. The resistance did not come from the enemy, but from the target of rescue. The people hunted and chased by the celestial dragons were in a panic. They did not understand what was happening, like startled birds, either hiding or fleeing. Those hiding did not believe the divine dragon in the sky or the giant below were benevolent. They looked too fierce. Those fleeing were exhausted and unable to endure the long journey south. God Valley, with a diameter of about 30 kilometers, was not small for ordinary people, as it resembled a split mountain peak, with natives residing in the valley and at the lower slopes. How to gather the people. How to evacuate the people. Kaido, who didn't he like to think, scratched his head. What to do? Can't you fly? Newgate said, you fly boldly with the people we trust. Circle around where there's observation and perception. Let those you carry shout to gather them, then carry them away. Kaido laughed. Did you forget I'm a devil fruit user? You have a plan, Whitebeard. It's you who are too dumb, kid. Newgate, feeling irritable, spoke sharply. Kaido, who initially wanted to improve relations, felt his warm face pressed against a cold butt. Considering Jack's face, he didn't explode on the spot and worked in frustration. Newgate belatedly realized he was not interacting with Rocks and Shiki, but was a lonely person who had not learned to interact normally with others and thus did not understand how to make amends. Sitting silently in the temporary camp, Newgate chopped wood and boiled water, taking care of several crying children. Only in the company of innocent children could he relax his tense heartstrings. Boom! A thunderous sound. Newgate gazed into the depths of God Valley. The sky suddenly brightened, and serpentine lightning danced freely. It was not the battle of Jack and the others. It was a storm. Newgate murmured, when it rains, it pours. When the ship breaks, it encounters headwinds. Misfortunes never come alone. Rising with his sword, Newgate began to chop trees to reinforce the camp. Chapter 44 talked to my heavenly law and earthly phenomenon fight, an unceasing fight. It's been over a dozen hours, and his dominance shows no signs of weakening or softening. Doesn't he feel tired? Have we truly exhausted him, or has he successfully worn us out? The fighting style does not lie. With such a reckless and loud approach, he surely cannot sustain it for long. There are a few things I am unsure whether to say, but I will. If we truly cannot defeat him head-on and take his head, perhaps we should escort the world nobles to safety, abandon our preset combat objectives, and plan for the long term. Are you suggesting that since he is crazily overextending his life and squeezing out his potential, he is destined to live for not long? We do not need to fight him to the death at his most powerful stage. We can first avoid his edge, dull his sharpness, and then rely on the government's vast resources to gradually eliminate him? Yes. Think about it. After he rescued those bugs in the Valley of the Gods, those displaced bugs will definitely cling to him for survival. By then, he will be burdened with countless weaknesses to target. He has no territory, no channels, and just feeding tens of thousands of bugs will be enough to give him a headache. Indeed, saving them but not being able to support them. The cruel reality will wear down his fighting spirit and weaken his dominance. Food, weapons, economy, medicine, public opinion. There are many aspects we can manipulate. The more we fight, the more frightened the 5 elders become, and some even contemplate retreating. Vachali objected. I disagree. What is your reasoning? Maz asked. First, his strength comes from overextending his life and squeezing his potential, which is our subjective speculation. Allowing a murderer who has set a precedent for killing celestial dragons to live in this world will have a terrible influence. Humanity will not respect the celestial dragons and will imitate him. Second, his strength is rare in this world. His power is too astonishing, and I feel uneasy. Even if he only has a 1 in 10 million chance of threatening the Creator God, we must spare no effort to eliminate him. Vachali's reasoning is sound. Most importantly, number 3, once the situation escalates and the world descends into chaos, with variables increasing sharply, we will lose control and no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. That makes sense. Nezashiru said, we cannot betray the trust of the Creator God. Satan said, then should we follow my suggestion? I will make slight modifications. Just leave it to me. Cover for me. Ending the communication, Peter Chow Yong burst out of the ground. The sandworm's body elongated and twisted into the heavenly law and earthly phenomenon. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, hiss, boom. The sound of thunder. Xiajie manipulated the halberd to chop, and several segments of the sandworm fell into the mud. Oh! Vachali roared with the conqueror's haki, the sound waves rippling. This was one of the rare techniques of the five elders that worked against Xiajie. Taking advantage of Xiajie's evasion, Maz, Nazashu, and Satan launched large-scale attacks of flames, ice, and venom. The severed sandworms, with their heads burrowing into the ground, quietly left the battlefield. With each defense against an attack, the 100-foot giant solidified further, while Xiajie perfected the heavenly law and earthly phenomenon for the first time. The dragon head helmet, swallowing shoulder tiger, spear tassel, ghost face, heart guard, arm armor, skirt armor, all vividly lifelike and imposing. But something still felt off. What was missing? Glancing at the soaring Yijin Jiantian, Xiajie understood. Under Maz's horrified expression, the red dragon and black tiger clung to the back of the 100-foot giant, transforming into a pair of wings. Boom! Xiajie soared into the sky, swinging the single-bladed halberd in a wide arc and smashing down. Boom! Poof! Yijin Jiantian exploded in midair. Relying on flying ability, the five elders, who suffered the least from Xiajie's violent blows. Maz savagely tasted the experience that the other four had frequently endured. Staring at the fragments of Yijin Jiantian, Xiajie prepared to strike. With this level of damage, doesn't the immortal body need a core to recover? The fragments trembled, falling freely. Xiajie relentlessly pursued. Satan has a scar on his left forehead, and Peter has a scar on his left chest. Were you injured before or after being granted immortality by the god of rodents? Boom! The heavenly law and earthly phenomenon turned and kicked, the terrifying force creating shockwaves that ripped through the sky, tearing apart the brewing storm clouds. Xiajie Wu let Maz land. I'll return to Mariahua first. Be careful. He has the ability to throw us into the sea. Maz disappeared without a trace. Vachali, Satan, and Nazashu's expressions darkened. Double pupils. Peter shouted, "Look at this!" The worm's body was self-healing. The sandworm grinned viciously, 2 rows of square teeth dripping with saliva, soaking a few shivering hostages. "Help, help! I'm so scared, woo!" The screams were filled with horror. Xiajie lowered his altitude, looking down at the fearless Peter and the hysterical hostages. "Are you trying to fool me with a few cypherpole lackeys? Their clothes are clean, they are shiny, and their life force is vigorous. There are flaws everywhere. They don't look like poor commoners at all." Boom! Smashing the sandworm, crushing the cypherpole agent, Xiajie scolded. "You five-headed, worthless old beast. How clever you think you are. What are you modifying?" "Peter, blame me? If I didn't modify, any ordinary human strongman who got close would be knocked out by the dispersed conqueror's haki, let alone an ordinary person. They would even be able to shout for help. The important thing is not to make them shout for help, but to use them to coerce Xiajie into being cautious. Did I successfully incite his emotional fluctuations? Yes, successfully, too damn successfully." The 4 elder stars closed their microphones and vented at each other, successfully inciting their own emotional fluctuations as well. Bang, 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 bang. What are you mumbling about? Talk to my heavenly law and earthly phenomenon. Xiajie was furious, pressing the 5 elders down with the heavenly law and earthly phenomenon so they couldn't lift their heads. "Where's Maz? It hurts, this monster. Why is he not tired yet?" The immortal body repeatedly recovers from injuries, and the 5 elders are panting and disoriented. "We can't outlast him. Vachali? I don't oppose it. Hopefully, the Creator God can forgive us. How we shake him off?" Directly returning to Mariahua, the hundreds of world nobles in the Valley of the Gods would be fish on the chopping block. The 5 elders conferred. The body of the seal expanded. The flying pig soared in the sky, and it crashed against the mountainside on one side of the Valley of the Gods. Crack, crack, rumble. Half the mountain collapsed, and huge rocks rolled down. Xiajie indeed ceased his attack, allowing the 5 elders to retreat to the western shore. Meaningfully watching the 5 elders, the heavenly law and earthly phenomenon transformed from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, changing endlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense storm of conquerors' hockey sword blades shredded the falling rocks from the landslide. Pitter-patter, Is it raining? Stone. Stone rain? The Black Cloth Army and the refugees were half dreaming and half awake. In the eastern sky, the first ray of dawn perfectly tore open the night's skirt, illuminating a towering figure, stepping on 10,000 rays of light, sweeping away the monsters and demons. Chapter 45. It is better to pursue the defeated enemy with remaining courage. The camp was quiet, and people looked at Xia Jie with reverence. Even though Xia Jie was engrossed in eating, his manner was not elegant as he devoured his food. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, he looked up and surveyed the crowd, who all lowered their heads. Is it that I am not doing well enough? No, you are doing great. You have outperformed everyone and are unstoppable. It's more than enough. Zfa's voice trembled with excitement. Xia Jie asked in confusion, "Then why is everyone silent?" "We are contemplating whether we should kneel to speak to you," Prodi replied, half-jokingly. Xia Jie wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. "No kneeling. No one is allowed to kneel. That may not be up to you to decide." Prodi's eyes were filled with solemnity and fervor. "After this battle, countless people will willingly become your followers, observing your every expression and studying every word you say. Kneeling is a symbol of slavery and the greatest insult to the cause of liberating slaves." Xia Jie said, "You are my companions, colleagues, peers, comrades. Our abilities may vary, but our character is equal." "Really equal?" Looking into the distance, some people already worshipped Xia Jie as a deity, including Li Huofo's son, who called himself a walking corpse. Prodi thought, "Lord Xia Jie, you have only liberated their bodies, but the centuries-old system of slavery has forever distorted the spirit and soul of humanity. We yearn to be enslaved, to be dominated by the strong. The irredeemable instinct to submit reveals the leadership of a capable leader, and in the foreseeable future, this servitude will be passed down through generations until the end of the world." "What about Shanks?" Xia Jie asked. Zfa replied, "Shanks, the child in the box? Oh, that child is too young. We cannot take care of him, so we entrusted him to experienced women. Bring him over for me to confirm." Xia Jie commanded. "Also bring the big-faced boy with the purple afro, a child from the Bacania tribe." "Yes." Chef complete. Xia Jie closed his eyes to rest and recover his strength and energy. "In just a few minutes." "Thank you so much, Lord Xia Jie." Ivankov pulled Bartholomew Kuma and the accompanying Jinny to kneel before him. Xia Jie opened his eyes. "No kneeling. You are the great benefactor who saved our lives, Hyber. We. Seeing Xia Jie as displeasure, Ivankov quickly stood up. "Is there anything you need from us?" "Just a moment." Xia Jie took Shanks from Zfa. At 1 year and 4 months, Shanks was adorable and was not afraid of Xia Jie's fearsome eyes, giggling and tugging at Xia Jie's clothes. Tattooing such a small child? What were his parents thinking? Prodi leaned closer and caught sight of the tattoo under Shanks' left shoulder. Xia Jie said, "It's not a tattoo. It's to avoid causing panic in public. Xia Jie concealed the existence of him, and the Gorosei are immortal beings, while the Knights of God are also immortal. Let me tell you a few things." Xia Jie shifted the topic. "The Gorosei have retreated. They will likely take the celestial dragons to flee from God Valley. Cypher Pole, the Holy Land garrison directly under the celestial dragons, is their direct support, probably escorting them. There are no large enemy forces in God Valley now, so we can freely rescue the trapped people. Regarding the Navy, Bitasambo has fallen, and Holier is dead. My observation, Haki cannot sense his life force. Why are there so few Navy forces? The surrounding naval fleet at God Valley has around 30,000 to 40,000 troops, but with Xiaji's observation, Haki, only about 3,000 or 4,000 remain, which surprised him. Prodi said, "Last night, the Navy camp sounded the alarm, and many soldiers scattered. The specifics are unknown. No need to consider the Navy." Xia Jie said, "As for the pirates, the Rock's pirates are basically disbanded. Rox is too preoccupied with himself, and Shiki and Wang Ji were intimidated by me. Charlotte Lingling is a suspicious ally. Do not trust her, trust Whitebeard. He is my latest ally and a potential comrade." Zfa pursed his lips. Xia Jie handed Shanks to Zfa. "Whitebeard is a refugee from a non-member state of the world government. He was forced to become a pirate, not exactly pure, but not wicked either. In urgent matters, one must be pragmatic. You are too indulgent of this.After's feelings, aren't you? I'm getting jealous. Knowing that his friend was naive and easily misunderstood human emotions, Prody made a suggestive face. this.After said, I understand your good intentions. Whitebeard indeed helped rescue the people and is performing a righteous act. What about you? What are you planning to do, Lord Xiajia? Prody sighed and said suspiciously, I always feel that you are holding something back. Your feeling is correct, my brother Prody. Xiajia said, I plan to first expel the remaining navy, then deal with the pirates who are taking advantage of the chaos, and finally pursue the fleeing celestial dragons to attract the navy that might reinforce God Valley, creating conditions for you to retreat to the Totland Sea. With you in command, who would dare to act rashly? If you go after the fleeing celestial dragons, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Prody pointed at the restrained Ivankov. Bartholomew, Kuma, and Ginny. What is calling them over count for? I plan to take advantage of the victory to capture Mariewa. What? this.After was shocked, almost dropping Shanks. Ivankov and the others also gasped, covering their mouths. That is exactly what I was worried about. It's too risky. Prody looked up. I said, why do your arrangements seem so strange? Rocks Pirates, Totland Sea, Big and Whitebeard. All these prearranged details indicate that it has been plotted for a long time. Xiajia exuded an imposing aura. I want to save the hundreds of thousands in God Valley, and I want to save the hundreds of thousands in Mariewa. No one can stop me, not even you. Prody was left speechless. I will call Kaido to assist me. It's time for him to make an appearance. Xiajia said, I promise to allow the warriors to choose to leave after rescuing the people in God Valley and to provide a severance payment. I trouble you to fulfill this promise for me, this.After. Yes, this.After solemnly agreed. I am Xiajia. Tell me your names, little friends. Xiajia asked knowingly. I urgently need a guide familiar with Mariewa. Does anyone among you take on this important duty? I do not force you. Forcing you would be akin to killing you. Bartholomew, Kuma, I am not familiar with Mariewa, but I want to save people. There are many poor people in Mariewa, and I want to save them. Big Bear? Seeing the 9-year-old Bartholomew Kuma step forward firmly, Ivankov felt ashamed of his hesitation. I am Ginny, an expert in stealing, eavesdropping, and communication. I am familiar with Mariewa. Hee. Ginny. The hesitant Ivankov no longer hesitated. Embroglio, Ivankov. Let me go, Lord Xiajia. I'm older than them by a few years, and I've spent more time in Mariewa than they have. I know it best, hee. Thank you. Xiajia sincerely thanked them. Thank you for your bravery. Chapter 46. Overlord I am Zibulu, who is going to follow Lord Xiajia to become a great hero. Look, I am riding the divine dragon, soaring through the clouds, roaming the skies, and keeping company with the birds. Just thinking about it is so majestic. Aren't you envious? Keep up with the army, don't fall behind, and take care of each other, Ginny. Big Bear. As they were about to depart, Ivankov cheerfully comforted his longtime little sister and his newly acquainted little brother. Come back safe, big brother. Ginny cried uncontrollably. The empathetic Bartholomew Kuma also shed tears. Turning around, Ivankov's grotesque face lost its smile. In fact, he regretted recommending himself to Xiajia the moment he spoke up. After all, he had endured countless hardships, barely crawled out of hell, and instead of singing of freedom, was he going back again? Mariewa, the holy land of the celestial dragons, the hell of slaves. There, Ivankov only had memories of blood, tears, and death. More than half of his short 15 years were spent under the cruel celestial dragons, with countless whippings, beatings, endless labor, and companions who were still eating scraps in the morning, only to become incomplete corpses by noon. It was too terrifying, even if it meant death. I would never go back. Ivankov had sworn more than once before human hunting, but ultimately broke his promise. I want to save people too. I'm not that noble. Selfish and self-serving, focused only on escaping my slave status and dragging many down with me. But even the most selfish bastard, after seeing the people tormented in that hell, wouldn't be indifferent, right? I hope, Lord Xiajia. With a heavy heart, Ivankov looked up, only to find Kaido's massive dragon head staring at him. Ivankov was startled, forcing a stiff smile. "Ha, very good. You look like a big brother with a commanding presence." Kaido, showing emotions openly, sobbed. Ivankov, Jinny, and Bartholomew Kuma's mutual reliance reminded him of his bond with Xia Jie and Sakazuki under the moonlight. "Let's go. We're looking for Big Brother, my big brother." With Ivankov on board, Kaido flew towards the west coast of the Divine Valley. West Coast. The double-eyed one is here. Ah! Run. No matter what treasure legends there are, my life is at stake. Fully fed and drunk, Xia Jie began a killing spree, circling from the southeastern port of the Divine Valley to the western coast, leaving rivers of blood. The might of his presence and the brutality of his methods terrified everyone. Leaving behind more than 100 scattered celestial dragons, he told the Divine Knights to save those they could, and for those they couldn't, to use space transmission to save themselves. The Gorosei hastily set sail with over 200 gathered celestial dragons. The direct subordinate of the celestial dragons, Cypher Pole, and the Holy Land's garrison. Some clever ones immediately followed the Gorosei under the guise of escorting them. The remnants of a navy, having already been scattered once, crumbled again, and the pirates dared not take advantage of the chaos. Was the great battle over? The Gorosei, the Divine Knights, the Vice Admirals, CP0 agents, and the great pirates, all defeated with no one to stop him. The King of the Sea is born. The double-eyed one is no longer a fitting title. It describes his special eyes. But how to best describe him now? Overlord. Call him Overlord. The King of Conquerors Haki, the invincible king. As all sides withdrew, the name of the Overlord spread like wildfire. Wahaha! Even the bloodthirsty rocks shouted upon seeing Xia Jie. Little brother Xia Jie. These celestial dragons are my beloved. Don't take away what I love. Withdraw? Their goals may not align. We still have over 100 world nobles to rescue. And since we are immortal, what do we have to fear? The Gorosei are disloyal, weak, and incompetent. The Divine Knights whispered among themselves. Rock strength is also at a higher level. Even 10 members of the Divine Knights couldn't handle him. Xia Jie squinted and examined the Divine Knights. Rocks, the Conqueror's Haki attack, is effective against their immortality. I was blinded by anger earlier and overlooked the details. This is great. Do you have any new guesses? Rox asked eagerly. Xia Jie said, the world government emblem somewhere on them might be the medium through which their rodent god grants them immortality. Through this medium, their rodent god might secretly enhance their immortality or repeatedly grant them immortality, making our effective conqueror's Haki attacks seem ineffective. Rox raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the Divine Knights. Is that so? The Divine Knights fell silent. Xia Jie added, it could also be that our technique for using conqueror's Haki is wrong. My Haki strength should be fine. Rox beamed an exaggerated smile. Divine Knights, what are you thinking? My observation Haki can hear you. Big brother, Kaido shouted. I won't take away what you love. My beloved is the highest rank of the celestial dragons. If we kill the Gorosei, the world government will be paralyzed for a while, and everyone will have a way to survive. Xia Jie soared into the air, openly pursuing the Gorosei. Inside the Divine Valley. Where's Kaido? The Kaido who was transporting the civilians had not returned for a long time, and Newgate waited anxiously, only to be met by a large group of Black Scarf soldiers led by Prody. Prody said with a complex mood, Kaido has followed Lord Xia Jie to Mariehua to save people. Where to? Newgate's narrow eyes widened. Prody replied, the central hub of the world government, the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua. Newgate fell silent for a long time, his feelings becoming more complex. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have said in a fit of anger that if one day Xia Jie dared to attack Mariehua and rescue the hundreds of thousands of imprisoned slaves, he would kneel down in admiration, worshipping him. The rescue efforts of the Black Scarf soldiers were getting on track, relocating the populace, collecting food, fresh water, and supplies, and repairing warships and civilian ships, bustling with activity. July 20th. Are we a step too late? If Rox is here, it's not too late. Damn it. Wahaha. Roger. This is the one thing you don't have captain's privilege over. The Roger pirates continued the war. Reinforcements have arrived. It's the Navy's Iron Fist Vice Admiral Garp. Save me. I'm a celestial dragon. Roger. Garp added fuel to the fire. A great chaotic battle erupted. Rox is doomed. Ha ha. Shiki clapped excitedly. Charlotte Limland said, "Are you still watching? If you don't hurry to consolidate Rock's allied pirate crew, be careful they might defect to Wang Ji. As long as Rox is alive, I can't be at ease." Wang Ji? Not worth mentioning. Shiki glanced sideways. "Why don't you leave? Do you have some deal with Xiajia?" Charlotte Linlin fiddled with a din mushy, casually saying, "Golden Lion, I said Xiajia's target was never the Divine Valley from the start. Do you believe it?" "What? It's Mary Ahua." "What?" Chapter 47, he is just an ordinary human. Leaving in grandeur, returning in solitude. Looking over the few ships present now, and reminiscing about the unprecedented fleet from back then, Satan slammed his scepter in frustration. Damn it, it's all that bastard's fault. After the unprecedented defeat, and overcoming the initial phase of panic and confusion, the five elders gradually calmed down and restored their former demeanor as the highest authority of the celestial dragons, the world's supreme power. He is still following us. The round and plump Vacheli, bald with a forehead speckled with mottled birthmarks, two scimitar-shaped large beards, and a pair of fierce, drooping eyes. What does he want? Gazing at the fiery clouds beyond the attack range, riding the smoke of the divine dragon. The hot-tempered justice wore God-crushed steel with his teeth. He has already won this war. Shouldn't he be protecting those bugs he saved in their victorious escape now? Does he think we would panic to the point of losing our minds and gather all our forces for assistance? The golden short-coned hair and bearded Peter grunted. Just a mere human, so complacent. The divine dragon carried Jia soaring through the skies, threats coming from above. Summoned by the other four elders, the air defense specialist Maz, who squatted on the deck in beast form. Whatever he fears, we will do. The mobilized Navy from the West Sea Division will set sail for the Divine Valley at the latest by tomorrow. With at least 40 to 50,000 troops deployed within 10 days, the war is not over yet. I wonder if he prioritizes hunting us down or protecting those bugs he saved. Nejiru's heart ached for the first generation of Ghost Cut, which Xia Jie had scarred. Maz said, "If he doesn't attack, shall we discuss how to deal with the aftermath? How do we explain our failure to the Creator God? We were too careless. We didn't anticipate the enemy's actions. Such explanations are unlikely to be forgiven." I ordered Cypher Pole to investigate overnight, and it can be confirmed that Xia Jie is neither Nika, Nord, nor of any special bloodline. He is just an ordinary human. Upon hearing Peter's words, the other four elders glared at him with deathly stares. Peter, with drooping eye sockets, said, "An ordinary, powerful human? Fine. He is too strong. What I want to say is, he is not the natural enemy of God, nor has he shown interest in the blank 100 years. A good explanation." Vacheli agreed. Throughout the long years, there have been many like him who challenged the government, but they ultimately came to nothing, erased from the annals of history. Satan nodded. He is just like them. It is purely his overwhelming strength that makes him seem extraordinary. The urgent task is to eliminate the impact of the Divine Valley incident and systematically erase him, wiping away any traces of his existence. Vacheli said, "Nejiru sheathed his sword. Last night, Peter and I ordered Cypher Pole to impose news control. The well-known major newspapers understand the severity and have not reported any news related to the Divine Valley. However, a newly emerging small newspaper published a limited report titled Monsters from the North Sea Land in the Divine Valley, reporting on Xia Jie's defection from Navy. The Navy in the Divine Valley, the pirates undoubtedly harbor informants from the newspaper, intelligence dealers from the underground world." Peter said, transforming into human form. Maz, with white hair and a goat-like beard, said, "We must prevent human hunting news from spreading openly. The news of celestial dragons being killed can be circulated, even if it's self-deception. It is still effective. At least on the surface, the member states would not dare to panic, maintaining the government's authority and the nobility of the celestial dragons. If he protects those bugs he saved in their escape, where would he flee? The New World. The New World is the sea area where the government's control is weakest, and where pirates are most rampant and rampant. I have an idea. I also have an idea. Xia Jie has been the core of the Navy on the New World front in recent years, with a low rank but high authority. He has entangled the elite Navy from the G-14 branch, G-5 branch, Chinyu base, King Hanjian Island Base, and the various units of the five-linked watchtower in a conspiracy. The Navy on the New World front is bound to collapse entirely. So why not make use of this and deploy all remaining forces to seal off the windless zone on the New World side, blocking the possible rebels attempting to cross the windless zone to escape to the New World? My idea is to incite pirates to wear him down. Pirates are greedy and easy to buy off. We can also grant pirates identities and power, using them to fill the void left by the Navy and safeguard the government's inherent interests in the latter half of the New World. Pirates can be driven but cannot be trusted. Long-term plans still rely more on the Navy. The deaths of Binta Sambo and Hollier, along with the active efforts of Kong, have verified the Navy's loyalty. I suggest restarting world conscription, strengthen the Navy's forces, and reduce the member states' forces to prevent them from learning about human hunting and the news of the celestial dragons being killed, so they don't develop thoughts they shouldn't. I propose strict control over the circulation of food and other supplies in the New World. The group of bugs saved by the heavy Ide is vast, and the New World is resource poor. To support them, he must target large forces. One by one, piece by piece. The five elders seem to have arranged Xia Jia quite clearly, and Xia Jia, who has been arranged so clearly, is sound asleep. Since crossing the windless zone, Xia Jia hasn't slept for a week. In the evening, Xia Jia woke up leisurely and said, "Are you tired, Kaido?" "I'm not tired, big brother. I feel fantastic." Eurolo. Kaido, originally a physical monster, became even more so after eating the Azure Dragon fruit, especially his emotions were particularly excited. He finally waited for the chance to follow his brother and fight side by side, aiming for Mariehua, the Holy Land up high. No pity. Let's find a deserted island to settle down. A rocky reef would be fine, and take a rest. Xia Jie said, "It's useless to go to Mariehua too early. The battle in the Divine Valley ended faster than I imagined. I have already arranged ships near Mariehua, and the supplies are far from ready." "Where did you get the extra ships and supplies?" Kaido was surprised. Xia Jie tapped Kaido's dragon head with a cold joke. "Your big brother sold his, but to Big Mom." "Huh? Pirlo." Kaido burst into laughter. "Charlotte Linlin has close ties with the underground world. She helped me trade with them." Looking at the nervous Ivankov, Xia Jie said, "Relax. Young man, I will protect you." In an instant, Ivankov's eyes welled with tears, because he was no longer lonely, no longer someone else's support. He now had support himself. Sorry. Master Xia Jie, I'm just too happy." Ivankov choked. Xia Jie said, "Cry. Cry loudly for freedom. Don't be afraid. No one will shoot at you for being noisy. Cry out your grievances and welcome your new life." Ivankov freely vented his suppressed emotions. In the year 1484 of the old calendar, summer, embryo Ivankov crawled out of hell. Embryo Ivankov escaped human hunting, cleansed the filth, and was reborn on the other side. Embryo Ivankov sang for freedom. Some birds cannot be caged. Their wings are too radiant, and when they fly away, you will sincerely celebrate their freedom. Chapter 48. Breaking into the Holy Land is much easier than kneeling in it. Ivankov cried for a long time, feeling very bitter. No matter how big it was or how bizarre his appearance, he was still a 15-year-old boy who had suffered greatly, forced to pretend to be a strong optimist. On the deserted island, Summer Jie grilled fish, hardly eating any himself, constantly feeding Kaido and Ivankov, two big-bellied fellows. Ivankov was full of spirit, knowing that Summer Jie didn't like the kneeling ritual, and he deeply bowed, nearly burying his large head in the ground. "Thank you so much, Mr. Summer Jie." It was a very formal gesture. Summer Jie helped Ivankov up, returning the respect. Those who save themselves will always be saved by others. Those who love themselves will always be loved by others. You are a person full of courage and hope. I salute you, the free man, Ambrosia Ivankov. Ivankov blushed with embarrassment. "You flatter me, I'm not that great." He was so happy he could almost fly. Kaido, who was eating and drinking heartily, mumbled, "Big brother, this guy's not bad. I appreciate him. Should we?" Summer Jie waved his hand, interrupting Kaido. "A free man has the right to choose his own future." Ivankov vaguely understood that this was because of his friendship with Jinny and Kuma, and Kaido held him in high regard. wanting to invite him to follow Summer Jia. But Summer Jia's attitude was not to force it. I have already decided that if I can gain freedom, I will go sailing, adventuring, wandering freely in the vast world. The more Ivankov admired Summer Jia, the more he thought, but if I could follow such a powerful, compassionate, kind, and charismatic leader to accomplish great things. He almost blurted out, I want to follow you. But in a moment, the thought crossed his mind, what right do I have? The feeling of inferiority took over, and as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Ivankov changed his words. Mr. Summer Jia, aren't you going to ask me about Mary Gios? Are you ready to answer? Summer Jia asked. Ivankov took a deep breath and said, I am ready. What did you see in Mary Gios? Summer Jia asked. Even though he was mentally prepared, Ivankov shuddered at that moment, his choked voice slow as he said, Demons. I saw the mad enslavement of the human race, fishmen, mermaids, giants, dwarves, long-armed tribes, long-legged tribes, snakehead tribes, fur tribes, demons, celestial dragons. Dwarves are their playthings, fishmen are their pets in glass tanks. Beastmen are their domesticated animals. The fighting races are their hunting dogs and fighting cocks. Beautiful people are treated as servants, as concubines, as handkerchiefs, spittoons, and even night pots and toilet paper. Healthy individuals are treated as mounts, as livestock. No one is allowed to rest for a moment, eating slop and garbage labor. And the elderly and children are no exception. Stopping means death. They experiment with torture, burning, drowning, live dissection. They slaughter for games, make food, fertilizer, and their so-called artwork and collectibles. Hundreds of thousands of slaves are eliminated and replenished every day, suffering in the hell called Mary Gios, begging for a quick death without a shred of hope, escaping from the mad demons. Hugging his cold body, Ivankov struggled to control his trembling. Slavery is not simply being scolded, beaten, and deprived of freedom. Comfortingly patting Ivankov's purple explosion hairstyle, Kaido's anger surged. What a bunch of bastards. I will crush them. Suddenly, Kaido reminisced. Big brother, if you hadn't forcibly pulled me into the Navy, would I have ended up as a slave of the Celestial Dragons? Kaido recalled. That old bastard from the Wokai Kingdom sold me out for the right to participate in the World Conference, saying it was the right time to enlist in the Navy, but I'm a special race. He might have been scamming me. In reality, it was the Celestial Dragons who were eyeing me behind the scenes, right? Yes, the Navy doesn't have the right to grant him participation in the World Conference. Only the Celestial Dragons do. Maybe, Summer Jia replied. Kaido grinned. Sorry, big brother. I didn't understand you before. It was my fault. Summer Jia comfortingly patted Kaido's large-horned head, which bounced up high. Can you draw a map? Summer Jia asked Ivankov. Ivankov shook his head. Summer Jia changed his approach. In Mary Gios, how many people like you, with a strong spirit of resistance, are there? Where? In the Colosseum, not many, but not few either. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of slaves, and someone will always resist to the death. Ivankov replied. The Celestial Dragons like to tame powerful slaves, forcing them to fight each other as gambling tools. However, once the whip and knife cannot tame them and they expose their intentions to harm the Celestial Dragons, the slaves will be labeled as problematic, and their fate is execution, thrown into human hunting. Where is the armory of the Holy Land garrison? How many troops are stationed? What is the patrol frequency? Key monitored areas? The armory is at the four corners of Mary Gios, east, west, south, and north, with barracks adjacent. The regular troop strength is around 50,000, currently down to 40,000 as they took 10,000 to the Valley of the Gods. They patrol in shifts 24 hours a day, with 30 to 50 people in a team. The key monitored area is, of course, the land of the gods where the Celestial Dragons gather. Where's the headquarters of Cypherpole? How many troops are there? Near Panga City, troop strength unknown. Where are the granaries and treasury? The granaries are between Red Port, Four Ports, and Mary Gios, and the treasury is between the land of the gods and Panga City. Responding fluently, Ivankov truly knew Mary Gios well. Summer Jia broke a branch and sketched a rough map on the ground. 8 years ago, he joined the Navy through world conscription. Having traveled from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters for duty, and then from the Navy headquarters to the New World, passing by Mary Geos twice. The celestial dragons boast that Mary Geos is the center of the world, the hub, and it's not just bragging, it truly is. Mary Geos is the center of the world government, the venue for the World Conference held every 4 years, and the political center of the world. Mary Geos is located at the gateway of the Red Soil continent, which guards the Navy's strongest power and the most troops at the Navy headquarters and the Navy G1 branch, making it the military center of the world. The world government has unified currency and monopolized the issuance of berries, making Mary Geos the economic and financial center of the world. The celestial dragons are the source of slavery, profoundly influencing the world, and Mary Geos is the center of slave culture. The towering red soil continent, intertwined with the doldrums, cuts off maritime connections, with the two major junctions being Reverse Mountain and Mary Geos. The dangers of Reverse Mountain rival that of the doldrums, and the smuggling tunnels under Mary Geos, making it the only safe passage connecting the 4 seas and the Great Route's 6 oceans. Serving as the traffic hub of the world, with the celestial dragons reaping the wealth at the trade center. Kaido Ivankov, flicking away the branch. Summer, Jia declared, I will prove to the world that breaking into Mary Geos is much easier than kneeling in it. Chapter 49, Uncle Sakazuki, July 21st. When the fleet of over 9,000 people set off, it had increased to over 11,000 by the time they reached the Totland Sea. Sakazuki took in several boats of refugees during the migration. The journey was not without its twists and turns. When Sabo declared war on the world government, a batch of people was dismissed, and the waves, hail, illness, and various unexpected events claimed the lives of hundreds of the weak. This was beyond Sakazuki's control, despite his immense efforts, which left him deeply saddened. After a grueling trek, the people, who had been tense for half a month, were curious and anxious, but inevitably relaxed as they observed the Totland Sea. The sun was shining, the sea was calm, and islands dotted the ocean, filled with greenery, bird song, and floral scents. It was indeed a treasure land. While others relaxed, Sakazuki did not. He was serious, earnest, harsh on others, and even harsher on himself. He had a strong desire to maintain his reputation and would not loosen his grip until he successfully delivered the task to Sabo. Sakazuki also understood the ins and outs of the Totland Sea. It encompassed 34 resource-rich islands of various sizes, home to nations, towns, and pirates, all vying for interests, making it a well-known conflict zone in the New World. Charlotte Linlin coveted the wealth of the Totland Sea, seeing it as the foundation of her empire. Despite years of killing, marrying, and unscrupulous tactics, she had only managed to annex about 50 to 60% of it, which shows a glimpse of the difficulty. The reason being, Charlotte Linlin faced the same predicament as Shiki and Newgate. They had the strength to support a major power, but the few cats under them could not make a significant impact, and although they could seize territory, they could not hold on to it. After Charlotte Linlin left the Totland Sea, there were even those bold enough to target her children at the Bigman Pirates base. Help, brother! A terrified scream. As the ship entered the harbor, Sakazuki, who was contemplating how to engage with the Bigman Pirates, reacted faster than his brain. Bang, bang, bang. With a moonwalk, Sakazuki searched for the source of the sound. A group of scruffy pirates had cornered a round-faced, purple-haired girl with a sharp nose, brandishing knives. Sakazuki was furious. Let that child go. Huh? Who are you? Where did this brat come from? Yelling and shouting, the response from the pirates was met with a thud. It was Sakazuki's magma fist, the size of a sandbag. Before they could even scream for help, the pirates were incinerated on the spot. Spitting out a plume of sulfurous black smoke, Sakazuki said, You're safe now, child, your family. An even more terrified scream, and the girl fainted. Sakazuki was at a loss, feeling awkward. A natural-type magma fruit? An incredible ability. Kukuku. Are you the Emperor's sworn brother, Sakazuki? With Charlotte Linlin absent. The spokesperson for the Bigman Pirates was the arriving snack. He was the one who lured Charlotte Linlin into becoming a pirate, her personal chef, and possibly the first tool for her research on childbirth. Emperor? Sakazuki frowned. You don't know? Kukuku, your sworn brother Red Eye has been rampaging in God Valley, overpowering everyone and standing at the peak of the strong. Snack, 54 years old, short and stout, with a long nose, a big beard, and dressed in a vibrant pink chef's outfit. The sea is now singing Emperor, Emperor, the strongest in the world. Though it's a bit vulgar, it shows his fame. My brother wouldn't like that, Sakazuki judged. Snack picked up the fainted girl. Linlin informed her of the deal with the Emperor. You could temporarily stay on the eastern shore of this island without worrying about supplies. Bree, clattering footsteps. A boy with a bright, red hedgehog hairstyle, neck wrapped in a scarf, wielding a trident. Angrily sparks flew as he approached. Snack praised in secret. Awakening of Conqueror's Haki? No wonder he's Lin's most talented child, Katakuri. Bree, I'm so glad. It's all my fault for not cleaning up those trash. They mocked me as wide-mouthed fish, and I beat them up. They didn't dare to trouble me, but they wanted to hurt you. I was too naive. I won't show any weakness anymore. I will give them perfect terror. Seeing Bree safe, 10-year-old Katakuri was shaken, crying incoherently. Bree woke up, gently wiping Katakuri's tears. It's okay, brother. Just continue being yourself. I absolutely won't let my younger siblings suffer any harm again. Katakuri, feeling guilty, swore through gritted teeth. Snack introduced. I am Gourmet Night Snack, and he is the second son of the Charlotte family, Katakuri. Katakuri, this is the sworn brother of the Emperor, Sakazuki, and also Bree's savior. Thank you. Katakuri immediately bowed his head. Glancing at Katakuri, Sakazuki said, even if he is the child of a pirate, such a small child, I thank you for saving Bree, Uncle Sakazuki. Katakuri called out, and Sakazuki's cold poker face was exceptionally vivid. The flamboyant Charlotte Linlin, while communicating with Snack via snail phone, boasted about sleeping with Sabo. Not shy at all in front of her listening children. God Valley. Ha ha. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Newgate. You proud guy. You won't be Little Rock's subordinate. But you plan to be Sabo's subordinate? Newgate ignored her, clumsily lifting children onto the ship. Newgate is a distinguished guest of our army, a VIP. Prody interjected. The only younger brother of Sabo is his sworn brother Kaido, Sakazuki. We are all his companions, colleagues, and comrades. Am I not your distinguished guest? That's so sad. I've helped you quite a bit. Charlotte Linlin complained. Prody shrugged and limped away, urging the lined-up refugees. Watch your step. The disabled, children, women, and the elderly have priority. Board the ship in an orderly manner. Prody, the front line reports. The Navy reinforcements have arrived. I'm going up. You all hurry. Zephyr shouted anxiously. Meeting up with the Gorosei halfway. The reinforcements to God Valley were from the Wessie Navy, with the first batch having around 5,000 to 6,000 troops and 2 to 3 dozen warships. If those 2 to 3 dozen warships bombard the densely packed fleet of ships in harbor, the refugees, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll go. Newgate jumped on his Sabo's flagship, the Peace. Zephyr hesitated slightly and said, please. The port situation was not improving. Despite the severe casualties among the refugees due to human hunting and the war, more than 120,000 of the 141,000 still survived. Not long after, Newgate returned, calm as the wind. It's done. Another superhuman monster. Prody exclaimed in awe. Chapter 50. Then let's plant them in the ground July 23rd. The monstrous creature riding the divine dragon, piercing the clouds, has disappeared, out of sight and not within the perception range of the observation Haki. Unconsciously, the 5 elders let out a long sigh. The 5 immortals, perhaps in flesh they can never perish or tire, but mentally, no living being can remain eternally awake, without the need for rest or relaxation. The 5 elders finally find peace in sleep. Have they truly left? Kong gazes at the horizon, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Battle reports may lie, but the front lines do not. Regardless of how dignified, calm, and aloof the 5 elders appear, Kong has witnessed their actions firsthand. Under the intense scrutiny of their disdain for the mere humans and arrogant fools like Xiajia, it is absurd how they have transformed. So anxious that he can't even dare to sleep. The remnants of the 500 celestial dragons who descended to the lower world are all in despair, their spirits broken. Just yesterday, one of them caught a distant glimpse of Xiajia's blurry figure and was scared to death. 1,000 Cipher Pole agents of all levels. 10,000 Holy Land Defense troops, 10,000 Great Route headquarters and branch navies, and a mixed fleet of 200 ships. Now only 19 ships remain, with 3,000 to 4,000 people. Kong doesn't even dare to imagine how miserable the situation would be if there were more personnel and ships, especially the Western Sea Division Navy with its poor combat capabilities. What exactly happened in the Valley of Gods? I know Xia Jie is very strong enough to single-handedly suppress the Rock's pirates. But for the powerful five elders to be so frightened, it's simply absurd. Clearly, the setup is exaggerated and rare throughout history. Why does every outcome highlight the enemy's invincibility? Why does every body language of the five elders and the celestial dragons shout, "Our army has been defeated. Our army has been defeated"? As a non-participant, Kong cannot comprehend. Deputy Savvy subtly nods to the deep in thought Kong. Kong also nods. They have made the right move, historically. Those who aid the king in times of trouble are richly rewarded, and even the celestial dragons, who are usually ungrateful, are surprisingly generous in this matter. Kong feels a sense of relief deep down, knowing the position of Fleet Admiral is secure. Before the incident in the Valley of Gods, Kong repeatedly warned the five elders that something was wrong, but they dismissed his concerns as alarmist, adopting an arrogant attitude of "we want to listen to you." The government is going to fall. Kong faced repeated rejection, leaving his pride quite hurt. On the other side, like a wild dog running amok, Kaido accelerates, racing towards Mariewa. July 25th, the battle in the Valley of Gods continues. The Red Earth continent is in sight. Landing on the Red Earth continent, which separates the Western Sea from the Southern Sea, the vast land stretches endlessly, rising 10,000 meters above sea level, filled with magnificent mountains and rivers. The air is not thin. The birds fly and the grass grows, lush and green. Picking up a handful of red earth, Xia Jie sniffs it. If we exterminate the celestial dragons and occupy this fertile land, how many people could this support? Kaido, witnessing the vastness of the Red Earth continent for the first time, is shocked. Xia Jie says, "It's not a problem to develop this land for the benefit of all humanity for hundreds of years." Damn it! How could the celestial dragons be so evil? Kaido, indignant, exclaims, "How many common people die each year at sea due to famine and disasters? They would rather let them starve than allow the displaced and hungry to plant anything." Clapping his hands, Xia Jie declares, "If the celestial dragons want to allow people to farm, then let us plant them in the ground, recharge our strength, and prepare for battle." That night, where to start first? Big Brother. Kaido transforms into a dragon, exuding a fierce aura. Navy G1 Division, stay close to me and follow my command. Xia Jie leaps onto the dragon's head with Ivankov. Mariewa is a large city, but attacking it is not as complicated as liberating the Valley of Gods. Although there is a vast disparity in forces, the enemy and us are clearly defined. 3 people, let us do it. In the early morning hours, beneath the Red Earth continent, beside Mariewa, lies the Navy G1 Division in the New World, a majestic and quiet fortress. Xia Jie makes a free fall. Crack, thunder, and lightning. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground shakes. Is it raining? Huh. The drowsy sentry yawns and leans out from the lookout tower. No. The moon. Enemy attack. Too late. Boom! 100-meter giant crashes to the ground, collapsing the robust stone structure that had been repaired. The G1 fortress is the closest naval force to Mariewa, guarding the passage from Mariewa to the New World, a strategic point that should have a Navy admiral or a candidate stationed there. However, the Navy is currently in a transitional phase with 1 fleet admiral and 3 admirals, leaving half of the 4-person structure vacant. Kong is escorting the 5 elders while Sengoku is inspecting the divisions of the 4 seas to reform the Navy. The Navy admiral candidates, Zephyr has defected, Ben Sambo and Horrell have perished in the Valley of Gods, and Garp has never cared about the celestial dragons. Moreover, Kong has twice drawn naval forces from the G1 division, once to escort the celestial dragons to the Valley of Gods for human hunting, and once to welcome the celestial dragons back to Mariewa. Hot breath. The dragon's breath. The G1 fortress, with its depleted forces, is quickly overwhelmed by Xia Jie and Kaido, leaving ruins and chaos in their wake. apart from the shipyard and ships. Target the arsenal of the Holy Land Defense Forces, the garrison. Ivankov, you lead the way. Kaido, you take the western and southern sides. I'll handle the northern and eastern sides. With wings sprouting from his back, Xiajie soars upwards with the divine dragon. The Red Port is adjacent to the Red Earth continent, using automatic cable cars to transport ships, goods, and personnel up and down, and then using automatic rail cars and pedestrian walkways to divert to the other side of the Red Port, connecting the 4 ports of the 4 seas. The massive sea snail cable car, wrapped in resin made from the Yalki man red tree, struggles to move along the cable on a 10,000-meter cliff. The so-called automatic means that the celestial dragons do not consider the slaves pulling the cable cars as humans. The slaves pulling the rail cars and pedestrian walkways are the same. Even in the dead of night, when there is no one around, the slaves pulling the cable cars, rail cars, and pedestrian walkways are not allowed to stop. The 2 red ports and the 4 ports are bustling with traffic and prosperous trade, but they are supported by hundreds of thousands of struggling slaves. It costs the lives of hundreds or thousands for every kilometer. It is a pile of bones stacked higher than the Red Earth continent. And the magnificent Mariehua, the spectacular bridge of Tequila Wolf, all built from the blood and flesh of slaves. For hundreds of years, no one has shown them pity, treating them as humans. Even the Navy, which claims to uphold justice and everything for justice, turns a blind eye. The Navy also relies on them to transport warships, supplies, weapons, and troops across the Red Earth continent to uphold great justice. No one wants to save them. They have given up on themselves. As a result, upon hearing the chaos, explosions, and roars from the ground, they continue to labor in a lifeless manner. Western Sea. What? Say that again. The heavy eyes are attacking the Holy Land. That madman. Damn it. Quickly relay this back to Panga City. This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. How dare he? Upon receiving the bad news, the 5 elders, who had just relaxed for a couple of days, are stunned. Chapter 51. The Celestial Dragon Hunt Absolute Geographical Conditions, Absolute Military Defense, and Absolute Isolation Strategies have created an excessively secure and comfortable environment in Mariehua. Since the establishment of the world government and the settlement of the 19 initial royal families in Mariehua, in the long history of over 760 years. How many upheavals have occurred in Mariehua? Just 2. 162 years ago, an unidentified mechanical giant approached Mariehua, but quickly ran out of energy. 18 years ago, rocks invaded Mariehua during the World Conference. The celestial dragons were alarmed twice. Besides that, there have been no more upheavals in Mariehua, and even slave rebellions are exceedingly rare. The celestial dragons, Cipher Pole, the Holy Land's Defense Forces, the Navy, slaves, member states of the world government, non-member states of the world government. Everyone in the world believes that Mariehua is impregnable. Everyone in the world believes that no one would seek their own death by daring to cause trouble in Mariehua. Now, Xiajie has arrived, and not only has he come, but he has also brought blood and death. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another. It was the sound of the Holy Land's armory being destroyed and the garrison being obliterated. The Holy Land's defense forces were even less capable than the understaffed G-1 branch of the Navy. At least the Navy detected the attack at the last second. The Holy Land's defense forces, a grotesque product of generations of intermarriage between the king's armies of the 19 initial royal families, their guards, attendants, and slaves, had become complacent due to long-term peace, leading to negligence. Among the grand army of 40,000, most were killed in their sleep by the ammunition that exploded in the armory, while those who survived were crushed by the law of heaven and earth, burned to death by the divine dragon's flames. Only a small portion of the patrolling forces managed to escape. Boom! Crushing the Cipher Pole headquarters, Xiajie advanced towards the gathering place of the celestial dragons. Help! Protect me! Protect me! It's that monster! It's the arch-nemesis of the invincible god of the valley who defeated the green giant. What are the 5 elders and the knights of God doing? How could they allow such a dangerous being to attack us? Endless panic enveloped the celestial dragons. Watching them, too lazy to even move their legs to escape, they simply whipped the slaves to crawl for them. Xiajie's veins throbbed on his forehead. breaking free from the law of heaven and earth. Xiajie reached for his knife, determined to personally slay that group of beasts. Clang! The knife was drawn half a foot, and the saber shattered its sheath. In the Valley of God, Xiajie had already killed too many beasts, and even the extraordinarily tough black knife had become dull. Good job, partner. With half a foot of blade entering the sheath, Xiajie locked onto a tower. The tower stood with a thick steel pillar, painted entirely red, topped with a huge circular plate, a small inverted triangle below, and 3 small equilateral triangles arranged in an arc above, symbolizing the hoof of the dragon of the celestial dragons soaring across the sky. Kaido, he... Kaido unleashed a flame that melted the celestial dragon's landmark. Xiajie bent down, and the law of heaven and earth also bent down, releasing the arm color that stirred the molten iron, pulling out 2 polearms, one large and one small, with dragon scale handles and a single-edged halberd. Kaido cut off the red port and 4 ports at one end of the paradise, occupy the grain depot, and protect Ivankov well. A rolling, boiling, killing, intense spread, manifesting like the conqueror's haki as Xiajie, with blood-filled heavy pupils, appeared like a descending demon. Yes, big brother. Kaido obediently retreated, occasionally looking back in fright. Ivankov swallowed hard, speechless. Xiajie, I've never seen such a big brother. Scarier than the Valley of God. Kaido sighed in awe. So it turns out that I challenged my big brother 417 times. He was just playing with me. Run. Spare me, spare. No longer pursuing the efficiency of a single strike to behead. Xiajie caught up with the celestial dragons and hacked them to death with wild slashes. The slaves who had lost their masters stood dumbly, blankly staring at the pools of flesh and blood. Suddenly, their dazed gazes became eerie, as if feral dogs pouncing on prey, silently eating while gagging, gagging while eating. The people devouring the remains of the celestial dragons wept with stiff faces, laughed, made sounds, stood upright, and pulled at the explosive collars constricting their necks, satisfied with their self-destruction. Bang, bang, bang. They no longer craved freedom. They only wanted to regain the human rights stripped from them by the celestial dragons. They reclaimed it in their own way. Xiajie could liberate the flesh of the slaves, but many slaves, under the long-term perverse enslavement of the celestial dragons, had twisted souls. Boom! Back to Panga City in Mariehua, the 5 elders transformed into beast forms, rushing towards the neighboring place of gods engulfed in fire. Xia, the irritable Vachali, charging ahead like a pig, had yet to shout Xiajie's name when he saw Xiajie turn back. The 5 elders immediately hit the brakes, retreating in fear. Call your god of rat's ear. Let me see what kind of bug it is. Xiajie grinned. Their name is Nero, one of the initial 20 kings who established the world government over 760 years ago, and also an old fossil. What to do? He actually knows the information about the creator god. Hey, fellow stars, is the creator god not responding? Oh no. What to do? We have to push through. Are we just going to sit back and watch the celestial dragons be hunted by Xiajie? That would be too humiliating. He attacks the world nobles, and we attack the slaves. Mariehua is our home ground. You also know that Mariehua is our home ground? The value is not equal. Mariehua can be rebuilt. Slave can be recaptured. It's just transferring losses. I'm the financial martial god. I know better than you. What is his target for attacking Mariehua? Similar to the Valley of God, to liberate slaves. Let him liberate the slaves. Don't worry about the jars and bottles. Protect the celestial dragons. Defend Panga City. And consider nothing else. The bugs of the Valley of God, the slaves of the Holy Land, will eventually drag him down. The 5 elders argued fiercely in their minds, highlighting the flaws of their multi-channel governance. The moment they hesitated, the rational Xiajie swiftly reached out, and the law of heaven and earth smashed down on dozens of celestial dragons, capturing dozens more. The population of the celestial dragons is not small, due to the intermarriage of the 19 initial royal families, accepting outsiders, and the resulting half-celestial dragon, half-slave hybrids. Can't kill them all. I don't know why you keep thousands of celestial dragons, but existence is reasonable. These brutal pigs are useful to you. The conqueror's haki manifested into chains tightened around the necks of 70 or 80 celestial dragons as Xia Jia held the halberd. Right? 5 elders. Kidnapping hostages? There's room for negotiation. The 5 elders even secretly rejoiced that a second battle had not broken out between the two sides. Chapter 52. The tiger that swallows the world on the surface. The 5 elders confronted Xia Jia in a show of anger, as if ready to go to war at any moment. However, they were actually looking forward to Xia Jia revealing his conditions so they could bargain, smoothly send away this plague, and then plan for the long term. The 5 elders were not incapable of fighting. They had the strength to do so. But out of fear of Xia Jia, they dared not engage like 5 timid lizards. It was all bluster. Xia Jia exposed the 5 elders. If you truly wanted to kill me right away, your killing intent wouldn't be so weak. The 5 elders fell silent. You have occupied the high ground for too long, too accustomed to taking whatever you want, believing everything is a given. Even if someone resists, you easily extinguish them with a snap of your fingers, slowly forgetting what it feels like to not be able to solve a problem. Xia Jia mocked. When you taste the feeling of not being able to solve a problem again, and realize something feels off, your shiny clothes will be stripped away, your fear of death exposed, and your ugly side revealed. Don't be so arrogant. Yeah. The hot-tempered Vachali fumed, his pig nose steaming. Nejiru's first-generation demon sword gleamed coldly as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you want to test if my sword is sharp? My halberd is no less formidable." Satan said quietly, "Heavy-eyed one, you are still young, unaware of many truths. What kind of old beast is this?" Satan, with his half-human, half-beast face, remained unfazed. Fear of death and the desire to live may not sound like admirable qualities, but they are indeed the most crucial traits when one embarks on the path of competition and transcendence. For if there is no greed for survival, if there is no fear of death, if there is no exhausting every bit of energy to reject death and cling to the obsession with life, then one is left with the fate of being eliminated by time. You are changing concepts, Satan. You blur the line between greed and the fear of death, and confuse human groups with individuals. Xia Jia countered. It should be greed, which may not sound like an admirable trait, but is indeed the most crucial trait when humanity embarks on the path of species competition and transcendence. Because without greed for power, without exhausting every bit of energy to become stronger, one is left with the fate of being eliminated. The 5 elders began to reassess Xia Jia. He was far from a hot-headed brute, merely a person with martial power, with Jin Jintian's murky black bird-like eyes narrowing. Maz sneered, "The key is time. We have conquered time. That's right. In this world, both the fairest and the most unfair thing is time. Others cannot steal it, and you cannot keep it. You are born with it, yet cannot change it. How terrifying is that?" Satan excitedly bared his fangs. Fortunately, the Creator God has granted us immortal bodies. We have changed time. Time cannot eliminate us. We have conquered time. Peter, with an inscrutable expression, said, "The Creator God can grant us, and can also grant you, Xia Jia. Your strength qualifies you to join us, to become one of the 6 elders, to become a slave to that god of rats who doesn't even dare stand before me." Xia Jia scoffed and said, "Some people long for eternal achievement, but eternity also belongs to the realm of time. In the dimension of time, an individual's eternity is merely a fleeting passerby in the long river of time, nothing more. What truly is inscribed upon time is something greater than personal eternity, and that is my pursuit." What could be greater than eternity? Vachali gravely said, "Immortality." Immortality? The 5 elders exchanged glances. Satan said, "Isn't eternity the same as immortality? Your so-called eternal immortal bodies are fake. I have found the flaw. You are doomed." "What eternity?" Xia Jia boldly declared. "My immortality means that even if I die, it remains immortal, based on strength." The 5 elders gradually calmed down and engaged in a long debate with Xia Jia. Vachali asked why. "Some say that a person experiences 3 deaths. Xia Jia replied, "The first is biological death, when a heartbeat stops and breathing ceases. The second is social death, marked by a funeral, signifying their absence in social relationships. The third death, the deepest kind of death, is when the last person who remembers them also forgets them, and they are completely relegated to the past. You want humanity to remember you eternally? Nejiru understood. Xiajie said, yes. Ha ha ha. The five elders laughed dismissively. Maz mocked. Humanity will become extinct. History will be blank. The world will be destroyed. Kid, it's one thing to deceive outsiders, but to deceive yourself is too much. Ask yourselves, has history become blank? The blank history of 100 years is still history. Xiajie said, if humanity becomes extinct and the world is destroyed, what meaning is there for you old immortals to just stare blankly all day? The five elders were left speechless. Xiajie said, I was initially confused, unsure of the path ahead, until I saw the ignorance of the world. Even those who have read books and understand reason, even sages and wise men, are trapped in this era, until I saw the pitifulness of the world, with slavery rampant and the common people living in suffering and misery. It was unbearable to witness. Amidst the horrified gazes of the five elders, the sky split in two. One half transformed into a giant 50 zhang tall. The other half changed into a 1,000-strong army, an external manifestation of self. The 1,000-strong army's throats trembled, mimicking Xiajie's voice. Then, I knew what to do. I will overthrow the slave system and liberate all humanity. There is no nobler morality than this. I will achieve great deeds by sweeping across this world, crushing all shackles, eradicating darkness from the land, throwing the enemies of light into the sea, letting your bodies be torn apart, repaying sins in the filth of fish and shrimp. There is no greater achievement than this. I will establish my words to prove my theories through practice, telling the world, celestial dragons, do you dare to be of a kind? There are no more shocking statements than this. The 1,000-strong army scattered, heading to arenas, sidewalks, rail cars, cable cars, zoos, fish tanks, toilets, to any place where there were slaves to sever shackles and chains. Xiajie broke through the plight of having only 3 people in his forces. The education I received cultivated my kindness, supporting my virtue. The civilization I inherited bestowed upon me anger, supporting my deeds. The history I possess guides my direction, supporting my words. Why can't I achieve immortality? The 5 elders did not understand what kind of education Xiajie had received, what civilization he had inherited, or what history he possessed, but they understood. A resolute spirit cannot be swayed, and a focused mind cannot be troubled. Like a tiger swallowing the world, a foe more dangerous than Nika, his conqueror's haki has grown stronger. The conqueror's haki puppet army acts according to the will he instills, with instructions that are incredibly clear. Such control is truly unbelievable. He didn't use observation haki for command. With so many puppets, some with divided attention, some with 1,000 uses, even a split-personality lunatic can't manage that. His emotions are also unusually intense, and his observation haki is likely malfunctioning. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Chapter 53. The power of my thoughts. This is no ordinary enemy anymore. I must strike with all my might. Decayed. Watchily charges in a frenzy. The roar of Conqueror's haki marking the beginning of the second battle. With a single bellow, he kills the 70 or 80 celestial dragons captured by Xiajie, his sharp fangs and hard snout barreling through. Learning from past mistakes, Xiajie hardens his entire body with armament haki, greatly enhancing his meat shield defense to withstand the invisible sound waves, retreating into the law of heaven and earth. Despite being half the height and size, law of heaven and earth is still a towering giant of 50 zhang long, reaching out with one hand to pin down Watchali's pig head. Boom! The collision of the massive beings topples entire rows of buildings, creating a tsunami of airwaves. Crash! Utilizing the momentum from the collision, Watchali pushes Xiajie forward with all his might, carving a trench several meters deep into the earth. Crack! Crack! The hidden pet pan coils below gnaw at the legs of law of heaven and earth, the sandworm's body bursting, its front teeth shattering yet refusing to let go. Boom! Xiajie fades the law of heaven and earth, escaping Watchly and Pet's entanglement, and swings his great halberd in the air. Bang! The clash of metal rings out. The lethal Nezushuru seizes the moment when Xia Jie reveals his true form. Bang, bang, bang. Cold weapons clash, sparks flying. Si style secret technique, cressemblade. You think I'm weak just because I've been injured? I'm just conserving energy to outlast you 5 old beasts. Repeating old tricks. Xia Jie sweeps his leg, bisecting Watchly's bones. Whoosh. The flames of Jinjin Tian and the venom of the bull demon indiscriminately cover the area. Law of heaven and earth materializes, and Xia Jie remains unharmed. In the first battle of the Valley of Gods, Xia Jie rarely fought the 5 elders with his true form, more sparingly using armament haki, relying instead on the extreme anger that nurtured his conqueror's haki. He wasn't conserving energy, but rather avoiding the fatigue of his meat shield affecting his mental excitement. What he was exhausting against the 5 elders was actually his energy. In the second battle in Mariehua, Xia Jie's emotions were clearly not just extreme anger, but ultimate fury. The atrocities committed by the celestial dragons in Mariehua are 100 times, 1,000 times worse than any previous human hunts. The killing intent to immediately put someone to death is exactly like mine. The thick, dark killing intent materializes, merging into law of heaven and earth. As a 100-jong-tall demon with 3 heads and 6 arms descends. Absurd. The 5 elders lose their composure. Striding forward, Xia Jie rushes towards Panga City. Panga City is the core of Mariehua, the home ground of Imu. Xia Jie does not understand Panga City, nor does he understand the celestial dragon king behind the manipulation of the world government, the creator god, so he does not attack there, instead hoping to lure them out with dangerous words. As a result, the agitated 5 elders scream, while the cowardly lizard transforms into a fearless honey badger. And Imu remains silent. Xia Jie is determined to test whether Imu is not in Mariehua, or simply does not dare to confront him directly. The bull demon, S8-legged. Soft appendages extend, binding the steps of law of heaven and earth. The 5 elders swarm in, each employing their methods to stop Xia Jie. The undaunted 5 elders are not weak. Bang, clang, boom, when, boom. Both sides engage in a frenzied exchange from deep night until dawn. The so-called land of the gods is not only flattened, but also dug 3 zhong deep, creating a spectacular sinkhole. The intensity of the second battle far exceeds the first. The 5 elders can't remember how many times their immortal bodies saved them, while Xia Jie's law of heaven and earth repeatedly collapses and rematerializes. Watchly gasped for breath. You're too absurd. Yeah. You're too cough. Too absurd. How can killing intent possibly have substance? Then let us talk about the powers of this world. While the 5 elders stall for breath, Xia Jie is also stalling. Let us first discuss the devil fruits. Why don't I eat devil fruits? The Logia-type magma fruit, the Zoan-type azure dragon fruit, the Paramecia-type meatball fruit. Each of the 3 devil fruits I've encountered is top tier. Xia Jie says, but I've never been tempted. Firstly, I don't want to add weaknesses to myself, and secondly, the devil fruits cannot carry my dreams. What do you mean? Nezushuru inquires. I don't want to eat devil fruits, so I've never encountered them before. This year, Sakazuki's birthday is approaching, and I think he would suit the magma fruit, so I wanted to give him the magma fruit as a gift. And when I encountered it on a pirate ship I was exterminating. I know that the prize for human hunting includes the azure dragon fruit and the meatball fruit. I thought I should compensate Kaido with an azure dragon fruit as a gift to avoid him complaining about my favoritism, and the meatball fruit also suits another person. I wanted to have my cake and eat it too, and I succeeded. Xia Jie states, this is my example. I've also asked other ability users how they encountered devil fruits. Most of them were by chance, but many had clear dreams, saying if I could obtain this or that ability, that would be great. They truly either encountered it passively or actively sought out devil fruits, symbolizing those abilities. The combination of the two can be astonishingly compatible, but there are also those who dare to dream and dare to fail. The reason why devil fruits are called the incarnation of sea demons is that ability users are rejected by the sea. Eating 2 fruits leads to explosive death, and when an ability user dies, the devil fruit randomly reappears, among other rules, enough to judge it as a non-scientific product, but a mysterious one. If devil fruits are mysterious products, not considering the existence of true gods in this world, I believe there exists an unknown force in this world that makes people's wishes come true, which I shall tentatively name dream factor. It is like the power of faith, blooming and bearing fruit in the process of humanity believing in dreams. Therefore, as people search for rare devil fruits also favor those who believe in dreams. Devil fruits are the potential for human dreams to evolve. Everything is born from belief. The five elders are dumbfounded by Xia Jie's speculation. Pet mutters, even more absurd. Xia Jie says, even if the name is altered by you, as long as people believe it will appear, that Zoan-type mythical beast human fruit, Nika model, will never disappear. Nika, the sun god, the great Buddha, your bull demon, Jinjin Tian, Watchali, the horsebone, the sandworm, all are the embodiments of human dreams and monsters. And they're all proof. Mentioning the sun god, Nika, causes the five elders to change color. Not just devil fruits. Haki, especially the Conqueror's Haki, is the most idealistic. The origins of observation Haki and armament Haki can be traced to some extent, but what is the basis for the birth of Conqueror's Haki? What is the basis for the special observation Haki of Roger, Rox, and Raidfield? Without eating devil fruits or training Haki, there are still people in this world with extraordinary powers. How do you explain that? Opening his palm, Xiaji as Conqueror's Haki intricately sculpts the five elders. Yet the pig body and human head bounce on his fingertips. I believe my killing intent can materialize, and so it can. I believe I can awaken Conqueror's Haki, that my Conqueror's Haki can be stronger than anyone else's and can be wielded at will, and so it can. Because I believe in the existence of the dream factor. I believe that my dreams are unrivaled in this world. Devil fruits cannot carry them. With a clenched fist, the toy-like five elders with pig bodies and human heads crumble to dust. Madman, a lucid madman. The five elders are filled with dread. Chapter 54. The week god what happened in Mary Geos? Last night, the sky was filled with flames, and the loud noises never ceased for a moment. Oh no, Captain, it's bad. The Navy has blockaded Red Harbor and sent a large number of ships this way. The holy land of the celestial dragons, heavily guarded. What could possibly happen? There are rumors that the celestial dragons are taking a tour of the lower world, taking advantage of their absence to renovate the homes of the gods. To the east of Mary Geos, beneath the red soil continent, the Sabati archipelago is a place of human turmoil. This group of islands, built on the exposed water surface of the Urukuman mangrove, is closely connected and often regarded as a large island. The Sabati archipelago has a unique geographical position. It is the last island of paradise in the first half of the Grand Line, the island of failure for pirates, and a place to set out again. And it is also the island closest to Mary Geos, serving as an amusement park for the celestial dragons, a den of luxury for the nobles, a social hub, a slave trading center, a news distribution point, and a major port for transshipment trade. Strangely, despite being so close, the celestial dragons do not seek complete control over the Sabati archipelago. They only designate legal areas and illegal zones. Everything is so complex under the beautiful bubbles formed by the resin of the Urukuman mangrove, a mix of fish and dragons. In the past, the Navy rarely paid attention to the Sabati archipelago, but times have changed. Red Harbor, looking up at the towering red soil continent, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes sparkled. Vice Admiral Tsuru? Vice Admiral Tsuru? Her subordinate called. At 38, Tsuru is mature, quiet, tall, and slender, a clear intellectual beauty, and a new generation of naval backbone who graduated from the Naval Academy alongside Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa, a powerful vice admiral. While Kong was heading to the West Sea, Tsuru was in charge of handling matters at the Navy headquarters. The Navy stationed at Red Harbor received an emergency report at dawn. A dragon had destroyed the bubble cable car, and Tsuru decisively gathered a large number of troops to head to the not-so-distant Red Harbor, while others were unaware, too, who communicated daily with Kong, knew that it was Kaido, the user of the dragon fruit. The Valley of Gods was a bait to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Mary Geos was his true target, and we had fallen into his trap. Chaos in the world is imminent. A man more insane than Rox, Summerjack, with tightly fitting white gloves, Tsuru glanced at the shattered cable car and said, "Has G1 Fortress not replied?" "No. The situation is dire. What should we do?" "The bubble cable car is destroyed. We cannot cross the Red Soil continent to investigate the situation in Mary Geos. Everyone go to the Sabidi archipelago. Expel the pirates, control the news and public opinion. Summon craftsmen from the bubble processing factories, shipyards, and even the black coating factory to create wind-resistant bubbles and steel cables. There's still a long piece of cable left that hasn't melted. Attach it." Tsuru looked heroic. "Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru." The anxious Navy personnel were greatly encouraged. "Mary Geos, you are free. Go to the granary for food. Head to Red Harbor at the end of the New World. Unite and prepare to escape. You are free." 1,000 small black and red flying machines broke open the cage, cutting off the shackles, liberating the slaves while mechanically repeating Summerjack's preset words. Run. Too many people driven insane by the celestial dragon's enslavement can't even heed Summerjack's advice, screaming, running wildly, scattering across the Red Soil continent. Too many fear the celestial dragon's punishment, cowering in their cages, not even daring to escape. "Thank you. Thank you. Please tell me your names." "Fake people? First, go to the granary for food, then head to Red Harbor at the end of the New World, following the strategy of that great benefactor we have never met. He is risking his life against the celestial dragons to save us. He would never harm us. We are not worth that. That great benefactor is still fighting the celestial dragons. Do not let his efforts be in vain. Everyone, hold on to those who are going mad. Pull away those who are frozen in fear. Move toward freedom in the Valley of Gods. Summerjack has a complete army of 10,000 behind him to deal with the enemy, without worrying about organizing the evacuation of refugees. In Mary Geos, Summerjack only has Kaido and Ivankov behind him, and organizing the evacuation of slaves is beyond the scope. The enemy is stronger. More people are in urgent need of rescue, and their condition is worse. But Summerjack has no choice but to hope they can save themselves. Fortunately, in times of crisis, there are always those who step forward. Though they are few and weak, they do their utmost to assist Kaido and Ivankov, gradually organizing people to evacuate Mary Geos. Panga City. The 5 elders have retreated again and again, with no way to retreat. Summerjack said coldly, hiding so well. "I can't sense anything. Are you still not showing yourself, Im?" The magnificent palace was silent. "Turtle," Summerjack said, "haven't you been observing me for a long time? What are you afraid of? Rest assured, my conqueror's hockey against your immortality." Suddenly, swish, 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 a group of celestial dragons leaped down from Panga City. The Knights of God were summoned back to Mary Geos. At the forefront was a long-haired woman with bat-like wings, a slender tail, and a classic demon appearance. "As you wish, human." The long-haired woman opened her eyes, and her ringed pupils were cold and captivating. "I grant you the experience of divine control." "Lord Im." The 5 elders bowed respectfully. Im's tone was flat. "You are all incompetent. I am very disappointed. Please forgive us, Creator God." The 5 elders attempted to explain. Boom! Finally, we fell for it. The conqueror's hockey mixed with killing intent shot into the sky, blocking out the heavens, and, in an instant, it was all absorbed along with the divine manipulation. Summerjack thrust his spear. In the dim black and white light, a flash of red tore through space, as if it also tore through time. An unmatched speed and power that no one could rival. The 5 elders and the Knights of God stood frozen in place, without any reaction. Boom! Rumble. Half of Panga City turned to ashes with him. What a weak god. Summerjack waved his sleeve. Looking back at the remaining 5 elders and Knights of God, Summerjack sighed. "She is dead, and you will die too. Not the true body. Mind control? Soul possession? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. After all, you are just a cowardly god of mice. That kind of super spec attack. Can you still use it a second time? In a short time, impossible, right?" Satan's voice trembled. Summerjack remained calm. "Why not give a try and find out? Try it. Altogether." Thanks to Toym, Green Goo broke free from the flesh, recovering from the double mental blow, and stared at Summerjack with hatred. Summerjack said, "The god of mice has 10 mouse knights left. Have Rocks and the others mastered the conqueror's hockey technique that works on your immortality?" Didn't you master it too? You cunning bastard. Peter, who was late to realize, had several unhealed wounds on his sandworm body. Summerjack said, "It's your own sluggishness." Vulturely transformed into a pig-headed man, crossing two giant blades. Divine Oracle. Kill Summerjack. He is just trying to confuse us, trying to buy time to recover. Maz determined. Summerjack swung his spear. Come on, I beg you all to attack together. Life and death game. The dream factor does not exist. It really exists. Why go through so much trouble to seek the conqueror's haki that works on our immortality? Just believe that your conqueror's haki can break our immortality, right? You've told quite a few lies. Nasu Shuru said. Summerjack mocked. Are you stupid? We are mortal enemies. A bunch of cowardly, useless trash. The invisible and elusive emu drives the timid five elders and the knights of God crazy. Common sense and reason are not what you should possess at this moment. Darkness turns to domination. Chapter 55. The End of God's Valley, God's Valley. The Blackcloth Army had already escorted over 120,000 refugees to evacuate. Newgate, who took the initiative to hold the rear, stood firm with his Naginata on a small boat, in a standoff against the tens of thousands of Navy reinforcements from the West Sea. That monster. No, that group of monsters. Damn it. Is this the strength of the New World? Our naval cannons are nothing but a joke. The massive mountain peak was smashed down by half. It's too dangerous, sob. The great battle originally taking place on the west coast had already shifted to the island, now a wasteland. But it didn't stop the violent aftermath of the fighting from reverberating outside the island and into the nearby sea, frightening the Navy troops. What does he want? The rebels have been fleeing for 2 days, and we didn't intend to pursue them. The Navy wanted to leave, but Newgate wouldn't allow them to act recklessly. Otherwise, it would result in a strike infused with shock waves, killing both people and ships alike. Newgate quietly watched the battle on the island. Rox had died, killed by excessive confidence and inflated ambitions that did not match his strength, perished under the attack of the deeply resentful Roger pirates and the Goddess Knights, along with the ambush from Garp. At the moment he was engulfed by darkness, Rox laughed maniacally, as if he could come back to life. Human dreams will never end. I will return. Wahahaha. The Goddess Knights fled, hurriedly, abandoning the bodies of their companions, not caring about the surviving 70 or 80 celestial dragons. Newgate knew it was mostly because Xia Jie was attacking their sacred ground. Has the battle ended? No. Roger and Garp, this pair of archenemies. The great pirate and the Navy Vice Admiral were in the heat of battle, and Shiki also joined in. As soon as Rox died, Shiki, who had been watching the whole time, jumped into the battlefield, loudly proclaiming that he inherited Rox's will and was Rox's most loyal little brother, claiming he had to take revenge on the Roger pirates and Garp for killing his captain. In reality, Shiki was targeting the surviving 70 or 80 celestial dragons. Whether Shiki inherited Rox's will is debatable, but it was certain that he intended to continue Rox's plan to kidnap the celestial dragons and threaten the world government. Even if the status of the celestial dragons had drastically declined, their value diminished by Xia Jie and the Goddess Knights, they were still celestial dragons. And Shiki believed he could extort something from them. Protecting the celestial dragons was the Navy's duty, and Garp led the elite Navy to confront the pirates. There were also deep-seated grudges between the Roger pirates and Shiki. Shiki prided himself as a avenger. The battle surrounding the celestial dragons intensified. The more he watched, the more frustrated Newgate became, a nameless fire burning in his heart. Newgate didn't even know why he was upset. For a moment, Xiaoji's words unconsciously echoed in his mind. In doing things, one must have a broad mind. Without a broad mind, no matter how strong one is, in the end, it's nothing but inferior quality. What is Xia Jie doing? What are Roger, Shiki, and Garp doing? Newgate couldn't watch anymore. He plunged his Naginata into the bow of the ship, clenched his fingers against the air, and his muscular arms surged with immense power. Crack, 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 boom. The ability of the Tremor fruit activated. The sea cracked, and the island crumbled. Inferior pirates. Inferior navy. Gururara. Newgate laughed heartily. He turned and left, as if he had made a certain decision. Newgate, you bastard. The Roger pirates and the navy led by Garp were scattered, struggling in the terrifying abyss of land and sea, cursing Newgate. Shiki, however, was delighted. "Thank you for your help, early aging man." Using the ability of the float fruit, Shiki lifted the largest piece of debris from God's Valley, carrying 4 to 5 dozen celestial dragons away. "I can fly." Jekakek. Shiki pulled out a piece of a life card. "Where are you?" "John, you drunken fool. Dare you steal my property?" "Oh, heading towards the land of joy. Just passing by Mariewa." With a hawk-like gaze, Shiki cackled as he examined the terrified celestial dragons. "Can I take you home?" Jekakek. The celestial dragons were no longer high and mighty, huddling together in fear. "Boring. How is Xiajie doing in Mariewa?" "Such great courage, such bold moves." "That is the old lair of the celestial dragons, a tiger's but that no one has dared to touch for hundreds of years. Yet you have everyone, including me, spinning around. Damn it, it's also quite admirable." Shiki muttered to himself. "Mariewa, Lotim." The 5 elders, under the feet of the goddess knights, revealed a strange pentagram magic circle, each one humorously flipped upside down, turning over. The goddess knights had horns growing from their heads, tails behind them, and demonic bat wings extending from their backs. The 5 elders underwent little change. Their bodies grew larger. Their eyes and those of the goddess knights became similarly bloodshot and fierce. "Roar! Power! The creator god has granted me infinite power. Jaya! Jaya! I will kill you." The irrational 5 elders and the goddess knights lost their fear of Xiajie, no longer just talking big and hesitating. Trouble. Bang, bang, bang. Xiajie moved swiftly, evading skillfully. Thud, thud. What are you dodging for? Arrogant bug. Aren't you very arrogant? Bug, bug, boom. I said. Such an ultra-special move consumes an ultra-special amount of energy. This is the flaw of humanity. Ha ha. Arrogant, stinking humans experience the might of the creator god. The irrational 5 elders and the goddess knights, fearless and eager for blood, had their offensive and defensive capabilities greatly enhanced, but their control dropped significantly, and teamwork was poor, with strengths and weaknesses mixed. After circling a few times, Xiajie had a good grasp of the situation. Sizzle, suddenly stopping his feet. With the spear pointing forward, Xiajie twisted his waist, entangling the Conqueror's haki in a counterattack. Caught off guard, the spear tip pierced through the chin of a goddess knight, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. It worked, killed him. Xiajie used guerrilla tactics, constantly provoking the impatient enemies. Suddenly, eliminate the invaders. The gods grant us glory. Fantastic. Kill, 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 kill. The dense demonic army surrounded tightly, impenetrable. MS Black Turning. Transformed Holy Land Defense Army. Cypher Pole agents and slaves. Giants, fishmen, mink tribe, all uniformly dressed. Not ordinary slaves, but specially trained battle slaves. With a mighty leap, a 100-foot giant with 3 heads and 6 arms lifted the colossal steel spear that stood on the earth, condensing 2 massive Conqueror's haki spears. Xiajie did not compromise, did not show mercy, sweeping left and slashing right, fighting bloodily alone. In a hidden corner, M stared at Xiajie with golden eyes, locked in an intricate gaze. At the edge of the red Earth continent, an external avatar stopped Kaido. "Don't mind me. Treasury, celestial dragons." "Yes, big brother." Kaido was not stupid. He understood the message Xiajie was conveying. Unfortunately, he couldn't fight alongside his big brother. Indeed, compared to his big brother, his Conqueror's haki was too thin, his observation and armament haki too slack, the Azure Dragon Fruit ability was unskilled, and his combat system was incomplete. Charging in would only be a burden to his big brother. One day, Kaido muttered gloomily. Chapter 56, The Cowardly and Fearful. 26th. The law of heaven and earth frequently damaged. Xiajie struggled to hold on. 27th. The Conqueror's haki weakened. Xiajie was unable to maintain the excessive solidification state, and the law of heaven and earth collapsed. 28th. The consumption of armament haki was heavy, and observation haki became dull. Xiajie broke through the defenses. 29th. Staggering footsteps indicated that his physical strength was nearing its limit. Repeated injuries represented extreme fatigue. Xiajie was bloodied and bruised, leaning on half an iron trident. Under Xiajie's feet, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Thousands of demon legions were completely wiped out, resembling a pile of dead rats. The stench overwhelming. 2 members of the Knights of God had died, leaving 7 injured. The world. The world couldn't possibly be this distant. Green Goo cried out in pain, holding his irreparable left arm. Peter's sandworm body was covered in wounds, pale cuts bleeding profusely. Feng Shuiqiu Li's right eye exploded, leaving an unsettling hole. Na shou lung limpid. Maz's Asian maiden had become a ground chicken. Satan fared the worst, with the bull demon's round belly pierced, all 8 limbs severed. I won. Xiajie fell back, his chest heaving violently. Just then, the sand began to fall. A massive shadow obscured the sky. Not bad, Xiajie. Upon hearing Shiki's loud laughter, Xiajie's expression became somewhat stiff. Still alive, are you? Gorosei, Knights of God. Leaping down from the floating fragments of God Valley, Shiki hovered steadily in midair, cautiously observing with a playful smile. No one answered. His puff. The epic cigar burned through Shiki's lungs as he fumbled for the famous sword hanging at his waist, saying, Sakura 10, Muku. Who do you think I should help? The attraction between the great swordsmen. Na Shoulang tightened his grip on the original Go Slash, saying, naturally, you should help us. He can't give you anything. Besides, when he was in the Navy, you were enemies. You know his character and his attitude toward pirates. Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shiki's eyes lit up, rubbing the sword's edge, clicking his tongue in regret. Sorry, Xiajie. Even if I admire you. TSK, you are a righteous hero, and I'm a greedy, rotten pirate. We're simply not on the same path. Xiajie smiled slightly. You might as well ask the celestial dragons what they are willing to reward you with before deciding whether to take my head. Right? Shiki, who was all about listening to advice, pressed down on the hilt of his sword, turning expectantly to the Gorosei. Your Excellency, Gorosei? Xiajie is a super invincible rebel who has severely shaken the world government's rule. Unprecedented. Much harsher than rocks. Not to mention God Valley. Just look at how he has ruined your holy land. He has also killed so many esteemed world nobles, leaving you in such a terrible state. How can he be so wicked? Oh, right. Slapping his forehead, Shiki pointed to the floating fragments of God Valley in the sky. I saved 76 esteemed world nobles in God Valley. That's a merit, right? What do you want? Maz returned to human form, his arms twisted and drooping from his shoulders. Shiki sighed, Alas, Your Excellency, Gorosei, you're not being sincere here. You can become a celestial dragon, join the Knights of God, and have an immortal body. How about that? Peter suggested. Clang. Sakura 10 was drawn from its sheath. Shiki glared fiercely. How dare you look down on me? Who do you think I am? Goldlion, a man who will control the seas from the sky. What do you mean, Shiki? Volki li questioned. Xiajie mocked from the side. 5 fools who have grown old without gaining wisdom. Listen carefully. What he means is he doesn't want to be like you. Awkwardly being both a slave master and a slave, not free. He would rather die. Moreover, is your immortal body really immortal? He wants wealth, ships, weapons, perhaps even identity, power, and territory. Ouch. You really understand me. Yeah. Shiki flipped his attitude. Na Shoulang asked, How much? How much? Shiki pondered. I'm just a rotten pirate. I haven't seen any big business. How much should it be? Xiajie said, Don't sell it short. My head is worth a lot. Selling it short would be an insult to the great deed I've accomplished. What is your suggestion then? Shiki pressed. Xiajie closed his eyes and said flatly, 100 billion berries in gold and silver, supplies and food. Don't take berry cash. They control the issuance of berry, which can devalue the berry and make it so you can't spend it. 200 fully equipped naval warships, the status of a member state, legal privateering rights, and a division of the new world with the world government. Does that sound similar? Almost the same as what Rox asked for. Shiki was not polite, accepting it all and adding, That's what I want. Pretendez-vous fruit. Before the Gorosei could respond, Xiajie interjected, That's excessive. You're talking about the price for your head. I'm talking about my reward for saving 76 celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are valuable too. You know, Shiki grinned. Xiajie spoke with a melancholic tone. Shiki, I know your nature, cold-blooded, cruel, and unscrupulous in achieving your goals. But right now, no one will inherit my will. In any case, considering the great advantage you gain from taking my head, in the future, when opposing the world government, be a bit harsher and take care of the common people. I will. Shiki readily agreed. Xiajie, stretch his neck, come to the foundation of your ambition. We agree to your terms, Gold Lion. Na Shoulang said. Wuqiuli urged, kill Xiajie. That damn monster. Even in death, he is a nuisance to us. Suddenly, whoosh, a shadow shot forth, a sharp arrow piercing Xiajie's heart. Bang! Half dead, Xiajie suddenly opened his eyes, armament hockey hardened, and he grabbed the shadow behind him. Xiajie slowly stood up, casting a sidelong glance at Shiki. I felt something was off. See you again. You resolve your disputes, and we'll talk trade, Gorosei. Shiki, who had never landed, decisively fled. You faked it? Impossible. Protect. The Gorosei and the Knights of God were in a panic. Xiajie's features twisted in rage. I bet you want to personally end me. The one who has desecrated the divine. Cowardly rats shouldn't be so arrogant. Didn't the Gorosei tell you? I told them to let you know wait to be pulled out from the dark hole by me and behead you. I've got your tail. Surrounding him, the manifestations of Conqueror's hockey gathered, merging into a chaotic aura of killing intent, entwined around half an iron trident. Kill. With a violent lunge, Xiajie charged forward without hesitation. Puff, puff, boom. Rolling smoke and dust dissipated. Xiajie clutched the demon's tail, blood flowing profusely from the severed end. The half-iron trident was gone, and he now had 3 bleeding wounds on his abdomen. The plan failed at the last moment. I underestimated your arrogance and overestimated your cowardice. An arrogant god? A cowardly person? It's fine. With you around, it's more fitting. Xiajie. He absolutely had no remaining strength. With a cowardly master, there will be cowardly slaves. As the grantor of the immortal body, once him dies, the Gorosei and the Knights of God must accompany him to the grave. After experiencing the near-death shock, the cowardly ones reacted, frantically attacking Xiajie. Don't harm my brother. The divine dragon roared, shaking the universe. Chapter 57. Sending the plague. God, don't take risks like that next time. Big brother, you almost scared me to death. Though Kaido had not yet grown enough to fight alongside Xiajie, he closely monitored the battle after completing the task Xiajie had assigned him. On one hand, he was observing, knowing this was a rare opportunity for practical combat training. On the other hand, he was worried about Xiajie facing many opponents alone. A hero struggles against the odds, and if the situation turned dire, he was at least a capable user of the Azure Dragon Fruit, able to help Xiajie escape. After several days of fierce battles filled with dangers, Kaido almost intervened to rescue him multiple times, but he held back. This was a result of the tacit understanding built between brothers over 8 years. Kaido's rough yet meticulous nature and the clarity of an observer. From Kaido's perspective, if Xiajie really couldn't handle it, he would just call for his brother's help. He wouldn't care about face. If Xiajie was truly struggling, the half of the iron spear he held wouldn't be sharp, and the injuries he sustained wouldn't be fatal. If Xiajie was really on the brink of death, his conqueror's haki wouldn't be scattered all over, like a tiger or leopard hiding in the jungle. Big Brother is luring that god to reveal its true form. Prepare to take her down once and for all. Kaido, increasingly certain, patiently waited, even ignoring Shiki's unexpected intrusion. Shiki, being an old pirate himself, was accustomed to the scheming and deceit of the world. He felt Kaido, busy searching for slaves, was somewhat insincere, neglecting his own brother's life. So, he took a playful approach, hanging in the air without descending, until Xiajie suddenly launched a strike, leading to a mutual injury with him. Kaido confirmed he had to intervene. Kaido hadn't come alone. He had brought a bunch of celestial dragons. Xiajie controlled his muscles and internal bleeding, saying, "Let us negotiate, Gorosei. Nothing is more important than eliminating you." Vokuri's single eye dangerously scanned the panicked celestial dragons, whose broken fangs gaped open to inhale. Xiajie said, "Now is the moment. If we want to leave, none of you can stay." Vokuri, Maz communicated, "My Yikinjin Tian with broken wings, the Knight of the Gods with flying capabilities, is also being closely monitored. He is premeditated." Vokuri fell silent. Xiajie continued, "I had my brother capture a large number of celestial dragons in advance. Is it a few thousand? At least 3,000. Big brother, Kaido cooperated. So, you taking down this batch of celestial dragons doesn't matter. We have many, many more. They're all tied up with explosives, wearing the same explosive collars you designed for enslaving others." Xiajie stated, "Killing 1, 10, or 100 celestial dragons means nothing to you. What about 1,000? What about 3,000? Does it still mean nothing? I don't believe the celestial dragons are insignificant to you, merely serving as cover for your god of rodents. Raising pigs is too extravagant. You have already killed thousands of world nobles." Nasu Shuru protested. Xiajie coldly replied, "How many? Compared to the people you celestial dragons have killed, how many? What do you plan to do?" Peter asked. Xiajie said, "Nothing in particular. I know you want to assist, allowing all the liberated people to escape without pursuit. To prevent you from breaking the deal, I will take away this batch of celestial dragons. If we encounter the Navy, pirates, world government member countries, non-member countries, mercenaries, or any other forces attacking us, I will blame them." Xiajie, "You don't have the strength to fight anymore. We do. You have hostages. We can have more." The weakened Satan ominously hinted that they had the strength to capture tens of thousands of fleeing slaves. Xiajie said, "My emotions are like gunpowder. They explode at the slightest provocation." "Are you serious?" The Gorosei felt nervous. 3 days. After 3 days, you will safely release all kidnapped world nobles. The government will allow you to escape within 3 days. Nasu Shuru confidently raised his head. "We have increased our bargaining chips." In the distance, this is Mariewa. My God, the Navy was stunned. 2 teams of Navy, over 1,000 soldiers. One team was led by Crane, numerous in number. They adapted to the environment, using temporary bubble vehicles made from Yalki vine resin, grafting the remnants of steel cables from the Red Port at the end of Paradise, climbing onto the Red Earth continent. The other team was led by Sora, few in number. They used primitive methods, climbing by hand or using the 6-4 moonwalk to ascend to the Red Earth continent from the west port of the West Sea. Sora was about to step forward. "Mr. Sora," Crane said, saying nothing more. Sora paused, observing closely. In the center of the devastated battlefield, the Gorosei looked miserable. The Knights of God were in disarray, with strange dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, mingled with the bodies of celestial dragons and slaves, and the living celestial dragons were weeping and sobbing. "Thank you," Sora said. Crane whispered, "Most of the slaves have run to the Red Port at the far end of the New World. The Holy Land's defense army has been completely wiped out. Cypher Pole headquarters has been erased, and the Holy Land has fallen. An unbelievable battle." "Yes," Sora said. "Is 4G1 still unaccounted for?" Crane replied, "Given the terrible state of Mariewa, the outlook is not optimistic." In the center of the battlefield, 2 eager flatterers, Xiajie disdainfully said, 3 days later, I will begin releasing the celestial dragons, 10 a day, all within a month, without guaranteeing safety. The climate and currents of the new world are unpredictable. Normal navigation is difficult. 5 days. You have no cards left, Xiajie. Vokuri forcefully resisted. Xiajie replied leisurely, I have cards. I can leave right now, without caring about anything. I will return the celestial dragons to you. Feel free to recapture the fleeing people. Feel free to scour the world for more people to enslave. And rebuild your glorious rat nest. But remember to clean your necks, and always be ready for my grand arrival. Send him off. The shrill scream echoed in the minds of the Gorosei and the Knights of God. The Gorosei instantly felt passive, feeling like a dog refusing to be dragged, squatting down, desperately scratching with their paws, while their butts hit the ground as they were dragged across the sidewalk by their master. Maz barely calmed himself. 10 days. Ensure the safety of the world nobles. Xiajie agilely leaped onto the head of the divine dragon. 20 days. Yeah. The celestial dragons are useful, but not much. We also don't believe you have any explosives, explosive collars, or that you can imprison such a massive number of celestial dragons. These 300 to 400 are your entire hostages, Peter said, to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. You must agree to let us send the Navy to follow and receive the hostages you release. How many Navy? Who will you send? Xiajie asked succinctly. Peter replied, 1,000 Navy, 3 ships. We will send Sora. No, Nasu Shuru corrected Peter. Not Sora, but Crane. Nasu Shuru feared that Xiajie would kill Sora. Deal reached. Let's go, Kaido. Kaido, with his dragon body, lifted 300 to 400 celestial dragons and carried Xiajie away. The Gorosei returned to their human forms, lying limply in pain, exhausted, frustrated, confused, relieved, and still trembling. Meanwhile, on the dragon's head, Kaido, have you contacted Charlotte Linlin? Has the fleet transporting supplies from the underground world arrived? I have contacted her. She said the deep sea currents arrived yesterday. Big brother? Big brother? Oh my god. The treasury of the celestial dragons. Money to bribe the underground world people to assist in the escape, the Navy's G1 Fortress warships. I understand. Understand. Big brother? Big brother. Fool, I'm so tired I can't stand it. I'm too exhausted. No, it's not that. I'm really done for. Tying up the supreme bandage and feeling so hungry. Big brother, you almost scared me to death. The supreme bandage? You still have a mood to joke. Chapter 58. Bring the ship closer. The underground world exists in the gray area between what is legally recognized by the world government and what is deemed illegal. In simple terms, it is the connection between the powers of the world government and those entities not recognized by it, such as non-member nations, pirates, and special races, or even outright anti-world government forces. Driven by market demand, the underground world has given birth to a diverse array of industries. Smuggling, without a doubt, stands as the leader among them. From bulk commodities like food, agricultural products, timber, and minerals, to illegal goods such as arms, tobacco, drugs, and medicine, down to daily necessities like clothing, home goods, snacks, and toys. If there is profit to be made, there is no shortage of smugglers. Xiajie, through Charlotte Linlin, boldly mentioned the consumption of supplies for 2 months by 200,000 to 300,000 people, and even offered to pay double the price, making it a hot topic in the underground world these past few days. A delicious cream cake lay before them, invigorating everyone in the underground world, who rubbed their hands together in excitement. After a fierce competition and blending, the new star of the smuggling world, the deep-sea current Yomite, emerged victorious, tasked with coordinating the supply and transporting the goods to the buyer's designated location. Given Yomite's good relationship with Charlotte Linlin, others were concerned about her notorious reputation for trickery and feared that if she defaulted on this massive supply, they wouldn't have the strength to collect debts from her, and might have to push Yomite to take the blame or, at worst, divide Yomite's fleet to make up for it. People in the underground world also had their worries. Why was Charlotte Linlin transporting such a large supply, not to her own territory in the Totland Sea, but to the seemingly unrelated Red Port at the far end of the New World? Yomite had asked Charlotte Linlin this question directly, to which she candidly replied, "The buyer's name is Xiajie." Yomite felt reassured, even though he didn't understand how a just and upright rear admiral of the Navy was collaborating with the infamous pirate. He didn't grasp Xiajie's intentions, but the shining reputation of the heavy pupil was enough to inspire him to give his all. Just as he favored using bubble-coated ships made from Yarkaman red tree resin to evade inspections from the world government's forces in dangerous deep-sea currents, achieving either substantial losses or great victories in smuggling. In life, one must fight to win. This time, Yomite also fought and won. 200 ships of various sizes, with supplies for 30,000 people over 2 months, docked near the Navy's G1 Fortress without any losses. But what about the massive G1 Fortress? Why was the Celestial Dragon's holy land making such a ruckus? What kind of monsters were flying above? On the 28th, Yomite surfaced to observe, his small eyes wide in shock. Lurking in the deep sea, with the signal from the Den Mushi fluctuating, Yomite, lacking the means to communicate with the outside world, quickly contacted an informant in the underground world for news. Oh no, the just an upright rear admiral of the Navy, had transformed into an unprecedented #1 rebel. The heavy pupil, no. The Overlord was on a rampage in the Valley of Gods in the West Sea, slaughtering celestial dragons without satisfaction. Then traveling 1,000 miles to Mariewa, heading straight for the celestial dragon's lair. Yomite didn't need to imagine the scene. It was undoubtedly brutal, like a thirsty sailor in the open sea diving into a pen of sheep and slaughtering them on the spot. Was there still money to be made? Yomite rubbed his large belly, stretched out his legs, and his round nose twitched, his eyes bloodshot. Earning money from the Overlord made me a rebel accomplice in the eyes of the world government. If there's no profit, it would be a wasted trip. With people eating horses and supplies rotting, the bastard supplying me would kill me. The Overlord was also someone I couldn't afford to provoke. The crucial question was, Overlord, did you bring money when you attacked Mariewa? After a restless night, the first mate was left with a headache from Yomite's antics and said, Captain, there's an old saying at sea, no one does a losing business, but everyone fights for a head-killing business. Yomite steeled himself and shouted, bring the ship closer. Taking the unmanned warships of the Navy SG-1 Fortress. We'll take the good and the bad, gather the shipwrights, and see if we can make repairs. Taking the fleeing slaves. Get ready for continued ocean transport. The Overlord definitely didn't mean for the supplies to just arrive here and be done. Stepping onto the flagship's bow, Yomite gritted his teeth. Even if this time I lose money, earning a huge favor from the Overlord wouldn't be a loss. The underground world also values righteousness. The Overlord is the hero who liberates slaves, doing business that we can only dream of. We must help his cause and give the world government, which treats people like nothing, a lesson. Oh, Yomite boss, we admire you. For this bravery, I will follow you, support you in becoming the king of maritime trade. The world government and the celestial dragons are in trouble. In fact, everyone in the world would be delighted. Wu luo luo. Well said. The deep sea current. But we are an army of justice, not robbers or pirates. You want to lose money. The dragon god descends. Kaido transforms into his human form, carefully protecting Xiajia, letting 300 or 400 celestial dragons tumble about. Bags of berries falling from their hands. Heavens, celestial dragons? Hey, Overlord. It's the Overlord. People dared not look up at Xiajia, all bowing their heads in respect. Kaido said, Yomite, I've raided the celestial dragon's treasury. The money is here. You can take as much as you want, and we'll bear any trouble. Just one word, and we'll send everyone to the Totland Sea. At your service. Yomite solemnly took off his captain's hat. Kaido's light golden eyes flickered. Prepare a meal. My brother will need to replenish his strength when he wakes up. Is there a skilled ship doctor? My brother was injured. Those bastards, the 5 elders, are quite troublesome. No problem. Leave it to me. Yomite secretly felt a chill. Kaido asked, is there an empty cargo hold? Yes, there is. Yomite led the way. Kaido roughly expelled the crying celestial dragons, locking them up in the cargo hold. Indifferent to their fate. Returning to the open deck, Kaido gently placed Xiajia down and leaned close to Yomite. Can I trust you? I'll temporarily leave my brother in your care. You ensure he rests safely while I arrange for the liberated slaves to evacuate Mariewa. It's my honor, Yomite replied. Kaido said playfully, my brother found you through Big Mom. Guess what their relationship is? If anything happens to my brother, the Black Scarf Army, the Big Mom Pirates, and the millions of people my brother has saved, Wu luo luo, let's put the ugly words out there first. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. After patting Yomite on the shoulder, the dragon god soared into the sky. Yomite was drenched in sweat. Red Soil Continent. Kaido, big brother. Ivankov cried out anxiously. The bubble cable car operated in a loop, meaning there was only one escape route, and it was slow. But the liberated slaves, even many who ran toward the desolate mountains on either side of Mariewa, were still tens of thousands. Who goes first, who goes later? Faced with the only hope of escape, the desperate people fought fiercely for freedom, cursing each other, brawling, bleeding, dying, and falling off cliffs in utter chaos. Ivankov wanted to stop them, but how could people listen to a young boy's nagging? He was left in tatters, with only a pair of pants and bruises all over. People even forgot that the bubble cable car was human-powered. When Kaido was there, someone would volunteer to pull it. But when he wasn't he, there was no organization or coordination. A group of people was too exhausted and with no one to take over. The bubble cable car was left hanging. Yet, people still fought fiercely for it. Everyone, damn it, stop! Kaido roared in anger. A bunch of idiots. Why the hell did my brother risk his life to save you stupid fools? It's been days. Days. My brother told you to unite and cooperate. Unite and cooperate. You guys will eventually drag the big brother down to death. I should let you die and marry Geos. After a round of cursing, the majesty of the dragon suppresses the chaos. People either kneel or cry. Equal treatment. Young and strong individuals aged 15 to 50 will take turns pulling the cable car to send a group of children, the injured, women, and the elderly down. And I will send a group of exhausted, young, and strong individuals down. Stop running around. Hold tight to the little food you took from the granary. And honestly wait for the fleet to collect you. Don't think that being away from Mary Geos means you are safe without the protection of the big brother. The world government will crush you just like they crush cockroaches. Chapter 59. Gold Lion. In the beginning of the Grand Line, there were 7 known navigable routes. 4 routes adjacent to the East China Sea and South China Sea merged into 2 halfway, and the 5 routes collectively pointed towards the final destination of paradise, the Shambadi Archipelago. In front of the Shambadi Archipelago lies a vast maritime area covered by the 5 routes, known as the Devil's Triangle, which devours countless pirate ships, merchant ships, and civilian ships each year. It is shrouded in thick fog all day long, and legends say that ghosts and monsters roam there. Captain John, steering the ship decayed, led the John pirates across the West Sea, through the doldrums, past Fishman Island, and through the Shambadi Archipelago, making their way to paradise, reaching their ideal hiding place. Hey everyone, I asked, Rox is dead. John drunkenly announced. The treasure is ours. How wonderful. Rox is finished. Ha ha ha. Feast, feast, feast. The pirates cheered and rejoiced, creating a noisy scene. Leaning against the mast, John hazily observed his subordinates and silently added, if we avoid that bastard Shiki. Suddenly, the pirates froze, their mouths agape. TSK. John clicked his tongue helplessly. What we fear has come. Floating fragments of the Valley of Gods quietly parted the gray mist and slowly descended onto the side of the decayed. Splash! The water rippled. Keek, keek, keek. Shiki's eerie laughter echoed through the sky. John, return what belongs to me. That brutal man. Gold Lion. What do we do? Our treasure. The arrogant figure with a cigar appeared, and the pirates immediately lost their composure. Bunch of useless fools. John cursed under his breath, throwing a bottle of wine and saying, what belongs to you, Shiki? Shiki chuckled. Kakik, are you playing dumb or are you really dumb? Rox is dead. His ship, his treasure are now unclaimed items. I got here first, so they belong to me, not you. Stop talking nonsense about inheriting anything from Rox. We are pirates. If you want something, just take it. John did not back down. Shiki laughed even more. You've got some spirit. Keek. Want to become my subordinate? I have a perfect plan. I refuse your offer, Gold Lion. John grasped his sword. I will not become anyone's subordinate. Rox was, and so are you. I am a free pirate captain, Captain John. In an instant, Shiki's expression turned terrifying. Are you saying you want me to kill you? You might not have the upper hand. John replied. Captain is so brave. Wow, so cool. Captain John, follow Lord John. Protect our treasure. The stark contrast of John surprised his crew, and someone led the charge forward to support him. Shiki sneered. Why should I do it myself? Stab, stab, stab. Knives pierced John from behind. Captain John, what are you doing? Ronnie, Orale. If it weren't for the captain taking you in, who would care about you useless old ghosts? Orale, you ungrateful bastard. A bucket of cold water extinguished the pirate's fervor. Shiki mocked. A user of the puncture fruit got punctured too? Kurazumi Kineman, Kurazumi Semimaru? No wonder they disappeared. No wonder I ran so far out of your ability range. You still found me. It's the life cards tracking them. John did not turn back to look at the one who backstabbed him, gazing up at the sky with a forlorn expression, raising his hand as if toasting. I really want another drink. Bang! He. As John fell, Kurazumi Kineman released his imitation fruit ability. Kurazumi Semimaru, disguised as a shaved head. clasped his hands with his index and middle fingers, using the barrier fruit ability to create a barrier to protect himself and Kurazumi Kinemon. Help! Surrender! We surrender. The clash of swords and blades. Shiki ruthlessly slaughtered, wiping out the John pirates. But Shiki did not revel in his victory for long. Where's the treasure? I ask you, where's my treasure? In the treasure vault, Rock's treasure had vanished without a trace. Kurazumi Kinemon and Kurazumi Semimaru trembled, crawling under Shiki's predatory gaze. After a while, feeling uneasy about his subordinates during a supply stop, he secretly hid the treasure using the puncture fruit ability. Perhaps he even drew a treasure map? Yours, Captain John. Kik. Shiki laughed it off, saying, let's go. We'll go to Mariehua and recruit some new crew members and modify the Jib-X sword. With a casual flick of his finger, the Jib-X sword floated away from the sea. The Jib-X sword bore Shiki's float fruit mark always. Mariehua, the half-collapsed Panga city. The immortals, whose bodies had been cracked by Jack, the 5 elders, experienced routine medical treatment, gritting their teeth in pain, but their eyes were dull. They felt everything was as if in another world. Just 11 or 12 days ago, the celestial dragons were still an untouchable taboo. Just 4 or 5 days ago, Mariehua was still a divine domain that could not be approached. Why did this happen? The answer is Jack, a powerful human, but we celestial dragons have ruled as kings and gods for 1,800 years, yet we cannot withstand the anger of a mere mortal for a moment. What is the reasoning behind this? My apologies, 5 elders. The Cypher Pole elite agents recalled from Judicial Island reported. The world nobles are very dissatisfied. Vacheli said irritably. Dissatisfied about what? No slaves to work. No delectable food. No magnificent courtyards. Or what? Everything. They're all dissatisfied. The agent bowed his head. Vacheli roared. Jack is right at Redport. They have the ability to be dissatisfied with him. Spoiled brats, not accepting even a shred of grievance. Bastards. Yes. The agents hurriedly retreated. Calm down, 5 elders. The doctor also hurriedly advised. The irritable Vacheli gasped. Let's discuss the aftermath with the other stars. There are countless matters to attend to, but they fall into 2 categories. One is to respond to threats, and the other is self-preservation, said Nezashiru. Matt whispered. Shouldn't we consult the Creator God? I consulted, but received no reply, Peter said. The 5 elders fell silent. There is a fact they dare not speak of, nor even think of. The god has bled, Nezashiru said. This could be further divided into 2 aspects. One is people, and the other is money. I think we should not think so far ahead. Let us focus on repairing Red Port and the upper and lower passages of 4 ports, allowing the Navy and Cypher Pole to land in large numbers on Mariehua. Peter said. Satan said. The Holy Land garrison is all gone. Cypher Pole headquarters has been destroyed. We lack personnel to dispatch. Even if we have plans, there is no one to execute them. Okay, we can take this opportunity to rest for a few days. Matt sighed. Night. Knock knock. Room service. The 5 elders' rest did not last a day. Da. Shiki was singing and dancing vigorously, partying in the hospital room. Gold Lion. Relax. 5 elders. I am your well-meaning friend. Friendship. Always uninvited and occasionally breaking in. Keek. Chapter 60. The 100 billion subsidy. Star Dodo. Why are you so surprised? Didn't I notify you long ago that we would discuss the deal after you resolve your dispute with Xiajia? Shutting the door and turning around, Shiki mocked. Hey, you're not going to forget about the 76 esteemed world nobles who are guests at my place, are you? Wow, that is really heartbreaking. Truly a cold-blooded political animal. The 5 elders and the Knights of God were shocked and furious. What a great humiliation. Even the most despicable creatures dare to challenge us. Nasushuru was furious, grinding his teeth. Your Excellency, the 5 elders. Your Excellency, the 5 elders. Look at what you're saying. You must understand, the past is the past. And now is now. If Mary Geos were as powerful and impenetrable as before, I would have quietly passed by like I did in the past. But Shiki, with a sarcastic tone, retorted, aren't you all down and out now? Taking advantage of someone's illness to end their life, stepping on a fallen person with 1,000 feet, is a fine tradition of our pirate world. And I, precisely, am a traditional pirate. Ha ha. The truth is a sharp knife, leaving the 5 elders speechless. Do you want me to kneel and return those 76 meat tickets, then commit suicide to apologize and satisfy your long-standing celestial dragon pride? The cigar burned, reflecting Shiki's disdainful face. Then Xiajia's efforts would have been completely wasted by me. Shiki, you're not Xiajia. Watchley glared with one eye. Shiki opened his arms, exuding dominance. This world is mine to roam freely. What do you want? Satan compromised. Shiki raised an eyebrow. You say it. The previous conditions? A dreamer-esque talk. That was a prize for taking Xiajia's head. Mais fiamni rejected, impossible. In 2 consecutive battles. How many world nobles were unfortunate enough to perish? We don't care if 76 more meet the same fate. 1 celestial dragon, 100 million berries. Peter raised a finger. Shiki shook his head. Too little. Not too little, Peter insisted. A devil fruit is worth 100 million berries. Shiki replied, You're talking about uncertain ability devil fruits. I say a devil fruit is worth 5 billion berries. ISNT, the superhuman surgery fruit, you publicly offered a bounty of 5 billion berries? Besides, devil fruits have a price, but no market. The 5 elders exchanged silent glances. The esteemed world nobles have depreciated. Huh? One is worth 100 million berries? Shiki muttered to himself. Changing the subject, Shiki calmly said, 10 billion berries. Half in real gold and silver, half in fully equipped naval warships. If you don't agree, I'll go help Xiajia transport fleeing slaves. Ha. My float fruit ability is best suited for this kind of work. With your character, the heavy-eyed probably 1T appreciate it. Maz sneered. You're wrong. Xiajia is compassionate, and not just any kind of compassion. Otherwise, he wouldn't challenge such a colossal entity as the world government for a group of unrelated people. He could learn from Kong, Karp, and Sengoku, who speak of justice while ignoring the countless bones buried in Mary Geos and the heart-wrenching cries for help from slaves. But he didn't. Shiki laughed. Do you believe that this time, when I go help him transport fleeing slaves and save tens of thousands of lives, he will remember my kindness for a lifetime? No matter what mistakes I make in the future. As long as I'm not as vicious and brutal as you celestial dragons, he would rather ruin his reputation and bear the burden for me than take my head. At least spare my life. I believe that. You believe him that much? Watchley frowned. Shiki's smile widened. I'm a bad, rotten pirate. But that doesn't prevent me from admiring and trusting virtuous good people even more. 2 different things. The warship 1T do, half in real gold and silver, half in berry cash, and will trade immediately, the financial warrior Nasu Shuru stated. Shiki replied, The outside is a wasteland. Can you offer money? Do you agree to the trade? Nasu Shuru asked. Celestial dragons love real gold and silver. They understand better than anyone the essence of berries. Distributing the underground vaults of Mary Geos is the true treasury accumulated by the celestial dragons over hundreds of years. Kaido raided the treasury belonging to the collective finances of the world government, with only a small amount of real gold and silver remaining, while the rest is berry cash. Shiki raised 1 finger and 1 middle finger. 10 billion in real gold and silver, 10 billion in berry cash. In return, I'll keep my mouth shut and not reveal to outsiders that you still have a god above your heads, nor that your god was scared by Xiajia. Shut up. Nasu Shuru raised his sword. It's settled. Don't be greedy, golden lion. Shiki examined Nasu Shuru. Your sword, the name. What is your relationship with Wano country? I'm just about to take a trip to the Wano country that your world government fears. Want to you support me? The 5 elders were turbulent inside, but remained calm on the surface, ignoring Shiki. Nasu Shuru limped away to fetch the money, moving through a dusty area. Shiki reached out to check, using his float fruit ability, properly releasing the hostages and then collecting the money. The deal was done. Keep your mouth shut, Nasu Shuru warned. His warning meant nothing, but once he warned, it dawned on the greedy Shiki. Celestial dragons are important, but what is more important is the secret of your goddess' existence. The moment I mentioned her, you readily agreed to the deal. Don't seek death. Nasu Shuru unsheathed the original ghost cutter. Money floated into the ship Jibek, while Shiki flew absent-mindedly. Clang. Slash wave. A brilliant sword energy in reverse. Shiki laughed. I've already told you I am a bad, rotten pirate. Why do you still trust me? This secret, I could eat for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. Blocking Shiki's attack, Nasu Shuru's veins bulged in anger. Enough, Satan said. Rox is dead. The Rox pirates are fragmented. Supporting the Golden Lion to rise and disrupt the new world will benefit our layout to eliminate Xiajia. Xiajia and pirates are not on the same path. Golden Lion, Big Mom, Wang Ji, Raidfield, including the Roger pirates, can all be used to sow discord against Xiajia. Watchily added, Wang Ji is a good candidate for support, strong but not too strong, with a history of successful cooperation with the government. Restarting the era of granting pirates legal privateering rights, then granting them extraterritorial powers equivalent to joining the government. Suspending bounties, approving arms purchases, free navigation, and port supplies, with the price being their responsibility to assist the government in suppressing pirates and combating rebels. How about it? Maz suggested. Nasu Shuru said, also using them to pressure the indecisive allied nations and the stubborn non-allied nations resisting joining the government. It needs a name: government-armed pirates. Warlords of the Sea, 7 Warlords of the Sea. How many suitable ones? 7, I suppose. Adjusting according to the situation, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, watchily concluded. Chapter 61 Knights. Have some grit. The world government's conscription focuses on the Navy to combat the rebels, while the 7 Warlords of the Sea target pirates to counter the rebels, balancing the power of pirates, deterring non-world government forces, weakening the affiliated countries under the world government, and consolidating the center of Mariehua, all part of strategy that achieves multiple goals. Repairing the paralyzed Red Port and the 4 ports. The old glitch of information blockade and public opinion manipulation. Relaxing the selection channels for cipher poll agents. Rebuilding a combat-capable new garrison for the Holy Land. Concealing from all affiliated countries of the world government and secretly increasing the issuance of berries to meet funding needs. The situation is gradually becoming clearer, and the problems faced by the 5 elders are dwindling, leaving only one comprehensive issue: the insecurity of Mariehua. Satan sighed. How do we rebuild the Holy Land? How do we protect the world nobles? How do we construct a defense line to ensure that the Holy Land and the world nobles are not threatened by Zeiji? Do you have any suggestions, fellow stars? You are the scientific defense god. You are the expert. Neza Shuru, with a headache, deferred. Maz stroked his beard and said, rebuild Mariehua on its original site. Publicly claim it was due to the old buildings not befitting the status of the world nobles, and therefore, we will demolish and rebuild everything. We must not easily give up. This is a symbol of our hard-earned rule for over 760 years, a deeply ingrained symbol of privilege. If we abandon it, we will appear cowardly and timid, and the world will lose confidence in us. Once confidence is lost, everything is over. As for the threat from Zeiji, we will simply use slaves to rebuild Mariehua and operate the Red Port and 4 ports. The underwater prison. Prisoners held in the prisons of various affiliated countries, slaves trafficked by slave traders, laborers from the Bridge Kingdom, victims of natural disasters, wars and famines, refugees, starving people. And slaves are all available. Let us see how many times he dares to attack, and how many he can rescue. It will exhaust him. We need not care about minor material losses, nor worry that the affiliated countries will refuse to bear the losses we shift onto them. They cannot escape from under the government. They can only huddle together under the government, getting closer and closer. The more they cling, the more they will gather. Maz said gloomily, Celestial dragons. Do you have any guts? Do you think the celestial dragons that Zeiji is targeting are us? His goal is to overthrow slavery and liberate all humanity. His targets are not limited to us, the affiliated countries, but all nobles in the world. Yes, yes, he is challenging all predators under the current system. Vacheli suddenly realized. Peter smiled ambiguously. Challenging the whole world? And you call us arrogant? Look at how crazy he is. Imitating the model of underground vaults. Creating emergency shelters underground in the rebuilt Mariehua to prevent further attacks. How can the world nobles take refuge? Satan inquired. The atmosphere was subtle. Satan himself could not help but recall the awkward terms. Vermin, dark holes, tails. Coughing twice, Satan said seriously, additionally, I suggest building a villa in the Shambadi Islands, allowing some terrified world nobles to live in the bustling urban area, mixing with ordinary humans, which could also eliminate the threat from Zeiji. The celestial dragons can control the Shambadi Islands, increase the naval garrison, and squeeze pirates traveling to and from the paradise. There's great potential. Maz agreed. Nezashuru said, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I suggest repatriating some celestial dragons back to their homeland to regain power. Do you think they're not causing enough chaos? Vachali snorted. The lands plundered during the human hunting over the years are indeed options. Peter interjected. Speaking of the Shambadi Islands, as the Pirates' Isle of Failure and Isle of Restart, have we overlooked another island that also connects to the paradise? A hub to the New World? Fishman Island, Dragon Palace Kingdom? Stinky fish. Vachali looked down on it. Peter continued. Next World Conference, let's grant them participation rights again, and see if they have changed. As affiliated countries of the government, it's time for them to bleed a little. Millions of fish who are born adept at underwater combat, lurking, harassing, reconnaissance, ambushing, assisting the Navy in surface combat. Maz envisioned for a while and said, compared to fishmen, giants. Satan said, giants cannot be rushed. Satan, our bodies rely on your science. Nezashru jumped in thought. Science and technology must also be valued. That genius scientist, Vegapunk, haven't you brought him under your wing? Satan said, I originally planned to wait until their research yielded results. But no more waiting, we will immediately net them and deal with Zeiji at all costs. Zeiji. The deadpan knights of God shuddered again. Vachali shouted, a few useless brats, pull yourselves together. You are the knights of God. Knights, have some grit. No shame and fight back. Cutting-edge science and technology, top-notch devil fruits. The government has them all, but what's to fear is your own failure. Satan laboriously moved onto his wheelchair. Peter said, though I don't want to say this, the extraordinary destruction caused by Zeiji is indeed a result of us being caught off guard. Has Zeiji withdrawn? Maz asked the Cipher Pole agent outside. Redport. 200 cargo ships, 3 large warships, 2 medium warships, 5 small warships, and 1 prison ship, a total of 211 vessels set sail grandly. The Navy's warships were piloted by the chief mate, navigators, and sailors drawn from Yumite's own fleet. They were familiar with each other and skilled in their techniques, but not familiar with the structure of warships. Zeiji, well-fed and well-watered, lay in the lounge of a large Navy warship, listening to Kaido and Ivankov complain and cry about the myriad difficulties faced by the liberated people. Rubbing Ivankov's large head, Zeiji comforted him. Don't blame them. I don't blame them. Hiburu, I know they want to live, want freedom, but I just don't understand why they can't stay calm. Witnessing too many blind blood conflicts, dying from fights, stampedes, being pushed off cliffs, jumping off in despair, the once cheerful Ivankov had fallen into depression, crying uncontrollably. The terror between life and death is great. Ivankov, not everyone is like you. The more one wants to live, the more one should think calmly. The more one desires freedom, the more one should restrain their emotions. You are a free man, possessing a strong and fearless heart at such a young age. One of the few among the few. The vast majority of people are ordinary, kind, yet also confused and cruel. This is the complexity of human nature, the interplay of beauty and ugliness. It is the responsibility of those in power to guide people to promote the good and beautiful side while suppressing the cruel and ugly side. Zeiji gently advised, don't blame them, nor yourself. Don't feel guilty for not being able to stop them. They are driven mad. Blame the world government. If they had lived happily and freely without being enslaved by the celestial dragons, why would they suffer like this? Blame me. If I were strong enough, meticulous enough, they would all have been saved. Why blame you? You were just too kind-hearted, big brother. The exhausted Kaido was filled with irritation. Chapter 62. The real struggle has just begun. Those guys, selfish, ignorant, despicable, cowardly, foolish, dull-witted, brainless. They're a rabble. I don't understand why you save a group of rabble. They will drag you down sooner or later. In the past, Kaido had also complained about his elder brother's kindness and the people he saved, but it was mostly in jest. His attitude had never been this firm. Xiajie quietly stared at Kaido. Kaido simply turned his head away, sulking as he faced Xia Jie. Don't come at me with that, brother. This time you almost lost your life. Second brother? A rare form of address. Kaido's eyes turned. Xia Jie smiled and thought, brother, let me teach you some real skills. You, be more straightforward. Kaido slowly turned his head. The sniffling Ivankov tiptoed out. Ivank, you listen too. Yeah, David. Only then did Ivankov feel at ease. Xia Jie first asked, do you think the world government is nothing special? Ivankov, being a little transparent, remained silent. Of course. The world government has been defeated by my brother twice. The dragon people's intimidating facade has been torn apart. The Holy Land has fallen. They're just embarrassing themselves, running around naked. Why do they have to be arrogant? Kaido spoke bluntly. They're a large national alliance, and the longer they exist, the more corrupt they will become, right? Once I grow up with Sakazuki, we brothers will find an opportunity, come up with a way to kill those old-timers, and then flatten the dragon people. Wouldn't that be it? The Gorosei and Imu are different from the Knights of God. They are truly immortal beings, not just unkillable. Xia Jie revealed. Huh? Kaido's head was momentarily confused. Xia Jie continued. Involving the blank 100 years of history, the high-ranking members of the dragon people have always been in a state of war against the legendary sun god Nika. This means that the world government, which has existed for over 700 years, is not as corrupt as you imagine. Although it is indeed very corrupt, it relies on slavery, eliminating the weakest member states, and a series of brutal tactics like human hunting. The framework of this war machine remains intact and stable, and with a bit of warming up, it can be restarted. They never expected that the enemy is not the so-called sun god Nika, but me. They have been peaceful for too long and are caught off guard. While I have been plotting and preparing for a thunderous strike. If I don't give them a hard lesson, would my calculations be for nothing? A lot of secrets. Ivankov listened in astonishment, feeling terrified. Kaido grinned. If we don't kill those old-timers, wouldn't that be a pity? Not a pity. Xia Jie shook his head, saying, it's more suitable to leave them alive. My goal is to overthrow slavery and liberate all humanity. The dragon people are merely the source and core of slavery, not its entirety. I need to continuously attack them, put pressure on them, forcing them to either actively or passively gather all resistance forces and ultimately wipe them out. Oh, so what does that have to do with that rabble? They can't help it all. Kaido half understood. Xia Jie said, if I had hundreds of millions, even billions of compatriots, comrades who share the same roots, history, and culture, I wouldn't need to expend so much effort. I would even rely on more intelligent leaders and be a part of the rabble. But I don't have that. I only have the two of you. A band of brothers with differing thoughts. If not, then create it. Unite the majority, eliminate the minority. Who is the majority? The billions of slaves who have been persecuted and exploited for generations. The masses. Who is the minority? The slave owners, nobles, and dragon people who have persecuted and exploited billions of slaves for generations. Slaves are part of the masses. Liberating slaves means liberating humanity. Liberating the slaves of the dragon people will make all humanity believe they too can be liberated. This is an example, an effort of the united front. Only by uniting the front can we have the conditions to organize production and support the continuation of armed struggle. Truth, at any time, is truth. Xia Jie is merely a practitioner. Kaido seemed to understand. Quantity equals justice? He has made progress. We also rose from the rabble. Kaido. Do not forget the painful experiences of being persecuted and exploited as a child soldier when you now have some skills. Do not ignore the vast majority of others who have been persecuted and exploited but lack the capacity to resist. Otherwise, we are not far from becoming dragon people ourselves. Xia Jie said, new versions of us will emerge from them, even better than us. They are the soil that nurtures us, the foundation that carries the weight of history. In an unconscious group, by guiding them, you will witness their explosive power. I understand, brother, Kaido said. Ivankov cautiously raised his hand. Mr. Xia Jie, you don't plan to liberate special races, do you? They are also very pitiful. Silly boy, special races are also part of humanity. I'm a special race. Kaido flicked the side of his horn. Xia Jie said, everyone is human. There are divisions of race and ethnicity, but no divisions of species. It is the world government's malicious intent to deliberately distort the perception, excluding fishmen, merfolk, giants, dwarfs, long hands, long legs, one by one from the category of humanity. The policy of racial segregation vertically cuts humanity, while slavery horizontally divides society. The geographical environment is also unfavorable, with fragmented land and scattered islands, making it impossible for slaves and the masses to unite and resist on a large scale. The world government occupies the advantages of time, place, and people, ruling the world for 700 to 800 years. In short, Xia Jie tidied his clothes and stood up. The real struggle has just begun. Are you okay, brother? Kaido asked in surprise. Xia Jie said, I understand a bit about life returning. I want to pretend to be seriously injured and dying to deceive that little rat God once more. Once, twice, and you still thrice. They won't, idiot. Kaido laughed heartily, then fell asleep, snoring loudly. Organizing and transporting the liberated slaves to the Red Soil continent, Kaido was exhausted. You should rest too, Ivank. Xia Jie adjusted Kaido's sleeping position, symbolically covering his navel with a small blanket. Ivankov stammered, Mr. Xia Jie, I want to follow you to Hibiru, but Welcome. Xia Jie extended his hand. Take your time. Ivankov held Xia Jie's hand and said, I want to leave for a while, to travel freely on my own. This has been my wish for the 10 years I was enslaved in Mariehua. That's good. Take a break. Don't leave behind psychological shadows. Xia Jie said, I suggest you say goodbye to Ginny and Bear first. Let them see you safe and sound. Yes. Ginny, Bear, Ivankov was stunned. Xia Jie gently reminded, I also want to warn you, this time liberating slaves in Mariehua. You have also stood out. You were too conspicuous. Hee. Ivankov scratched his big face. On the journey back to Totland, you might as well learn navigation skills and combat techniques. Be well prepared. Xia Jie knew that Ivankov was a strong-willed person, resilient and opinionated. Stepping out of the cabin, the sunlight was dazzling. Mr. Xia Jie? It's Mr. Xia Jie. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. We are eternally grateful. Chapter 63. Big Brother, the real struggle has just begun, and the real trouble has only just started. No one knows how many slaves are imprisoned in Mariehua. Not even the celestial dragons themselves know the exact number. For the celestial dragons, slaves are everyday consumables. Who remembers how many pieces of bread they've eaten? If there's less, they capture more. If there's more, they kill. But Xia Jie knows exactly how many people he saved in Mariehua. About 250,000. This is an estimate made by Yomit before commanding the large fleet to receive people, based on the maximum loading capacity of 211 ships of various sizes, multiplied by 2 to come up with a rough number. Yomit is indeed someone who dares to use coded ships to smuggle in the perilous deep sea currents. Bold and meticulous. But no matter how meticulous Yomit is, he can't conjure up more ships. With 211 ships, each one is packed to the brim, squeezed in like sardines in a can. If it weren't for the generally large cargo ships, transporting supplies, and the repair of 11 Navy G-1 Fortress warships, there wouldn't be enough space to fit so many people. 250,000 people, including Xia Jie. Neither Yomit nor anyone in the large fleet has this management experience. At any moment, it's either a story or an accident. There are those who find it too crowded and openly bully others, secretly discarding survival supplies. There are those whose minds are twisted under long-term dehumanizing enslavement, self-harming, committing suicide, hurting others, killing, even eating people. There are those who discriminate against each other based on race, gender, region, faith, and any angle, leading to quarrels, insults, fights, and brawls. Everything exists. The most terrifying are those who conceal diseases. People will inevitably get sick, and diseases can easily spread on a cramped ship, especially among those who have been tormented and oppressed by the celestial dragons, already weak in spirit and body, experiencing dramatic ups and downs, great joys and sorrows during their liberation. It's impossible for everyone to be healthy, but some people are afraid of being abandoned if they fall ill, so they deliberately hide their illnesses. Abandoning sick patients to prevent the spread of disease is a common maritime practice worldwide. There are also those who don't intentionally hide their illnesses but cause serious consequences, Mariehua has the laboratory of Saint Satan, one of the five elders, who enjoys selecting specific slaves to study the human body, diseases, toxins, and other inhumane matters. Everything. This forced Xiajie to give up on being friendly with people and to act decisively and ruthlessly. A brutal set of rules. Murderers die. Those who injure or commit evil are punished. Xiajie immediately beheaded the murderers and cannibals. Those who deliberately concealed infectious diseases that harmed the innocent, and those who unintentionally concealed infectious diseases but caused serious consequences were thrown into the sea. Sick individuals were forcibly quarantined. Anyone who hurt others, bullied, discarded supplies, or fought was dealt with harshly. More than 100 were executed, over 500 were punished. The manifestation of conquerors' hockey stood at the bow of each ship. After 3 days and nights without sleep, Xiajie moved between the 211 ships, barely establishing order. Do people still respect Xiajie? Yes, they do. After all, Xiajie is an unprecedented benefactor who stormed the heart of the world government and saved them from certain death. But beneath that respect, fear has also increased. Your Excellency, the Conqueror, Yomit said nervously. Supporting the stooped Yomit, Xiajie said, I was rude. I just finished up, and I came to thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Yomit's pockmarked old face flushed red, looking beautiful. I can't take it. I'm just a smuggler. But you are the great hero of slave liberation. Hee, Your Excellency the Conqueror, you're too polite. You're embarrassing me. Hee, I'm not a conqueror, nor a great hero. Just call me by my name. Patting Yomit's sturdy arm that didn't match his thin legs, Xiajie sincerely praised, without your courage to take charge, I would have been able to save these more than 250,000 people. They wouldn't survive. Yomit, my friend, you are the real hero. Yomit felt dizzy. A friend? Hero? Me? Under the rule of the world government, smuggling isn't necessarily a crime, as long as you don't touch human trafficking or drug trade. Just by assisting these 250,000 people in their escape, you are a hero, my forever friend. I will always remember your friendship. In the future, if you face any tyranny or oppression, you can call my name and seek justice from me, Xiajie said. In an instant, tears welled up in Yomit's eyes. He risked everything for what? Isn't it for this famous promise in the sea? Good. Your Excellency, Xiajie. Yomit calmed his excitement and said, I was just about to visit you. You might have forgotten, but the celestial dragons are still locked in the cargo hold. Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy has sent people several times urging you to release them. Xiajie replied, Don't get involved in matters concerning the celestial dragons. When you go back, publicly claim that I kidnapped and threatened you to reduce the pressure from the world government and protect yourself. Watching the decisive Xiajie leave, Yomit excitedly raised his fist in celebration, exclaiming, What a conqueror! Truly a benevolent king. Moments later, Xiajie glanced at the pitiful 300 or 400 celestial dragons in the cargo hold. Yomit couldn't let them starve to death, but they were like useless pigs raised to be dependent, rolling in their own filth. Please spare us. The celestial dragons shrank in horror in the corner upon seeing Xiajie. It stinks. Kaido, who had slept for 3 days, poked his head in and said, Big brother, what is wrong? Xiajie exited the cargo hold. Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, cautiously observing Xiajie. You should rest. I'll take care of the hostages. All right, Xiajie replied. Big brother? Don't blame them. Get lost. The reason you comfort us is a series of things. Yet why are you so sullen yourself? A healer cannot heal himself. It's hard to save oneself while saving others. Xiajie's back appeared desolate, but Kaido knew he would still be full of fighting spirit. Pointing out the troops, Kaido selected 10 celestial dragons and transformed into a dragon to follow the large fleet of ships. Xiajie didn't rest either. He jumped into a small navy warship. The people on this small warship were those Xiajie didn't know how to handle. They came from the celestial dragons. Zoo, pet home. Meow. Woof woof. Ha ha woof woof. The fur tribe, snakehead tribe, fishman tribe, beasts that replaced human skin, not allowed to transform into human form, were all devil fruit users of animal types. They were raised by the celestial dragons from a young age, lacking human concepts. Xiajie lowered his head, closing his eyes. In God Valley, in Mariewa, he wasn't afraid of enemies, even if they were numerous, even if the enemies were gods. But here, he was afraid to look, afraid that a few little dogs would suddenly call him big brother. Kill us. Startled, Xiajia opened his eyes wide, blood rushing to his pupils. Running toward freedom is the instinct of life, but a world of freedom cannot accept the different. Sorry. Conqueror's haki reached the heavens and the earth. It did not have the brutal killing intent towards enemies, but rather gentleness and compassion, like a mist rolling over the mountains. Like a gentle breeze playing the strings of the world's night song, melting the souls of pain. Chapter 64. And your master is a celestial dragon. Today's celestial dragons are garbage. Garbage goes to the recycling bin. Urolololo. Throwing 10 celestial dragon flesh tickets. Kaido turns and leaves. The Navy and the Cipher Pole agents posing as Navy personnel are in a flurry. Wait, Kaido. At the bow of the ship, Crane calls out to Kaido. Kaido, like a dragon, leans forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure. You are in breach of contract. The date for returning the hostages is wrong. And the number is also wrong, Crane says. Kaido grins widely. Stop nitpicking on boring details. Big Brother is really angry, super angry. If you ignite his wrath, believe me, he will definitely kill the celestial dragon scum and fight again at Mariewa. Don't scare me, kid. Crane, expressionless. When I was planning to recruit Xiajia into the Navy, you were still playing in the Wok Kingdom. And then Big Brother fought hard in the New World, single-handedly suppressing the rampant Rocks pirates for 8 years. With no promotion in rank, while you, all of you, through this trivial recommendation, became high officials with generous salaries, seizing Big Brother's victory, right? Crane, Vice Admiral. Kaido sharply mocks. Crane responds, it has nothing to do with me. The government has its own rules. Yes. What has anything to do with you? Seeing nothing? Hearing nothing? Pure justice. Kaido scoffs. Crane silently locks eyes with Kaido's fierce golden beast eyes. Big Brother hasn't interacted with you, but he has talked about you. The Navy from the North Sea comes from the Tiger family, has considerable power in the North Sea, represents the interests of the hereditary Navy, and is also a female Navy, the backbone of conservative Navy, alongside Kong, Sengoku, Garp, the deceased Brookras, Ben Sangbo, Halier, are all standard types. Kaido sneers. They're all typical of knowing that the celestial dragons are full of evil, yet blindly believing that protecting the celestial dragons is protecting the rule of the world government. Protecting the rule of the world government is protecting the peace of the seas and the world order, thinking they're prioritizing the bigger picture, being benevolent and righteous, but in reality, they have done no actual investigation, showing arrogant hypocrisy, pretending to be benevolent. You all flaunt this so-called justice, and that so-called justice, deceiving yourselves. The most laughable is you, who claim to be resourceful. Pure justice? Urolololo. A full-blown spray of remarks. Crane remains calm. The world has never been black and white. The key lies in weighing and choosing. Xiajia has his own path to walk, and I have my own path to walk, but do you want to deny the path that Big Brother is walking? Kaido glares in anger. It is not denial, Crane replies. It is non-recognition. The order established by the government is very stable, even if the celestial dragons are full of evil. Having order is better than having no order, especially a vast global order. The collapse of a vast global order leads to great chaos, disaster, and consequences far worse than imagined. Therefore, a stable order is greater than everything. Look, Big Brother is not wrong. With your position in the Navy, you and T know about human hunting? You frequently travel between Mariewa and Marineford. You wouldn't be unaware of the misery of slaves? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Kaido scoffs in disdain. Crane says, Xiajia is at odds with the entire world. The path he is walking is doomed to fail, but because he has come, the celestial dragons will become more restrained, wearing a mask of hypocrisy, no longer so crazed towards the common people, which is undoubtedly the biggest benefit for us. This is the plundering of his victory. Shameless. Despicable. Kaido is shocked by Crane. Crane sighs slightly. Non-recognition is non-recognition. It may not work. But I know the path Xiajia walked is right. I have always known I know it, but I want to walk it. Why? Because it's too hard. Aren't you afraid they will report you? Kaido raises his chin. Crane ignores the astonished Navy and agents behind him. The government was just slow to react, which gave Shagia the opportunity. Once the government decides to target him, he won't last long. Kaido, are you prepared to accompany him down the dark path? Are you trying to incite me? Kaido asks. Crane replies, you are definitely not someone who willingly stays beneath others. One should think thrice about being a person. Think of danger, think of retreat, think of change. Urolololo. Kaido laughs, tears splashing, shaking his head and tail. I am Big Brother's brother, and your master is a celestial dragon. You still dare to play tricks on me? First, take care of your subordinates. Kaido runs away. Crane removes his pure white gloves and instantly passes through the crowd of Navy and agents. Ah, so refreshing. The worries have disappeared. Superhuman type, wash fruit ability. Crane washes a crowd of Navy, agents, and the dirty celestial dragons like doing laundry, drying them. The paper figures float away with the wind. Seemingly, even their souls, memories, and emotions have been purified. Feeling that he has won the debate against Crane, Kaido excitedly returns to the large fleet, only to collide head-on with Shagia's conqueror's haki. Big Brother, forced to revert to human form, Kaido awkwardly falls onto the deck. Kaido. Shagia touches his eyelids and asks, after paying Yumi's remuneration, how much do we have left? A whole ship. I haven't counted. Just the hold of that large warship you were resting on is full of berries, and there are gold, silver, and jewels in the storeroom. Kaido springs up like a carp. The world government's treasury is between the celestial dragon's land of the gods and Panga City. Was it affected by your battle? I only moved a small portion. The celestial dragons are so rich. The berries will be transferred to Yumi, asking him to contact 50 cargo ships in the underground world for assistance in transport, also paying double the price, with the remainder funneled into money laundering channels. Long-term purchasing food, seeds, cotton, arms, and medicine until it runs out. Yes, Big Brother. Go ahead, Big Brother. I also found 3 devil fruits in the world government's treasury. Oh, and the 2 pole arms refined with the celestial dragon's heavenly dragon's hoof that you used. I also took the time to grab. The larger one was too heavy, so I threw it on Thunder God Island. The smaller one and the 3 devil fruits are under your bed. Kaido wants to cheer up the gloomy Shagia. But how can Shagia be happy? You've worked hard. Second brother, go on, I'll be quiet for a while. Shagia forces a smile. Big Brother. Kaido frowns. Leaning against the mast, Shagia gazes at the horizon. At dusk, a thin figure descends before Shagia, dressed in a black robe, with white hair, brown skin, and a left eye socket tattooed with a floral ring. Who are you? How old are you and what brings you here? Shagia comes to his senses. Abelru, 9 years old, I want to follow you. Mr. Shagia. Shagia reaches out to rub the other's half-bald head. Too hasty, eat more, read more, sleep more, grow taller. It's not too late in a few years. I am from the Lunaria tribe, a natural warrior. Abelru gathers his courage, tears open the black robe, revealing a pair of black wings swirling with flames. Shagia chuckles. You are just a child, Abelru. You don't have to worry about the celestial dragons taking you again. Enjoy your carefree childhood for now. At 9 years old, you'll be a teenager before long. I can see it all, Mr. Shagia. I want to help you. You can see it all. What do you want to help me with? Help me kill people? No, you are not killing. You are freeing them from their pain. I want to hear the truth. I want to change my way of living. I don't want to continue repeating the fate of the Lunaria tribe for 700 or 800 years. You are very strong, and also very kind and compassionate, a great benefactor who saves us all equally. It is worth my life to follow you. And I will not regret it even if I die. If you want to change your way of living, then change your name, Jean, Abelru Jean, burning the sins and illuminating the flames of hope. Chapter 65, Joy Boy. Before the celestial dragons relocated to Mariewa, the Red Soil continent was not a no-man's land. There once stood a divine kingdom. The rulers of this divine kingdom, the Lunarians, were naturally synonymous with gods. The Lunarians were indeed gifted, tall, strong, and full of vitality, capable of surviving in any extreme environment, able to soar to the heavens and dive into the sea. They could do anything. However, the Lunarians were no match for the celestial dragons. Their kingdom was destroyed, their civilization erased, and their race slaughtered. For more than 760 years thereafter, the surviving Lunarians, exiled to the sea, began to repeatedly experience similar tragic fates, being born in remote, chaotic areas, having their identities discovered and reported, being arrested by the celestial dragons and turned into lab rats, dying from endless torture and suffering. The distinctive features of the Lunarians, white hair, brown skin, and black wings surrounded by flames, were too obvious. The bounty strategy targeting the Lunarians was also too effective. Reporting the location of a Lunarian could earn one a large sum of money. Killing a Lunarian, cutting off their black wings, or capturing them alive could yield rewards in the billions, increasing exponentially. As time passed, with the bounties on the Lunarians rising, their population plummeted, and by today, they were nearly extinct. Abel Regine was born miraculously in the Grand Line 9 years ago against such a brutal historical backdrop and extreme environment. Jean's parents were rare Lunarians who retained their pure bloodline, and out of desperation for survival, they had to cut off their own black wings. They met by chance, fell in love by chance, and originally promised to stay together until the ends of the earth, not to continue their bloodline to avoid their child's suffering in the future, but unexpectedly became pregnant and had a child late in life. Jean's mother suffered from severe bleeding during childbirth, and his father, frantic for medical help, ultimately brought disaster upon themselves, failing to escape the tragic fate of the Lunarians. Since he could remember, Jean had been dependent on his father in a laboratory cage in Mariewa, enduring daily torment from a detestable old creature referred to as Sir Gorosei. Last year, after several intense endurance experiments, Jean's weary father could no longer hold on until Jean grew up and on his deathbed. He told him, "We are sorry for bringing you into this world, Abelru. We are sorry for leaving you behind. Be strong, survive, even if alone. Crying your heart out, you must be filled with hope. The world will respond to your prayers. Observe them, learn useful things, and wait for the right opportunity. Suppose you are free, then go find the legendary Joy Boy. It doesn't matter if you can't find Joy Boy, just find a strong person who can shelter you. If he is kind and compassionate, then that would be wonderful. Support him to become Joy Boy. We are the embers of history, the remnants of an era. We were not even a match for the celestial dragons at our peak, let alone now. Believe in someone stronger and better than yourself. Entrust all your confidence to him. Along with the pressure and burdens, support him. Force him to bear this heavy trust and inescapable responsibility, and compel him to pursue the goals everyone expects of him, to become the supreme leader. Joy Boy." Jean endured alone for 11 months. The world truly responded to his prayers. The slave liberation movement in Mariewa broke out, and he was free. Jean had the conditions to escape the towering red soil continent, but recalling his father's last words, he first observed what kind of person would save him, whether they were strong, excellent, kind, and compassionate. The answer was evident. "However, Father, I have a new name, Jean, the flame that burns away evil and illuminates hope. Mr. Xia Jie does not need my support, nor does he need to become Joy Boy. He is stronger, better, kinder, and more compassionate than we imagined, an existence I cannot help but want to draw close to offer my heart." Following Xia Jie closely, Jean thought, "Just being near him brings me immense peace, allowing me to forget that pain and feel like a living person. Father, I think I have found the motivation to live in this vast and unfamiliar world." Jean was young, inexperienced, and had no burdens. He was the first to decide to follow Xia Jie, but not the last. The liberated people gradually regained their rationality. Many capable individuals thoughtfully sought out Xia Jie one after another, bowing their heads to express their willingness to follow him. Among them were many talents. Lavik, a South Sea man, organized and planned a world government member state in the South Sea, leading a peasant uprising in 4 non-world government member states, repeatedly fighting and failing. Then fighting again, a political criminal determined by the world government, with the Gorosei specifically ordering the Navy to arrest him. Because of Lavik's crimes, he was not thrown into human hunting due to his obedience in Mariewa, where the celestial dragons prepared to humiliate him enough before executing him publicly in the South Sea to instill fear. Lavik, not young anymore, had a face full of white beard, a charming demeanor, and was unkempt, He enjoyed chatting with Yumite subordinates and smoking, showing no signs of being from a wealthy plantation owner family in the South Sea. Boya, from the Grand Line, a member of the fur tribe, was a tall, emaciated figure, still full of vigor. Compared to Lavig's tumultuous life, Boya's was not complex. He started as a reckless individual adventurer, and as a rare member of the tiger fur tribe, he was targeted by slave traders, lured, imprisoned, and resold to Mariewa. The fur tribe was a warrior nation, and the tiger fur tribe was the warrior nation among warrior nations. The celestial dragons not only paid a hefty price to buy Boya, but also fed him a zoan-type cat fruit, tiger, making him extraordinarily powerful and a top contender in the celestial dragons beast fighting games. Additionally, there was the Paramecia-type Dor fruit user, West Sea pirate Jack Locke, who dared to steal gold from the heavens to aid disaster victims and was punished by the celestial dragons, having his 10 fingers severed. There were also the giant Munsa, a 12-meter giant shark-human hybrid, the Fishman tribe, and the merfolk's homeland, Fishman Island, Dragon Palace Kingdom, located in the 10,000-meter deep sea beneath the Navy's G1 fortress, were liberated and transported to Mariewa, with most choosing to plunge into the sea to return to their homeland for refuge, with only a few choosing to follow Xiajia. There were also the East Sea noble raider Sima, the North Sea mercenary Razorborg Isoloni. Many people, listening to Xiajia interact and communicate with them, Kaido was filled with confusion. They are not fools. They are quite strong. How come they are so helpless at the edge of the red soil continent? The collective blind obedience can drown out individual rationality. In their panic, they meld into the group, and independent reason is dominated by the group's ignorance and madness. Xiajia spoke lightly. Kaido said, "Brother, who do you think is capable?" Xiajia did not comment, only said, "The future lies with Barrett, Jean, Bear, Ginny, and even Shanks. It is in them. What about Ivan? He is just 2 years younger than Sakazuki. Sakazuki's birthday is coming up soon. We should meet before that." Kaido mumbled. Chapter 66. Is this damn kid 8 years old? August 10th. It has been 20 days since the God Valley Uprising, and 10 days since the slave liberation movement in Mariewa. Despite the world government's repeated attempts to block information and manipulate public opinion, they loudly proclaimed the reckless madman Rock's demise and the disintegration of the lawless and evil Rock's pirates. They emphasized that Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp was the hero who prevented the great pirate Rocks from becoming the king of the world and shattered his conspiracy to destroy the world. They claimed that due to the old buildings not befitting the identity of the world aristocrats, Mariewa was blown up and rebuilt entirely. The news, full of half-truths, flooded everywhere. But the thousands of navies and pirates who participated in the Battle of God Valley had long spread the fame of the tyrant far and wide. The Grand Mariewa turned to ruins could be explained. But how do you explain the crumbling walls of the towering Navy G1 fortress and the paralysis of operations at Redport and the four ports? There is no wall in the sea that does not let the wind through. It is impossible to hide from those who seek the truth. In a war zone, there lay a gigantic kingdom under a towering tree, the world's strongest nation, Elbaf. Stop talking nonsense. How could Rox possibly be dead? Boom! The giant prince Loki erupted in anger, hurling a pirate captain who had accidentally wandered into giant territory into the ground. Basa, it was you who asked us to find out. How could we dare to lie to you? Let's go. Indeed, he was a monster with ancient giant blood, taller than ordinary giants at just 25, and with a more volatile temper. 25, about the age of a human. 8 years old? Is this damn kid 8 years old? The pirate screamed, begging for mercy, desperately complaining, rubbing the fierce horns on his head. Loki, shouldering a massive hammer. Approached, impossible. You're lying to me. Outsider little dwarfs. Rox was so strong. He was the man who defeated me. Rox is strong, but he is definitely not the strongest in the world. A pirate gathered his courage to seek a glimmer of hope. With an imposing stance, Loki leaned closer to the speaking pirate. What do you mean? Are you saying that I, who was defeated by Rox, am insignificant? What I mean is, the God Valley incident has confirmed that the tyrant is the strongest in the world. Everyone, including Rox, is insignificant in front of that person. The pirate, frightened, shivered, and stuttered. Loki, with his eyes bound in bandages, tilted his head. Tyrant? Who is he? Former Navy Rear Admiral Double-Eyed Shajia joined the Navy through world conscription 8 years ago and, with just his own strength, immediately suppressed the arrogant Rox pirates. Not long ago, the Celestial Dragons were hunting civilians for fun in God Valley, and he noticed it. He led the Navy to rebel, joining forces with the pirates led by Rox to rush into God Valley, saving over 100,000 people, leaving the Navy and pirates dead in droves, overpowering everyone. No one could match him. The pirates whispered in a mysterious tone, "Recently, there have been rumors in the underground world that after the God Valley incident, he traveled thousands of miles and single-handedly captured the Celestial Dragon's holy land, saving hundreds of thousands of slaves, capturing Mariehua and stepping on the world government. Isn't he a hero?" Loki was intrigued. What does it mean to be a hero? He is a great hero, a king unparalleled in righteousness. It is said, the tyrant kills celestial dragons like they are chickens. The celestial dragons are untouchable. If even a hair is harmed, there are Navy admirals punishing the offenders among the world aristocrats, the descendants of the Creator. This time the world government doesn't even dare to make a sound. They haven't even publicly issued a bounty for the tyrant. My cousin was there during the God Valley incident. The tyrant Skonker's hockey overturned heaven and earth. The pirates exchanged glances, fueling their madness about Shajia. I made up my mind. Loki stood up, opening his mouth wide. I want to find him. Hey, outsider little dwarfs, set sail. What? You are too big. Our ship can't hold you. Isn't the cursed prince also a prince? The giant army of Elbaf will tear us apart. The pirates wailed in despair. Kogabe, Wang Ji, who had left God Valley early, led his subordinates to cross the doldrums, preparing to take over the pirate island hive as a foundation for achieving his dreams. Wang Ji walked a little slower, partly to wait for news of Rock's death, and partly because the Sea Kings in the doldrums were violently retaliating, killing humans who attacked them. In addition, the world government had summoned him, dressed in white, wearing a white mask, elite agents of Cypherpole directly under the Celestial Dragons, the insignia of CP0 agents. Wang Ji leaped onto a reef, casually observing the other party, saying, "Rox is dead. I'll relay information for you. The matter of stealing the treasure is no longer an issue. So why do you keep bothering me? Are you looking for death?" A murderous intent surfaced. CP0 agents broke out in a cold sweat, presenting a page of documents. "I am executing an urgent mission. This is a government fax inviting you to join the 7 warlords of the sea." The 7 warlords of the sea? Wang Ji raised an eyebrow, taking the document to read. After a moment, Wang Ji said slowly, "The conditions are good, but not generous enough. I refuse." "What specifics?" "I have no authority to respond, but I can report to the higher-ups." The CP0 agent seriously twisted open a pen and flipped open a small notebook. Wang Ji said, "I don't want to be a pirate. I pay taxes to the world government. If I become a pirate, do I still pay taxes to the world government? What logic is this? Are you dissatisfied with the share of plunder?" The CP0 agent summarized. Wang Ji cursed. "Nonsense. I leave my brothers to bleed and sweat, fighting for a haul. And 70% goes to you? Am I still a pirate? I'd be begging on my knees. I just can't kneel down because of my legs. I don't want a bunch of vampires sucking my blood on my head. That's why I became a pirate." The plunder refers not to your daily looting income, but to legal plunder income from government-assigned missions, such as punishing non-compliant affiliated countries and those opposing the government. The CP0 agent explained. Wang Ji smiled. 70% is mine. I will report to the higher-ups." The CP0 agent did not haggle. Wang Ji asked, "For the 7 warlords of the sea, who else did you invite among the other 6? Who is the king? I am specifically responsible for contacting you. I'm not clear about the other 6. The establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea will be publicly reported." The CP0 agent sighed. "Who is the king?" "The world aristocrats are kings, but the king of pirates is, of course, the pirate king. Yet, no one has ever become the pirate king. Instead, the tyrant has emerged. If it is to live under the tyrant, do you think that is a humiliation? If he stands in front of me, it's already tough for me not to kneel. Don't expect me to fight him. Need more money? Is it rumored that Mariehua has turned to ashes?" No comment. Kingdom of Proteans. After bidding farewell to friends, Dorag walked alone. Whoosh, the hood was lifted. The wind has risen. Chapter 67. Monkey D. Dragon Mr. Xia. Don't be nervous. Sit down. Everyone sit down. It's nothing serious. I just want to chat with you, understand your personal situations, any difficulties you might have, and your future plans. I'm here to do some registration for easier arrangements later on. Xia was busy conducting a census without a moment's rest. Not only was he surveying the people liberated from Mary Geos himself, but he also instructed Zephyr and others via a Din Mushy to conduct a census of those rescued from God Valley, registering their races, ethnicities, genders, ages, appearances, places of origin, educational backgrounds, work histories for those willing to stay, and home addresses for those unwilling to remain, aiming for repatriation. He was serious, meticulous, and detailed. Liberating and rescuing people wasn't the end of it. The people were not resistant to sharing their personal information. On the contrary, they felt increasingly at ease and trusted Xia more. Someone actually cares for us, who are as humble as dust. It's just, sob. Escape from hell, welcome the light. Everyone, work hard to recover. I want to follow Lord Xia. As they saw Xia off, the people whispered with gratitude and hope. As night fell, Xia returned to the temporary flagship, silently munching on dry biscuits while using the warm light of the setting sun to sift through the complicated registration information. Didn't you help the big brother? Kaido, who was diligently practicing martial arts, wiped his sweat and glanced at the handwriting on the paper, all of which was Xia's. He casually asked Xia's followers, led by Ivankov and Jean, a group of homeless, unconnected, and carefree boys and girls. We can't read, hee. Ivankov scratched his head awkwardly. Second in command. Reading is the privilege of nobles and the rich. We are the children of the poor. We are like cattle and horses. I work every day in Mary Geos. It's so tiring. If you teach us, we can help Mr. Xia. The children's straightforwardness made Kaido feel bittersweet. In a daze, Kaido realized that the big brother was forcing himself and Sakazuki to learn to read, and he would patiently teach them. Such was a luxury unattainable by ordinary people. Kaido. Xia suddenly looked up and said, "Go into the cabin and teach them to read." Following Xia's gaze, Kaido looked into the distance, where dark clouds were rolling in. A storm? Kaido didn't doubt it and moved the children. Crack! A wave of conquerors' hockey extended for dozens of miles, reaching into the rolling dark clouds, conveying Xia's will. Get lost. I mean no harm. I came to visit you. Threatening the safety of over 200,000 people's voyage. And you mean no harm? I do not welcome your visit. Sorry, I did not consider it thoroughly. The fierce wind howled, and the dark clouds dispersed. A figure descended from the sky and bowed, saying, "I apologize, Your Excellency." Monkey D. Dragon. Xia said, "People from the monkey family are naturally reckless." Dragon, aware of his wrongdoing, lowered his head to receive a reprimand. Xia continued, "Your father is now the Navy hero of the world government. Visiting me so ostentatiously, be careful not to cause him trouble. You know what I've done, right? I know. He is he, I am I, and I am no longer Navy hero. What a disgrace. How do you know me?" In a short moment, 17-year-old Dragon revealed his true colors. Xia said, "Kong once entrusted me to transfer you to the Thousand Feather Island base for training, but it was ultimately vetoed by Kong. He interfered too." Dragon muttered unhappily. Xia asked, "What is your purpose?" "I want to ask some questions." Dragon sat cross-legged on the open deck, his expression serious, adopting a posture of discussing principles. Xia took a seat. Dragon had long prepared his speech. The world government is undoubtedly a vast global organization centered around Mary Geos, with powerful and large member states as its backbone, and small and weak countries as its wings, together constructing a global order framework that covers the entire world. This world order framework, existing for 700 or 800 years, is quite stable, and people are accustomed to it. If it is recklessly destroyed, it will inevitably lead to massive global chaos and disaster. Is there a possibility of replacing this order framework without using violent means, using gentle methods to subtly replace it? After all, reshaping a global order framework is bound to take a long time, undergo countless bloodshed and sacrifices, and may not even succeed. No one can guarantee that the massive chaos and disaster can be swiftly quelled, can they? A classic arithmetic problem. Xiajie felt slightly disappointed in Dragon. This is not a banquet. There is no possibility of everyone enjoying themselves. It is a violent act of one class overthrowing another. I stand with the slave class, representing the vast majority of the world. I have actual investigations and facts to support my actions. What about you, Dragon? Content. Do you have actual investigations and facts to support your ideology? Or are you just like your father, Kong, Sengoku, and Crane? What kind of people? Dragon frowned deeply. Xiajie replied, people who think those outside the world government are not human. People who think that slaves and commoners without homes, land, food, or clothing are not human. Those who sit idly by and ignore drowning people. Those who look down from above, pointing out the world without being grounded. Self-righteously claiming to care about the big picture just because they are part of it. I am not that kind of person. The young and impetuous Dragon's face suddenly turned red. Xiajie said, but your ideology is not much different from theirs. The commoners you perceive and the commoners I perceive seem like different species. Dragon pursed his stubborn lips and fell silent. Is the so-called global order framework that you speak of truly covering the entire world? Or the member states of the world government? Or non-member states? What lies beyond them? Is this order framework really stable? Just because it has existed for 700 or 800 years doesn't mean it is stable. Who told you that conclusion? The world is not unchanging. The most obvious fact is that the population is surging. Both the slave class and the slave owner class are growing. Land and resources are constant, but the number of the slave owner class is increasing. To satisfy their luxurious lives, the powerful take more and more, while the weak slave class is increasing but getting less and less. Have you ever seen the noble lords of the slave owner class willingly share even a tiny bit with the commoners of the slave class? Today, not oppressing you commoners is just because I, the noble lord, am feeling kind. In this order framework, the slave owner class is comfortable. Comfortable for 700 or 800 years is still not enough. What about the slave class? Starve to death. Steal. Resist. Be slaughtered. The celestial dragons human hunting in Mary Geos, Red Harbor, Four Harbors, and across the sea bridge treats humans as consumables, which maintains the stability of this order framework through the slaughter of the slave class. Do you think the vested interests of the Navy and the slave owner class are unaware? They know and are complicit. Starving to death is widespread. Resisting is me. Stealing is the pirates. Without my resistance, the increasingly numerous and powerful pirates might eventually shake this order framework. Very stable? Xiajie spoke sternly, using gentle methods to subtly replace this order framework. What gentle methods? Demonstrations, sit-ins, protests. If you don't protest or demonstrate, they will find excuses for human hunting and play their killing games. Why would they listen to you and give up the wealth they have plundered for hundreds of years, abandoning the exalted position they have enjoyed for hundreds of years? They have become accustomed to doing as they please, used to devouring others. Do you expect them to obediently exit the stage of history? Are you the one who is crazy, or are they the ones who are crazy? Chapter 68. Do celestial dragons really lack guts? Without investigation, there is no right to speak. Dragon, go investigate. Even if it's a tangled arithmetic problem called how many people will die. Go investigate. Go investigate how many islands there are in the world, how many countries are part of the world government, how many countries are not, how many legal regions and illegal zones exist. Go investigate their populations, the proportions of the population, how people live if they have houses to live in, land to farm, enough food to eat, and clothes to wear. How many live in extreme poverty with uncertain futures? What is the average lifespan? Go investigate how many people have been killed by the human hunting of the celestial dragons throughout history. How many lives have been lost to the grand architectural wonders of Mariewa, Redport, Four Ports, the Cross-Sea Bridge, and naval fortresses. Go investigate colonial wars, geopolitical conflicts, arms trafficking, slave trading, and the hidden hands behind disasters and famines that have claimed countless lives. Xiajie shook his head helplessly, turned to the frightened dragon, and said, Go investigate. Understand the world with an objective mindset. Truly grasp what justice is, what evil is, what peaceful order is, and what violent chaos is. Don't just assume answers for yourself. If you don't join the Navy, you can't prove that you, your father, Kong, Sengoku, and Crane are not of the same kind. Your ways of thinking are highly aligned. And unless you change your ideology, you will always be one type of person. The only difference is that they know their theory of the greater good and order is a lie, deceiving both others and themselves, and you haven't figured that out yet. They also started out like you, lacking the courage to directly resist hegemony, then finding reasons to comfort their uneasy consciences, and as time passed, their consciences decayed, making them even less courageous to turn back. And they have become at ease with witnessing cannibalism, or even accustomed to dining on it, and must walk down this dark path to the end. Xiajia's back was lonely and desolate. Dragon was too immature. Dragon was also frustrated and aggrieved. My dad never scolded me, leaning against the ship's wall in despair. Dragon bathed in the starlight, suppressing the impulsiveness deep within, and patiently contemplated Xiajia's words. The next day, Xiajia ignored Dragon and continued the population census. Dragon mixed in with a group of turnips, following Xiajia's footsteps, observing his every move. When Xiajia chose a teacher to teach a group of boys and girls to read, Dragon stood out. Do you have any questions? Xiajia asked during a meal break. Do celestial dragons have guts? Do celestial dragons really lack guts? Dragon hesitated. Not to mention celestial dragons, the giants who are naturally tall, strong, and long-lived. Do the giants lack guts? The Lunarians, Fishmen, Mink tribe, and Bakunian, who among them does not possess inherent strength far exceeding that of humans? First, the giants, Lunarians, Fishmen, etc., are all humans, special races. Humans can be divided by race and ethnicity, but not by species. Your understanding has been distorted by the world government. Xiajia said. Second, do celestial dragons have guts? Is not meant for you to ponder whether celestial dragons have guts. It is to awaken your spirit of resistance. If you can't even understand this and are fixated on superficiality, then your reading has been in vain. In this world of extraordinary power and phenomena, power, wealth, and even strength and intelligence can indeed be inherited through blood, sex, and maternal child transmission. A person's social status, wealth, strength, and intelligence are also unequal due to differences in resources accepted, individual differences, and random opportunities. However, a person's character should be equal. If someone is unwilling to be equal, then that's when do celestial dragons have guts takes effect. As long as this phrase exists, as long as the spirit of resistance exists, as long as people stand up and refuse to kneel and become slaves, regardless of whether our cause succeeds or fails, at least those who are used to cannibalism must shift from brazenly feasting on it to secretly tasting it. They fear the birth of a new U.S. It has profound historical significance. Do not question it lightly. In an instant, Dragon understood his immaturity. Son of a hero, you're really amusing. Discussing who has guts in front of Big Brother, when Big Brother has crushed the eggs of the celestial dragons. Who else has guts? Wu-luo, luo, luo. Kaido's crude banter mocked the newly acquainted Dragon. Dragon forced a smile and said seriously, Mr. Xiajia, I'm ready to investigate as per your guidance. Is there anything I can help with along the way? Yes, Xiajia said. Let us exchange contact information. If you encounter Vegapunk or Germa's 66 Kingdom, please remember to contact me. Dragon readily agreed. Yes. The wind picked up. Kaido released his observation haki. Nature type ability? It's quite hard to perceive his true form without careful sensing. Probably. Xiajie said. Kaido asked, Big Brother, why not use the underground world S channels to find Vegapunk or Germa's 66 Kingdom? Vegapunk is a highly popular genius scientist, and Germa's 66 Kingdom is known as the War Hyena, the mercenary world. They are registered in the underground world. Vegapunk is always under the surveillance of the world government. Xiajie said, I wanted to eliminate Germa's 66 Kingdom in the North Sea, but unfortunately, the Vinsmoke family fled quickly and spent a fortune in the underground world to block their position against me. Ghostly troubles. Kaido sneered. Xiajie cast a sideways glance. Kaido awkwardly laughed and changed the subject. You've spent more than half of the 20 days agreed upon with those 5 old geezers, and we've only traveled a small portion of the route to Totland. What should we do? When soldiers come, block with soldiers, when water comes, block with earth. Even if we reach top land, the open and secret attacks from the world government will still come. Xiajie said, I'll give you a task. What task? Kaido asked eagerly. Xiajie opened his notebook and tore off a page. This is the naval base where the world government stores dynamite rock, about 100 nautical miles to the north of our route. Dynamite rock, a natural bomb said to rival ancient weapons, exploding upon contact with oxygen. Kaido also had his own little quirks, often collecting various weapon information. He was a rather unqualified military enthusiast. Xiajie said, It's just a claim. Your task is to safely obtain it. No problem. Wu luo luo luo. Kaido exclaimed joyfully. I'll take care of it in no time. This task doesn't test your brute force. Try to handle it independently. Xiajie patted his backside and left. Kaido's face fell. What? Quickly turn my brain around. Handling it independently doesn't mean going solo, right? It means working with others? Oh, wu luo luo luo. Then there must be a paramecia user among them. The fleet still lacks a vehicle. Chapter 69, The Seven Warlords of the Sea, August 12th. After more than 10 days of brewing, the policies of the world government have borne fruit. The Seven Warlords of the Sea are officially announced, instantly shocking the seas. The five elders made an extraordinary move, starting by revealing three notorious pirates. The pirate patriarch, Wang Ji, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, and now the master of Pirate Island, Hive, and the Sharp Pepper, Qing Jiao, a citizen of the Flower Country in the West Sea and the 12th pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy. However, the true figure representing the Seven Warlords of the Sea is not the well-connected Wang Ji or the powerful Qing Jiao, as they lack that strength. It is the solitary pirate, the Red Count, the aloof Red Baloric Ledifield. Closing the Underground World news broadcast, Yomit rubbed his large hands. This is not for the pirates. It is for you, Your Excellency Xiajie. It is estimated that Wang Ji had already colluded with the world government in private. He and John are spies and traitors bought by the world government within the Rocks Pirates, both of whom are looking forward to Rox's demise. Xiajie judged. His joining the Seven Warlords of the Sea is for the sake of profit. Yomit is not clear about the tangled affairs of the Rocks Pirates and does not speak out of turn. Xiajie said, Qing Jiao is just a number filler. A number filler? That sharp-headed guy has a bounty of 542 million berries. Oh, that's true. In front of you, Your Excellency Xiajie. Even pirates with bounties of 2 or 3 billion berries are insignificant. Even if he speaks out of turn, Yomit does not forget to flatter Xiajie, maintaining a very low profile. Xiajie explained. The Flower Country in the West Sea, the Germa 66 Kingdom in the North Sea, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom in the Calm Belt are all typical pirate nations, where the military has become pirate-like and bandit-like, maintaining domestic demand through plundering expeditions. The bounty of 542 million berries was a misunderstanding caused by the world government initially not knowing that Qing Jiao, who ventured out into the Grand Line, was from the Flower Country. In the past 2 years, when Qing Jiao returned to the Flower Country to inherit the 12th pillar of the Eight Treasures Navy, the world government immediately stopped the bounty to avoid the embarrassing situation of having the leader of a member nation's military being a wanted criminal. The Flower Country is a member nation of the world government, and the Eight Treasures Navy already has legal privateer rights. Qing Jiao is a legitimate pirate. His joining the Seven Warlords of the Sea is likely a way for the world government to bolster its power and to bring someone in as a number filler, in return for granting the Flower Country participation in a world conference. Xiajie guessed correctly. The world government facilitated Qing Jiao's joining the Seven Warlords of the Sea as a political transaction with the Flower Country. Yomit said, You understand so much. What about the aloof Red? It is rumored that this person is a recluse who completely dislikes interacting with anyone. It would be simplest for the world government to invite him to join the Seven Warlords of the Sea by promising not to disturb him and providing him with a piece of uninhabited land. It would be hard for him to refuse. Xiajie reminisced. About 5 years ago, I met him. He is a pitiful person, but also a detestable one. How so? Yomit asked curiously. He possesses the special observation Haki mind reading. The naturally awakened observation Haki can passively read others' hearts, but humans, as beings, have a dirty and evil side. Especially since he comes from a wealthy, noble family with a cold family bond and a treacherous environment, Passively encountering the dirty and evil side of humanity only amplifies that. Xiajia said, the more he grows, the stronger his mind reading becomes. He still cannot control the switch between passive and active techniques. His talent is tainted with a curse, and his mind gradually descends into depravity, twisted by the influence of a pirate crew he encountered in his childhood. He then ran away from home, stepping onto a path of degeneration, indulging in the sea and venting accumulated negative emotions. Haven't you fought him? Yomit asked. Xiajie said, he has mind reading, so he ran off far away. The 7 warlords of the sea are not coming for me. They are coming for the member and non-member nations of the world government. Big brother, the dragon descends from the heavens. Kaido looks delighted. We have secured the dynamite rock. Even the safe that stored the dynamite rock has been moved onto the Navy's large warship. We also seized the Navy base's armory, another large warship, and 3 medium and small warships. The gains are impressive. What about casualties? Xiajie asked. Kaido proudly puffed out his chest. Our troops had no casualties. The enemy was utterly defeated. Well done. My little brother is making progress. Xiajie praised him. Yomit, can we still draw personnel to operate those ships? Xiajie asked. Yomit considered and said, we can still draw personnel to operate 2 large Navy warships. That's the limit. Sorry, Your Excellency Xiajie. No need to apologize. I should thank you. Xiajie waved his hand and turned to Kaido before the 50 cargo ships from the underground world arrive. Can you be responsible for towing those 3 medium and small warships? Why not? It's a chance to train the capabilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit. The happy Kaido did not back down. Xiajie said, let's discuss the details of the mission. How did you manage it? Kaido vividly described how he organized the thief J-Lock, the great white shark giant fish Munsa, Razorbog, and tiger fur Triboya, using J-Lock's door-door fruit ability to infiltrate the Navy base and wreak havoc. Progress has been made. You know not to act recklessly. But, did you scout beforehand? Did you plan a retreat route? What were the key points of the night raid? You said it yourself. Dynamite rock is a bomb that explodes upon contact with air. There was no risk of hitting the target. So why not use Conqueror's Haki to clear the area and reduce the risk factor? Xiajie questioned in succession. Kaido scratched his head. Xiajie said, this time you led a small, elite team with strong capabilities. I won't criticize your choice. However, if in the future you lead a large group with weaker individual strength, being so careless and hasty won't be good. Calm down, keep your cool, and think things through. Yes, big brother. Kaido restrained his excitement. Xiajie said, how do you feel about the 4 of them? The strongest boya turned out to be the most timid, accustomed to obeying orders after being tamed by the celestial dragons. J-Lock is bold and meticulous. He's also a troublemaker. Razor is cruel and perverted, and Munsa. Kaido grinned. She is eager to ask questions about you, her heart fluttering, wishing she could lay eggs on the spot. No wonder she's your big sister. She really cherishes the big sister. Get out of here. Xiajie laughed and scolded. Ha ha ha. Kaido burst into laughter. Xiajie sighed. Patting Kaido, people's talents differ. I won't force you to develop the qualities to command a legion in the future. Perhaps your specialty is leading the charge, fighting alongside the elite, but you at least need to understand the inner workings and know how to use people effectively. Understand, big brother? Why are you worried again? We took the so-called dynamite rock, which is comparable to ancient weapons, without losing a single soldier. Such a powerful weapon. The world government has lost it, and we have it in our hands. This is a win-win situation. We win twice. Isn't it worth celebrating? The dynamite rock is not the key. The key is that it is one of the keys to unlock the endpoint. Endpoint? What is that? Chapter 70, Admiral Mary Geos. The 5 elders have recovered well and are in good spirits. The dynamite rock is said to rival ancient weapons, but that's just talk. A rumor that others repeat. It is merely a more powerful bomb. We know best that compared to the true ancient weapons, Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus is not worth a laugh. Upon learning that the naval base storing the dynamite rock has fallen, the 5 elders were not panicked. Their emotions were remarkably stable. What matters is that the location of the dynamite rock is a government secret. Besides us, the Knights of God, and the past admirals, The only people in the know are the naval soldiers guarding the dynamite rock. How does Xiajie know? Wrapped in bandages, Peter said. He knows too much. Which is indeed strange. Naza paced, healthy but limping. There are always things in the world that are hard to understand. Perhaps it's a devil fruit ability related to divination, detection, or perception. Maybe he picked up on careless rumors? He is a very perceptive person. He is also a very meticulous person. Looking at Xiajie's actions, no matter how crazy or reckless they seem, they are clearly premeditated, just like this time. He probably planned to seize the dynamite rock while leading that group of bugs to escape. Maz pointed at the New World map on the coffee table, marking one of the 5 great routes in the initial phase of the New World. Vachely adjusted his right eye prosthetic and said, if he doesn't seize the dynamite rock, I almost forgot. Endpoint. The wheelchair-bound Satan seamlessly took over the conversation. As the self-proclaimed exceptional scientist, Satan is the only one of the 5 elders who has retained his disability. He is hesitating about the method of grafting his severed limb. Vokudi-sang, Endpoint. Faz Island, Saikin Island, and End Island, 3 islands buried with excessive magma. Once they are destroyed, the Earth's crust will have a chain reaction, which could potentially ignite a great fire that consumes the New World. Satan added, that is also why I ordered the Navy to build secret bases not far from these 3 islands to store the dynamite rock for future use. But unexpectedly, it was taken advantage of by Xiajie. Satan, you are the god of scientific defense, and Endpoint is also your final assessment. We must reevaluate the likelihood of destroying Endpoint and triggering a great fire that burns the New World. Maz's expression was serious. Naza said, if it's comparable to the dynamite rock and ancient weapons, then it's meaningless. It should be in the range of 40 to 70%. Satan stroked his staff. Peter exclaimed, is it really that uncertain? The world is not static. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes can change the environment, affecting the likelihood of Endpoint rising or falling. Environment God Maz said. Satan replied, unless absolutely necessary, I do not recommend touching Endpoint. The New World still has many interests of the government, like Elbaf favored by the Creator God, and Wayno. I also worry that the great fire that burns the New World could affect Mary Geos, harming both others and ourselves. The dynamite rock is not critical. An Endpoint is not critical either. Vachely, with his single eye, glared angrily. The key is that Xiajie knows about Endpoint. Doesn't he want to save people? Are there not enough people in the entire New World for him to save? Naza said, should we launch the next phase of the offensive against Xiajie around Endpoint? The distances between Endpoint, Mary Geos, and Totland are not bad. A strategy of fatigue. Repeatedly wear him down, making him choose between protecting the group of bugs he saved or protecting the entire New World. Peter got excited. Satan cooled the heated atmosphere. Calm down, comrades. The New World is not just Xiajie's New World. If we destroy Endpoint and the news of a great fire spreading through the New World leaks, wouldn't we be forcing the various forces of the New World to unite under Xiajie? Pirates, giants, so many countries. How immense is their power? Vachely said, the government at that time spent a lot to make the world believe that Endpoint is just a legend, to prevent ambitious people from taking advantage of it. Xiajie, with a clear target of seizing the dynamite rock, should know it is not a legend. The pirates of the New World are unruly. Special races are isolated from the world, and countries are scheming against each other. They have never united. I suggest we give it a try. The words were firm. Maz hesitated. Who will specifically leak information to Xiajie? Wangji. The warlords of the sea are just for this. Vachely said. Satan said. The dynamite rock is extremely rare. What was taken was all of it, and new ones have not yet been discovered. What do we have to destroy those 3 islands? If we don't blow up 1 or 2 of those 3 islands, how can we attract Xiajie? A suitable devil fruit ability, I suppose. After all, Naza murmured. Maz said, who is responsible for restraining Xiajie on those 3 islands? Who is responsible for deep infiltration into the New World's heart, attacking the group of bugs he saved in the Totland area ruled by Big Mom? This left Vachely speechless. Peter said, should we first consolidate the Navy, strengthen our forces, and adopt a strategy of overwhelming numbers? Bang! Clatter! Are we just going to let him escape smoothly? I want to be satisfied. Vachali angrily smashed the coffee table. Neza Sharu sighed. After 2 consecutive victories, his momentum is soaring right now. To be frank, even we are not willing to clash with him head-on in a short time, let alone expect others to pull his whiskers. What we urgently need are fools who have not witnessed Siajia's might. Madmen, egomaniacs, reckless people. They do not believe in evil and dare to fight. Have we made any progress in recruiting for the world? Maz asked. Satan replied, yes. Some major powers among the affiliated countries are well informed and realize that Siajia is by no means an ordinary enemy. They are rare in actively supplying talent to the government. There are also demands to relieve burdens and political transactions. Neza Sharu said, just like the Bollywood kingdom, where the young king doubts the situation is turbulent, and the 5-star Marshal Mike Dog is arrogant. The young new King Hanberg is also not easy to deal with. Under the pretext of world recruitment, he united a group of nobles and kicked Mike Dog away. Peter snorted coldly. 5 stars? Huh. There's also Saint. Satan angrily said, a slave girl who claims to have dreamt of divine revelations. After helping the country win the war and becoming a war hero, is revered by the people as the Saint Girl. Her king, on the surface, fears that the saint name offends the world's nobility and decides to execute her by fire. In reality, he fears that her existence will incite the slaves and shake his own rule. That shameless bastard who dared to shift the blame onto us. When I asked for the slave girl, I actually asked for an exorbitant price, truly detestable. The trivial details are not worth caring about. Neza Sharu said, the politically defeated Mike Dog, the Saint Girl Jean betrayed by her own king, General Alexander Andrew, the cleaner Von Hanley, and the Iron Lady Mary Singhdani all have the strength to be directly promoted to admiral, with powerful talent among the vice-admirals. Bill 6 of the Rashawang Kingdom is also cleaning up the gray livestock and has opened up military sources. The situation is very promising. Chapter 71, Member States of the World Government, West Sea, the Kingdom of Bollywood. Over 50, my Deoj stood in front of the floor-length mirror, inspecting his outfit from left to right repeatedly. A flamboyant military hat, a pristine military uniform adorned with several dazzling medals of honor on his chest, and a Navy standard cloak inscribed with the word justice. From head to toe, from front to back, my Deoj meticulously adjusted every detail, striving for perfection. Finally satisfied, my Deoj took a pipe offered by a servant and strode out of his home. Long time no see, Mr. My Deoj. The naval brigadier general responsible for welcoming my Deoj saluted excitedly with his subordinates. Although my Deoj had not officially joined the Navy, it did not hinder their admiration for him. The reason was simple. My Deoj looked impressive, well-dressed, with a dignified appearance, strong features, a tall and well-proportioned stature. And even the stubble on his chin and the gray hair hinted at his maturity and reliability. The chaotic and disordered Navy needed talents like him. Let's go, my Deoj said without returning the salute, like a proud rooster. Riding in a carriage to the port, crowds gathered on both sides of the road. Farewell, General Mai. Bring glory to the country. Marshal of the 5 stars. Mr. Deoj can directly hold the rank of Admiral in the Navy. The people cheered enthusiastically, scattering flowers, creating a lively scene. Only my Deoj himself had a rather grim expression. In front of the Navy warship, my Deoj saw the instigator of it all, the new king of the Kingdom of Bollywood, Han Boj. Han Boj, who was naturally clumsy on his feet, walked slowly and unsteadily. You still walk very slowly, Boj. My Deoj addressed his king as if he were junior. Han Boj raised his thin face, with long bushy eyebrows and a slightly flushed hawk-like nose covered in fine beads of sweat. Though I walk slowly, I never take a step back. It's more likely that you can't back down, my Deoj mocked. Han Boj was not angry. Instead, he calmly replied, is it pleasant to be burdened by fame? How can one avoid being controlled by what they have created themselves? Uncle Deoj. My Deoj instantly stiffened. Han Boj reached out and pinned another golden medal on my Deoj. A court minister shouted at the top of his lungs. His Majesty the King bestows the highest honor of the kingdom upon Marshal my Deoj. Applause erupted like a tidal wave, lasting for a long time. Han Boj smiled and said, in your 50s, it's the perfect age to venture out. Work hard in the Navy, Old soldiers don't die. They just fade away. Hee hee. Just don't let others see through your capabilities. My Daoge's mouth twitched. Pay attention to that man named Jia. Assist the celestial dragons, and definitely at all costs, kill him. His thoughts are too dangerous. If he gains influence, not just the celestial dragons, but all the nobles in the world, including us, will be buried without a trace. Han Boj patted my Daoge's shoulder lightly. The country looks forward to your triumph. My Daoge mechanically boarded the ship, gradually drifting away amidst the deafening noise. Silently vowing, I will come back. At the port, Han Boj was helped into a carriage, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his face. An old servant who had cared for Han Boj since childhood said with awe, a bloodless war is truly thrilling. You are already an outstanding monarch, Your Majesty. The Kingdom of Bollywood is a joint rule by the nobility, and while Han Boj is royal, my Daoge is also a noble of merit. The two families have intermarried countless times throughout history, which also means that power can potentially shift during the process of bloodline integration. My Daoge was keenly aware of this, which is why he wanted to try to manipulate the newly crowned king, but he was mistaken, arrogantly ignoring why the half-disabled Han Boj stood out among a group of royal candidates. Han Boj suddenly said, announce the early convening of the Nobility Council to discuss the following matters. First, prepare to lift the population control line to manage population loss. Second, military reform and expansion. Third, restart colonial expansion. Fourth, strengthen patriotic education and require the entertainment industry to cooperate. Your Majesty, are you overthinking this? That man named Jia is dangerous. And the celestial dragons are even more dangerous, whispered a staff member in the corner. The great powers and nobles of the member states of the world government have formed a special tacit understanding with the celestial dragons at the center of Mariewa over the course of 760 years. The celestial dragons indeed possess the absolute military power to destroy any member state and dominate its noble class. But they also understand that this is a different matter from genuinely controlling and manipulating each national entity. They lack the ability and willingness to take over 160 or 70 national entities. They must rely on the noble classes of these countries to manage and continuously supply resources to maintain their hegemonic system over the world. The noble classes of these countries also depend on the celestial dragons' absolute military power to safeguard their internal and external interests, the cost being merely money, materials, and troops. Where can one find a long-lasting rule that is both secure and hereditary? Therefore, small and weak nations that are eliminated from the competition, their nobility is not qualified to know. However, the nobility of great and strong nations understands the demands of the celestial dragons. They strictly adhere to not exceeding the 100 million population limit, and if they approach that limit, the ruthless ones incite war, spread disease, and famine, while the soft-hearted ones expel or exile. They do not establish powerful armies, a kingdom military that merely serves as a facade, intimidating the commoners and slaves. With a few loyal elites by their side is sufficient. They do not engage in rampant colonial expansion, with only occasional minor skirmishes. Of course, the nobility are not innocent. They do not want to bear the infamy themselves. No matter what goes wrong, they shift the blame onto the celestial dragons. It was the celestial dragons who forced us. We didn't want to. It's all the celestial dragons' fault. We have our difficulties. People, please understand, even if they indulge in vanity and pleasure and exploit too harshly, they still claim, if we fail to pay the heavenly golden taxes, we will lose our status as a member state and become an illegal country without human rights. Mutual benefit and mutual exploitation. This is the special tacit understanding between the great powers and nobles of the member states of the world government and the celestial dragons at the center of Mariewa. They are highly bound together and inseparable. Han Boj said, it's not that I am overly cautious. It's just that not long after the Valley of the Gods incident broke out, that man named Jia traveled thousands of miles and captured the celestial dragon's holy land. What? The information we received from our spies in the Shambadi archipelago last night. Oh my God, war will not wait for us to be fully prepared. Moreover, the war has already begun. Han Boj anxiously gazed towards the direction of the New World. South Sea, the kingdom of Rashuan. Thousands of thinly clad, dirty-faced soldiers were walking off the battlefield, being herded like slaves onto the Navy's warships. Meanwhile, the young king of the kingdom of Roshawan, Bill 6, wrapped in a luxurious warm coat, was drinking and enjoying the snow with the king of the opposing nation in this war. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, the tall and robust Bill 6 stretched and said, "Pastor?" "Yes," said a taller and more robust black-robed pastor, bowing his head. Bill 6 said, "Remember to comfort their souls. Although they are gray livestock, they're still my gray livestock." "Yes," the pastor replied. "By the way," Bill 6 instructed, "Alexander Andrew, do not preach in the Navy. The celestial dragons do not eradicate religion, but they suppress missionary activities." Chapter 72. Old soldiers never die, they just. August 16th. With Umite's passionate promotion and Summer's promise of generous rewards, 50 large cargo ships from the underworld arrived one after another, greatly improving the living conditions for the overcrowded 250,000 to 260,000 people. After dispersing the crowds day and night, Summer and the others let out a long sigh of relief, with many collapsing in exhaustion. Kaido, full of energy, put his hands on his hips and said, "We have enough vehicles. We have sufficient supplies. The most difficult part of the evacuation work has basically been resolved. Next, we need to maintain order in the fleet, be vigilant against the harassment of the world government, and guard against the unpredictable climate of the new world." Damn it, why are there still so many difficulties? After a moment of enthusiasm, Kaido soon became dejected. Summer said, "There's no need to create difficulties out of nothing. Just keep a calm mindset. If you're bored, teach Ivankov and Jean some basic martial skills." "All right." Kaido, who was too lazy to accompany Summer in his bureaucratic work, was about to leave when Umite came running over, holding up a newspaper. "Lord Summer, you must take a look at this." The newspaper was brought by the cargo ships from the reinforcements. Just 2 days ago, on August 14th, the world government couldn't wait to announce the preliminary results of the world conscription, granting the rank of admiral to 2 powerful figures, filling 2 long vacant positions in the Navy. They also granted the rank of vice admiral to 5 capable individuals. The world government claimed it would promote more outstanding personnel, regardless of whether they belonged to its member countries, calling on civilian strongmen to actively enlist and contribute to the eradication of rampant pirates and evil rebels. Evil rebels. Are they talking about us? Right? Kaido squinted at the small print on the newspaper, struggling to read. Summer simply held the newspaper up to Kaido's face. "Let me see what this is about." Kaido sat cross-legged on the deck, narrowing his eyes. Former 5-star Marshal Mike Doug of the Bollywood Kingdom. Former General Priest Alexander Andrew of the Roshuan Kingdom, granted the rank of Admiral. What the hell? Admirals can be promoted directly from nothing. Summer corrected him. They're not from nothing. They are retained combat power from powerful member countries under the world government, with decent military training and personal strength. It's not unprecedented either. The world government has a tradition of forcing its member countries to contribute top combat power through world conscription or absorbing civilian strongmen into key positions in the Navy. Pointing to himself, Summer said, "Aren't I one of them? But that's an admiral. Bro, no matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than you? You were just granted the rank of rear admiral." Kaido still found it hard to believe. Summer smiled. "They are insiders being digested by the world government, while I am an outsider recruited by the world government. The political symbolism is different. The generosity of the world government now is still because of you," Kaido mumbled. Summer said, "You could say that. Do you know them?" Kaido asked. Summer replied, "While investigating the information of the world government's member countries, I came across details about a few of them. Mike Doug is some kind of devil fruit user, arrogant and self-important. He has a famous saying, 'Old soldiers never die. They just fade away.' As a result, when veterans in the Bollywood Kingdom marched to demand pay from the nobles, he commanded the cavalry to trample them with a charge, saying, 'Old soldiers never die. They just get stuck under horse hooves. Purely a beast.' The new vice admirals in the Navy, Iron Lady Mary Singh Danny, Cleaner Van Havonley, Ansi, Sunma, Do, are also similar beasts skilled at suppressing the populace, with countless heinous crimes. I don't know much about the rest. But it's quite strange that Alexander Andrew and Jean are the new Navy Priest Admiral and Saint Girl Vice Admiral, respectively, with a strong religious tint. Furrowing his brows, Summer said, either the world government is desperate and throwing in random solutions, or they consider them disposable resources to deal with me. I don't understand, brother. Kaido scratched his head in confusion. Summer explained, the world government does not eliminate religion because it fits into the slavery system that tames people through physical means and can spiritually tame people to accept their servitude. The most common method is to hypnotize people into believing you are a slave in this life. It is a test from the gods. The more you suffer, the more the gods recognize your piety, the more noble your status will be in the next life, and the greater your blessings will be. But religion also has its problems. Because it overly adapts to the slavery system, it can easily sway people's hearts, grow rapidly, and threaten the ruling class of nobles. Moreover, the methods of collecting followers are often outrageous, empty promises. How can followers believe they can be fulfilled? Create an omniscient and omnipotent God. As Summer analyzed, Kaido suddenly realized. Kaido said with a grin. The celestial dragons claim to be gods. They're real gods. So how can any random false god steal their spotlight? That's one aspect. On the other hand, there's the age-old notion of the divine right of kings, Summer continued. The gods of religion would compete with the celestial dragons for the supreme authority to grant kingship. That's incredibly complicated. Kaido shook his head vigorously. Yumite gazed at Kaido with admiration, half advising and half lamenting. Mr. Kaido, what Lord Summer said are truths that even kings might not fully comprehend. Priceless secrets and intangible wealth. Some knowledge exaggerated. He said, there should be opportunities for professional scholars to research and popularize it. I guarantee they will explain it better than I can. Summer said, Kaido, the struggle will never stop. Don't think that defeating the celestial dragons and the noble class allied with them means the job is done. The enemies in the future will be more troublesome and more distressing. Once you step onto this path, you can only continue to fight, fighting until you are shattered, fighting until those who come after you follow in your footsteps. Without struggle, what is there to rebel against? The 7 warlords of the sea and the World Conscription Order are both internal and external strategic decisions. The Gorosei are activating this massive war machine of the world government, demonstrating the control the celestial dragons have over the world and the unity of the noble class led by them, unaffected by setbacks in God Valley and Mariewa. The Gorosei also openly demonstrate that they plan to normally drive a large number of slaves to rebuild the Holy Land, allowing Red Port and 4 ports to accommodate ordinary citizens. The so-called ordinary citizens are likely to be relatives of the Navy. In short, they provoke me. If you're not afraid of harming the innocent, then attack Mariewa again. Allowing ordinary citizens into Red Port and 4 ports is a brilliant plan inspired by Satan's inspection and rebuilding. Summer said, newspapers are great. Just a few pages contain such rich information. It's a pity we don't have our own channel to voice our opinions. I also want to respond to the Gorosei. Lord Summer. Summer's openness and boldness inspired Yumite, who said without hesitation, we have a channel. The Underground World channel is also a channel. Chapter 73, Seeking Talents. Killing the Celestial Dragon before the large-scale cultivation and application of news delivery birds. Global newspapers and magazines generally adopted a joint operation and chain operation model. The headquarters is usually located in the Shambadi archipelago, within the realm of the world government, responsible for gathering information, selecting content, and standardizing layout. They then utilize telephone bugs and fax machines to set up branches in major cities of the New World and around the globe, with each branch responsible for printing, wholesale, and distribution, ultimately sold by countless newsstands and vendors. Regional newspapers and magazines follow a similar model. The world government has always maintained strict control over news channels. Whether they are global or regional, any entity of significant size will be monitored by Cypherpol and often receive manipulation directives from Mariewa. Thus, the news channels in the underground world that Yumite mentioned are small papers that the world government looks down upon, private networks of intelligence brokers, word of mouth from smuggling fleets, and a mix of various other sources. However, even if the underground news channels have poor dissemination, they are still better than having none. Xiajie spent a night contemplating and wrote two short articles in straightforward and simple language. The first is titled, Seeking Talents. The second is titled, Killing the Celestial Dragon. Yumite threw them into the underground world. On August 17th, at noon, in just half a day, the five elders were informed. The underground world is not a place where the world government cannot intrude. Behind the large-scale arms, slave, and drug trades are often the dirty hands supported by Cypherpole. The world government is the largest and strongest arms dealer, slave trading group, and drug producer in the world. Those dirty hands mockingly say, sometimes finding the fingerprints of celestial dragons on such matters can be quite embarrassing. A fence requires 3 stakes. A hero needs 3 helpers. One cannot sail far alone. I've heard that many virtuous people in the world are unable to showcase their talents due to the oppression of a dark society. Why not join me in overthrowing the man-eating nobles and crushing the evil of slavery? Life is short. Do not regret your mediocrity and waste the time when you grow old. Let us fight together for the most magnificent cause in this world, liberating humanity. Shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. I await you in the new world. Decay. Pitt read through Seeking Talents. Vachali's single I was fixed on Pitt, causing him to feel uneasy. What's wrong? Why are you so emotional? Vachali roared, spitting as he did. Pitt opened his mouth, speechless. Maz said, he's countering the government as warlord and world conscription order. Does he really think his temporary fame can compare to the government as accumulated prestige over 700 or 800 years? Nazashiru sneered. Legitimacy, power, wealth, charisma. What does he have that can compare to us? Ridiculous. He knows that life is short. He recalls his debate with Xiajie about eternity and immortality, which still haunts Satan. Pitt shrugged. You can read the second article yourselves. So you want to blame me? Give it to me. Vachali snatched it and read. If you have been bullied by the celestial dragons and nobles and want to resist but fear having no way out, then kill them now and come find me. As long as you haven't committed atrocities like senseless slaughter or raping women, I swear I will protect you with my life. He tore the record of killing the celestial dragon into pieces. Vachali still seething with anger. Arrogant. He is essentially issuing a reverse bounty on us. We haven't even put a bounty on him. Nazashiru asked, how much bounty is appropriate? Pitt crossed his arms. Who really has the capability to take Xiajie's head? No bounty would mean anything. It does matter, Maz rebutted. The significance of a bounty is not determined by the amount offered, but rather through the bounty itself, defining who is guilty in the eyes of the world. Otherwise, not just Xiajie, but also bounties on Roger, Rox, would also be meaningless. Satan raised an eyebrow. If they say you're a pirate, then you are a pirate. ISNT, that how it is. In the name of pirate actions, how about putting a bounty on Xiajie? 50 billion berries? That is already a historically rare amount. Nazashiru said. Maz raised a finger. 100 billion berries. A record-breaking bounty. No need to be stingy. Anyway, no one can claim it. This indirectly declares him as the #1 enemy of the government. Aiding him is tantamount to being against the government. Money is enticing. Nazashiru said. Provide information related to Xiajie, and based on the value of the information, reward between 10 million to 1 billion berries? Pitt added, sure. I suggest we clean up the scum of the underground world. They dare to help Xiajie transport people and supplies and even speak for him. They truly deserve to die. Cypherpole suffered heavy losses, which led to this loophole. Vachali turned. Satan, how reliable is the method you mentioned? It remains to be seen. Even if it succeeds, the cycle would also start at 5 or 10 years. But we urgently need immediate measures. Both Cypherpole and the Holy Land garrison are in need. Satan turned his wheelchair and said, we cannot use people sent by the member countries. Be careful of the Holy Land being infiltrated by member countries. The Holy Land garrison can temporarily use the Navy. There are still plenty of guards and servants to make do. Nezuko bit his nails. Cypherpole recruiting outside member countries is not enough. What about supplementing from the underwater prison? Pirate auxiliary army? It sounds bad, but Cypherpole is a secret intelligence agency. Cover up and wear a mask. Who knows who they are? In a dark environment with indefinite imprisonment. Surely some must have reformed, right? We must be cautious and have a few test subjects. The five elders come up with new ideas every day, but they are unwilling to confront Xia Jie directly. August 19th. Totland Sea. After over 20 days of arduous travel, the main force of the Black Scarf Army escorted 652 refugees to their destination. This number is the exact figure from a census. Malasia Shildren. Mom. Charlotte Linlin joyfully embraced her children. Newgate enviously stole a glance and turned to untie a small boat. "Where are you going, Newgate?" Prody hurriedly asked. Newgate remained silent. "Wait for Mr. Xia Jie to gather for a celebration feast. We wouldn't dare touch our chopsticks without you," Prody cheekily insisted. Newgate sighed. "I have a few subordinates to dismiss. Go quickly and come back soon. We'll wait for you to drink," Prody said enthusiastically. The Whitebeard pirates have met with an untimely end. "Please, I beg for free data, updates, 5-star reviews, etc. Data has plummeted. Save the kids." Chapter 74. Giants, the Whitebeard Pirates. A pirate crew that can be said to exist, yet also not exist, because they have not yet raised their flag to officially debut in the pirate world. But Edward Newgate himself is undeniably the great pirate Whitebeard, and he has gathered a few pirates whom he considers family. This is fundamentally different from Charlotte Linlin, who raised the pirate flag and formed the Bigman Pirates at a young age, and from Shiki, who established a flying pirate crew but unfortunately could not attract any talents. The pirate flag is a symbol of pirates. Newgate already has a name for his pirate crew, has privately designed the pirate flag, and has thought about the shape of his pirate ship, just one step away from completion. Is it a pity? Is it a regret? Newgate feels neither pity nor regret, but only relief. I still have a way back. The small boat drifts slowly, with the cheers and gratitude of the people on the shore in his ears. Newgate cannot help but smile, unable to hold back. Gwahaha. He realizes this is another kind of joy from free and carefree adventures, more exhausting, yet sweeter. Can I really become partners with him? Without doubting Shiki's magnanimity, Newgate doubts himself. And you, Edward Newgate, with your awkward and contradictory personality, do good, but you are not pure. Do bad, but you are not thorough. Gwaha. Shiki's evaluation always haunts Newgate in his midnight dreams. He knows why he was so enraged that he fought fiercely with Shiki back then. Shiki saw too deeply, spoke too sharply, too piercingly. Now, I'm not a good person. I just don't want to be that bad. I'm not a good person. I'm selfish, hesitant, but I also want to please my conscience. Newgate has a strong reason to refute Shiki and a reason to persuade himself to firmly walk the path of return. At the port, the brief excitement of the reunion fades, and everyone appears exhausted, beginning to feel lost. Even Zifa and Prody are no exception, numbly arranging for the refugees to set up camp. "Mr. Zifa, Mr. Prody, why are you both so distracted?" Noticing the worries of the two former Navy seniors who followed Shajia to restore order, who are much older than him, Sakazuki respectfully inquires. Prody forces a smile. "Little Sakazuki, have you contacted Mr. Shajia recently?" 3 days ago, my brother contacted Kaido once to wish me a happy birthday," Sakazuki replies. Prody says, "Oh, then I also wish you a happy birthday. How old are you this year?" "Thank you, 17, Sakazuki responds. Prody praises, "Such a promising young man. You might as well speak frankly," Sakazuki says, not accustomed to Prody's roundabout smoothness. Zifa lowers his voice beside him and says, "Has Mr. Shajia not discussed the next plan with you? The Totland Sea area is after all the territory of the great pirates, while resources are abundant. The geographical conditions are accessible from all directions, making it easy to attack but hard to defend. The situation is very complex. I'm afraid it's south not an ideal place for us to settle over 300,000 people and engage in a long-term struggle with the world government. A base? My brother mentioned it. He said it was inconvenient to communicate over the Den Mushi, as it's easy for the world government to steal information. Once he joins us, we will hold a meeting to collectively discuss the choice of the base, future development direction, and a series of issues," Sakazuki explains. Seeing Prody and Zifa frowning, Sakazuki adds, "I understand my brother. What he said means he has definitely thought it through. Even if our collective discussions yield no results, he has a fallback plan. So please rest assured, both of you." "Well, that's good. Ha ha ha." Prody exhales deeply, returning to his carefree demeanor. Zifa also feels relieved. I believe this. Mr. Shajia is certainly not a fool. God Valley Uprising. Mary Geo Slave Liberation Movement. Tick-tock, tick-tock, hiss. The magma is thick, and the sulfur is pungent. Prody is startled. Hey, little Sakazuki, why are you still angry? Didn't Team Mr. Shajia tell you, before heading to God Valley, that liberating the slaves of Mary Geos is his ultimate goal? Sakazuki's expression remains unchanged, suppressing his devil fruit powers. He didn't tell Kaido, nor did he tell us. Is that balanced? Prody teases. Cough, cough. Sakazuki coughs a couple of times, still expressionless. Whether he tells me or not doesn't matter. I despise my own incompetence, having no chance to fight alongside my brother. Suddenly, giants? How huge? The crowd stirs. Boom! A nearly 20-meter-tall, orange-haired giant drives a colossal ship to the shore, crashing onto the beach and kicking up clouds of dust. As the smoke slowly dissipates, the giant opens his mouth wide. Don't be afraid. I'm not a barbarian from Elbaf. I'm a gentle giant from the South Sea, Daytori Iha, Sauron. Prody, who recognizes his former colleague from the G14 fortress, shouts, Sauron, you big fool. Don't you know this is Big Mum's territory? I can't help it. Daytori Iha, I'm here to join you. Prody, I responded to Mr. Shajia's call to help you, but I encountered a shipwreck halfway and couldn't help at all. I've been inquiring along your route and finally found you here. Awesome. Where's Mr. Shajia? Sauron happily yells. Coincidentally, in a new world, a certain sea area, a colossal ship painted black with crossed double axes stretches across the front of the fleet, making the cargo ship carrying supplies for Yumi seem like a toy model in comparison. The emblem of the Elbaf royal family? Is it King Harold of the Giants leading the charge? The Giants, what is their purpose? Don't worry, my brother will protect you. The enormous object draws whispers from the crowd. Shajia moves, instantly standing on the wall of the giant ship. What brings you here, Harold? Harold, of ancient giant bloodline, is impressively large, far surpassing ordinary giants. Bald with a big beard, in his prime, he exudes a natural authority without anger. Sitting cross-legged, Harold lowers his height, self-proclaiming softly, but his voice is like thunder. I mean no harm. You are the Overlord. The young and brash Loki rudely interrupts, leaning closer to Shajia to observe. So short? You really have heterochromia, even more than my eyes. Slap. Harold quickly bows to Loki in apology. My apologies, Your Excellency. Too polite. Shajia says, if you mean no harm, then clear the way. We'll talk aside. Harold waves his hand. Hoist anchor. Clear the way. The horns sound melodiously, and the giants deftly maneuver the colossal ship to clear the path. It is said that Harold is the most beloved monarch in giant history, proving the legends are not false. Harold introduces, this is my son Loki, and this is my eldest son Hilding. The young Hilding has not inherited much of the ancient giant bloodline, much smaller than his father and brother, hiding unease beneath his tough exterior. Please take care of me. Overlord. I am not the Overlord. Just call me Shajia. Chapter 75. Do I look like the sun god to you? Hilding was 43 years old, with a thick beard and hair. But in terms of the giant's growth cycle, his mentality was equivalent to that of a typical 14-year-old human, far from his mature appearance. Loki was similar. Hilding had at least the mentality of a teenager, while Loki was just a mischievous child. The long growth cycle and slow maturation were probably rare flaws of the giant race. Aside from that, they were the beloved children of the Creator. With a height of at least 12 meters as adults, their overwhelming size granted them immense primal strength. Not only were they tall and strong, with thick skin and muscle, but they also had 3 times the lifespan of ordinary humans and exceptional reproductive capabilities. Within the giant race, ordinary giants and ancient giants could intermarry, randomly producing ordinary giants and ancient giants. There was no reproductive isolation between giants and other races or ethnicities. Those who interbred with ordinary humans produced the Bacchania. Those with fish people produced fish giants. Those with mermaids produced giant fish, and those with furry tribes produced beast giants. Even giants could interbreed with small folk, producing the Zeus and Dodo. The powerful military strength, long lifespan, exceptional reproductive capacity combined with a united tribal spirit, ensured that the most prosperous branch of giants always occupied Elbaf, making it the world's strongest nation. Due to the deterrent power of the Elbaf giant kingdom, even without joining the world government, they dared not easily persecute any giants. Instead, they sought to win them over and secretly studied human gigantification for hundreds of years, unlike other races that suffered brutal slaughter at the hands of the celestial dragons. They are both my beloved sons. I hope they can inherit my legacy together, protect Elbaf, and, like my old friends Dolly, Brokey, and the past leaders of the giant pirate crew, be close and loving, said Harold, who was 116 years old, clearly feeling melancholy when mentioning his two sons. Huh, the weak and small one is not my elder brother. He is your illegitimate son, while I am your legitimate child, Loki disdainfully said, not bothering to hide his contempt for Hilding. Shut up, Loki, Harold scolded. Loki pouted nonchalantly, scratching the bandages binding his eyes, a small action that extinguished Harold's anger. With a frustrated sigh, Harold gently comforted the stubborn Hilding. Family shame is exposed. I'm embarrassed, my lord, he said with a bitter smile. Every family has its own difficulties. This is your personal matter. Let's talk about serious issues, said Zeiji, while Loki was eavesdropping on the pirates who accidentally entered Elbaf. He unexpectedly heard your great name and planned to run away from home to seek you out. I discovered this, and I also want to see you in person, Harold said, staring intently at Zeiji. Zeiji remained unmoved. What do you want to witness about me, my strength, my thoughts, or to confirm whether I am the sun god, Nika from Elbaf's ancient legends? You know, Harold was taken aback and replied, Elbaf has a Halley god canon that has been passed down since ancient times. Because it is written in ancient text, there are huge discrepancies in translation. According to the canon, the world has been destroyed twice, and both destructions recorded the figure of sun god Nika. He is either the liberation god who protects the world from destruction or the destruction god who annihilates everything. There are many interpretations, but the canon predicts that he will be born at a time of great upheaval in the world, and those who have lost hope will seek his help. The legendary sun god, Nika, is surrounded by white clouds, has white hair, wears pure white clothing, and appears with a hearty laugh. He is also the god of laughter. The people of Elbaf all yearn for him. The more he spoke, the more excited Harold became, his eyes bright and full of spirit. Zeiji said, I am not a user of the Nika fruit's abilities. I do not like to laugh, and I detest prophecies and fate. If the future of humanity can be determined by prophecy, would that not be a great irony for us who are currently fighting desperately for survival? All the blood and tears, laughter and dreams, painful and unforgettable history of humanity thus far have no meaning. Using prophecy to point to the future, denying everything in the past, including the present? Are you asking me to do nothing and watch the noble class led by the celestial dragons enslave the entire world, wantonly persecuting billions of lives? Waiting for the so-called sun god to be born? With a harsh question, Harold raised his hands in surrender. I am not. I have investigated your information in the Navy. Harold, you have changed over the decades. You were once a scum of the noble class. What character does your youngest son have? What character did you have before? Zeiji said, you have slipped from one dangerous extreme to another. Do not insult my father. Loki roared angrily, his voice booming. He successfully made the usually serious Zeiji laugh. This brain is 90 new, and you haven't moved it much in over 20 years. Selling it at original price wouldn't be a loss of conscience. Ha ha ha. You are quite humorous, my lord. Harold laughed heartily. With pupils suddenly constricting and a hint of conqueror's haki shining, Zeiji said, is it funny? Are you also this happy when you bully ordinary giants and ordinary people? Boom. Loki fell asleep instantly. Harold was startled. He didn't feel any aggression from Zeiji's conqueror's haki. In front of his father, he wouldn't strike his son. Harold stood up. Your actions, my lord, are not appropriate, are they? Zeiji replied. It is inappropriate. I did it on purpose. I sought a deserted rocky island first to talk with swords, and then with words. I know you still have things to discuss, but unless I beat you up and convince you, no matter how gentle you become, the essence of your nature hasn't completely changed, and we can't have a proper discussion. Do you discriminate against giants? Harold gripped a giant sword. Zaji said, I do not discriminate against the giant race. You are also part of humanity, but you have harmed the innocent. And dare you say you haven't tea? Dare you say the giant pirate crew hasn't tea? I dare not. I admit I made mistakes in my youth, and I have made amends, Harold admitted straightforwardly. Zaji said, having the courage to admit your mistakes and face your true self is a kind of bravery, but this is minor bravery. Great bravery should create the future, walk the path not ventured by predecessors, and shatter the cycle of fate. Humanity does not need prophecies, does not need fate, nor do we need a laughing savior. What humanity needs is self-improvement, liberation, and the courage to resist the slave masters. Humanity needs the Son, God, to save us. But we do not necessarily need the Savior with the Nika fruit abilities. Conqueror, do I look like a Son, God to you? Harold suddenly broke into an exaggerated smile. Zaji replied lightly, later, when I beat you into a daze, you will clearly recognize who you resemble. I have never tasted the feeling of being defeated, Harold said confidently, muttering at the end, being defeated by my own wife doesn't count. Chapter 76. What did you say you wanted to become? 64 years ago, the two leaders of the giant pirate crew that roamed the seas, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy, were childhood friends of Harold, sharing a bond of mutual interests. They had been a menace to Elbaf since childhood, just like Loki is now. Loki's mischievousness could at least be justified. As the prince cursed by his mother as an ill omen since birth, abandoned by the underworld, he yearned for his father's love and people's attention, which led him to play pranks, albeit with youthful ignorance and a lack of guidance. Harold, on the other hand, had no excuses. He was basically pure evil. Dory and Broggy were ordinary giants of considerable height, but in Harold's eyes, they seemed to be akin to the difference between adults and adolescents. Other ordinary giants appeared even more like children to him. Adults bullying children? Isn't that casual? Who told you to be so small? Steam buns. Not convinced. I am the future king. If Harold treated his giant compatriots this way, how could he behave towards shorter and smaller ordinary humans? To Harold, ordinary people were like slightly larger ants, and insects were hardly different in the eyes of ordinary people. 71 years ago, Harold ascended to the throne as the king of Elbaf. At the age of 45, having grown tired of domestic turmoil, he set sail overseas ahead of Dory and Broggy, wreaking havoc in the New World. Hearing tales of a beautiful princess, he invaded her kingdom, kicking down her castle like child's play. That same year, Harold encountered the mother of Helden, a giantess from the island of Samwane in the South Sea, who had crossed the Red Earth continent to reach the New World. Her name was Ida. After being rescued from a shipwreck by a circus, Ida, grateful for the help, worked in a circus, masquerading as a giant from Elbaf for performances. Harold thought he was a hero descending from the heavens, helping a somewhat unattractive female citizen escape her suffering, only to be beaten up by the well-endowed foreign sister. Ida revealed the truth, tearfully teaching Harold a lesson. You are merely tall by chance. Strength comes from luck. Believing you are superior to the human race is truly pathetic. It is your reckless behavior that has caused all giants to ultimately be labeled as barbarians. Harold, who had never been beaten or taught a lesson, was quite shocked and fell stereotypically in love with Ida. The kind-hearted Ida guided Harold to interact with everyone as equals. 2 years later, Harold vowed to atone for his past mistakes and improve the isolation of the giant race in the world. The villain had turned good, and the people supported him like never before. Harold was not just talk. He persisted in his promises, and with Ida's unwavering companionship, they gradually grew together. 43 years ago, Helden was born. However, Ida was not a giant of Elbaf, and the giants did not allow Harold to marry Ida, nor did they recognize Helden as a prince. Opting instead for Loki's mother, Estherlida, Ida conformed to Elbaf's cultural customs, merely wishing for Helden to stay by his father's side. Harold also accepted the political marriage with Elbaf, unwilling to abandon over 20 years of effort. To this day, Harold is celebrated as a wise king by the people of Elbaf, the most popular giant king in the legends of the overseas world. Has he truly changed? What is his inner essence? It is the traditional Elbaf belief in the supremacy of force. It is the innate giant physique and the noble status bestowed by the royal bloodline of ancient giants, resulting in a massive arrogance. All of this is a spiritual illness that time can bury but not erase. Hodel speaks respectfully, but his large face and grand expressions reveal his enormous ambitions. On the barren, uninhabited island, King Harold, roars echoed. The giants on the giant ship beat their shields and shouted frantically. Harold stood with his sword, looking down at Jia. Please. Boom. Law of heaven and earth. The overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki formed a pillar of light, instantly coalescing. 100-foot giant looked down at Harold, glaring with crossed heavy eyes. Hith. The giants suddenly seemed to be choked, each one dumbfounded. The just awakened Loki tore off the bandages around his eyes. His snake-like pupils filled with horror. What joke is this? The pirates were actually telling the truth. No, even more absurd. The materialization of Conqueror's haki? So strong. A god descending. Come on, father. Heldon stammered, cheering on. Jia remarked quietly. In front of your son, beating your father isn't appropriate, right? Should we ask them to step back? No need. Harold took a deep breath, calming himself. As expected of the man who defeated the world government, the conqueror. The 100-foot giant waved his hands, and a great halberd materialized out of thin air. Jia said, I am not the conqueror, nor am I a special race. Just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? Liar. Harold did not believe it. Jia asked, how does it feel to be looked down upon by ordinary people? Hodel, crackling. The conqueror's haki wrapped around the sword's edge, and Harold gritted his teeth. Not bad. Conqueror's nation. His arm muscles bulged, massive veins and blood vessels swelled, and Harold summoned all his strength. The Elbaf spear, which the giant race prided itself on, shook the atmosphere and surged forward. The law of heaven and earth halberd swept down, and Jia, using the overwhelming size that giants excel at, countered with overwhelming primitive strength. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering explosion roared. Wild winds whipped up monstrous waves, tilting the giant ship of Elbaf. Rumble! Rumble! The conqueror's haki clashed madly, strangling and smashing down the island reef, shooting up into the clouds. Ah! Harold's roar instantly broke pitch. His conqueror's haki was covered by Jia's. His giant sword was suppressed by the law of heaven and earth halberd. His footsteps sank, his back arched, his knees bent. Jia said, I just dealt with a real god in Mariehua, making her clearly recognize that she is a lowly creature. What did you say you wanted to become? Clang! Bang! The giant sword flew away. Harold knelt, gasping for breath, seawater and sweat soaking his armor. You can't even be human, and you dare to talk to me about becoming a god? As a king, you fail to recognize people and are irresponsible. As a husband, you are unloving and ungrateful. As a father, you lack proper teaching. If the child is not taught, it is the father's fault. What is that expression? What is that gaze? What are those tears? As the law of heaven and earth dissipated, Jia's figure remained towering. Stand up. Softy. Harold trembled, struggling to stand at attention. King Harold has lost? Conqueror. 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 Roars erupted. For a brief moment of disbelief, the honored warriors and battling giants once again beat their shields, shouting frantically, expressing respect and ceremony. The traditional Elbaf belief in the supremacy of force, in other words, a reverence for the strong. From a distance, Kaido, who was stealthily observing, chuckled, challenging Big Brother one-on-one. Is he out his mind? Doesn't he know Big Brother is the strongest in the world? Chapter 77. This is reputation I have lost. You truly are the strongest in the world. It was arrogant of me to challenge you, my lord. Harold was open and sincere, fully convinced. This is a significant difference between giants and other races and nations. They are not ashamed to admit their failures, unwilling to come up with a bunch of lame excuses to excuse themselves. If they can't win, they can't win. As long as they do not lose their courage, they can make a comeback, and they do not hesitate to praise their opponents, except for Charlotte Lingling. I read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles to calmly discuss principles with others, to communicate sincerely, to engage in meaningful dialogue. I learned to fight and master power so that others can also calmly listen to reason, treating each other with equality and respect, seeking common ground while reserving differences. Xiaojie said, "After all, this is a feudal slave world with extraordinary powers and phenomena, where there are always people who consider themselves extraordinary, believing their power is the strongest, their status is the highest, and are arrogantly invincible. My lord Harold." Harold squatted on the sunken reef, lowering his lofty stature. "You're not the first person to consider themselves extraordinary in front of me. Before you, there were pirates like Rox, Shiki, and Charlotte Lingling, as well as the Knights of God, the Five Elders, and among the Celestial Dragons. You will certainly not be the last person to consider themselves extraordinary in front of me. After you, there will be countless unwilling to listen rationally, unreasonable people." Looking up at Harold, Xiaojie said, "But it doesn't matter, does it?" Harold was awkwardly silent. "Calm now. Let's continue discussing serious matters." Xiaojie took the lead and asked, "Why do you want to become the sun god?" Harold rubbed his bald head. "For a full 70 years, I have been trying to improve the relationship between giants and humans. No, ordinary people, to improve the relationship between giants and ordinary people, but the effect has been minimal. The world still generally thinks giants are all savages. I was troubled for a long time, and when I accidentally flipped through the Hallelujah scriptures, I thought, what if I become the sun god Nika, the god of laughter? Could that eliminate the racial divide?" A peculiar line of thinking. Xiaojie pondered and said, "What is your way of improving relations with ordinary people?" "Apologizing and compensating for the losses and injuries caused by all giants. Establishing diplomacy with various countries and cities, teaching navigation skills to giants. Allowing giants to intermarry with other races and nations, sending giants to join the Navy to combat crime. These are several common methods." Harold seriously counted on his fingers, and what he said was full of points that left Xiaojie momentarily speechless. After a moment, Xiaojie said, "Good intentions without discernment are not good. They are accomplices of evil. Giants joining the Navy may combat some crime, but most of the time, it symbolizes giants supporting the Navy and the world government. And the Navy does not represent justice, nor does the world government represent peace or order. It is merely a pirate regime on the scale of a national alliance, a colossal pirate fleet, with celestial dragons as captains, the aristocracy as officers, the Navy as fighters, and the common people as mere sailors, ruling by strength and plundering the entire world." Xiaojie tried to connect with the giant's line of thinking. Oh, Harold suddenly understood. "I thought the world government seemed so familiar." Xiaojie said, "You know about my actions in God Valley and Mary Geos. You should also know what the Celestial Dragons have done, right? Do you endorse the Celestial Dragons' human hunting for fun? Do you endorse their enslavement and slaughter of other races and nations? Do you endorse slavery?" "I know I do not endorse it." Harold shook his head vigorously. "The cruelty of the Celestial Dragons is truly absurd to the point of being ridiculous. They're damn beasts." Xiaojie said, "Then why don't you call on the giants under the world government to leave? It involves our agreement with Sister Carmelo. Many giants are not citizens of Elbaf, and many giants have joined the Navy for decades and are accustomed to life in the Navy." Harold hesitated. Xiaojie said, "What if I told you that 64 years ago, the execution of a member of the giant pirate crew rescued by Sister Carmelo was a carefully orchestrated conspiracy by the Celestial Dragons?" "Impossible. Sister Carmelo is the Holy Mother." "Ha ha!" Harold laughed heartily. Xiaojie said slowly, "She is a supplier for Cypher Pole, a trafficker in the underground world, nicknamed Mountain Witch, professionally trading talent and strength to the world government." Harold's smile froze. "You have been fooled. The Celestial Dragons have long coveted the strength of giants and have studied the human giantization experiment for hundreds of years. When I liberated slaves in Mary Geos, I also personally witnessed more giant slaves and the giant bloodlines. In the distance, there's a giant shark fish, Munsa." Xiaojie said, "The Celestial Dragons' ill intentions towards special races and minorities far exceed those towards ordinary people, and giants are no exception. You have not been openly enslaved and slaughtered by them, only because you temporarily possess the strength to protect yourselves. Gula, with veins bulging like intertwining pythons. Harold's shiny forehead was covered. My lord, giants are not very smart. Do not deceive me. Information circulation in Elbaf is slow, so you probably do not know. First, I was originally in the Navy with the rank of Rear Admiral, and I have been within the world government system for 8 years. I understand them. Xiajie remained calm, raising 2 fingers. Second, I have a good reputation at sea. If I improperly compare and claim that the same-aged Loki is my son, and you also claim that Loki is your son, the number of people who believe me may not be less than those who believe you. This is reputation. An abstract metaphor, but Harold completely understood it instantly. Turning his face, Harold was furious. Notify all giants under the world government to leave. Damn celestial dragons. Damn Carmelo. They have fooled the giants. They have turned our brothers and sisters into slaves. I will not spare them. I will not spare them. The giants turned pale with fear. Xiajie said, Don't try to show off your power to them, Harold. Hoo, Harold huffed and puffed like a bull, smoke puffing from his nostrils. Xiajie said, You do not endorse slavery. Why do you not resist the world government? This is the best way for the giants to improve their relationship with ordinary people, without exception. Afraid of the world government's might? Afraid of igniting full-scale war? Afraid that liberating ordinary people will lead to giant casualties not worth it? Afraid of worsening the world's impression of giants as savages? Isn't the sun god, Nika, also the god of liberation? The cold water poured on Harold, dousing his anger. Xiajie said, You lack the courage to walk the grand and righteous path, yet you bow down and tread the ordinary path? Chapter 78. The great wisdom. What about the losses, damages, apologies, and compensations caused to all the giants? If apologies are useful, what do we need laws for? You have also been a perpetrator. You know best how serious the harm caused by giants is. Is it something that can be compensated? Why don't you use your position and power to strictly regulate all giants, including your young son? Establish 3 rules. The murderer dies, the injurer is punished, and the evil is condemned. Is that difficult? Ultimately, it is because you do not treat everyone equally. You think giants are superior to ordinary people, believing that their losses and damages to ordinary people can be resolved with a bow of apology and material compensation. With such an attitude, how can ordinary people improve their relationship with giants? Harold bowed his head in reprimand. Even if his thought process was bizarre, he had to carefully ponder Xiajie's sharp criticism. Moreover, Xiajie's analysis was not without reason. Teaching the giants' navigation techniques to the outside world is commendable. But the ships and vessels that can enjoy the benefits of the giants' navigation techniques are all means of production, large assets that ordinary people do not possess. You are benefiting pirates, wealthy merchants, and nobility. Allowing giants to intermarry with other races and ethnicities is indeed a progressive move. A few mixed praises and criticisms. Then the tone sharply shifted. The diplomatic ties you established with various countries and cities cannot compare to disbanding the giant pirate crew. The Navy and the world government are not the same thing. Pirates are everything? Why allow giants to be pirates and also let them represent the country's official image? Is it glorious? Countless disaster victims, refugees, and starving people arise every moment at sea. Why do you ignore them? Saving people from fire and water is the easiest way to gain friendship, right? While questioning, Xiajie also provided solutions, not merely laying blame. Harold bowed his head. I have learned, Your Excellency. Having learned, I will strive to change. Xiajie clasped his hands in his sleeves and said, This sounds condescending, but to speak frankly, your 70 years of consistent effort to change has been useful. It is the reason I spared your life. In the first 47 years of your life, 40 of those years were wasted. Harold shuddered, even letting out a snot. Xiajie continued, Think for yourself. You're standing too high. Lower yourself. Walk steadily on the ground. That's it. We are ultimately not on the same path. With you around, giants are neither enemies nor friends of mine. Peaceful coexistence will suffice. Wait. Your Excellency. Sir. Mr. Xiajie. He hurriedly blocked the way. Harold said, Why? What is wrong with me being here? In my ideal world, there is no position of celestial dragon in any form. Mary Joa has the celestial dragons who live too high up, and you're a celestial dragon standing too high. This.After. Harold's face fell. That is going too far. I've never been as bad as the celestial dragons, Xiajie said. Additionally, I solemnly warn you, Harold, the celestial dragons are always coveting the combat power of giants. The five elders are immortal, but they are still just celestial dragons. The highest power on the world government stage is controlled behind the scenes by a being called Emu, who is also immortal, manipulating the world from the shadows. What? Are you saying that the real god you just dealt with in Mary Joa is not just nonsense? Harold's expression changed drastically. Giants live long lives. The history of Elbaf has not been completely altered by the world government. Go back and investigate carefully, Xiajie casually mentioned. Without hope, giants live too roughly, preferring martial prowess over culture. Their large size means that 99 of the books in the world do not fit their dimensions. Over time, they have become disconnected from the society and culture of ordinary people, which is also a reason why giants find it difficult to improve relations with ordinary people. Wait, please, Harold pleaded desperately. Xiajie became impatient. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a large fleet waiting for him to set sail. And Harold had a sudden inspiration. I'm sorry for delaying your voyage, Mr. Xiajie. Let me help you transport them. Our ships are larger, can carry more people, and are not afraid of storms and whirlpools. Without waiting for Xiajie to agree, Harold shouted, Help Mr. Xiajie transport people. Roar, roar. Aren't we going to hold a banquet to celebrate this exhilarating battle? What battle? Celebrating our king being overthrown. Sob, I'll shut up. The giants were quick in action and blunt in speech. Harold, who was angry about inviting Xiajie to ride on the giant ship, had a crooked smile. You are so strong. Overlord. Loki, who had a poor memory, rudely approached Xiajie. Can you teach me? Xiajie asked. Teach you what? To bully people? Kids, get out of the way. Mr. Xiajie, the world government has contacted me more than once. Initially, they obstructed my efforts to improve relations with ordinary people, secretly forbidding ordinary kingdoms from establishing diplomatic relations with Elbaf, which made me very frustrated. Slowly, they personally approached me, telling me that if I wanted to improve relations with ordinary people, I should join the world government. Acceptance of Elbaf by the world government means acceptance of Elbaf by the world. I hesitated because of the historical discord between Elbaf and the world government and refused. Isn't this also a carefully planned conspiracy of theirs? Xiajie said. For a person, for a force, to understand their true nature, observe their actions. Not blindly listen to others' words. Otherwise, prejudice and rumors will lead to false judgments. Believing the enemy's words will create distrust among your people. Believing outsiders' words will create estrangement among family. Seemingly insignificant details can disturb your perception. Who is your own? Who is an outsider? Who is the enemy? Who will accept you? What position do others hold? These are things that should be understood first. Harold, Heldin, and Loki looked at each other, all with expressions of great wisdom. Xiajie sighed yes. The world government is playing the trick of luring the enemy deep. It was even because of your unexpected appearance that the world government had the opportunity to play this trick. Horo, if you were like the kings of Elbaf throughout the generations, enjoying fighting and killing, not hoping to improve relations with ordinary people, the world government, coveting the combat power of giants, would have to seize it by force. But you unexpectedly appeared, sliding from extreme racial violence to extreme pacifism, hoping to improve relations with ordinary people, but finding no correct solution. They would certainly take this opportunity to deceive you, repeatedly pulling you, training you, and enticing you to voluntarily deliver yourself and the giants to accept their enslavement. If I hadn't exposed human hunting, and if Galmero were a human trafficker, would the world government still appear as an enemy with historical discord with Elbaf in your perception? It is your only lifeline to improve relations with ordinary people and to alleviate the isolation of the giants in the world. With those words, Harold was drenched in cold sweat, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. Is it true that I have implicated my compatriots? Your responsibility lies in ignorance and lack of wisdom. The error lies in the shamelessness and malice of the celestial dragons. Chapter 79. Born in adversity, die in comfort, the grand ship of the Elbaf kingdom. Specially built for Harold, is magnificent and imposing, highlighting its unmatched size. Ordinary people in the Great Fleet find it difficult to coexist on this giant ship with a group of rough giants who stand 10 to 20 meters tall. However, the fleet is not without its share of large figures unsuitable for mingling with ordinary folk. The giant fish mermaid Munsa is indeed renowned for her beauty. She is stunning. It would be great to visit Fishman Island, where there is said to be Mermaid Bay. Rumor has it that mermaids are the fastest swimming race. As soon as Munsa, the great white shark mermaid, appeared, the giants gasped in amazement. Whether calculated by the growth cycle of giants or that of mermaids, Munsa is relatively young. She has just reached the age where mermaid females can freely switch between their tails and legs at 30. She stepped onto the giant ship to learn how to walk. With her glowing white, delicate skin, short black hair, and striking features, Munsa swayed gracefully as she walked, captivating the giants within minutes. Especially with her exotic charm combined with her 12-meter height, only a few giants were not particularly interested in her. Harold's gaze never left Zeiji, and he talked incessantly. As the king of giants who respects the strong, he believes in strength and also respects wisdom, fully aware that a strong and wise person who can defeat him and is willing to communicate with him as an equal is a rare opportunity. Indulging in the charms of women instead of seizing the chance to seek advice would not be foolish, but a waste of opportunity. Harold's two sons, Haiding and Loki, also paid little attention to Munsa. They had not yet reached the budding phase of adolescence and were merely curious about Munsa being a mermaid, looking instead at someone more intriguing to them. Are you a special giant? Why is your head as big as a giant's, but your body so small? Haiding asked with genuine concern for Ivankov. I'm just an ordinary person. My head is naturally this big. Impressive, right? Ivankov said, tossing his curly purple hair and striking a pose. I'm Emperor Ivankov, a free man. The little black-faced one next to me is my friend, a rare lunaria, Jean, burning sins and illuminating hope with his flames. We are here to visit this giant ship. State your name, big guy. I can say it myself, big head. Jean awkwardly resisted. Haiding. Ivankov's enthusiasm, optimism, and Jin's cool title made the insecure Haiding even more self-conscious. Not far away, Loki bent down close to Kaido, surprised. Take a good look, you. You look like a shaven old dad. You're not another illegitimate child of dad in the outside world, are you? Kaido bore a faint resemblance to the middle-aged Herald today, but not at all to the young Herald. Glancing at Loki, Kaido understood he was just a mischievous kid and was not angry. Loki chattered on. Why do you look so small? You clearly have big horns. You are also an ancient giant. Huh, I know. Have you caught that dwarf disease? That strange illness that makes little people even smaller. I'm not sick. With a roll of his eyes, Kaido sighed. I was too poor as a child, with only one pair of pants. I thought, if I grow big, when I have to go out bare-bottomed? How embarrassing. So I desperately control myself not to grow. Oh, I'm really pitiful. Right, sorry. Loki believed him. Kaido then asked, is there any wine? Give me a couple of bottles. I want to drown my sorrows and forget the pain of the past. On the ship's wall, Zeiji signaled to Harold to turn his head. It's not that complicated among humans. If someone smiles at you, you smile back, and that's the beginning of friendship. If someone looks up at you, and you lean down to greet them, that's the start of improving relationships between giants and other races. Sundsgret. Harold couldn't help but laugh heartily. Zeiji patiently emphasized, humans have differences in race and nationality, but there are no differences in species. Giants, mermaids, and Lunaria are all part of humanity. Don't let the world government confuse your understanding. I will remember your teachings, Harold replied seriously. Zeiji, bathing in the sea breeze, gazed at the 3 naval warships following the Great Fleet. Our meeting cannot escape the watchful eyes of the world government. Be careful of the celestial dragons, Harold. If they invade Elbaf and endanger the lives of the giant people, feel free to contact me. We can protect ourselves. Thank you so much, Mr. Zeiji. Harold changed his tone and sincerely expressed his gratitude. So this is what equality means. Ordinary people in Mr. Zeiji's heart are the ones to be protected, and ordinary giants are also the ones to be protected. What a vast heart that embraces all people. Inner turmoil surged, and in a moment of excitement, Harold blurted out, If I am willing to give up the throne and lead the giants as a warrior, would you accept me, Mr. Zeiji? I would accept anyone willing to fight for the liberation of humanity. Warriors, Zeiji replied. However, Harold, reality is never simple. The political system of Elbaf has been in place for thousands of years. It is not something you can just give up by merely saying so. Elbaf has always been one of the few peaceful nations. Why would you want to involve thousands of giant people in a bloody war against the world government? If I fail, you might face extinction. Harold hung his head in disappointment. Zeiji continued. Adversity drives people to strive and thus survive. Comfort makes people lazy and can easily lead to death. Do not lower Elbaf's vigilance against the celestial dragons. Yes, Harold replied glumly. Zeiji bluntly stated, Harold, your ability to slide from extreme racial violence to extreme pacifism and attempt to cooperate with the world government indicates that Elbaf has been too comfortable for too long. On the other side in Mariehua, Damhoro, where is his pride as the king of giants? He was humiliated by Zeiji and shamelessly shook hands to make peace. Why doesn't he just die? Upon receiving the report from Crane about Harold visiting Zeiji, the 5 elders were furious. Mads rubbed his aching brow. Zeiji is still a penniless, foodless, and landless rogue, burdened with hundreds of thousands of liabilities. If the giants turn to him and open Elbaf for him, not if. The Navy reports that the giants are angrily leaving the Navy, definitely at Harold's call, and certainly because Zeiji told Harold something. Don't forget, there were giant slaves in Mariehua before. Pitt covered the phone bug's microphone and said, should we order the Navy to arrest the giants? Arrest. Satan said decisively, Elbaf is changing. We cannot afford to lose the giants in the Navy. Vacheli added, our 20-day agreement with Zeiji is also up. Whether he releases the celestial dragon hostages or not, we must order the Navy to strike, disturb him, and attack him before he establishes a foothold. I consulted the Creator God. Nejru suddenly said, the oracle is to assassinate Harold. Understood. What about Elbaf? A kingdom without a king is like a snake without a head. The giants of Elbaf are valuable combat power. It is not yet time to reap them. We just need to prevent them from colluding with Zeiji. Is there a way to disguise it as Zeiji assassinating Harold? Harold is not weak. Let him die of illness. Don't joke around. Does Zeiji need to assassinate Harold? Who would believe that? Chapter 80. I become a bad guy. Today's celestial dragons are still trash. Trash goes to the recycling bin. Ha ha ha. Daily release of celestial dragon hostages. This time, Kaido didn't leave directly. Tsuru glanced at the celestial dragon, surprised by the calm expression on her face. You actually kept your promise and released all the world nobles on the last day? Should I say you're trustworthy? Or should I say you're confident? In this world where pirates are keen on deceit, the Navy excels at scheming, and the nobility enjoys the unpredictable sea. It's truly unimaginable that someone would actually keep their promise, especially to their enemies. Tsuru, along with the Gorosei, had long been prepared for Xiajia to not keep his promise, to detain or kill the celestial dragon hostages. Kaido grinned. If you knew how many celestial dragons my brother and the Gorosei, the Knights of God, have killed, you would know that celestial dragons are worthless now. They are no longer the bloodline of gods or descendants of the Creator, just a pile of trash. But my brother's credibility is still valuable. After mocking them, Kaido said seriously, my brother asked me to tell you, out of a little nostalgia from the past, I won't kill you today. So take care of yourself. The divine dragon soared through the clouds. Tsuru felt something and looked towards the stern of the giant ship from the kingdom of Elbaf ahead. Xiajia's sharp gaze pierced several miles away. A trace of killing intent spread, startling Tsuru to lower her head to avoid it. 3 Navy warships quickly retreated, rerouting to the naval base near the kingdom of Pradinus, a world government member state, for supplies. Hearing the noisy report that all celestial dragon hostages kidnapped in Mariehua had been successfully rescued, Tsuru listened attentively. One by one, Navy warships entered the port for resupply. With unfamiliar numbers and hulls, and the officers were also unfamiliar, Tsuru firmly judged newcomers recruited by the world. At the dock, the new Admiral Alexander Andrew disembarked, took off his navy cloak, removed his light-colored suit, and meticulously changed into a priest's robe, wearing white gloves and a cross, solemnly holding a funeral for his unfortunate Navy subordinates who died at sea. His assistant next to him was even more peculiar. The new Vice Admiral, Jean, was 17 or 18 years old, looking like a tomboy with short hair, a flat chest, barefoot, clad in rusty armor, carrying a massive steel cross with a neck collar, and heavy calluses from shackles on her wrists and ankles, her exposed skin covered in scars, showing clear signs of long-term enslavement. Both of them were taciturn and indifferent, hardly speaking to each other for a long time. In contrast, the new Admiral Mike Dog was lively. Mike Dog dismounted proudly, riding a pure white horse without any mixed hair, its head held high, never looking anyone in the eye. What a sight! As the new Vice Admiral, Airi Mado imbibed. Mado was neither as strange as Alexander Andrew and Jean, but did he have the imposing image of Mike Dog. He was thin and weak, ordinary, with delicate eyebrows and eyes that clearly didn't look like a general's, and he was balding in middle age. Although he rushed to the battlefield after joining the Navy through world recruitment, this combination was meticulously crafted. Alexander Andrew and Jean had a religious background and shared the same faith, leading the gray livestock produced in the kingdom of Roshawang, known for their hard work, fervent devotion, and fearlessness in death, making them a fighting nation, one of the best sources of soldiers in the world. Meanwhile, Mike Dog's excessive pride was suitable for the refined Mado to assist and lead the Navy branch from the paradise. After a brief observation, Tsuru shook her head secretly. Let us not have a situation where a newly appointed admiral dies right away. In the doldrums, when a brown red-haired intelligence officer, Spencer, delivered a piece of information, the cheerful Roger pirates fell into silence. After a long time, oh no, I'll become a bad guy, Roger shouted, holding his head. Rayleigh teased. You weren't a good bird to begin with. You're the notorious pirate, Joe L.D. Roger. Ha ha ha. No wrong there. We are pirates. The pirates laughed heartily without a care. No. The important thing is that Rox has become a good guy. Do you understand? By taking him down in God Valley. We were indirectly protecting those damn celestial dragons. We were dragging Xia Jia down. Damn Rox. He has never done anything worthwhile in his life, but this time, no matter what his true intentions were, he indeed helped Xia Jia. Roger was going crazy, flailing his arms and legs. It's rare for the captain to be sober. We didn't think enough. Now Xia Jia stands at the pinnacle of God Valley, saving over 100,000 people, a tyrant. Capturing Mariewa to liberate hundreds of thousands of slaves, a real hero. The celestial dragons are the monsters hunting humans, and the Navy is the ghost aiding the tiger. He has left the Navy and taken up the banner against the celestial dragons. This is not just a rebellion. It's shining brightly. Jabba frowned and pondered. At this moment, he can even represent the only justice, the righteous path. Anyone opposing him, even the originally notorious pirates, will have their reputation further tarnished. No one will deal with you or trade supplies, information. Perhaps this is why we learned about the information involving God Valley and Mariewa so late. The informant in the floral shirt and round hat, Elio, muttered, I was wondering why the underground world informants have been acting strange lately. They either push me away or mock me sarcastically. Capturing Mariewa, that's the celestial dragon's 1,000-year holy land. Truly a tyrant. The celestial dragons are two disgusting beasts. Based on the timeline, did he switch to Mariewa before God Valley ended? What a tremendous ambition, great ability, and great undertaking. We are being overshadowed like a bunch of boys playing treasure hunting games. People fear comparison. When compared to Xia Jia, the pirates felt uneasy. Roger turned around in circles, scratching his ears and cheeks, finally sitting beside Rayleigh, his eyes clear. Rayleigh, what should we do? The situation is set, and there's no remedy. We can't just resurrect Rox, can we? Rayleigh contemplated and said, Xia Jia is a rebel. We are pirates. We are not on the same side. The well water does not offend the river water. In the future, we should be careful not to provoke him. He stood up and looked around at the crowd. Treasure hunting is treasure hunting, and boys playing house are boys playing house. How many people would really dare to go against the world government? Seeking the legendary treasure is our dream, not the goal. Our purpose in being together is to sail freely, to adventure freely, and to enjoy the scenery and joy of life hero's journey. Rayleigh stabilized the crowd's emotions. Spencer said, "That's right, Captain Roger. The intelligence has confirmed that the red landmark is in BMOM's hands. Next stop, Totland. Set sail." Ho ho ho. Roger was invigorated, but the informants in the underground world deliberately caused trouble, colluding to hide the key information that Big Mom is currently an ally of Xiajia from the Roger Pirates. They eagerly anticipated the tyrant teaching the annoying Roger Pirates a lesson. He he he. Chapter 81. Domination of the Seas, August 21st. Bang. 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 Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom. Crash. The roar of naval cannons and explosions shattered the tranquility of the fleet, which had lasted for more than half a month. Alexander Andrew commanded his crew to drive small warships and assault boats, with 150 men per team, to test the long-range firepower from all directions, like a pack of wolves tearing at the large fleet. The Grand Admiral did not regard his subordinates, who had already become the Navy's gray livestock, as human beings, and the gray livestock did not see themselves as human either. Even after witnessing ship after ship of their comrades being melted by Kaido's heat and shattered by Xiangjia's overwhelming force, they still silently executed their tasks, fiercely launching successive assaults. In their religious beliefs, suicide would be condemned by God and lead to eternal damnation, but being killed by the enemy was the highest honor. The more brutal the death at the hands of the enemy, the more noble the reincarnation in the next life would be. The doctrines of all religions in this world, adapted to the slave system of the aristocracy, are largely similar. The aristocracy monopolizes all resources, crazily oppressing and exploiting people, while religion explains to them the rationality of their oppression and exploitation, blinding and fooling them from birth to death, draining the last drop of surplus value. "Should we take the initiative, brother?" Kaido, the dragon in the sky, inquired of Xiangjia, who stood atop the mast of the giant ship of the Elbaf Kingdom, gazing far. "Not yet. We haven't sensed their flagship, and we still don't know the enemy's tactics." Xiangjia pondered slightly and said, "You should do what you need to do, just don't leave my perception range. I'll shorten the attack distance to lure them in." A morning of seesawing. The Navy had no results, losing at least 13 or 14 small warships and assault boats, with 5 or 6 more damaged, and around 1,000 casualties among the troops. "What do you suggest, Andrew?" Mike Doug's expression and tone were condescending, as if seeking his subordinates' opinions. Alexander Andrew didn't care. That dragon in the sky is an obstacle. We still cannot accurately confirm the Overlord's maximum attack range. What if his maximum attack range exceeds the maximum range of our largest caliber cannons? Mado interjected suddenly. Alexander Andrew glanced sideways and slowly replied, "Then we will fill it with lives. We still have 14,000 troops. Marienford and Mariewa's orders are to harass and exhaust the Overlord. We have not been ordered to defeat or kill the Overlord." Mado's face turned pale. "The lives of soldiers are still lives. Your Excellency, you are still a priest. What a disgrace. If you're afraid of death, why join the army?" Mike Doug scoffed. "My duty as a priest is to officiate baptisms, weddings, and funerals, to preach during worship, to develop believers, and to represent the congregation in offering sacrifices to God. I believe I am diligent and responsible," Alexander Andrew said, staring intently at Mado, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Mado, you are a compassionate potential believer. Do you wish to convert to God?" Mado fell silent. Mike Doug remarked, "Who will deal with that dragon in the sky? I would prefer to handle it myself, but it's troublesome, and I also want to conserve my strength for that audacious rebel." Jean raised her hand. She rushed out of the operations room and ascended to the deck. Jean unbound the huge iron cross on her back, knelt on one knee, and murmured. Accompanied by brilliant soft light, her short hair instantly grew to the ground. Her features became androgynous and beautiful. Her rusted armor shone anew. Her body expanded, and pure white wings spread from her back as she grasped the iron cross and soared into the sky. So she is a power user, having eaten a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the human fruit. Angel type? Mike Doug observed keenly and commented, "Ignorant little girl, thinking she has received a divine revelation in her dreams. In fact, it's the will of the Zoan-type devil fruit influencing her. The people of that country are also ignorant, daring to call her the Holy Maiden. In the sky, Kaido in his dragon form clashed with Jean, engaging in fierce combat. Jean's fighting lacked skill. She relied solely on the high attack, high defense, and high recovery granted by her devil fruit abilities, mixed with her instinctive mastery of observation and armament hockey. Kaido in his beast form, unable to soar through the clouds, was not the strongest form either. But he also relied on the high attack, high defense, and high recovery from his dragon fruit, mixed with elemental abilities like flames, lightning, and wind blades. Taking advantage of the fierce battle, Alexander Andrew commanded the gray livestock to advance, repeatedly testing Xiang Jie's maximum attack range. Basic confirmation. Alexander Andrew glanced sideways. The fleet can advance. What do you think? Mike Doug, with a pipe in his mouth, waved his hand dismissively. At the stern of the giant ship of the Elbaf Kingdom, Harold moved his limbs, eager to try. Watch closely. Think, Loki, this is why you brothers should work together. Boom. The giant sword rested on his shoulder as Harold twisted his waist to gather strength. Mr. Xiangjie. Bang. Boom. Xiangjie unleashed his conqueror's haki. Encompassing Harold's conqueror's haki, the two forces of haki intertwining and merging. This is the peak of Harold's momentum. Fatal. Giant spear, domination of the seas. Boom. Xiangjie simulated the giant martial arts of the dominance of the nation with the six styles, coordinating with Harold to deliver a breathtaking strike. The violent shock wave cleaved through the sea, unstoppable, annihilating everything in its path, resembling a magnificent celestial might, an irresistible force. Monster! Mike Doug gasped in shock. Alexander Andrew fervently prayed, and a Bible floated in front of him without warning, its pages fluttering, releasing brilliant light. For God so loved the world. Sacred barrier. Boom! Boom! The surging waves converged into a tsunami, and the Navy fleet vanished without a trace. That was exhilarating. Exhilarating. Horo laughed heartily, educating his two sons. This is also my first time using this move that requires cooperation. I requested Mr. Xiangjie to accommodate me. To help you brothers, open your eyes. Remember to cherish brotherhood in the future. You can do it too. Wow, so strong. Halding was dumbfounded. Loki probably inherited Harold's peculiar thought process. No one cooperates with you. Isn't it because you are too tall and much stronger than others? I'm tall too. Much stronger than him. We are not suited to cooperate. When I grow as tall and strong as you in the future, we will cooperate as father and son. Boom. Harold angrily punched Loki on the head. Idiot. Dad can't accompany you forever. A family drama of the giant royal family unfolded. Xiangjie lazily refrained from participating, instructing Kaido, watch out for aerial attacks. The enemy is ultimately an admiral of the Navy. My observation haki can still sense his vigorous life force. You might as well stab the Navy yourself. Kaido grumbled about Harold's disruption. Xiangjie replied, save your strength. The Totland Sea is not our final destination. Chapter 82. Not 2.5 years, but 3 days Pirate Island Hive. The bonfire blazed brightly, and the pirates were noisy throughout the night, indulging as always in debauchery, gambling, and fighting, fully embodying the saying, drink today, be merry today. Inside the skeleton building, the atmosphere was tense. It was no other reason but that unwelcome guests had arrived. Why are you back, Shiki? Wang Ji's displeasure was evident. Shiki still wore that playful grin. Don't be so cold. Brother. We're even now. Hai belongs to me. Wang Ji replied. Shiki narrowed his eyes. A lackey of the world government. Speaking with such bravado. When we parted ways before, Pirate Island belonged to you, but can you hold on to it? This territory looks more like mine to me. The nearly exhausted gold vein is still a gold vein. Stop trying to intimidate me, Gold Lion. You're not Overlord, and you don't have rock strength. Wang Ji scoffed. You won't scare me into giving you anything here. Shiki was puzzled by Wang Ji's reaction. He knew Wang Ji was skilled in manipulation and adept at navigating relationships, which is why he had a wide circle of friends in the pirate world. Who gave you the confidence? The bone-called warlord of the Sea Throne by the world government? Or Shiki scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on a man in the corner who seemed almost invisible. Killer bastard? Oh, long time no see, Shiki. Killer Bastat, Viling Atop Hat, Zunglasis. in a suit grinned, a dual-wielding sharpshooter with an extremely low presence. Killer Bastard had a bounty of 970 million berries and was a powerhouse from the former Rocks Pirates group. Shiki, with ulterior motives, provoked. What's this? Instead of being Rock's little brother, you become Wang Ji's little brother? You could say that. Killer Bastard lounged lazily on the sofa, being Wang Ji's little brother. At least the title of Warlord of the Sea can ensure the world government won't bother me. I'm someone who fears trouble. I joined the Rocks Pirates to avoid it. But Rocks was the trouble itself, so of course I wouldn't be his little brother. I can ensure you won't be troubled either. Want to join my grand fleet? Shiki, coveting Killer Bastard's strength, made a serious invitation. Killer Bastard laughed. You're trouble itself, and so is Lin Lin, and Newgate too. Hearing that you troublesome lot are lying is why I didn't get involved in the God Valley incident. And, as expected, Rocks met a terrible end, and summer broke the heavens. Don't dig your own grave in front of me, Gold Lion. Wang Ji was furious. Shiki paced, his wooden clogs striking the rough stone floor. Hive doesn't welcome you, Shiki. Gurulioza entered, unceremoniously issuing an eviction order. Wang Ji, bastard, prepare for battle. This bastard is plotting how to kill us. Wang Ji and Killer Bastard knew Shiki well enough not to wait for Gurulioza's reminder to draw their weapons. Shiki raised his hand, not touching his own sword. We've known each other for many years. How could I kill you? Ha ha ha. Not going back to your Nine-Snake Island. Are you? Love struck. 3 against 1. Your odds aren't high. Wang Ji said. Why are you back, Shiki? I want to ask a third time. Nothing much, just passing through. All right. When we parted ways before, we agreed that the alliance belonged to me. But you have recruited many former allied pirate crews of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji. Unknowingly, Wang Ji had grown stronger, and Shiki felt a headache coming on, secretly cursing himself for miscalculating, realizing he shouldn't have dealt with John first. Allowing Wang Ji to take advantage, but without Rock's flagship as a claim to inherit Rock's legacy, it was difficult to rally the former Rocks Pirates. Gurulioza said, I saw your hidden Grand Fleet. You've already recruited most of the former allied pirate crews of the Rocks Pirates. Shiki, you're being too greedy. Not every pirate longs for a bloody life. We just desire a piece of territory to settle down and live steadily, Killer Bastard added. Shiki was left feeling awkward. It's still Wano. Flying up to the sword of Jaibeck, Shiki nonchalantly drank and made merry, while the long-abandoned Kazuki Odin grew anxious. Exchanging glances, Kazuki Odin bowed his head and added, Lord Shiki, we have recalled some intelligence that may be crucial for you. If you want to go to the final island that the pirates speak of, you probably have to go to Wano. Oh, Shiki tilted his head. Kazuki Odin interjected. To reach the final island, you need to decipher the ancient characters engraved on the historical texts. The general clan of Wano, the Kazuki clan, is also a Mason clan. It seems their ancestors engraved the ancient characters on the unbreakable historical texts. Perhaps they still hold the key to deciphering these ancient characters. It seems, perhaps. Kazuki Odin had learned to be clever, hoping to use vague terms to obscure their concealment of information. But she wasn't clever enough. Seems? Perhaps? Why the uncertainty? The lion raised his head, coldly questioning. Kazuki Odin trembled, nearly wetting himself. Kazuki Odin said, We were still young when we were sentenced to exile, and we are not the direct bloodline of the Kazuki clan. Ha. Let us talk about your grievances. Shiki's mood swings and dark thoughts were truly gripping the Kazuki siblings tightly. That was an old case from 43 or 4 years ago. The general clan of Wano had been passing down through generations, with few offspring. The then general was getting old and couldn't bear children. And around the throne for the next general, the 5 prominent clans, Tian Yu, Feng Yu, Yu Yu, Shuang Yu, and Kazuki, were stirring. Our Kazuki clan acted first, using the pretense of internal strife to design the deaths of the other 4 clans one by one. The general became distressed and fell ill, but no one expected that in this generation, the general, Kazuki Sukiyaki, would be born. The Kazuki clan's plot was revealed. The clan leaders were ordered to commit seppuku. Their territories and cities were confiscated, and their clansmen were sentenced to exile and persecuted. In terms of storytelling, Kazuki Odin's dry narration was far less vivid than Kazuki Odin's colorful recounting. Shiki said, You're just one step away from success, So you're unwilling to let me, an outsider, intervene in Wano? What crime is there in power struggles? Why should we suffer for over 40 years while they continue to enjoy their high positions? Kazuki Odin spoke boldly, her mouth spouting nonsense like an old lady. Shiki laughed. Ha, what plans do you have? In Wano, there's still the direct bloodline of our Kazuki clan, Kazuki Odin. We plan to push him to power. He is currently using the Kazuki clan's carelessness to seize power, steal wealth, recruit soldiers, and restore the reputation of the Kazuki clan. How many years? Shiki interrupted Kazuki Odin lightly. Kazuki Odin, feeling uneasy, replied, 10 years? Am I supposed to wait 10 years for you? 5 years. 5 years. If luck is good, 2.5 years will do. Not 2.5 years, but 3 days. We are a bunch of rotten pirates, not playing the roundabout power struggle. Chapter 83. Do you want to dance too? August 24th. On this day, the people of Wano country began to experience the fear of being dominated by pirates. As more than 20 pirate ships of the Golden Lion fleet sailed majestically over the cliffs of Wano, they advanced straight into the capital city, the flower capital, lingering between the towering snow-capped volcanoes and the tall cherry blossom trees. The anxiety and fear of the isolated and closed-off people of Wano are understandable. They never expected that someone could casually cross the chasm that had protected them for 760 years. Just as people were in shock, Shiki easily infiltrated the palace, killed several guards, and captured General Kazuki Sukiyaki. Who are you? The 43-year-old Kazuki Sukiyaki, with a mustache on his upper lip and a mountain-like beard on his chin. His hair tied up high, a slightly red nose from drinking, and disheveled clothes, was both surprised and angry. Shiki said nonsensically, me? I'm your friend, Shiki, also known as Lion Demon, Golden Lion, a pirate admiral. I don't have a pirate friend like you who barges in and draws weapons upon meeting. Kazuki Sukiyaki retorted angrily. Shiki smirked playfully. Why not? He cough cough, touching Kazuki Sukiyaki's cheek with his right hand, and then his own. Black carbon dust's appearance, physique, and voice instantly became identical to Kazuki Sukiyaki. Mimicry fruit ability. What, sorcery? The uninformed Kazuki Sukiyaki was left dumbfounded. While stripping Kazuki Sukiyaki of his clothes to change into his own, black carbon dust chattered on. Lord Shiki. Oh, I misspoke. Mr. Shiki is me, General of Wano, Kazuki Sukiyaki, a close partner from the time of the Hidden Palace. Later, Mr. Shiki, at my request, investigated overseas matters, and now the world overseas is in chaos, and Wano cannot stand aloof. Bang! A knife hand strike knocked Kazuki Sukiyaki unconscious. Shiki cleaned up the crime scene and said, memorize your lines, do not get carried away, do not laugh, strictly follow my plan and orders. You are the General of Wano. I will never forget your great kindness, Lord Shiki. I am forever grateful. Black Carbon Dusk prostrated himself in worship, his joy overflowing. What? I'm 67, you're 65, not many years left to live? What? We are not the direct bloodline of the Black Carbon family. We plan to push the direct bloodline of the Black Carbon family, Black Carbon Kaido, to the top. Black Carbon Dusk cast those thoughts aside. How could she not want to sit on the general's throne and enjoy herself? So exhilarating. Is this power? A washed-up old woman like me could also have a day to touch the throne. It's simply a dream I wouldn't dare to dream. Black Carbon Dusk nearly laughed out loud. Not long after, top, urgent footstep. A nearly 4-meter-tall young man burst in, his nostrils flaring, his narrow eyes sweeping around. Why is there a smell of blood? Father. Black Carbon Dusk, startled by the sharp aura of the other party, feigned calm and imitated Kazuki Sukiyaki's tone. Oh, it's Yuden. What brings you here? The smell of blood? It must be the maid's tea on Kue leaking accidentally. How unlucky. The 21-year-old Kazuki Yuden was not a delicate character. He was rather straightforward. He sat down in an unrefined manner, the round disk of thick hair on his head swaying. Father. Over 20 ships are absurdly floating above the capital. It could be an invasion by foreign enemies. And the citizens are panicking, and you're so calm? You're considering the feelings of the citizens too? Ha. That's right. Those are my close partners from a hidden palace. Stealing a glance at the two swords at Kazuki Yuden's waist, Black Carbon Dusk thought. It would be terrible if I couldn't fool this muscular guy. Last night, although Shiki had boasted grandly about taking Wano in 3 days, he was always the type to plan before acting. So he inquired, how many strong figures in Wano are worth noting? The 5 great daimyo are not weak. But the only strong figure worthy of your attention, Lord Shiki, is the daimyo of Kuri, Kazuki Yuden, who is also the only son of Kazuki, Sukiyaki, the future heir to the general. Black Carbon Zimaru replied succinctly. That guy's a born strongman. It is said that he threw the nurse out hard as soon as he was born, had the ability to catch 2 rabbits at the age of 2, threw a huge rock to kill a bear at 4, roamed the flower streets and willow alleys at 6, drank and fought gamblers at 8, and was blacklisted by the underworld at 9, thus furiously burning down the gambling den under the underworld's cover, and was charged with arson and assault. Black Carbon Dusk rambled on. At 10, he was sent to a quarry to serve his sentence, and with the talent of the Kazuki family, he was promoted to a stonemason foreman. At 14, he modified the river course due to drought, causing floods, and was wanted again. At 15, he occupied a temple, and every night he abducted women from the Buddhist temple to establish a palace, and the women were usually free. Isn't he just a scum who relies on talent and status to act recklessly? What the hell are you talking about? The way you speak makes it sound like he's your pride, but you two are sworn enemies. Shiki, tired of listening, rudely interrupted. If we put him on the sea, Summerjack would have already chopped off his head. Get to the point. Black Carbon Dusk was at a loss for words. Kazuki Yuden grew up constantly causing trouble and fighting, and is recognized as a great swordsman of the two-sword style. He has repeatedly tried to leave Wano, but failed due to a lack of sailing skills, which angered Kazuki Sukiyaki and led to a severance of their father-son relationship. Black Carbon Zimaru said, in recent years, he has turned over a new leaf, recruited talent, reclaimed the wasteland of Kuri, and gained the love of the people. And Kazuki Sukiyaki restored his father-son relationship, granting him the title of Kuri Daimyo. Is he stronger than me? Shiki asked. Black Carbon Zimaru replied, there's a world of difference. Wano, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, relying entirely on natural barriers and outdated historical records to scare people. Now, Shiki had the qualifications to despise Wano as strongest, but Black Carbon Dusk did not have that confidence, so she put in all her effort to deceive Kazuki Yuden. Slap! Kazuki Yuden, unsuspecting, clapped his hands joyfully. You have pirate friends? Father, I want to go out to sea for adventure. You are my heir and also the daimyo of Kuri. Black Carbon Dusk wanted to lure him in and change the subject, but now there's a man named Summerjack attacking the capital of the world government. The world is in chaos, and if a massive global war breaks out, we in Wano cannot stand aloof either. You should follow Mr. Shiki out to see the world and sharpen your skills. I will also feel at ease. Really? Kazuki Yuden, who had failed to go out to sea 30 or 40 times, was overjoyed and danced. Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me. Shiki appeared as if he were a kind and friendly neighbor accompanying Kazuki Yuden in a jump. You are Shiki? You are a two-sword style user? So am I. How about a contest? Do you want to dance too? Shiki accepted Kazuki Yuden's challenge. He had already deeply learned the fearsome nature of the people of Wano from Black Carbon Dusk and Black Carbon Zimaru. Then let us set up a competition in the flower capital. Compete for who is the greatest swordsman. Black Carbon Dusk strictly followed Shiki's plan and orders, timely reciting her lines. Chapter 84. Can't we enjoy ourselves? Wano country is very strange, and its people are also very strange. Even Shiki, who prides himself on being unbothered by the oddities he has encountered since childhood while roaming the seas, finds it hard to adapt. However, Shiki still relies on his beast-like instincts, keenly grasping a few key points to ensure his plan to dominate a country proceeds smoothly. With the geographical advantages of natural barriers, Wano country has legends of samurai, and it has lived in stability for 700 or 800 years. Wano is too peaceful, and its people are too comfortable. The isolationist policy has tightly sealed off Wano's connections to the outside world, locking the people's views in place. The history of the sword god and the dragon-slaying samurai, Kazuki Oden, has made Wano martial, with its people admiring strength and revering skilled swordsmen. Thus, Shiki boldly launched a direct attack on Wano, easily capturing the king and using the mimicry fruit ability of Kinemon to replace Kazuki Sukiyaki, smoothly executing a cunning substitution. But that was far from enough. What Shiki wanted was not merely to help the Korizumi clan replace the Kazuki clan and gradually control Wano. He sought to plunder Wano's resources infinitely as a foundation, and to exploit the flesh and blood of the Wano people as the price, achieving an unprecedented pirate empire. He is the Golden Lion. Roaring across the seas, he aims to swallow the world. What's the point of petty squabbles? He wants to be the third pole outside of the world government and the red-haired pirates, uniting the pirates and competing with the world government and the red-haired pirates for dominion over the world. The prerequisite for everything is to subdue the people of Wano. With swords drawn, let the people of Wano clearly recognize who the true superstar of the swordsman world is. The first swordsmanship convention of Wano is to be held in the flower capital. Kinemon originally wanted to flatter Shiki by naming it the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, but Shiki dismissed it with a single sentence. What is Wano to the world? Upon hearing that a rare foreigner would be the challenger, people rushed to witness and eagerly participate. The young and impetuous Kazuki Oden was the first to challenge Shiki, and the result was predictable. After about 100 exchanges, he was covered in blood and kicked out of the ring by Shiki. Shiki clearly had the upper hand and showed mercy, astonishing the people of Wano. The subsequent wheel battles were also unsurprising. After 1 or 2 exchanges, or 3 to 5 exchanges, very few could last 10 exchanges before being chopped to pieces by Shiki. In just half a day's time, no one dared to challenge Shiki anymore. People didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? He asked 3 times, but there was dead silence. Shiki extinguished his cigar, surveyed the crowd, and mocked. A bunch of frogs in a well. Have you seen the vastness of the world now? Ha ha ha. How could he insult us? This is too much. Infuriating. The people of Wano dared to feel anger, but didn't dare to voice it. Shiki shouted, "Isn't it true? Look at the cliffs surrounding Wano. Aren't they just an enlarged well? How long has it been since you felt the danger of the outside world? How long has it been since you sensed the threat of enemies? It has sheltered your safety for 700 or 800 years, but has also blocked your view of the earth-shattering changes in a vast world. What you can see is just this small corner, while the world is